I am Zhu Jue, an extraordinarily unfortunate individual caught in a dual reincarnation. A mere citizen of Earth, I jubilantly transitioned into the body of a wealthy individual at the apocalypse's conclusion, only to find myself reborn 3 months prior to the onset of cataclysmic disasters. The amalgamation of 2 lifetimes' worth of memories, alongside 8 years of purgatorial experience, has imparted upon me the grim understanding that extreme cold, unbearable heat, swarming insects, and earthquakes will relentlessly besiege us. Very well, if the heavens have granted me the opportunity to traverse time yet refuse to relent, then I shall not hesitate to embrace the exhilarating narrative of triumph. I am well versed in the rules and fully comprehend the process. While clearing out the ancestral home, a rusty nail viciously punctured my palm, causing blood to gush forth. The scorching warmth of my lifeblood drenched the ancestral white jade pendant that hung upon my chest. As if struck by an electric current, the jade pendant seared my very soul, inundating me with a deluge of information. This artifact is a treasured heirloom from my ancestors. It possesses the ability to expand and upgrade. Food, gold, jade. With enough resources, I could construct a celestial fortress. I understand now. Is this not akin to a cheat? Gold and jade serve as sustenance, nourishing the pendant, and oh dear, my exquisite relative from my previous life who drained me dry. In this lifetime, it is only fitting that I utilize your fortune as my initial investment. I shall extract every last drop of your resources to fuel the upgrade of my space. And when the disasters commence, I shall relish the sight of you wretched souls crawling through purgatory while I bask in the comfort of my fortified VIP seat, enjoying the apocalyptic fireworks. Uncle Joe, MOU, you are the kin I am destined to encounter across both lives. Fear not. This time, I shall erect an impenetrable shield. In the heart of my fortress, with air conditioning and a steaming hot pot, we shall feast luxuriously amidst the apocalypse. As for the ravenous neighbors in the community below, in my previous life, they stabbed me in the back for rations. I shall not play with you this time. From the pinnacle of my steel fortress, I shall recline, savoring ice and sipping cold drinks while I watch you. Chapter 1. Dual Reincarnation, Countdown to Catastrophe. The sensation of death is akin to warm champagne sliding down the throat, followed by the excruciating pressure of a cold alloy window frame crushing the skull. Zhu Jue's final memory is of a luxurious apartment atop a skyscraper, offering a panoramic view of the post-apocalyptic metropolis. He, or rather, the original owner of this body, a fortunate soul who miraculously survived the 8-year Great Cataclysm and amassed extraordinary wealth, had just celebrated his 26th birthday, free from disaster and pain. Zhu Jue, a soul hailing from a peaceful Earth, felt a flicker of joy as he seamlessly took control of this well-preserved, weathered body at the moment the candles were extinguished. A mansion, fine wines, and wealth sufficient to live comfortably for the rest of his days as a benefit of being a time traveler. It felt as though he had won a cosmic lottery. He had not even had the chance to savor the warmth of the wealthy man's massage bathtub when the neon lights outside abruptly transformed into blinding red, and the alarm shattered the tranquility. A costly panoramic window exploded without warning, and an invisible force hurled him violently against a heavy desk. The pain radiating from the back of his head was a dull ache against the hard wooden surface rather than the sharpness of shattered glass. His nostrils filled with the sense of mildew, dust, and a faint hint of rust, causing him to cough violently. The opulent ceiling had vanished. In its place were old wooden beams, walls yellowed with age, and cobwebs drifting in the high corners. Beneath him lay a wooden bed covered with coarse fabric, hard and painful against his bones. His consciousness felt as if it had been tossed into a washing machine, spun around twice, and then wrung out harshly. Fragments of memories from the Earth's citizen Zhu Jue, the rewards of a 996-work schedule, housing prices crushing the spine, discounted eggs at the supermarket, were as vivid as if branded into his mind. Fragments of memories from the wealthy merchant Zhu Jue, the extreme cold of a -70-degree purgatory, the steamy city at 50 degrees, the bloodthirsty locusts that blotted out the sun, the earth splitting open to devour the living. Cold, cruel, suffused with the scent of rust and decaying flesh, mingled with a profound unwillingness and an extreme desire for life, shattered the joy of the common citizen in an instant. 2 sets of memories, 2 lives, collided and compressed, ultimately merging into a singularity amidst a fierce headache. Cough, cough. Ugh. He lay on the cold ground, retching, cold sweat soaking through his thin shirt. After a considerable time, he shakily lifted his head, surveying his surroundings. In the dim light, the room appeared so retro. A round table, benches, and a faded statue of a great leader. It was the ancestral home of his late grandfather in the countryside. He, or rather, they, the amalgamation of 2 souls, Zhu Jue, had returned. Not to Earth, nor remaining within the body of the wealthy man post-apocalypse. He had returned to the origin. He had returned to 8 years ago, to this dilapidated ancestral home that held the intertwining memories of his childhood and nightmares. And at this moment, Zhu Jue suddenly lunged toward the peeling wooden table beside the bed, where lay an outdated flip phone long rendered obsolete. The screen flickered to life, the date clearly displayed. 89 days before the arrival of extreme cold. The phone's signal was strong. The top of the screen incessantly pushed notifications of entertainment gossip, celebrity scandals, and the grand openings of internet celebrities' new stores, a scene of revelry and celebration. Damn it! Zhu Jue squeezed out a single word through clenched teeth, infused with overwhelming absurdity, boundless fury, and a chilling shudder that felt intimately familiar to his very core. Heaven? Hell? The damn heavens have played a cruel joke on me. Huh. He closed his eyes, inhaling the murky, dust-laden air, allowing the steely resolve forged through 8 years of hardship to suppress all emotions. Extreme cold lockdown, searing heat, venomous insects invading the city, the earth consuming all, each detail of the impending disasters, every painful struggle for survival, and each instance of witnessing humanity descend into despair crystallized into the most profound warning. And those fragmented yet urgent official emergency announcements pointing toward a singularly hopeless future. He suddenly opened his eyes, devoid of any confusion, replaced by an icy sharpness and a hint of madness driven to the brink. Fine, I've already crossed over, yet it seems I'm not to find peace. I must restart this ordeal, and it's the highest difficulty nightmare mode. Zhu Jue's lips curled into a bloodthirsty grin. Then I shall embrace the role of the protagonist in this exhilarating narrative. Gather, kill, survive. Rules and processes? I am more familiar with them than you. The survival rules from his previous life instantly loaded into his mind like a program. Stockpiling resources is fundamental. Fortress construction is essential for security. Strength is the only leverage for survival. And the damn truth hidden behind all disasters. This time he must unearth it. In the following 3 days, Zhu Jue operated like a wound-up machine. He scarcely slept, his eyes bloodshot, yet his movements were astonishingly swift. First, he rummaged through the nooks and crannies to uncover a tattered oil paper package concealed beneath an old camphorwood chest. Inside lay the deed to the ancestral home, a few yellowed old banknotes, and that smooth, crescent-shaped white jade pendant. The jade pendant felt cool to the touch, its texture seemingly that of ordinary jade. Yet, within Zhu Jue's heart, a tumultuous urgency found an outlet. Armed with a shovel, he dashed into the underground storage room cluttered with debris and enmeshed in cobwebs, where decades' worth of scrap metal lay piled. In an instant, a myriad of rumors regarding extraordinary treasures from his past life surged into his mind. Blood recognition, energy resonance, activation of ancient artifacts. Regardless of what they entailed, he was now left with nothing but the memories of his former life and an uncertain land deed. He had to take a gamble. He rummaged through the rusted farming tools, desperately seeking any old item that might exude a peculiar essence. His frantic movements were imbued with a reckless madness as his finger suddenly grazed a long, rust-covered nail protruding from an old wooden box. Sizzle. A piercing pain ensued. The cold rust swiftly pierced his flesh, and scalding blood surged forth, splattering onto the ancestral jade pendant he clutched tightly against his chest. The warm, sanguine liquid instantly saturated the pendant. Ahem! Zhu Jue felt an indescribable surge of heat, not emanating from the wound in his palm, but rather erupting directly from the jade pendant pressed against his chest. The warmth surged like living molten lava, penetrating his clothing, skin, and bones, and searing itself deep into the very core of his soul. More agonizing than being devoured by venomous locusts, more despairing than plummeting into an icy abyss. Suddenly, darkness enveloped his vision, a scream lodged in his throat, and he felt as if he were being torn apart by the tremors originating from his very blood and soul. Time lost meaning. Perhaps it was minutes, or perhaps just an instant. The intense waves of pain receded, leaving behind a chilling clarity in his mind. Zhu Jue gasped, lowering his gaze to his palm. The wound continued to bleed, the rust mingling with the dark crimson liquid, creating a sticky mess. The white jade pendant was now emitting a soft, almost breath-like milky glow as the bloodstains upon its surface had mysteriously vanished, seemingly absorbed entirely by it. Within his mind, or more precisely, at the core of his consciousness, an unmistakably clear space was vividly reflected. It was modest in size, approximately 50 cubic units, resembling a warehouse. The walls and floor appeared to be composed of an archaic, rough stone, gleaming with a cold bronze sheen. Above loomed a profound, seemingly solidified void of darkness. The space was utterly empty, completely devoid of any substance. Yet, after the agonizing pain and dizziness, Zhu Jue's heart began to race wildly. Greed, ecstasy, and a tremor of having survived flooded through him. A spatial pocket. This dilapidated jade pendant was a storage-type spatial artifact, and he had obtained it before the cataclysm struck. Ha ha ha! Zhu Jue chuckled softly, clutching his injured hand still throbbing with pain, his laughter gradually morphing from a hoarse chuckle into a frenzied cackle, echoing through the dim, damp basement. Oh heavens! You've kicked me back, and at long last, you bestowed upon me some semblance of a decent beginner's boon. He vigorously wiped his face, blood seeping from his wound mingling with tears, whether from excitement or pain, he could not discern, leaving a peculiar crimson mark across his visage. 50 cubic units. Initial warehouse. Sufficient. Enough to launch my plans. The survival expert's mind instantaneously began to calculate and strategize fervently. Food, water, medicine, fuel, weapons, tools, even construction materials. This space would be his greatest asset in enduring the apocalypse. Zhu Jue promptly conducted a simple test. With a mere thought, the nearly disintegrating rusty shovel in the corner vanished with a whoosh, reappearing on the cold ground of the spatial realm the next moment. With another thought, the shovel returned to the corner. The consumption? Almost negligible. The speed of access was nearly an extension of his thoughts. He attempted to store several heavy, old bricks and retrieve them. There was no delay whatsoever. The space functioned like an absolute stillness, a black hole entrance solely under his conscious control. After the exhilaration came an overwhelming sense of urgency. Once the tests were complete, he swiftly tended to his wound. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he washed it with tap water, aware of the contamination issue, but lacking the luxury of caution, hastily scattering the last remnants of Yunnan Baiyao over it, binding it tightly with a strip of cloth. Every penny, every ounce of strength was now crucial. He could not afford to squander it on a trip to the hospital. Following this, he began to rummage through every nook and cranny. The ancestral home was his most significant fortune. The land deed tucked within the oiled paper was carefully stowed in the very center of the space. From the bottom compartment of a dilapidated wardrobe, he unearthed a small half-bag of silver dollars, gnawed upon by mice. It wasn't much, but it should still fetch a bid at the scrapyard. Beneath the rice jar lay a waterproof oilcloth bag, which, when opened, revealed a thick stack of vibrant red 100 yuan bills. It was the life savings left by the original owner's grandfather. He remembered it to be a full 80,000. In this era, that was an astonishing sum. In the corner, he unearthed a box of aged deer, antler, and several packages of yellow ginseng, along with 2 small bottles of medicinal alcohol labeled with red tags. Though he was unaware of their expiration dates, these would serve as vital resources in the absence of medicine. All of it was swiftly collected into the space. After inventorying the inheritance of the ancestral home, Zhu Jue's gaze turned cold and resolute. 80,000 in cash, several silver dollars, a few expired supplements and medicines, plus this dilapidated house itself and the spatial jade pendant. He sat cross-legged on the cold, blue brick floor, his fingers stained with the blood that had dripped earlier, swiftly sketching in the dust. The startup capital is sufficient. Time is running short. Only 89 days remain. No, it's only 88 and a half now. His gaze swept across the dimly lit room, the apocalyptic scenes from his past life intertwining with reality. Beneath the facade of peace outside the window lay a volcano on the verge of eruption. The smoke from a neighbor's cooking appeared to him as the billowing smoke of a burning city. He retrieved the old flip phone, his only and most affordable communication tool at present, dialing a number. It belonged to the father of a friend from his past life who operated a scrapyard. Their relationship was not particularly close, but the contact was reliable enough. Hello, Uncle Chong. It's me, little Jew from the old Jew family. Yes, about Grandpa's passing. I have a favor to ask. Could you inquire at your shop if they buy yuan dadu? I have several dozen. All right, I'll come by this afternoon. Also, could you find out who around you collects old furniture and wood? The old house is cluttered with junk taking up space. It's quite bothersome. Yes, the price can be negotiated. The sooner, the better. The sooner, the better. After hanging up, he wasted no time, opening the rudimentary browser on his phone, frantically searching local forums, classifieds, and secondhand housing information. His goal was singular: to convert this 80,000 in cash and the ancestral home into liquid assets as swiftly as possible. He needed money, substantial cash that could be immediately utilized. The ancestral home was situated in a remote area with limited appreciation potential, yet boasted the advantage of being an independent residential property. Gritting his teeth, he swiftly posted on several local websites using a pseudonym. Urgent sale of suburban ancestral home. Comes with yard. Complete documentation. Due to urgent financial needs, the price is absolutely 30 below market value. Cash only. Transaction within 3 days. Serious inquiries only. Contact number XXXXXXX. Once this was taken care of, he immediately began to compile a core inventory list for survival in the apocalypse. Using the Note app on his phone, he typed each word with lightning speed, the content organized in a terrifyingly clear manner. Core survival supplies, Phase 1 procurement list. Food. High-calorie compressed biscuits, military-grade preferred. Vacuum-sealed rice, 50 kilograms. Flour, 50 kilograms. Canned goods, meat/fish/fruit/vegetables. Sugar, salt, cooking oil, bulk, dehydrated vegetable packs, multivitamin tablets. Water, large capacity sealed water storage barrels, 500 L. Bottled mineral water, in boxes, water filters, outdoor grade. Purification tablets, rainwater collection system components. Energy, diesel generator, silent type. Diesel, in metal barrels. Large capacity lithium battery packs, lithium iron phosphate. Solar panels, jack controllers, power banks, in units. Various dry batteries, AA/AAA/D type. Candles, kerosene lamps, jet kerosene. Medicines, antibiotics, amoxicillin and other broad-spectrum basics. Painkillers, ibuprofen, antipyretics, paracetamol, cold medication, antidiarrheals, disinfectants, alcohol/iodine/hydrogen peroxide. Gauze/bandages/tape. Sewing kits, first aid manuals, suturing kits, basic surgical instruments. Tools, multifunctional military knife, entrenching tool, axe, pry bar, wrench/pliers/screwdriver set, high-intensity flashlight, with ample batteries, waterproof matches/lighter, windproof Zippo, binoculars, night vision preferred, compass, ropes, static rope/paracord, waterproof plastic bags/barrels. Protection, cold weather clothing, polar grade down jackets, tactical jackets and pants, high-top hiking boots, multiple pairs, puncture-resistant gloves, protective goggles, gas masks, within filters, military tents, winter, high-quality sleeping bags, comfortable at -30 degrees, protective stab vests, arm shields. Miscellaneous, gasoline, sealed barrels in small quantities, flint, several old phones with radio functions with power banks, paper maps, national/provincial/detailed terrain, books, repair manuals/agricultural planting/wilderness survival/first aid, seeds, fast-growing vegetables/grains. Weapons, extremely sensitive, procure with caution, compound bow/recurve baoja carbon fiber arrows in abundance, powerful slingshot steel balls, thick-back machete, high-quality tonfa, metal, whetstones. Note, procurement should be dispersed across multiple locations in small amounts to avoid drawing attention. Prioritize fundamental survival supplies. Weapons should primarily be replaced with tools. Pay attention to expiration dates for medicines. All supplies must be transferred in batches to safe, concealed locations, ancestral home warehouse/space, to guard against theft. Upon typing the final character, Zhu Jue lifted his gaze and cast a glance at the time on his phone. A mere 3.5 hours had elapsed since his rebirth. The strip of cloth enveloping his palm had become slightly dampened by blood. Against his chest, the once dormant jade pendant pressed against his skin, emanating a steady warmth, akin to the faint yet enduring heartbeat in a frigid world. Outside the window, the sky darkened ominously, with distant rumbles of thunder echoing. Within Zhu Jue's eyes, there was no trace of fear, only a chilling flame of resolute determination. The resource list served as the framework, the spatial jade tablet as the foundation, and time was his sole adversary, as well as the most extravagant of consumables. The extreme cold will descend at midnight on the first Friday 3 months hence. The first to fall will be the power transformation hub in the eastern suburbs of the city. Fragments of memories from his past life surged and churned incessantly. No, none of this matters anymore. What is imperative is to fill every corner of this space before it transforms into hell. Chapter 2. The scheme against Uncle Air, first charge secured. Zhu Jue ended the call and turned to enter the ancestral home. This was the bedroom of his grandfather during his lifetime, where camphor wood boxes were piled in the corner and an old lantern, coated in dust, hung from the beam. The air was permeated with a heavy scent, a blend of camphor wood and the passage of time. In the center of the room stood a mahogany chest, halfway cleared. Its copper lock was rusted, and the chest itself had darkened to a deep red from years of neglect. This chest was undoubtedly an antique, yet it lay empty, containing only a few stiff old garments and a handful of bound medical texts. However, this was inconsequential. What mattered was convincing Uncle Air that treasures lay hidden within. Zhu Jue crouched down and deliberately scored fresh scratches on the copper lock with a screwdriver, then smudged a bit of dirt on the corners of the chest to feign that he had unsuccessfully attempted to pry it open for quite some time. He then found a piece of coarse cloth and hastily wrapped it around the wound on his palm. The bleeding had ceased, and after the jade pendant absorbed a few drops of blood, a faint warmth filled the space. Yet the exposed wound was too conspicuous and needed to be concealed. Just as he finished bandaging, Uncle Air's unmistakable boisterous voice echoed from outside the courtyard, mixed with the hurried sound of his shoes scraping against the ground. "Xiao Ju, Uncle Air is here. Open the door." Zhu Jue adjusted his expression, suppressing the coldness in his eyes, and replaced it with a semblance of youthful excitement and anxiety as he hurried to open the door, shuffling in his slippers. As soon as the door swung open, Uncle Air burst in like a gust of wind. A man in his 50s, with slicked back hair and a floral shirt unbuttoned at the collar. He sported a beer belly that protruded like a stuffed ball. His gaze hardly met Zhu Jue's face as it scanned the old furniture in the courtyard. Rubbing his hands together eagerly. Where are the treasures? Where's that chest you mentioned? Show it to Uncle Air. It's in the back room, Zhu Jue replied, stepping aside to let him in. He deliberately raised his hand, wrapped in cloth, feigning a tone of grievance. I tried to pry the lock earlier, but accidentally cut my hand on a nail on the chest. The lock didn't budge, so I still don't know if there's anything inside. Uncle Air barely glanced at his hand, his eyelids not even fluttering. His mind consumed with visions of gold bars and old jade. A little scratch is nothing. Let us see the chest first, he exclaimed, tugging at Zhu Jue's arm and nearly causing him to stumble as he rushed into the room. Upon entering, Uncle Air's gaze immediately fixated on the mahogany chest. He hurriedly crouched down, tapping the chest's surface, producing a hollow sound, then leaned in to sniff it, muttering incessantly. Good stuff. This is old redwood. Just the chest itself must be worth several thousand. If there truly are treasures hidden by your grandfather inside, the Zhu family will strike it rich. He attempted to pry at the copper lock, but it was rusted solid and wouldn't budge. Uncle Air's forehead beaded with sweat as he turned to Zhu Jue, shouting, "Where's the screwdriver? Hurry and find me some pliers. We'll just break this wretched lock." Zhu Jue secretly chuckled to himself, but feigned hesitation. Won't prying it open damage the chest? This belonged to my grandfather. Damage? What do we have to fear? Uncle Air waved his hand impatiently. The treasures inside are worth 10 times more than the chest. Hurry up and find the tools. Stop dawdling. Zhu Jue responded with an "oh" and turned to exit the back room. He was well prepared, besides the original owner's wallet and phone. His backpack contained a worthless little jade pendant he had discovered on the first day he arrived, tucked away in the original owner's desk drawer. It was worth at most 500, just perfect to serve as bait. When he returned, clutching the jade pendant and a pair of needle-nose pliers, he found Uncle Air still crouched in front of the chest, muttering to himself. Old Zhu used to deal in jade. He must have hidden something valuable. Xiao Zhu is a simple child. He is easy to manipulate. Once we get the treasures, I can just give him a little pocket money. This remark drifted into Zhu Jue's ears, and he couldn't help but smirk coldly before suppressing it, pretending he hadn't heard. He handed over the pliers, saying, "Uncle Air, here are the pliers. By the way, I found a little trinket at the antique market yesterday. Could you take a look and see if it's worth anything?" As he spoke, he deliberately let the jade pendant slip from his grasp, clattering to the ground and rolling to Uncle Air's feet. Quick as a flash, Uncle Air picked it up, squinting at it in the light for a long while, then scraped his fingernail against the jade surface. This jade has decent luster. Is it a piece of Hittian jade scrap? Xiao Zhu, how much did you buy it for? 500. Zhu Jue scratched his head, feigning indifference. The seller said it was Qingbai jade. I just thought it looked nice and bought it. I don't really know if I got ripped off. Ripped off? You've struck gold. Uncle Air's eyes widened in surprise as he held the jade pendant to his nose, inhaling its scent. This jade is worth at least 5,000. You got good luck, kid. Zhu Jue understood that Uncle Air had taken a bait. His intention was to ensure Uncle Air believed he not only possessed the ancestral treasures, but also had an eye for picking up valuable items, making him appear foolishly gullible enough to be easily deceived. Uncle Air, captivated by the jade pendant, glanced back at the mahogany chest, swallowing hard as his tone shifted to one of persuasion. Xiao Zhu, your parents aren't home, and as a young child, it's unsafe for you to keep these treasures. What if a thief targets you, or you get swindled? That would be disastrous. Feigning ignorance, Zhu Jue blinked. Then what should we do, Uncle Air? Simple. Uncle Air patted his chest, a sycophantic smile spreading across his face. You should hand over the treasures from this chest, as well as that jade pendant. To Uncle are for safekeeping. I have a safe deposit box at the bank. It will be absolutely secure. When your parents return, I'll give everything back to them just as it is. What do you say? Zhu Jue inwardly scoffed. Uncle Air had finally revealed his true intentions. He lowered his head, pretending to be conflicted, his fingers twisting the hem of his shirt. But these are grandfather's belongings. If my parents find out I just gave them away, won't they be upset? Upset? Why would they be upset? Uncle Air exclaimed, grasping Zhu Jue's arm tightly. I'm your dear uncle. How could I deceive you? Just think about it. Haven't the news been reporting about extreme weather lately? What if something really happens? Money and treasures are the only hard currency. If you give me your valuables, I can help you convert them into cash and deposit it into your card. Later on, you can buy whatever you want. It's much more convenient. Zhu Jue found it amusing. Uncle Air had indeed heard the rumors of impending disasters, but had not taken them seriously, only seeking to profit from the situation. He lifted his head as if resolutely decided. All right then. But Uncle Air, I really don't know how much is in the chest. If there's nothing valuable, You can't blame me. Blame you? Never. Uncle Air waved his hand dismissively, grabbing the needle-nosed pliers and approaching the copper lock. Even if there's nothing inside, I'll still keep it safe for you. After all, you're my nephew. With a firm grip on the lock, Uncle Air twisted with all his might. And with a resounding crack, the rusty copper lock broke in two. Eagerly, he lifted the lid of the chest, revealing the old clothes and bound books within, were the gold bars and old jade. Uncle Air's expression froze instantly, his smile faltering as excitement morphed into disappointment, quickly followed by suspicion. He began rummaging through the chest's contents, sifting through the clothes and shaking out the books, before suddenly looking up at Zhu Jue, his tone darkening. Zhu Jue, are you playing me for a fool? Where are the treasures? Zhu Jue had anticipated this reaction and immediately feigned a look of surprise even greater than Uncle Air's, leaning in to peer into the chest. Huh? How could this be? When I was clearing it out yesterday, it felt so heavy. I thought there was something inside. Could I have remembered incorrectly? He scratched his head, an expression of contrition on his face. I'm sorry, Uncle Air. I must have wasted your trip. Perhaps I confused it with another chest of grandfather's. I think that one is in the attic, piled too high for me to reach. Uncle Air's expression softened slightly, yet suspicion lingered. He scrutinized Zhu Jue for a long moment, noting the genuine look of regret on his face, which did not appear to be an act. His mind began to race with possibilities. Perhaps there truly was another chest in the attic. Furthermore, this kid had some spare cash and had a knack for picking up valuable items. Surely there was more to be gained. Zhu Jue, discerning Uncle Air's thoughts, sighed and pulled a bank card from his pocket, offering it to him. Uncle Air, I'm really sorry for wasting your time. This card has 50,000 yuan in it, my allowance for the month. You can take it and consider it my apology. Please don't be angry, all right? This card belonged to the original owner and indeed contained 50,000 yuan in pocket money. Zhu Jue deliberately presented the card, intending to bait his second uncle into believing he was generous and easily manipulated, encouraging him to take the bait once more in the future. Upon seeing the bank card, the second uncle's eyes instantly sparkled, his previous displeasure evaporating in an instant. He took the card, flicked it with his fingers, and his tone turned sweet. Ah, Zhu Jue, why are you being so formal? How could your uncle take your money? While he verbally declined, his hand clutched the card tightly, fearing Zhu Jue would snatch it back. Zhu Jue smirked coldly within, yet feigned greater guilt on the surface. Uncle, please take it. Otherwise, I will feel uneasy. He continued, by the way, there's a box in the attic that I can't reach. Could you help me bring it down when you have the time? I have a feeling there's something inside, but it's too heavy. Of course. Why wouldn't I? The second uncle immediately agreed, his face breaking into a grin. Tomorrow, I will come first thing in the morning. Together, we will move the box and see what treasures lie within. He schemed, planning to bring down the attic box first, and regardless of whether there were any treasures, he would find a way to swindle the money from Zhu Jue. This young man was naive and wealthy. It would be a shame not to exploit that. Zhu Jue desired precisely this affirmation. He smiled and nodded. That sounds wonderful. You're truly kind, uncle. The second uncle engaged in casual conversation with Zhu Jue, primarily inquiring about how much money he had left and if there were any other valuables. Zhu Jue deliberately spoke ambiguously, mentioning that he received a few thousand in pocket money each month, and that his parents had left some valuable items in the study, though he was hesitant to touch them. This revelation excited the second uncle further, who could hardly contain his eagerness to rummage through the study immediately. However, he knew he must not appear too eager to avoid raising Zhu Jue's suspicions. So he feigned concern for Zhu Jue's hands before taking the bank card and humming a tune as he left. As he watched his uncle's figure disappear beyond the courtyard gate, Zhu Jue's smile vanished in an instant, his gaze turning as cold as ice. He retrieved his phone and dialed Zhou Qi's number. The phone rang twice before it was answered, Zhou Qi's steady voice coming through. Zhu Jue? What made you think of calling Uncle Zhou? Uncle. Zhu Jue's voice softened, tinged with a hint of reliance reserved for those close to him. Are you busy right now? I have something important to discuss with you regarding the weather 3 months from now. Zhou Qi paused momentarily before chuckling. You child, why the sudden interest in the weather? Have you been reading some apocalyptic novel again? Zhou Qi was aware of the original's penchant for apocalyptic themes and often teased him about it. Yet, Zhu Jue did not laugh, his tone turning serious. Uncle Zhou, I am not joking. In 3 months, an extreme cold will descend, temperatures will plummet to -40 degrees. Power will be interrupted, and pipes will freeze. I know you may not believe me, but could you do me a favor? Help me withdraw all the funds from the Zhu Foundation and convert them into gold, jade, and food supplies. Also, please help me find a reliable construction team. I need to reinforce the ancestral home and build a fortress capable of withstanding extreme cold and earthquakes. There was a silence on the other end for a few seconds before Zhou Qi's voice grew somber, Zhu Jue, what is going on? Has something happened? He understood Zhu Jue well. Though a bit pampered, the boy never spoke such nonsensical things. I'm fine, Uncle Zhou. Zhu Jue took a deep breath, suppressing his excitement. I've just had a very vivid dream, foreseeing events that will unfold over the next 8 years. Extreme cold, extreme heat, swarms of insects, earthquakes, and many lives lost. The second uncle will swindle my money. M.O., you will go missing on the day of the extreme cold, and you will be injured trying to protect me. As for my parents and your beloved, their plane did not crash. They are merely missing, but they are alive. The last sentence, Zhu Jue nearly shouted, carrying the weight of an 8-year-long obsession buried deep within him, to find his parents and locate Aunt Zhou. Zhou Qi fell into complete silence on the other end. He knew that after the disappearance of Zhu Jue's parents and his own wife, Zhu Jue had been devastated, yet he never imagined the boy would be so fixated. After a long pause, Zhou Qi finally spoke, his voice laced with exhaustion, yet still steady. Zhu Jue, I understand you are hurting. However, dreams are ultimately just dreams. They cannot be taken literally. The foundation's fund were left by your parents and should not be used lightly. Yet, he hesitated, softening his tone. If you want to reinforce the ancestral home, Uncle Zhou can help you find a construction team. I will cover the expenses. As for food and heating supplies, I can prepare some for you, as a precaution for the winter. But gold and jade, those are too costly. There is no need. Zhu Jue recognized that Zhou Qi still did not believe him. Were it anyone else, such words would indeed sound like a fantastical tale. He did not argue, but merely replied softly, Thank you, Uncle Zhou. I will entrust you with the construction team. I need it done as quickly as possible, ideally within a month. The more food and heating supplies, the better. I'll transfer the money to you. Also, please help me find a place to store a large quantity of purified water and compressed biscuits. You need not worry about the money. I have it covered. Zhou Qi sighed. Rest assured, I will arrange everything for you. But Zhu Jue, if you truly feel unwell, do see a doctor. Do not keep it bottled up. I understand, Uncle Zhou. Zhu Jue hung up the phone, feeling warmth in his heart. Regardless of whether Zhou Qi believed him, he ultimately chose to assist him. This was the kind of family he could rely on, one that would never betray him. After ending the call, Zhu Jue walked into the inner room, picking up the jade pendant that had been inspected by his second uncle, and then retrieving the bank card that his uncle had just taken. He had long memorized the card's password, which was the original's birthday. Second uncle, you desire money, do you not? A cold smile crept across Zhu Jue's lips. Tomorrow, I shall make you relinquish all your wealth. He opened his mobile banking app and checked the original S account balance. Apart from the $50,000 on the card, there was another card containing a full $2 million, which was the pocket money left by his parents. He transferred the $2 million to a newly opened card and retained the old card, preparing it for tomorrow's performance with his second uncle. Next, he opened a shopping app and began placing frenzied orders. Compressed biscuits, canned goods, purified water, down jackets, electric blankets, generators, gasoline, and medicines. Anything that could be useful in an apocalypse went into his shopping cart. The delivery address was set to a warehouse near the ancestral home, which he had just arranged for Zhou Qi to rent. After completing these tasks, Zhu Jue approached the redwood box and picked up the ancestral white jade pendant. He concentrated, envisioning the old clothes within the box being drawn into the space. In the next moment, the clothes vanished, and a gentle vibration emanated from the pendant. He could distinctly feel the space expand from 10 cubic meters to 11. Indeed, it worked. Zhu Jue's eyes sparkled with excitement. He picked up a book from the table, attempting to store it in the space, and it expanded by an additional half cubic meter. Grain, gold, jade, any valuable item would serve to upgrade the space. Zhu Jue clenched the jade pendant. Second uncle, your wealth will be the first nourishment for my spatial upgrade. The next morning, the second uncle indeed arrived punctually, accompanied by his son, Zhu Chong, who was Zhu Jue's cousin. Zhu Chong was 5 years older than Zhu Jue, a layabout who spent his days indulging with his uncle. In the apocalypse, it would be he who pushed the second uncle off a tall building. Upon seeing Zhu Chong, the coldness in Zhu Jue's heart intensified. Yet he maintained a smile. Uncle, cousin, you have come. I checked the attic box with a ladder yesterday. It is indeed quite heavy. Let's move it down together. Chapter 3. False Jade Baits Gold. Underlying Currents of Suspense. At the moment the box's lid was pried open, the second uncle's eyes were glued to the red cloth. His breath barely audible. Zhu Chong leaned closer, craning his neck to peer inside. The bulge beneath the red cloth revealed several pieces of jade wrapped in newspaper, their green luster and translucent white surfaces giving them an appearance reminiscent of genuine antique jade at first glance. This is Zhu Jue's masterpiece from last night. He procured several inexpensive scraps of marble from the building materials market, meticulously polished them into smooth shapes with sandpaper, then mixed green ink and white paint to achieve the desired hue. Finally, He wrapped them in old newspapers left by his grandfather and laid them in a box, making them indistinguishable from genuine jade at first glance. Is this truly the treasure that old Zhu has hidden? Uncle Air's voice trembled as he reached out to touch them, yet hesitated, fearing he might damage them, his fingers hovering in the air for a long moment. Zhu Jue seized the moment to speak, his tone imbued with just the right amount of tension. Uncle Air, I'm not certain if it's real jade. I only heard from my father that my grandfather collected many fine pieces in the past. What do you think of this color? Could it be valuable? Valuable. Extremely valuable. Uncle Air suddenly snapped back to reality, shoving Zhu Chang aside and delicately picking up a piece of jade, squinting against the light to scrutinize it for an extended period. He scratched the surface with his nail, but the layer of varnish Zhu Jue had applied was too thick for any marks to appear. The more he examined, the more his excitement grew, and he turned to Zhu Jue with a broad grin. Xiao Zhu, your grandfather truly had an eye for quality. This jade is rich in texture, and the color is perfect. It's undoubtedly an old mine product. If my friend sees this jade, he will surely offer a high price. Zhu Chang interjected from the side. Dad, are you sure this is real jade? It might just be dyed stone, right? Uncle Air shot him a glare and promptly gave him a light smack on the back of his head. What do you know? This is stored in an old rosewood box. How could it be fake? Besides, would Xiao Zhu deceive you, Uncle Air? He turned back to Zhu Jue, eager to please. Xiao Zhu, don't worry. I'll contact that friend of mine right away and have him come over to appraise it. However, he suddenly shifted his tone, rubbing his hands together with a calculating smile. You know how deep the waters run in the jade trade. The appraisal must be done face to face. But since this is so valuable, moving it around isn't safe. How about I take it to my house for safekeeping until my friend arrives? And we can make the transaction there? What do you think? Zhu Jue concealed a smirk in his heart. He was indeed trying to grasp the treasure for himself first. He feigned hesitation, looking down to fiddle with the hem of his clothing. Taking it to your house is fine, but I worry about your friend undervaluing it. I've heard from classmates that jade dealers can be quite unscrupulous. What if he declares a fine piece to be of inferior quality? We would be at a loss. Uncle Air's eyes darted, and he instantly pounded his chest to assure. No way. Absolutely not. He is my childhood friend. We grew up together. How would he deceive me? Moreover, if he dares to undervalue it, Uncle Air simply won't do business with him. But I'm still not at ease. Zhu Jue raised his head, his eyes brimming with innocent concern. Uncle Air, how about this? You call your friend over, and we can appraise it right here. If the price is right, you can help me sell the jade, and the money will be transferred directly to my account. Once it's sold, I'll give you half as a reward for your efforts. Half for me. Uncle Air's eyes sparkled, though he pretended to be modest. Oh dear Xiao Zhu, why do you treat me so formally? How could Uncle Air help you and ask for money in return? It's essential. Zhu Jue insisted, feigning determination. Otherwise, I would feel guilty. However, Uncle Air, I have one more favor to ask of you. Speak, speak. As long as Uncle Air can manage it, I won't hesitate. At that moment, Uncle Air, intoxicated by the temptation of half the profits, was eager to agree to all of Zhu Jue's requests. Zhu Jue lowered his voice, adopting a mysterious demeanor. I heard from my father that the jade my grandfather hid is worth at least several million. But I'm worried that the dealer might not have enough cash on hand, or might want to pay in installments. Could you possibly lend me some money up front? Consider it a purchase of the jade. Once you sell it, you can reclaim your advance, and we can split the rest. As soon as these words left his mouth, Uncle Air's smile faltered. An advance? Several million is no small sum, although he had some savings and an idle house. Parting with a large amount at once was still a painful thought. Zhu Chang tugged at Uncle Air's sleeve, whispering, Dad, don't lend him money. What if this jade is fake? We'd be at a significant loss. Uncle Air shot him a glare, but he too felt a pang of doubt. He turned to Zhu Jue, seeing the sincerity on his face, still clutching the small jade pendant from earlier. Uncle Air's mind began to race. Zhu Jue had casually given him 50,000 yuan for pocket money, implying he likely had considerable funds. The rosewood box and jade didn't appear to be fake. What if they could indeed earn millions? What would it matter to lend a little? Xiao Zhu, how much would you need me to lend? Uncle Air licked his lips, his tone now tinged with caution. I'm not certain how much the jade is worth. How about 2 million for now, Uncle Air? If that's insufficient, I can supplement it later. Once the jade is sold, I'll give you more. 2 million. Zhu Chang gasped in shock, about to protest again when Uncle Air shot him a warning look. Uncle Air calculated in his mind. He had 1 million in savings, and if he mortgaged the idle house, he could scrape together 2 million. As long as the jade was real, selling it for 3 or 4 million would net him over $1 million profit. It was a better deal than anything else. Fine. Uncle Air gritted his teeth, slapping his thigh in agreement. I'll go home and gather the money. You wait here. I'll bring it to you this afternoon. Wonderful. Unclear. You truly are my savior. Zhu Jue's face lit up with joy as he intentionally pressed the small jade pendant into Uncle Air's hand. Take this as a deposit. Once the money arrives, I'll hand over all the jade in the box. Uncle Air accepted the pendant, feeling more secure, and with the jade in his pocket. He eagerly pulled Zhu Chang along as they exited, their steps noticeably lighter than when they arrived. At the door, he didn't forget to remind Zhu Jue, Xiao Ju, make sure no one else comes in. Keep an eye on that box. Rest assured, Uncle Air. Zhu Jue waved with a smile. And only when Uncle Air's figure vanished at the alley's end did his expression instantly cool. Zhu Chang followed Uncle Air a considerable distance before he couldn't help but urge again, Dad, 2 million is no small sum. What if that jade is fake? We could lose everything. What do you know? Uncle Air shot him a fierce glare. That box was made of old rosewood, and the jade inside looked far from ordinary. Could Zhu Jue, that naive kid, deceive him? Besides, he even gave him the jade pendant, which must be worth at least 5,000 yuan. How could it be fake? Zhu Chang was left speechless, yet a nagging feeling of unease lingered in his heart. However, seeing Uncle Air's unwavering confidence, he dared not speak further. Inside, Zhu Jue concealed his icy demeanor, approaching the box and swiftly gathering all the faux jade stones within, which elicited no response from the space. Clearly, these imitations were not deemed valuable resources. He had anticipated this. The faux jade was merely bait, while the real prize was Uncle Air's 2 million. He pulled out his phone and called Zhou Qi. Uncle Zhou, how is the construction team progressing? They just arrived and are dismantling the old walls in the backyard of the ancestral home, preparing to lay the foundation first. Zhou Qi's voice carried a hint of fatigue. Xiao Ju, the warehouse you asked me to rent is already filled with the supplies you purchased. There are 2,000 boxes of compressed biscuits, 200 down jackets, and 10 generators. What exactly are you planning? Zhu Jue realized Zhou Qi was genuinely suspicious now. He paused for a few seconds, his tone growing grave. Uncle Zhou, I'm not deceiving you. Those supplies are insufficient. Please contact a few more suppliers for me. The more, the better. Food, medicine, gasoline, and the finest steel. I need the best steel to reinforce the fortress walls. Steel? Zhou Qi was momentarily taken aback. You're planning to build a fortress? Xiao Ju, are you serious? Uncle Zhou, Zhu Jue interrupted, his voice tinged with urgency. Please trust me this once. When the extreme cold arrives in 3 months, the outside will be a hellish landscape. What I'm building isn't an ordinary house. It's a fortress that will protect our lives. As for the money, you need not worry. A substantial sum is coming to me shortly, sufficient to cover all expenses. After a moment of silence on the other end, Zhou Qi's voice finally softened. All right, I trust you. I'll help you contact suppliers for the steel and continue ordering supplies. By the way, I've made progress on the matters you asked me to investigate. Zhu Jue's heart tightened. My parents' situation? Yes. Zhou Qi's voice took on a somber tone. I had a friend investigate the missing plane. The official statement claimed it had succumbed to extreme weather conditions and crashed into the Pacific Ocean. Yet perplexingly, no wreckage or bodies of the victims have been found. Even more bizarre was the fact that before your parents departed, they transferred 50 million in emergency funds to the Zhu Foundation, with a note indicating it was for contingency, as if they had foreseen an impending disaster. Zhu Jue clenched his fists, his nails digging deep into his palms. Indeed, his parents were not merely missing. They had orchestrated their disappearance. They must be aware of something, or perhaps even evading some threat. Furthermore, prior to boarding, my beloved sent me an encrypted message, which I had dismissed at the time. Now decrypted, it contained but 3 words, protect him well. Zhou Qi's voice quivered slightly. Xiao Ju, could he be referring to you? Zhu Jue's voice was somewhat hoarse, as memories from 2 lifetimes converged in this apocalyptic moment. Zhou Qi fought desperately to safeguard him, for it turned out that from the very beginning, Aunt Zhou had already given him a warning. Uncle Zhou, Zhu Jue inhaled deeply, suppressing the surge of emotion within. Please continue your investigation, no matter the cost. We must uncover the whereabouts of the plane. My parents and Aunt Zhou, they must still be alive. I will. Zhou Qi's voice grew resolute. Rest assured, I will not only investigate, but also assist you in fortifying your stronghold. Even if the apocalypse truly arrives, we will endure. After hanging up, Zhu Jue made his way to his parents' study. It remained untouched, the bookshelves laden with business tomes, an antiquated computer sitting atop the desk, beside which lay a yellowed photograph. In the image, his parents held a younger him, while Zhou Qi and Aunt Zhou stood nearby, cradling the month-old Zhou Mayu, all smiles and radiance. Zhu Jue reached out to caress the photograph, his eyes misting over. In his previous life, he had failed to protect Zhou Mayu and locate his parents. In this lifetime, he would not allow tragedy to repeat itself. He opened the desk drawer, revealing his parents' passports, flight tickets, and a diary. The final entry in his mother's diary was dated the day before their departure. Warnings of extreme weather have become increasingly frequent. Perhaps the prophecy holds truth. We must leave to confirm that matter. Zhu Jue is still young. We cannot allow him to know too much. Thankfully, Zhou Qi is with us. The jade pendant is the foundation of the Zhu family, and he must keep it close. When we return, we will take him away from here. A prophecy? That matter? Zhu Jue furrowed his brow. His mother's diary concealed too many secrets. He safeguarded the diary, silently vowing, regardless of what his parents were entangled in, or what they sought to confirm, he would construct a fortress and await their return. At 3 in the afternoon, his second uncle indeed arrived bearing a bank card. He wore a broad smile as he handed it to Zhu Jue. Zhu Jue, 2 million. Every penny intact. Check it out. Zhu Jue accepted the card and, before his uncle, checked the balance, which indeed amounted to 2 million. A cold smirk crept across his face. This was the entirety of their savings. Wonderful, second uncle. Zhu Jue feigned exuberance, handing him the key to a mahogany box. Here is the key. Please take the jade back with you. Once sold, you can transfer the money back to me. His uncle took the key, his eyes squinting with delight. Rest assured, Zhu Jue, I promise to sell it for a good price. Fearing complications, he immediately called for a truck to load the mahogany box and hurriedly whisked Zhu Chang away. As the truck vanished from sight, Zhu Jue's smile evaporated instantly. He withdrew his phone and dialed the bank's customer service, providing his uncle's card number and password, his uncle's birthday. A date Zhu Jue had heard countless times before in his previous life. Hello, the account balance is 2 million. What transactions would you like to perform? Transfer all of it to this account. Zhu Jue stated coldly as he relayed his newly opened bank card number. After the call, he stepped into the courtyard and retrieved the ancestral jade pendant from his pocket. In the next moment, a notification chimed on his phone, confirming the successful transfer of 2 million. He concentrated, silently reciting the incantation for converting cash to gold, a function he had discovered while researching the jade pendant yesterday. The space could directly exchange cash for an equivalent amount of gold, depositing it into his domain. A humming sound resonated as the jade pendant warmed slightly, a flash of golden light illuminating the space. Zhu Jue distinctly felt the area swell with a plethora of gleaming gold bars, expanding from 11 cubic meters to a staggering 100 cubic meters. Delightful. Zhu Jue could not contain a triumphant exclamation. 100 cubic meters of space was ample to stockpile a vast array of supplies. At that moment, his phone rang. It was Zhou Moyu calling. Zhu Jue, are you at home? My dad asked me to bring you something. Her voice, crisp and lively, resonated through the line. Zhu Jue's heart raced. Zhou Moyu. In his previous life, she would have been attending classes at Huada at this time, calling him daily, but when the bitter cold set in, she vanished. Yes, I'm at home. Zhu Jue's voice was slightly hoarse. Come over. I'll be waiting for you at the ancestral home. After hanging up, Zhu Jue hurried to the entrance, his heart pounding uncontrollably. He gazed towards the end of the alley, silently vowing, Mayu, in this lifetime, I will not allow you to disappear again. Moments latte. A girl in a white dress appeared at the alley's mouth. With a high ponytail, fair skin, and bright eyes, it was indeed Zhou Moyu. She held a bag and, upon spotting Zhu Jue, rushed over with a smile. Zhu Jue, what happened to your hand? Why is it wrapped in gauze? Zhu Jue glanced down at his hand, recalling the wound that had yet to heal. He smiled reassuringly. It's nothing. I accidentally cut myself while cleaning things up. What did you bring me? My dad asked me to bring you cold medicine and anti-inflammatory pills, plus some cookies my mom made. Zhou Moyu handed him the bag, concern evident in her eyes. Have you been busy lately? My dad said you were reinforcing the house and buying a lot of supplies. Are you feeling unwell? Zhu Jue felt warmth spread through him at her worried gaze. He reached out to gently ruffle her hair, just as he had done countless times in his previous life. I'm fine, just sensing that the weather has been peculiar lately. So I'm preparing some supplies in advance. By the way, Mayu, for the next 3 months, try to avoid going far. If anything happens, call me anytime, understood? Zhou Moyu paused for a moment, then nodded with a smile. Got it. You sound just like my dad, always nagging. By the way, I have no classes next weekend. Should we go catch a movie? Sure. Zhu Jue readily agreed. He intended to cherish every moment spent with Zhou Moyu and prepare thoroughly for the impending apocalypse over the next 3 months. Zhou Moyu chatted with him for a few more moments before being called away by Zhou Qi's phone. Watching her retreating figure, Zhu Jue clenched his fists. With his uncle's money secured, the space upgraded, and supplies steadily accumulating, the construction team was hastening the fortress's development. Next, he needed to confront those impending relatives, draining their last vestiges of value before the bitter cold descended, ensuring all preparations were complete. The countdown to the apocalypse had already commenced, and he, Zhu Jue, was ready. Chapter 4. The emergence of the nuclear defense stronghold. the city is filled with prodigal names. The sounds of construction in the backyard of the ancestral home persisted from dawn till dusk. The shrill of cutting machines and the thunder of pile drivers stirring the entire old street into a frenzy. Zhu Jue stood on the second-floor terrace, observing the workers burying arms-thick Q690 high-strength steel into the foundation. A smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. This was the material Zhou Qi had procured through connections from a special steel factory, originally intended for the protective walls of nuclear power plants, resistant to cold, shock, and able to withstand moderate levels of nuclear radiation, precisely the nuclear-grade defense he required. Young Master Zhu, this third layer of concrete has been reinforced with lead plates and carbon fiber. The wall thickness has reached 1.2 meters. To add more, we'll need a more powerful crane. The construction team leader, Old Zhang, donned a hard hat and called up to Zhu Jue, his tone laden with astonishment. What you're doing is not merely reinforcing a house. It's akin to constructing an underground shelter. Zhu Jue cast aside a bottle of water, the sound resonating clearly. Follow the blueprint. Money is no object. The nuclear-proof door for the basement is scheduled to arrive tomorrow, right? It must meet military-grade standards, with impeccable sealing capabilities. Rest assured, the manufacturer promised delivery by dawn, and the installation crew will accompany the shipment. Old Zhang caught the water, yet he couldn't shake the nagging doubt that this young master of the Zhu family had truly lost his mind. His parents had only recently gone missing, yet he was pouring the family fortune into this old house, splurging on special steel and nuclear-proof doors. One might think he was preparing to shelter from a world war. His sentiment was not unfounded. The entire neighborhood along the old street shared the same opinion. Just as Zhu Jue turned to descend the stairs, he overheard the idle chatter of Aunt Wang and Aunt Li at the entrance of the courtyard. Their voices were low, yet each word pierced his ears. Look at the Zhu family's commotion, demolishing walls, welding steel. I heard the cost of steel alone has exceeded $1 million. This prodigal really has no sense of propriety. Indeed, his parents have barely been missing, and he is already squandering the foundation's funds on this dilapidated residence. Zhou Qi is just as foolish, assisting him in this madness. Aunt Li sighed, catching sight of Zhu Jue as he emerged, promptly sealing her lips and hastening her departure with Aunt Wang, casting him a sidelong glance that reflected the disdain reserved for a hopeless wastrel. Zhu Jue paid no heed. Such discussions had been incessant in recent days. Since the construction crew had arrived, his reputation as a reckless rich heir had spread across the street, even reaching the ears of relatives in the city, precisely the effect he desired. Zhu Jue, come out here. A sharp voice suddenly erupted from the alley. His second uncle, leaning on a cane, stormed toward him, his countenance a shade of thunder. Zhu Chong followed closely behind, clutching a bank card, his face aflame with indignation. It was evident that the second uncle had discovered the disappearance of the $2 million in his account. Zhu Jue sauntered over, feigning surprise. Second uncle, what brings you here? Weren't you supposed to be selling jade? Did you get the money back? Money? What money? The second uncle seized Zhu Jue by the collar, his hands trembling with rage. You little rascal, did you dare to trick me? My $2 million is gone. Did you have a hand in this? And that box of jade, my friend examined it and declared it nothing but dyed rocks. You'd better explain yourself. Zhu Jue deliberately displayed a look of alarm, pushing him away. Second uncle, don't wrongfully accuse me. How could I touch your money? Perhaps your friend was the one who deceived you? And as for the jade, how could it be fake? It was a legacy from my grandfather. Fake is fake. My friend has been dealing in jade for 30 years. He recognized it at a glance. The second uncle was so furious he could hardly contain himself, gesturing toward the construction site in the backyard, shouting, $2 million. I mortgaged my house to scrape together that $2 million. Did you squander it all on this dilapidated house? Zhu Jue, you prodigal. His outburst drew the attention of neighbors in the alley, who gathered around, whispering and pointing. So he spent his second uncle's money, even managing to deceive him into mortgaging his house. That's just too unscrupulous. He is truly an ingrate, causing such turmoil so soon after his parents' disappearance. The murmurs pierced through him like needles, and Zhu Chong, exasperated, exclaimed, Dad, stop wasting your breath. Call the police. Accuse him of fraud. Call the police? Zhu Jue suddenly laughed, taking a few steps forward, his gaze icy. Second uncle, are you certain you want to involve the authorities? You used the money from mortgaging your house to buy my grandfather's jade, and now you claim it's fake and wish to accuse me of fraud? But it was you who insisted on helping me sell the jade and offered to front the money. I never coerced you. If this escalates to the police, who do you think they will believe? The second uncle froze momentarily, then quickly realized that he had willingly walked into this trap without any evidence to prove Zhu Jue had deceived him. If this reached the police, he would not only lose his money, but also suffer the stigma of coveting his relative's fortune. You tricked me. The second uncle was rendered speechless, pointing at Zhu Jue for what felt like an eternity, nearly choking on a mouthful of old blood. Second uncle, let's not speak so harshly. Zhu Jue softened his tone, patting the man's shoulder. Perhaps your friend simply misjudged? The jade could very well be genuine. He might just be trying to negotiate a lower price by claiming it's fake. Besides, my house will soon be completed. Once it is, we can store the jade here and consult a true expert for valuation. Surely then we can achieve a good price, and you'll get your money back. Perhaps even make a profit. His words acted as a lifeline, and the second uncle's eyes sparkled with renewed hope. He glanced back at the impressive construction site, and then at Zhu Jue, his mind racing with possibilities. This house was quite grand. Perhaps Zhu Jue truly had something of value, just waiting to be revealed. Can it really fetch a good price? The second uncle's voice softened. Absolutely. Zhu Jue replied with a smile. However, I still need to invest a bit more in this house, such as wind-resistant glass for the top floor and a grain storage facility in the basement, all of which will require funding. Second uncle, could you possibly gather a bit more money? Once the jade sells, I'll ensure you receive a generous share, guaranteeing you a substantial return. The second uncle hesitated, but the thought of doubling his investment was tempting. He clenched his teeth. All right, I'll go gather more. But Zhu Jue, if you trick me again, I won tea, let this rest. Rest assured, second uncle. Zhu Jue waved his hand with a grin, watching as the second uncle and Zhu Chong left, their expletives echoing in the air. Internally, he scoffed at the old man, realizing that he would not shed tears until faced with the reality of his situation. Once he squeezed out the last of his resources, he could expect to be left to fend for himself in the apocalypse. The onlookers, having lost interest in the spectacle, gradually dispersed, still murmuring about the prodigal who had betrayed his relatives. Zhu Jue disregarded their chatter, turning back to the courtyard just as Zhou Qi and Zhou Mou arrived. Zhou Qi had just returned from the construction site, dust clinging to his clothes. Upon spotting Zhu Jue, he furrowed his brow. I witnessed everything. Have you deceived the second uncle again? It's not deception. It was voluntarily offered. Zhu Jue shrugged. He sought to profit from me. I merely went with the flow. This money is meant to build a fortress. Far better than allowing him to squander it during the apocalypse. Zhou Qi sighed, refraining from further argument. Observing the progress at the construction site over the past few days had lessened his doubts. Zhu Jue had amassed 3 warehouses of supplies, from compressed biscuits to antibiotics, generators to antifreeze oil, all essential commodities for survival in dire times. Especially with the nuclear-proof fortress, if extreme disasters were to strike, this house would indeed be the safest refuge. The nuclear-proof door arrives tomorrow. I confirmed with the manufacturer that its sealing performance meets military standards, and it won't crack even at -50 degrees. Zhou Qi handed him a blueprint. The basement's grain storage and water reservoir are nearly complete, with capacity for 100,000 pounds of grain and 50,000 liters of water, enough for the 3 of us for a decade. Not enough. Zhu Jue shook his head. We need to double that. 20,000 pounds of grain and 100,000 liters of water. Moreover, we must procure another batch of seeds and establish a soilless cultivation chamber in the basement. Should we exhaust the external food supply, we'll still have a means to grow our own. Zhou Qi paused, then nodded in agreement. All right, I'll make the arrangements. He had completely placed his trust in Zhu Jue. Regardless of whether the apocalypse was real or not, the more prepared Zhu Jue was, the greater their chances of survival. Zhou Mou held a bag containing the inventory list she had organized and handed it to Zhu Jue. This is the list of medicines you asked me to categorize, with antibiotics and fever reducers sorted by expiration date. I also purchased 100 tubes of the frostbite ointment you wanted. By the way, regarding the extreme cold weather data you requested, I consulted a meteorology professor from Huada. He confirmed that there's indeed a warning for severe cold waves in the next 3 months, but I never anticipated it would be this severe. Zhu Jue accepted the list, warmth flooding his heart. Although Zhou Mou was unaware of the impending apocalypse, she had diligently assisted him in preparations. From organizing supplies to researching information, never wavering in her commitment. Thank you. Zhu Jue ruffled her hair. I'll treat you to a movie next weekend. Zhu Montak Yu beamed, her eyes curving like crescents. Sounds great. I want to see the latest sci-fi film. As the 3 conversed, the sound of footsteps echoed at the entrance once more. As his third aunt and uncle arrived, accompanied by several relatives, each wearing a facade of insincere smiles. Xiao Ju, I have heard you are renovating your house. Let's take a look, Aunt Sen remarked, leading the way, her gaze sweeping across the yard. Upon spotting a pile of steel in the corner, her eyes gleamed with excitement. This house is truly impressive. It must have cost quite a fortune, no? Not too much, just a few million. Zhu Jue replied with a casual air, deliberately downplaying the expense. A few million? Uncle gasped, then sighed deeply. Xiao Ju, no offense, but your parents have just gone missing. and you're spending money so extravagantly. It doesn't bode well. Moreover, no matter how splendidly this old house is renovated, it won't hold much value. It would be wiser to distribute some of that money among the family. After all, we are all relatives, and we can keep an eye on you. As soon as this was said, other relatives chimed in. Indeed, Zhu Jue, we are only looking out for your best interests. You are but a child. It is unsafe for you to have such a large sum of money in your possession. Better to entrust it to us for safekeeping. Zhu Jue smirked inwardly, recognizing that these individuals, much like his second uncle, were merely after his wealth. He feigned hesitation, but the renovation is not yet complete. I still need to spend more money. Besides, I don't have much left, only a few million. Only a few million is not much. Aunt San's eyes widened. Zhu Jue, listen to your aunt. Don't waste money on this dilapidated house. Withdraw the funds, and let us invest together. I assure you it will be more profitable than your renovations. Invest. Zhu Jue's interest peaked. Aunt San, do you have a lucrative project in mind? Of course, she declared, thumping her chest. I know a businessman in the renewable energy sector. Invest 1 million, and you will recoup your capital in 6 months. Hand me the money, and I will handle the investment. When profits roll in, we will split the earnings. Zhu Jue felt elated. Fortune seemed to be favoring him. He pretended to be intrigued. Really? But I must finish the renovations, otherwise it will be cold in winter. Cold? Nonsense. Uncle interjected. With that money, you could buy a few down jackets. If all else fails, come to my house for the new year. I have heating. Indeed, Zhu Jue, stop the renovations and invest the money. That is the sensible course of action. The relatives all clamored in agreement, none mentioning the impending calamity, solely focused on how to abscond with his funds. Zhu Jue feigned deep contemplation before nodding. All right, I will heed Aunt San and Uncle's advice. However, I will need to gather more funds from my second uncle. He has also invested previously, and we can share the profits. Aunt San and Uncle exchanged glances, a flicker of excitement passing between them. Wonderful. We will help you contact your second uncle. Watching his relatives depart in high spirits, Zhou Qi shook his head in resignation. Are you really going to deceive them out of their money? It's not deception. It's a voluntary investment, Zhu Jue replied with a grin. This money will be used to fortify the bastion, which is far better than allowing them to perish foolishly during the apocalypse. Uncle Zhou, please assist me in procuring another batch of radiation-proof suits and air purifiers. I require the highest grade available. Zhou Qi nodded in agreement. Understood. By the way, I have traced your parents' overseas investigation project. It is associated with a laboratory called ARC, which has been researching extreme climate response strategies. I am still gathering specifics. ARC Laboratory? Zhu Jue furrowed his brow, the name striking a familiar chord, as if he had seen it in his mother's diary. I will continue my investigation, Zhou Qi assured, patting Zhu Jue's shoulder. Rest assured, we will construct the bastion and await your parents' return. Zhu Jue nodded and strolled to the construction site in the backyard, observing workers installing rebar. He retrieved the jade pendant from his chest, focusing intently as he silently chanted for the exchange of nuclear-proof coating. Yesterday, he had discovered that the space not only allowed for the exchange of gold, but also special materials. With sufficient gold, he could procure military-grade nuclear-proof coating. A low hum emanated from the jade pendant as it warmed in his grasp. The gold bars in the space diminished by half, replaced by a batch of silvery white coating, while the spatial dimensions surged from 100 cubic meters to 200. Splendid. Zhu Jue could not contain his exhilaration. With this batch of nuclear-proof coating, the bastion's defensive capabilities would be significantly enhanced. Meanwhile, the chatter at the alley's entrance persisted, with Aunt Wang and Aunt Li lamenting his extravagance, while relatives busied themselves with pooling money for investments, unaware that in 3 months, this place would become the sole sanctuary amidst the apocalypse. Zhu Jue gazed at the unfolding scene, a chilling smile curling at the corners of his lips. Discuss and calculate all you wish. When the extreme cold descends and calamities unfold, you will realize that I, Zhu Jue, am not a spendthrift, but your only beacon of hope. Alas, by then, you will have already lost your worth. The countdown to the apocalypse continued unabated, while his nuclear bastion was gradually taking shape. Chapter 5. Transactions in the Black Market. Whispers on the Dark Web. As Zhongmuyu's white dress vanished around the corner of the alley, the lingering softness of her hair at his fingertips remained with Zhu Jue. He clenched his fist, burying that fleeting warmth deep within. Now is not the time to indulge in comfort. The impending extreme cold loomed above him like a hanging icicle, and what he held in his grasp was not only his own fate, but that of the Zhou family, along with the accumulated intelligence that could shift the balance of power. In the ancestral courtyard, the sound of electric drills buzzed incessantly. The old wall in the backyard had been demolished to half its height, revealing decaying wooden posts buried within the bare yellow earth. Zhu Jue had just messaged him that the first batch of steel had arrived at the warehouse, 3 days ahead of schedule, thanks to Zhu Jue's connections at the Emergency Supplies Reserve Center that facilitated the expedited passage. Zhu Jue extracted the jade pendant from his chest with a mere thought. A palm-sized gold bar appeared in his hand, its brilliant sheen dazzling in the afternoon sunlight. This gold, neatly divided into space, weighed 50 grams each, ideal for black market transactions. What he planned to undertake was far more perilous than merely reinforcing the bastion. He intended to establish an anonymous dark web account to relay disaster warnings and specifics of upcoming anomalous events to official information collection channels. In his past life, it wasn't until a month after the extreme cold ravaged the land that the Global Information Coordination Office had finally issued its first official disaster warning, by which time electricity was interrupted, transportation had ground to a halt, and chaos reigned in most regions. Zhu Jue vividly recalled that the files later released by the Coordination Office mentioned that prior to the calamity, there were sporadic, anonymous messages flooding into the dark web information ports, but they were either vague or dismissed as pranks. His goal was to transform these scattered messages into precise information, using the specific events of 2 weeks hence to breach the official trust gap. The black market rendezvous point was set in an abandoned textile factory warehouse in the western part of the city. Zhu Jue changed into a faded work uniform, covered his face with a thin layer of dust, and slung an old canvas bag over his shoulder, which contained 3 gold bars and a second-hand laptop he had retrieved from a space. This laptop was one he had salvaged from the flea market yesterday, having disassembled the hard drive and reinstalled the system to ensure no personal information remained. The warehouse was permeated with the scent of machine oil and mildew. Dim light filtered through a few holes in the roof, illuminating the dust motes dancing in the air. In the corner stood a figure clad in a black hoodie, the brim pulled down low, a mask obscuring half of their face, fingers unconsciously rubbing a ciphered USB drive. "Where's the cargo?" the hooded figure inquired, their voice altered by a voice modulator, sounding like sandpaper scraping against metal. Zhu Jue wasted no time, extracting a gold bar from the canvas bag and tossing it over. The hooded figure caught it, weighed it in their hand, then produced a small gold testing device, scanning the bar before the screen illuminated with the words 999 pure gold. The account was a phantom node, with all dark web access records cleared, the IP redirected through 3 layers, making it impossible to trace back to its origin. The hooded figure tossed the USB drive back. The password is in the text file in the USB sroot directory, formatted after use. The dark web port for the Global Information Coordination Office is also saved there. Just a heads up, that port has AI monitoring, so avoid vague language, the more specific, the safer. Zhu Jue caught the USB drive, stowing it in the inner pocket of his canvas bag, then tossed over 2 more gold bars. Consider this a deposit. Keep an eye on that account for a week. If anything unusual occurs, notify me immediately. The hooded figure caught the gold bars, their eyes lighting up momentarily as they nodded. Rest assured, I understand the rules of the trade. A week later, still here, if there are no issues, the final payment will be settled. After speaking, he turned and vanished into the shadows deep within the warehouse, his steps light, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Zhu Jue did not linger, swiftly shouldering his canvas bag as he exited the warehouse and hailed a taxi, giving the driver the address of a convenience store 3 streets away from his ancestral home. He never brought unfamiliar vehicles near his residence, a survival rule instilled in him by 8 years of apocalyptic existence. On the second floor of the convenience store, there was a booth by the window. Zhu Jue ordered a cup of hot coffee, placed his second-hand laptop on the table, and connected a USB drive purchased on the black market. The screen illuminated, revealing an encrypted text in the root directory. After decompressing it, 2 lines of characters appeared, the account name, Permafrost Observer, and a string of garbled characters as the password. Beside it was a compressed file, which, when extracted, revealed a dark web browser, its bookmarks already populated with links to the anonymous portals of the Global Information Coordination Agency. Taking a deep breath, he connected the Ethernet cable, daring not to use wireless for fear of being tracked, and opened the dark web browser. A page emerged with a pitch-black background, featuring only a central blinking input box and a line of small text below. Anonymous Information Submission Portal. Content must include specific events, time, and location. Any lack of substantial information will be automatically filtered. Zhu Jue hovered his fingertips over the keyboard, mentally reviewing the content he needed to submit. It must be neither too vague nor compromising to his identity. He needed to adopt the tone of an observer, distilling a lifetime of memories into precise warnings. 1. In 3 months, around X month X, a persistent extreme cold disaster will erupt globally, with minimum temperatures plummeting to -40°C, lasting no less than 45 days, accompanied by widespread power outages and burst water pipes. It is essential to stockpile heating equipment, antifreeze supplies, and emergency power sources in advance. 2. In 2 weeks, on X month X day, the following areas will experience anomalous events, which can be verified. A. The suburbs of City A, 30, 12N, 114, 25E, will experience a magnitude 3.2 shallow earthquake, resulting in no casualties but causing cracks in the walls of old residential buildings. B. The reservoir in the west of City B, 31, 05N, 113, 40E, will experience piping issues, necessitating preemptive reinforcement of the dam to avoid potential localized breaches. C. The wholesale fruit and vegetable market in City C, 29, 58N, 115, 10, will encounter sudden low-temperature frost damage, with nighttime temperatures plummeting to 5C. Unprotected crops will suffer complete frostbite. 3. Subsequent disaster sequence. Following the extreme cold, there will be a sustained period of extreme heat exceeding 60C, which will subsequently trigger a wave of mutated pests and increased tectonic seismic activity. The information is derived from long-term meteorological and geological observational data, not mere conjecture. Please promptly initiate emergency plans, stockpile resources, and reinforce infrastructure. After typing the final character, Zhu Jue meticulously checked it 3 times to ensure that no detail could potentially expose his identity. Nor were there any exaggerated or ambiguous statements. Precision in details is crucial for garnering official attention, as he had witnessed too many warnings overlooked due to vague information in his previous life. The moment he clicked submit, a loading bar appeared, progressing to 100 before revealing a line of red text. Information received. It will be included in the priority verification queue. Please do not resubmit. Zhu Jue immediately closed the browser, removed the USB drive, and, using pre-prepared tools, formatted both the USB and the laptop's hard drive before stuffing the computer into his canvas bag. This laptop could no longer be used. He would have to find a way to destroy it later. Just as he completed this task, his phone buzzed. It was Zhou Qi calling. Xiaoju, where are you? Zhou Qi's voice was more urgent than usual. The Public Security Coordination Bureau just contacted me, asking why our foundation has been procuring large quantities of steel and emergency supplies, and why we have rented 3 large warehouses. They were quite detailed in their inquiries. Zhu Jue's heart tightened momentarily before relaxing. He had anticipated that regulatory authorities would notice the irregularities, especially given the conspicuous one-time procurement of over 1,000 tons of steel and 5,000 boxes of compressed biscuits. Uncle Zhou, don't panic, Zhu Jue replied in a lowered voice. Just tell them we are conducting a post-disaster reconstruction simulation project in response to the Emergency Supplies Reserve Center's call, practicing material stockpiling and site planning in advance. If they press further, steer the conversation to my parents' previous arrangements, stating that this was a plan set by my grandfather during his lifetime, aimed at preparing for future natural disasters. This statement was half-truth, as Zhu Jue's grandfather indeed enjoyed hoarding supplies, though he had never anticipated an apocalypse. The reference to the Emergency Supplies Reserve Center was a connection Zhou Qi had established while facilitating the steel procurement, and mentioning it could help defuse the situation. There was a brief silence on the other end, and Zhou Qi's voice softened. All right, I know what to say. By the way, Mo, you just mentioned that you promised her you'd go see a movie next weekend. Don't forget, that girl has been saying you're too busy to see her and is feeling a bit insecure. Zhu Jue's lips curled into a smile, the tension dissipating slightly. I won't forget. I've already booked the tickets for that sci-fi film she wanted to see. After hanging up, Zhu Jue sipped his now-cold coffee, gazing through the convenience store window at the bustling crowd across the street. Among the hurried passers-by, no one knew what this place would become in 3 months. Nor did they have any inkling that someone had just dropped a warning bomb in the dark web. He took out the jade pendant, his thoughts sinking into the space within, where gold bars piled like a small mountain, neatly arranged beside boxes of compressed biscuits and down jackets, along with several newly arrived generators. The space had expanded to 120 cubic meters, having increased after exchanging his uncle's funds for gold the previous day. He could distinctly feel the energy within the space flowing slowly, almost as if it were alive. Suddenly, his phone vibrated with an anonymous text message, containing only a single line. Information has been marked. Verification initiated. Ghost. It was from the hooded figure on the black market. Zhu Jue's heart sank momentarily, then lifted. Being marked was a good sign, indicating that the coordination agency had not dismissed his message as spam. The next 2 weeks would reveal whether the official channels would believe his warning based on the 3 impending events. He packed his belongings, slinging the canvas bag over his shoulder as he exited the convenience store and hailed a taxi headed for his ancestral home. The sunlight outside the car window was just right. Street vendors were calling out their wares, and children were playing and chasing each other, painting a picture of peace. Zhu Jue tightened his grip on the canvas bag, his knuckles turning white. He was determined to safeguard this tranquility, employing his space, his experiences, and every resource he could muster. As they approached his ancestral home, his phone buzzed again. This time, it was a WeChat message from Zhou Mou, accompanied by a screenshot of a movie ticket. I saw you NT booked, so I went ahead and bought one. Next Saturday at 2 p.m., don't be late. Followed by a sticking out tongue emoji. Zhu Jue chuckled at the screen, replying, I promise to be on time, and I'll treat you to popcorn. Putting his phone away, the taxi pulled up at the entrance of his ancestral home. The construction team's foreman spotted him returning and immediately approached. Mr. Zhu, the foundation in the backyard has been completed. Mr. Zhou said to have you take a look. Should we start transporting the steel to begin the framework? Yes. Bring it over. Zhu Jue nodded, his voice resolute. The sooner, the better. Let's aim to erect the outer steel framework within a week. The foreman acknowledged and turned to make arrangements. Zhu Jue walked into the yard, observing the exposed foundation, quietly calculating. Once the framework was complete, concrete would need to be poured inside, and an additional layer of bulletproof steel would be added to the exterior walls. The roof would require reinforcement to prevent snow accumulation from causing a collapse during the extreme cold. The basement needed to be dug deeper for storing supplies and generators. Furthermore, surveillance cameras and an electric grid should be installed in the yard to guard against any uninvited guests in the future. He took out the jade pendant from his chest. Sunlight filtered through it, casting a warm halo on the ground. The message to the dark web had been sent. The steel was on its way. And his uncle remained blissfully unaware, thinking he had struck a tremendous bargain. Everything was progressing according to plan. Yet, he couldn't shake a lingering unease, as if he had forgotten something crucial. It wasn't until he passed by the study and spotted his mother's diary on the desk that he suddenly recalled the prophecy mentioned within in that particular incident. What could it be? Was the disappearance of his parents and Aunt Zhou's flight truly an attempt to verify that matter? Zhu Jue pushed open the door to the study, picked up the diary resting on the desk, and flipped to the final page. His mother's handwriting was elegant yet tinged with urgency. The data from the Arctic ice cap monitoring station was amiss. Olchen claimed there was something concealed within the ice cores that warranted investigation. The jade pendant belonging to Xiao Zhu must be worn close to him. It was the key to the Zhu family. The Arctic ice cap monitoring station, Olchen, key. Zhu Jue furrowed his brow. These terms scattered like fragments of a puzzle in his memory, yet they failed to form a coherent picture. He returned the diary to the drawer, silently resolving that once the fortress was constructed and supplies gathered, he would uncover the truth behind his parents' disappearance. It was certainly not a mere aviation mishap. At that moment, his phone vibrated again. A text message from an unknown number read simply, "Who are you? Source?" Zhu Jue's heart raced. It was a response from the Global Information Coordination Agency. They had indeed taken note of his message and were inquiring about the source. He stared at the phone screen, his finger hovering over the keyboard. After considerable thought, he replied with just 4 words, "Survivor." Awaiting verification. After sending it successfully, he silenced the phone and tucked it into his pocket. The ensuing 2 weeks would be a period of waiting for the official verification of his warning, for the steel framework of the fortress to be erected, and for those dubious relatives to voluntarily present themselves as the next batch of fodder for his spatial upgrade. The sound of a power drill echoed in the courtyard once more as sunlight bathed the foundation, causing the yellow earth to glisten. Zhu Jue stood at the threshold of the study, gazing at the busy construction crew in the backyard with unwavering determination. The countdown to the apocalypse continued, yet this time, he was no longer a vulnerable ant at the mercy of others, but a strategic player holding the cards. Information from the dark web was the first step. The fortress was the second. Henceforth, every step he took would be deliberate and steady, until all those he cherished were safely sheltered within that steel bastion. Chapter 6. Building the fortress in Jiangsheng, covertly obtaining passports. Zhu Jue's fingertip hovered over the delete key on his phone, staring at the sent record of Survivor, awaiting verification for 3 seconds before ultimately refraining from deleting it. Since the agency had sent a follow-up query, it was likely they had backed up the information. Deleting the message would hold little significance. Instead, he opted for a long press to completely obliterate it, then removed the SIM card and tucked it into a hidden pocket within his canvas bag. This temporary card had been purchased from a convenience store the previous day and would be discarded after this transaction. He could not leave any traces related to the frozen soil observer. Better safe than sorry, a lesson learned at the cost of many lives over the past 8 years of apocalypse. Zhu Jue touched the jade pendant against his chest, the warmth radiating through the fabric momentarily calming his nerves. Outside, darkness had enveloped the sky, and the yellow streetlights illuminated the narrow alleys of the old city in Jiangxing, while the neon lights of a new district along the river flickered in the distance. The city, embraced by two arms of the river, resembled a piece of jade floating on the water, oblivious to the impending freeze that would shatter it in just over 2 months. Jiangxing, the place Zhu Jue had rooted himself in for 2 lifetimes, was built by the riverside, divided into eastern and western cities, the eastern city being a newly developed commercial hub filled with skyscrapers, while the western city, like a piece of candy softened by time, concealed the ancestral home deep within Zhu family alley. This alley was narrow, populated mainly by old neighbors, yet its complex layout provided an advantage. The ancestral home, built by his grandfather in the shape of a fortress, featured a deep foundation and thick walls, perfectly suited for conversion into a nuclear-grade shelter. "Mr. Zhu, come see this steel frame." The foreman's voice from the backyard interrupted Zhu Jue's thoughts. He slipped his phone into his inner pocket and hurried to the backyard. Just as he rounded the moon gate, he was taken aback by the sight before him. The old wall, which had previously been reduced to half, had been demolished, and a dozen steel beams, as thick as a wrist, stood firmly in the foundation. Welders donned masks, fusing joints as sparks flew and illuminated the surrounding yellow earth. The foreman approached, holding a blueprint, and said, "The new drawings sent by Mr. Zhou this morning. See the spacing of these steel frames? They adhere to the seismic resistance standards you specified. The steel is specialty grade, 12 millimeters thick, thicker than a bank vault walls. This underground shelters entrance. I suggest placing it beneath the study floor. It's discreet and facilitates easy access." Zhu Jue took the blueprint, his fingertips tracing the annotations for the underground levels. The lowest level was designated for supply storage, the middle for the generator room and water purification system, and the top for the emergency shelter, all designed according to nuclear-grade standards. Walls constructed from C80 concrete infused with rebar mesh, blast-proof sealed doors and windows, and a ventilation system equipped with filtration devices. Not only would it withstand extreme cold and earthquakes, but even in the event of a nuclear shockwave, remaining in the shelter would allow them to endure for up to half a month. "Let us proceed, as per the blueprint." Zhu Jue nodded, scanning the corner where several bundles of specialized steel plates were stacked. These were exchanged from his spatial inventory yesterday, 3 times thicker than what could be purchased on the market. When he retrieved them from his space, he had specifically instructed Zhou Qi to inform the foreman, under the guise of a special procurement from the Foundation, that this batch of materials would be delivered directly from an out-of-town manufacturer to the backyard, avoiding the front entrance to prevent arousing the worker's suspicions and aligning with his cautious nature of not exposing his spatial abilities. "Also, don't use this batch of steel today," Zhu Jue added. "Wait until tomorrow when I have the backyard enclosed with color steel panels before commencing work. We need to prevent the neighbors from seeing and asking questions." The foreman nodded in understanding. "Got it. The old city is full of chatterboxes. Best to keep it under wraps." Zhu Jue said no more and returned to the front yard. He needed to take advantage of the darkness to transfer some supplies from the warehouse into his space. Though Zhou Qi had arranged for personnel to guard the warehouse, the piled supplies were too conspicuous. It was wiser to first move the moisture-sensitive items, compressed biscuits, medicines, and down jackets, into his space, leaving only a thin layer visible to appease the occasional inspections from the Security Coordination Bureau. With a thought, the jade pendant on his chest warmed, and Zhu Jue clearly envisioned the scene within his space. 120 cubic meters divided into sections, with gleaming gold bars stacked on the left, 2,000 boxes of compressed biscuits neatly arranged in the center, a generator and gasoline barrels on the right, and a corner filled with a reformatted second-hand laptop. In a couple of days, he needed to find an isolated place to dismantle the computer, disposing of the parts in different trash bins to ensure no complete body remained. As he was organizing, his phone buzzed, a call from an unfamiliar encrypted number. Zhu Jue answered, and a familiar altered voice greeted him. "I've been keeping an eye on the frozen soil observer situation. The Coordination Bureau's AI has flagged your message for verification, and it hasn't been deleted. Additionally, regarding the items you requested, I found a channel, but real passports from our country and M country that can clear customs will cost 5 gold bars each. You'll need to pay half as a deposit." It was the ghost of the black market. Zhu Jue's passport request had been acknowledged. He had anticipated that obtaining real passports would not come cheap. 5 gold bars, each weighing 50 grams, for one, totaling 10 bars for two, which was manageable for him at present, given the nearly 100 gold bars stacked in his space, all exchanged from his uncle's funds. "Send me the address. I'll see you in half an hour." Zhu Jue did not haggle. At times like this, money was of little value, and a reliable channel was of utmost importance. He retrieved 5 gold bars from his space, wrapped them in old newspapers, and tucked them into his canvas bag. After changing into a dark coat and pulling the brim low, he exited his ancestral home. This meeting point was chosen at the abandoned dock beneath the Jiangxing Bridge, sparsely populated, with many blind spots for surveillance, suiting his cautious disposition. The wind at the dock was fierce, causing the river to roar in the distance. Cargo ships glimmered like islands adrift in the night. As Zhu Jue approached the designated container, a figure sprang from the shadows, clad in a hoodie. The ghost. Deposit? The ghost extended a hand, their voice colder than before. Zhu Jue handed over the wrapped newspaper. The ghost opened it for a glance, confirming it was pure gold, before retrieving 2 envelopes from their pocket and tossing them over. Inside are the unfinished passports, with the photos and information fields left blank. Once you provide the remaining deposit, I'll fill in the details. Delivery is in 3 days. I must caution you, these passports are borrowed. They utilize the identities of 2 recently deceased overseas Chinese. The information can be verified, so try not to use them for too long, as they are borrowed. Zhu Jue took the envelope, feeling the textured cover of the passport within, a tangible assurance of its authenticity. He refrained from opening it on the spot, instead tucking it into his inner pocket. 3 days hence, same place at 10 o'clock. The phantom nodded and swiftly vanished behind the shipping container, leaving no trace. Zhu Jue remained rooted for 2 minutes, ensuring he was not being followed before retracing his steps along the riverside path. The river breeze brushed against his face. A bit chilly, he touched the passport nestled in his pocket. These 2 passports served as his contingency. A backup plan should unforeseen circumstances arise in Jiangxing, or if leads concerning his parents directed him abroad. At the very least, he had an escape route. As for the plan set for a week later, it must remain concealed for the time being. He needed to await the verification from the coordination office regarding his warning, to ascertain whether official actions would ensue before making further arrangements. Upon returning to the ancestral home, it was nearly 10 o'clock. The construction crew had long since wrapped up for the day, leaving only the streetlight at the entrance aglow. As Zhu Jue pushed open the front door, he noticed the living room was lit. Zhou Muyu sat on the sofa, holding a thermos. Upon spotting him, she immediately stood. "Where have you been?" "My dad asked me to bring you dinner. I've been waiting for almost 2 hours." She wore a light blue sweatshirt, her hair cascading over her shoulders, her eyes betraying a hint of grievance, much like a little cat awaiting its owner's return. Zhu Jue felt a pang of softness in his heart as he approached to take the thermos from her. "I'm sorry. I went to the warehouse to check on supplies and forgot to message you. But you can't skip meals just to check supplies." Zhou Muyu pouted, reaching out to touch his coat. "Why is it so cold? The wind by the river is strong. Did you go there again?" Zhu Jue's heart sank slightly. Zhou Muyu understood him all too well, aware that he often sought solace by the river when troubled. He quickly diverted the conversation. "No, I just took a longer route. By the way, don't you have classes tomorrow? Why did you come over so late?" "Tomorrow is Saturday. No classes," Zhou Muyu replied, sitting beside him as he opened the thermos. "My mom made your favorite braised pork and rice. Eat it while it's hot. Oh, and I've already bought the movie tickets for next Saturday. It's at 2 in the afternoon. Don't forget." "I won't forget." Zhu Jue picked up a piece of braised pork and placed it in his mouth, the familiar flavor reminiscent of Zhou Auntie's cooking from his previous life, the taste he cherished most during the apocalypse. He gazed into Zhou Muyu's bright eyes, silently vowing, "In this lifetime, not only must I ensure your survival, but you shall also savor your mother's braised pork every day." Zhou Muyu chatted with him about school matters, mentioning that their class was organizing a spring outing to the botanical garden on the outskirts of the city, asking if he would like to join. Zhu Jue felt a stirring in his heart. The botanical garden was not far from the site in the outskirts of City A, where he had reported an impending earthquake to the coordination office 2 weeks hence. It would be a perfect opportunity to assess the condition of the old houses there, and also to subtly warn Zhou Muyu to avoid perilous areas. "I'll go with you," Zhu Jue affirmed. "I could use a stroll in the botanical garden too." Zhou Muyu's eyes lit up. "That's wonderful. I'll tell the class monitor tomorrow." After Zhou Muyu left, Zhu Jue tidied up the thermos and entered the study. He retrieved a notebook from a drawer. A physical one, not digital. Densely filled with addresses he had meticulously noted from his previous life. Businesses in Jiangxing that hoarded supplies. Li's grain and oil store in the West City, where the owner inflated rice prices to 100 yuan per jean at the onset of the apocalypse. A hardware store in the East City that stockpiled heaters and generators, later looted by thugs, with the owner murdered, and a cold storage warehouse on the outskirts, filled with vast quantities of meat and vegetables, which he had searched for half a month only to find it already ransacked by others. These locations constituted his targets for zero-cost acquisitions, not for the purpose of theft, but to exploit the chaos of the early apocalypse and utilize his spatial abilities to collect the hoarded supplies. Documenting them was meant to scout the sites in advance, confirming the quantities and locations of the supplies to avoid frantic disarray later. as he jotted down the final address. Zhu Jue tore the page out of the notebook and ignited it with a lighter, watching as the paper turned to ashes before discarding the remnants into the toilet. Ensuring no trace of paper remained, a habit of his. Having completed this task, he approached the window, gazing at the dark steel frame of the backyard. The moonlight cast a cold glow upon the steel plates, resembling a slumbering behemoth. Zhu Jue retrieved the jade pendant from his chest, within the confines of his spatial realm. The passports lay quietly beside the gold bars, the pile of supplies steadily rising, and the silhouette of his fortress gradually taking shape in reality. He understood that each step he took was precarious. Information from the dark web could invite official scrutiny, black market transactions might lead to treachery, and troublesome relatives could show up unannounced. Even the secret of his spatial abilities could be exposed. Yet he had no choice. He could only rely on the memories of 2 lifetimes and a cautious demeanor to fortify his fortress and safeguard those around him. His phone vibrated once more. A text from the coordination office, still containing just 5 words, awaiting verification. Zhu Jue regarded the message, a faint smile playing on his lips. Patience was essential. Once the verification results emerged in 2 weeks, he would discern whether he could emerge victorious in this preemptive battle against the apocalypse. Outside, the river wind continued to blow, and the night in Jiangcheng remained tranquil. Yet Zhu Jue was acutely aware that beneath the calm surface, undercurrents were already stirring. His fortress, his passports, his supplies, and the secrets he harbored within were all weapons in his struggle against the impending apocalypse. In the forthcoming week, his only task was to continue laying careful plans and await the opportune moment. Chapter 7. The Revelation of the Apocalypse, the Seizure of Jade in Myanmar. The night breeze wrapped in river mist blew into the ancestral home as study. Just as Zhu Jue had finished flushing away the ashes of the burned notebook, he turned to find Zhou Qi standing at the doorway, clutching a document, his brows furrowed tightly. The living room lights were off. Only the light from the study illuminated his face, revealing the bloodshot eyes that indicated he had just rushed over from the foundation without rest. Uncle Zhou, why are you still awake at this hour? Zhu Jue felt a stir in his heart, realizing Zhou Qi had come urgently regarding the procurement of supplies. Though he anticipated his arrival would be so swift, Zhou Qi stepped into the study and slammed the document onto the table, revealing an asset list. The properties you asked me to handle, the shop in the West City and the apartment in the East City, have been put up for sale. The buyers are pressing hard on the price. The highest I can sell for is $12 million. As for the Foundation's liquid assets, after necessary operational costs, only $8 million can be mobilized. Altogether, that makes $20 million. What do you need so much money for? His voice was laced with suppressed urgency. Previously, Zhu Jue had only mentioned it would be of great use without further elaboration. Now that real money was involved, he could no longer contain his curiosity. Zhu Jue stared at the list on the table, his fingertip pausing over the 20 million figure, just enough to deceive Lord Kuan from Myanmar for the collateral. Taking a deep breath, he walked to the window and drew the curtains, and when he turned back, he held a yellow diary, his mother's. Uncle Zhou, please look at this first. Zhu Jue handed the diary over, his voice heavy as if burdened by lead. This is what my mother wrote before she left. The last entry mentions that the extreme weather warning prophecy is true, and that the 50 million emergency funds my father transferred were not lost. They went to investigate ahead of time. Zhou Qi took the diary and quickly flipped to the last few pages, the elegant handwriting piercing his eyes with pain. He had been friends with Zhu Jue's parents for over 20 years and knew that they never spoke empty words, especially that phrase, "Take good care, Xiao Ju," which mirrored the 3 words in his wife's encrypted message. And this. Zhu Jue extracted his mobile phone and retrieved the text message records with the Global Information Coordination Agency, concealing the account details of the Permafrost Observer while retaining only the content of the pending verification alert. 2 weeks prior, I had sent a warning to the agency via an anonymous account, predicting an extreme cold snap in 3 months, alongside the imminent earthquake in City A and the reservoir breach in City B. The agency has now marked this information and is merely awaiting verification. Zhou Qi's fingers clenched tightly, his diary and messages striking him like 2 hammers, shattering the delusions he had long clung to. He raised his gaze toward Zhu Jue and found no trace of jest in the young man's eyes, only a gravity that belied his years. Xiao Ju, how did you come to know all this? I had a rather lengthy dream, Zhu Jue replied, omitting the details of reincarnation and instead opting for the explanation most palatable to Zhou Qi. I envisioned the next 8 years, extreme cold claiming lives, scorching heat reducing the earth to ash, swarms devouring humanity, earthquakes razing cities, and my second uncle swindling away my fortune. On the 3rd day of the extreme cold, MOU vanished, and you suffered a broken leg while protecting me from falling debris. As for my parents and Aunt Zhou, their flight did not crash. It was merely... His voice faltered, laden with emotion as he concluded, in this lifetime, I shall never allow those visions to unfold again. Zhou Qi remained silent for an extended period, the only sound in the study being the ticking of the clock. Finally, he exhaled deeply, returning the diary to Zhu Jue, his astonishment transforming into resolve. I believe you. I will gather 20 million by tomorrow. Now, how shall we proceed? We need to procure jade artifacts, an abundance of them. Zhu Jue instructed, gesturing to the jade pendant resting against his chest. This is the Zhu family's ancestral jade pendant, capable of storing items and upgrading to gold. The more jade, food, and resources we accumulate, the larger our space will become. Currently, we only have 120 cubic meters, which is insufficient for the supplies we will need. We must expedite the expansion. He paused before unveiling a meticulously crafted plan. There's a businessman in Myanmar named Kuan Yi. After the last extreme heat wave, he amassed a fortune through stockpiling weapons and supplies, slaughtering over 1,000 people in Jiang City, a man devoid of humanity. He possesses a jade artifact warehouse, hoarding at least 200 million worth of raw stones and finished products. I intend for you to accompany me to Myanmar under the guise of collaborating on jade mining, tricking him into pawning the jade artifacts to us, claiming we will provide 20 million as a deposit and borrow 200 million worth of jade for circulation. In 3 months, we will repay him 230 million. Should we fail to do so, the jade will become ours. Zhou Qi's eyes widened as the implication sank in. By then, the extreme cold would have arrived, and this debt would be moot. Indeed, Zhu Jue confirmed, unashamedly revealing the expediency of the plan, which would not only secure a vast quantity of jade to augment their space, but also avenge the grievances from his past life. This time, he would ensure that he extracted a toll from Kuan Yi. Zhou Qi nodded resolutely, without hesitation. Very well, I shall accompany you. Tomorrow, I will contact channels in Myanmar, fabricate the necessary documents for our collaborative project, and find a reliable translator. By the way, should we also address the villa and vacation estate left by your parents? Yes, Zhu Jue replied, his eyes brightening as he recalled those 2 properties. We must empty the villa of its antiques, paintings, and precious metals, placing anything difficult to handle directly into storage. As for the vacation estate in the mountains on the outskirts of the city, Kuan Yi had converted it into an armory in his later years, concealing numerous firearms and cold weapons. Before we head to Myanmar, we must dismantle that armory. Those weapons will be invaluable for reinforcing our defenses. Zhou Qi jotted down notes. I will arrange for this. The villa's contents will be moved under the cover of night, while we shall discreetly enlist a few trusted veterans to clear the armory, minimizing any commotion. The 2 continued their deliberations for nearly an hour, meticulously planning every detail from their meeting with Kuan Yi to the timeline for asset liquidation and the subsequent storage of materials following the space upgrade. Both were cautious. Zhu Jue feared exposing their storage capabilities, while Zhou Qi was wary of unforeseen complications, each harboring a desire for absolute assurance. The following morning, Zhou Qi set off to the Foundation with a fabricated jade mine collaboration proposal, while Zhu Jue contacted Phantom. This time, they did not arrange a meeting, but communicated directly through encrypted messages. I required detailed information on Kuan Yi, including the address of his jade warehouse, recent transaction records, and a list of enemies. Name your price. Phantom replied swiftly. 50,000, delivered to your email within 2 hours. Additionally, the stab-proof vests and crossbows you requested have been sourced. 10 sets of vests, 20 crossbows, and 500 bolts, totaling 100,000, payable upon delivery. Zhu Jue promptly transferred 50,000 from the gold bars he had previously exchanged, which he had deposited into a newly opened bank account specifically for these clandestine transactions. 2 hours later, he indeed received the information on Kuan Yi, a man in his 50s, a Chinese national residing in Myanmar, who had risen to prominence through jade smuggling, a ruthless individual. The warehouse was located in the outskirts of Yangon, and he was currently seeking partners due to cash flow issues. Fortune favors us, Zhu Jue mused, a cold smile gracing his lips. In his previous life, Kuan Yi had deceived many with his facade of poverty. Now, he was destined to fall victim to his own traps. In the afternoon, Zhou Qi called, reporting that the clearing of the villa and estate had commenced. The antiques and precious metals from the villa are being moved to the warehouse in batches. Once night falls and there are no witnesses, you can discreetly transfer them into storage. We have also located the armory at the estate. It contains 5 hunting rifles, 30 machetes, and a considerable amount of ammunition. The veterans are currently transporting them to the warehouse, so be ready to receive them. Understood, Zhu Jue replied. hanging up and taking advantage of the construction team's lunch break to sneak into the warehouse. Inside, he found a collection of rosewood furniture, blue and white porcelain vases, and several boxes of gold bars and silver coins, all stacked alongside the weapons transported from the estate. Ensuring no one was around, he concentrated, reciting the incantation as his jade pendant grew warm. In an instant, the items vanished, and the scenery within his storage space transformed rapidly. Several boxes of silver coins were added next to the gold bars. The rosewood furniture leaned against the wall, and he placed the weapons in a separate corner. The volume of the space expanded from 120 cubic meters to 150 cubic meters. Only an increase of 30 cubic meters? Zhu Jue frowned, realizing that the energy from ordinary antiques and precious metals paled in comparison to that of pure gold and jade, further solidifying his resolve to seek out Kuan Yi in Myanmar. On the third day, Zhu Jue and Zhou Qi boarded a flight to Yangon, Myanmar. On the plane, Zhu Jue presented his passport to Zhou Qi, which Phantom had delivered with the necessary information filled out. The photograph depicted both Zhu Jue and Zhou Qi, while the identity details belonged to two recently deceased overseas Chinese with no verifiable existence. "Is this passport reliable?" Zhou Qi inquired, anxiously touching the cover. "Rest assured, Phantom assured me it will pass through customs, and it is only valid for 3 months. By the time the extreme cold arrives, this passport will be rendered useless." Zhu Jue replied, tucking the passport away and leaning back in his seat to rest, recalling Kuan Ye's weaknesses from his past life: greed, paranoia, a penchant for discussing business over drinks, and a desire for face-saving. As long as they flattered him, any terms could be negotiated. Upon arriving in Yangon, the two contacted Kuan Ye's assistant as planned. The following afternoon, they met with Kuan Yi in a private room of a luxurious hotel. The man, in his 50s, donned a floral shirt, a thick gold chain hung around his neck, and he idly toyed with a jade carving, his gaze slithering over Zhu Jue and Zhou Qi like a serpent. "Mr. Zhou, I hear you wish to collaborate on a jade mine?" Kuan Yi lifted his teacup, but did not drink, merely skimming the surface with a lid to remove the foam. Zhou Qi seized the moment, presenting the fabricated proposal. "Kuan Yi, our mine is located in northern Myanmar, recently yielding high-quality jadeite. However, we lack the funds for extraction. I understand you are a respected figure in the jade industry, and we wish to partner with you. We are prepared to offer a 20 million deposit in exchange for borrowing 200 million worth of jade for circulation. In 3 months, we will repay you 230 million. Should we fail to do so, both the mine and the jade will be yours." Kuan Yi perused the proposal, skepticism evident in his eyes. "A 20 million deposit, borrowing 200 million in jade? Do you possess such confidence?" Zhu Jue took the opportunity to raise his glass in a toast to Kuan Yi. "Kuan Yi, our Zhu family is quite reputable in Jiang City. We would never deceive you. Furthermore, the exploration report for the mine was issued by a reputable agency. If you have any doubts, feel free to send someone to verify. We are simply in urgent need of jade for circulation, and once the mine begins producing jadeite, the repayment will not be 230 million, but 500 million. He deliberately announced the sum of 500 million with great emphasis, then removed the jade bracelet from his wrist and handed it to Master Kuan, saying, "This heirloom jade was passed down from my grandfather. Take a look. Our Zhu family is not without means." Master Kuan accepted the bracelet, examining it against the light, a flicker of avarice glinting in his eyes. This indeed was an old pit jade, worth at least 1 million. His skepticism diminished somewhat, and he pondered his recent financial strain. If he could secure a 20 million deposit and then lend out 200 million in jade, he would either collect 230 million in 3 months or seize the mine, a guaranteed profit. "Excellent," Master Kuan exclaimed, slapping the table. "I believe you. Tomorrow, I will take you to the warehouse to inspect the goods. We will sign the contract, and once the deposit is in, you can take the jade whenever you like." Zhu Jue and Zhou Qi exchanged glances, a hint of a smile flickering in their eyes. The bait had been taken. The following day, Master Kuan took them to the warehouse in the outskirts of Yangon. Upon opening the door, they were greeted by a dazzling array of jade raw stones and finished products, jadeite, Hutian jade, and green jade, all mesmerizing and overwhelming. Zhu Jue suppressed his excitement, feigning a count as he mentally collected the jade pieces into his space. He refrained from taking everything, only gathering half, while the remaining half was loaded onto a truck, pretending to transport it back to Jiangsheng to avoid arousing Master Kuan's suspicions. The prompt of the space upgrade resonated in his mind. Current volume, 1,200 cubic meters. Zhu Jue's heart soared with delight. 1,200 cubic meters, enough to accommodate all supplies and weapons. After signing the contract, Zhou Qi transferred the 20 million deposit to Master Kuan's account. Holding the transfer receipt, Master Kuan beamed with joy, personally escorting them to the truck. Mr. Zhou, I await your good news in 3 months. As the truck departed the warehouse, Zhu Jue glanced at Master Kuan's figure in the rearview mirror, a cold smile creeping onto his lips. Master Kuan, prepare to receive your apocalyptic gift in 3 months. Zhou Qi patted his shoulder. Don't celebrate too soon. We must quickly transport the remaining jade back. The fortress in Jiangxing awaits our return to keep watch. Zhu Jue nodded, pulling out his phone to text Ghost. Keep an eye on Master Kuan for me. If he senses something amiss, inform me immediately. Just as the message was sent, his phone rang with an unfamiliar domestic number. Upon answering, the voice from the coordination office came through. Permafrost observer. Seismic activity in the outskirts of City A has been verified. The reservoir in City B has been reinforced against piping, and the frost damage warning for City C is in effect. Please provide detailed data on subsequent disasters as soon as possible. The coordination office will initiate an emergency response. Zhu Jue's heart raced. The warning had been validated. The authorities were finally springing into action. He gazed out at the swiftly passing scenery, touching the jade pendant at his chest, silently vowing, Mom and Dad, and Zhou, MOU, wait for me. I will ensure you all find refuge within the fortress and endure through this impending apocalypse. The truck sped towards Yangon Airport, the jade within serving merely as a ruse. The true treasure lay safely within Zhu Jue's space. As the impending battle of the apocalypse loomed 3 months ahead, his confidence grew considerably. Chapter 8. Acquiring Arms in Northern Myanmar, the Dark Gold Cavern. As the truck departed from Master Kuan's jade warehouse, the sun in the outskirts of Yangon had just passed its zenith, the asphalt softened by the heat, and the rubber trees outside swayed under the cacophony of cicadas. Zhu Jue leaned against the passenger's seat, his fingers caressing the jade pendant at his chest, vividly picturing the scene within his space. Nearly 10,000 pieces of jade piled like a small mountain, the green glow of raw jade shimmering in the dark compartment. The space's volume had surged to 1,200 cubic meters, tenfold from before, yet he knew it was still insufficient. Uncle Zhou, have we established contact with the arms dealer? Zhu Jue turned to Zhou Qi, who was intently observing the rearview mirror for any tales. Yes, he's Scarface, a tough character in the local circle with access to military channels. Zhou Qi retrieved a folded map from the storage compartment, pointing to a red dot on the northern Myanmar border, the trading location at an abandoned sugar factory, a 2-hour drive from their current position. He specifically instructed that only 2 people were allowed, no electronic devices besides communication equipment, and body searches would be conducted. Zhu Jue nodded, having anticipated such protocols in black market arms dealings. He produced a palm-sized metal box from his space, containing disassembled parts of a miniature night vision device. A skill honed from his previous life in the ruins, this discreet item was cleverly concealed within a belt compartment, undetectable by ordinary scanners. Search me if you must. But don't worry, I'm prepared. The truck circled the rubber forest thrice to ensure they weren't being followed, then turned onto a bumpy dirt road leading to the abandoned sugar factory. The factory's iron gate was rusted, and 2 men clad in camouflage stood sentinel, AK-47s in hand. As the truck approached, they immediately signaled for it to stop. Mr. Zhou, a scar man approached, clearly Scarface, his gaze sweeping over the truck window before landing on Zhu Jue. And who might this be? My nephew, Zhu Jue, in charge of inventory, Zhou Qi replied, opening the truck door and raising his hands. As per the rules, go ahead and search. The 2 men in camouflage approached with handheld metal detectors, thoroughly inspecting Zhou Qi from jacket to shoes, even disassembling his phone for a check. When it came to Zhu Jue, the detector beeped twice near his waist, prompting Scarface to squint. What do you have? Zhu Jue remained composed, producing the metal box from his waist. A family heirloom pocket watch, pure copper. Go ahead. Take a look. He opened the box to reveal an old pocket watch, the night vision device's parts having been discreetly stored in his space's instantaneous retrieval function, proving fortuitous at that moment. Scarface examined the watch and found nothing amiss, gesturing for his men to let them pass. Follow me. The goods are inside. The factory was desolate, a makeshift platform in the center displaying an array of arms. 2 M24 sniper rifles wrapped in matte black fabric, their scopes glinting coldly. 3 M249 light machine guns, their barrels heavy. 15 RPG rocket launchers leaning against the wall, adjacent to piles of dark warheads. 20 M67 grenades lay on the ground, along with 10 boxes of ammunition marked for 7. 62mm machine guns, each box containing 2,000 rounds, totaling 20,000, and 1 box of 7. 62mm sniper-specific rounds, containing 1,000 rounds, emblazoned with NATO standard markings. These are quality goods, surplus stock from the military, and their performance is reliable. Scarface picked up one of the M24 rifles, handing it to a nearby subordinate for demonstration. The subordinate approached a target in the factory's corner, aimed the sniper rifle, and with a crack, a bullet hole appeared in the steel target 50 meters away. Another subordinate lifted an RPG, aimed at a vacant wall, and with a boom, the wall was blasted into a half-meter-deep crater, debris scattering. Zhu Jue stood 3 meters away, his gaze swiftly scanning each weapon, mentally calculating. M24 effective range of 800 meters. Suitable for sniping at the fortress perimeter. M249 with its rapid fire, capable of suppressing incoming assailants. RPGs ideally suited for large obstacles or cluster targets, with 15 rounds being just the right amount. How will the pricing work? Zhou Qi interjected, restraining Zhu Jue, who was itching to touch the weapons. He understood Zhu Jue's rules. Do not handle unfamiliar weapons to avoid leaving fingerprints or traces. Scarface squatted atop a box of ammunition, extending his finger. M24. $8,000 million each. M249. $150,000 M each. RPG rocket launcher with ammunition. $1,200 million each. Grenades. $300 million each. Ammunition priced by the box. Machine gun ammo at $1,200 million per box. Sniper ammo at $5,000 million per box. If you take everything, it will be $500,000 M. Not a cent less. This price was lower than Zhu Jue had anticipated. The black market in northern Myanmar, being close to the arms source, typically offered prices 30% lower than the international market. $500,000 M converted to Chinese currency amounted to approximately $1.9 million. A manageable burden for him at present. Deal, but we 1T touch the goods. Have your men pack them up and load them onto our truck, Zhu Jue added. The money will transfer to your account now. Scarface grinned, revealing his yellowed teeth. Refreshing. I find great appreciation for those who adhere to the rules. On the spot, Zhou Qi transferred $500,000 M through a cryptocurrency account. Upon receiving the notification of the transaction, Scarface immediately instructed his subordinates to wrap the arms in 3 large packages using waterproof tarps and load them into the truck's bed. Zhu Jue stood by, seemingly unmoving, yet he had already locked onto the packages with his mind. Once the truck departed from the sugar factory and found a secluded spot, he could instantly retrieve them into his space. As they drove away from the sugar factory, dusk had already descended. Zhou Qi turned the vehicle onto an abandoned logging road, confirming the surroundings were clear before nodding at Zhu Jue. Zhu Jue closed his eyes, concentrating intently. The jade pendant at his chest began to emit a slight warmth. In an instant, the 3 packages in the truck's bed vanished, and the dark compartment within his space automatically designated a weapons area, with sniper rifles, machine guns, and RPGs neatly arranged, while boxes of ammunition were piled in the adjacent space. After the recent upgrade, the automatic zoning function had been activated. He had specifically set the weapons area as a non-absorption zone to prevent the space from inadvertently absorbing the weapons. Is there enough room in the space? Zhou Qi inquired. Indeed, it is just upgraded to 200 cubic meters, ample for this amount of material, Zhu Jue replied. He then suddenly shifted the conversation. Uncle Zhou, please wait for me here for half an hour. I have some matters to attend to and will return shortly. Without waiting for Zhou Qi to ask further, Zhu Jue had already opened the truck door and vanished into the night, heading toward Master Kuen's backyard. In his previous life, he had heard rumors that Master Kuen's warehouse basement concealed a treasure vault, along with a collection of high-end jade artifacts that had not yet been sold. What had been taken previously were merely the visible goods, while the true treasures lay hidden in the dark compartments. Relying on memories from his past life, Zhu Jue maneuvered around the back wall of the warehouse, retrieved night vision goggles from his space, and also produced a multifunctional military knife he had taken from the villa's armory. The wall stood 3 meters high. He took a few running steps and, using the wall's crevice, climbed over effortlessly, landing silently like a cat. Inside the warehouse, there were only 2 guards huddled in the guard room playing cards. Zhu Jue pressed himself against the wall, stealthily making his way to the back door of the warehouse, where he pried open the rusted padlock with his knife and slipped inside. The entrance to the basement was at the corner of the warehouse, obstructed by a pile of raw stones. He moved the stones aside to reveal an iron cover. Upon opening it, he found a steep staircase leading down. The basement was permeated with the musty scent of mold and the faint aroma of money. Activating his night vision goggles, Zhu Jue spotted 3 iron boxes against the wall. The first box was filled with cash, neatly stacked bundles of M dollars and Huabei currency. A rough estimate suggested at least 3 million M dollars and 2 million Huabei. The second box contained exquisite jade artifacts, including a palm-sized jade guanyin and a string of Hatian jade beads, each worth over $1 million. The third box held antiques, bronze mirrors, and blue and white porcelain vases. All smuggled goods from Master Cohen. Truly a plump sheep, Zhu Jue sneered, and with a flick of his mind, the 3 iron boxes were instantly absorbed into his space. The pile of jade artifacts within his space surged once more. The moment the cash met the jade pendant resonated with a strong vibration. The space upgraded, consuming 500 pieces of jade and an equivalent of $1 million in cash. Current volume, 2,000 cubic meters. Activating the preservation zone for supplies and the energy reserve zone. Zhu Jue's heart leaped with joy. 2,000 cubic meters. That was more than enough to accommodate all the supplies needed for the fortress in Jiangxing. Moreover, the newly added preservation zone was perfectly suited for storing vegetables and meats, while the energy reserve zone could house generators and gasoline, effectively addressing his previous concerns. He lingered no longer, retracing his steps. As he climbed back over the wall, the guards remained obliviously engrossed in their card game, completely unaware that the warehouse's basement had been emptied. "Where have you been? Why is your face so flushed?" Zhou Qi inquired upon his return. "Nothing, I just ran too quickly," Zhu Jue deflected, choosing not to mention the treasure vault. It wasn't a matter of mistrust towards Zhou Qi, but rather, in such underhanded dealings, the fewer who knew, the better, to avoid future complications. The truck roared back to life, heading toward Yangon Airport. Zhu Jue took out his phone and sent an encrypted message to Ghost. "The basement of Master Cohen's warehouse has been cleared. Keep a close watch on him, and ensure he does not discover it prematurely." A few seconds later, Ghost replied, "Rest assured. He is currently busy boasting about his grand business and has not yet checked the warehouse. When will you return to the country?" "Tomorrow morning's flight," Zhu Jue texted back, then stowed his phone, leaning back against the seat and gazing out at the night. The stars over northern Myanmar shone brightly, yet they could not illuminate the impending apocalypse. Nevertheless, the cards he held were already formidable enough. The following morning, Zhu Jue and Zhou Qi boarded the flight back to their homeland. As the plane ascended, Zhu Jue peered through the window towards Yangon, silently contemplating. "Master Cohen, what you owe the people of Jiangxing, I shall collect a portion of the interest on your behalf. When the apocalypse arrives, we shall settle the full account." The aircraft soared through the clouds, heading toward Jiangxing. Within the confines of his space, the 2,000 cubic meters of dark compartments brimmed with jade artifacts, arms arranged in formation. Cash and antiques sprawled in the corners, along with supplies collected from the villa and the estate, forming the most robust core of the impending fortress. Upon disembarking, Zhou Qi went to manage the visible jade artifacts being returned to Jiangxing, which were actually empty boxes containing only a few worthless raw stones. While Zhu Jue returned directly to the ancestral home, the construction team in the yard was pouring concrete, and the steel framework had already been erected, with the nuclear-grade walls gradually taking shape. "Mr. Zhu, you have returned." The foreman rushed over, handing him a progress report. "As per your request, the underground shelter has been excavated to 3 levels, and we can begin pouring next week. The external blast-proof doors have also been ordered and will arrive in 10 days. Zhu Jue nodded, accepting the report, while calculating in his mind. In 2 months, the fortress will be completed, with ample supplies, sufficient weapons, and enough space. Next, we shall await the emergency response from the coordination agency, as well as those precious relatives who will come knocking. Suddenly, his phone vibrated. It was a message from the coordination agency. Level 3 emergency response activated, requiring you to provide a list of key protection areas during the extreme cold period. Please respond promptly. Zhu Jue looked at the message, a smile tugging at his lips. The authorities had finally taken action in this impending war of the apocalypse. He would no longer be fighting alone. Yet, he knew well that the coordination agency's response was merely the beginning. The true trial awaited with the arrival of the extreme cold in 2 months. He stepped into his study, retrieving the cash from Master Cohen's small vault within his space, dividing it into 2 portions. One to give to Zhou Qi for the continued construction of the fortress, and the other to deposit into his encrypted account as emergency funds. Then, he opened his notebook and pinned down the subsequent plan. 1. Provide the coordination agency with a list of key protection areas, excluding the ancestral home, safeguarding the Zhu family and the general public. 2. Clear the remaining hoarding merchants in Jiangxing, Li's grain and oil store, hardware and building material shop. 3. Fortify the fortress's surveillance and electrical grid and install weapon racks. 4. Await the arrival of those precious relatives to extract their final value. After completing his notes, he locked the notebook away in the drawer and walked over to the window, observing the busy construction crew in the backyard. The sunlight spilled onto the concrete, casting a blinding glare, resembling a formidable barrier. Zhu Jue touched the jade pendant at his chest, feeling its warm and smooth texture. The jade artifacts in his space continued to emanate energy, while the arms lay quietly in the weapons area, and cash and supplies had formed a mountain. He understood that he was well prepared. No matter what calamity, be it natural or man-made, would strike during the extreme cold in 2 months, he would be ready to face it. The countdown to the apocalypse continued, but this time, his fortress would be unassailable. Chapter 9. Secret Report to the Coordination Agency. Outwitting Numerous Relatives. The desk lamp in the study of the Ancestral home cast a warm yellow glow as Zhu Jue hovered his fingertips over the smartphone screen for 3 minutes before finally typing out a response to the Coordination Agency. He refrained from listing all the vulnerable areas in Jiangcheng, instead selecting only the old residential district in the West City, the hospital cluster in the East City, and the suburban reservoir as essential points to protect. He deliberately omitted the Zhu family's lane. Even the area near Zhou Mou School was only marked with a suggestion to enhance patrols, without mentioning specific protective measures. Key protection areas. 1. The old residential district of Xiqing, characterized by numerous dilapidated buildings with inadequate resistance to cold and seismic activity. It is imperative to distribute heating equipment and reinforce walls in advance. 2. The medical cluster in Dongcheng, comprising 3 tertiary hospitals. It is vital to ensure power supply and medication reserves, serving as a subsequent disaster relief transfer station. 3. Hongfeng Reservoir on the outskirts of the city, linked to the water supply for 30 urban districts. Reinforcement of the dam and insulation of pipes is necessary. Further details regarding subsequent disasters will be submitted upon further observation. The Permafrost Observer. At the moment he clicked send, Zhu Jue silenced his phone and tucked it deep into the drawer. He dared not approach the coordination office too closely. His anonymous identity served as his greatest protection. Once his true information was exposed, no one could ascertain whether the authorities would treat him as a special observation subject to be controlled. Mr. Zhou asked me to give this to you. A voice from outside announced as a bodyguard handed him an envelope. Upon opening it, Zhu Jue discovered detailed information about Li's grain and oil store and a hardware store. The owner of Li's, Old Li, has long hoarded grain, with the storeroom located in the basement at the back alley, the key hidden beneath the doormat. The hardware store's owner, Zhao T, has had dealings with Uncle Kuan involving smuggling, and on the second floor of his store lies unreported generators and heaters. With only an old man watching the shop at night, Uncle Zhou has certainly done his homework. Zhu Jue chuckled softly, folding the documents and tucking them into his coat pocket. It was now 9 in the evening, and the alleys of the old city were devoid of life. Perfect for his purpose. He changed into a black tracksuit, pulled the brim of his hat low, retrieved a pair of thin gloves from his space to avoid leaving fingerprints, and armed himself with a multi-functional army knife, just in case. Exiting his ancestral home, he chose not to drive, swiftly making his way towards Li's grain and oil store. Navigating the shadows of the alley, Li's shutter door was tightly closed. Zhu Jue circled to the back, and indeed, found a set of keys beneath the doormat. Upon unlocking the back door, he was greeted by the musty scent of aged grains. The entrance to the basement was located in the corner of the kitchen. He lifted the cover and shone his phone's flashlight down the steep stairs, revealing a pile of large burlap sacks below. They were filled with unhulled rice and flour, perfectly suitable for storage in his space. Zhu Jue donned his gloves, refraining from touching the sacks, and directly utilized his mental ability to lock into the remote access function of his expanded storage, causing dozens of sacks to vanish in an instant. The preservation area of his space illuminated softly, with the rice and flour neatly organized and labeled for storage of up to 180 days. Just as he finished collecting the grain, footsteps echoed from the alley. Zhu Jue promptly turned off his flashlight and concealed himself behind stairs. It was the elderly shopkeeper, humming a tune as he returned to retrieve something. He wandered around the kitchen, failing to notice anything amiss, and then locked the door behind him as he left. Zhu Jue waited until the footsteps faded before emerging from the basement, securing the back door and returning the keys to their hiding place flawlessly. Even he could find no fault in his actions. Next was the hardware store. Zhao Tuzu's establishment was located 3 kilometers away in Dongcheng, far from the old city. Zhu Jue hailed a taxi and alighted a couple of streets from the store, proceeding on foot. The store was shrouded in darkness, save for a small light on the second floor where the old man was watching television. Zhu Jue circled to the back, retrieving a thin wire from his space. Employing lock-picking skills he had honed his past life amidst the ruins, and deftly pried open the back door. The first floor was cluttered with hardware parts, which he avoided, opting to ascend directly to the second floor. The old man was sprawled on the sofa, fast asleep, the television still on, surrounded by several cardboard boxes labeled with terms like diesel generator and fuel heater. He held his breath, mentally collecting the boxes one by one, his movements as light as a breeze. After securing the last box, The energy reserve area of his space automatically expanded, with the generator and heater categorized and arranged, conveniently marked for regular oil checks. Just as he reached the staircase, the old man unexpectedly turned over, and Zhu Jue immediately froze, waiting a few seconds to ensure the old man remained asleep before quietly descending the stairs, locking the back door behind him and vanishing into the night. Upon returning to his ancestral home, it was nearly midnight. Zhu Jue entered his study, his consciousness diving into the space where nearly 1/3 of the 2,000 cubic meters had been filled with categorized supplies: food, medicine, weapons, and energy equipment. Even the cash collected from Uncle Kuen's small treasury had been exchanged for gold, stacked in a non-absorption area, shimmering with a golden glow. Only one final step remained, awaiting the arrival of those relatives. Leaning back in his chair, Zhu Jue rubbed his temples. He knew it was only a matter of time before his second uncle discovered he had been deceived. The $2 million was procured by mortgaging his uncle's house. And once he realized the jade in the redwood box was a fake, he would undoubtedly come storming after him in a frenzy. Sure enough, the next morning, the front door of the ancestral home was pounded with a resounding thud. Zhu Jue opened the door to find his second uncle, flanked by his third aunt, fourth uncle, and several distant relatives, all gathered at the threshold, their faces ashen. Zhu Jue, you little rascal, how dare you deceive your second uncle? His second uncle lunged forward, attempting to grab him by the collar, only to be intercepted by Zhu Jue, who had been at the ancestral home early to prevent any disturbances from the relatives. Second uncle, you shouldn't speak recklessly. Zhu Jue stepped back, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Well, have I ever deceived you? The jade in that box was left by my grandfather. How was I to know it was fake? Perhaps you swapped it out for something else and are now trying to blame me? You are talking nonsense. His second uncle's face flushed with anger. I brought the box home, and when I consulted a gem dealer, it turned out to be nothing but dyed stones. $2 million. I mortgaged my house to come up with that $2 million. You must compensate me. Compensate you? Zhu Jue raised an eyebrow. Second uncle, you were the one who insisted on helping me sell the jade and agreed to front the money, now that the jade is fake. Why don't you seek compensation from the gem dealer instead of coming to me? Furthermore, you took my small jade pendant and $5,000 in pocket money. Why don't you mention that? His third aunt chimed in. Little Jew, your second uncle is only looking out for your best interests. Now that he has lost his house, you can't just ignore him, can you? Your parents left behind so much money. What's wrong with taking some out to help your second uncle redeem his house? Exactly. His fourth uncle added, we are all family. You can't be so selfish. Zhu Jue regarded this pack of wolves and tigers with a cold smile. In his past life, it was these very people who, when he was at his most desperate, not only failed to assist him, but also seized his food. Now, they had the audacity to come demanding repayment. If you want me to help you, that's possible. Zhu Jue suddenly shifted his tone. I'm currently collaborating with a boss from Myanmar to open a jade mine and need some startup capital. If you were to mortgage your houses and savings to me, I would bring you along to make money. When the time comes, not only will you be able to redeem your houses, but living in villas will also be a breeze. His second uncle's eyes lit up, only to be immediately clouded by suspicion. Really? You aren't deceiving me? Of course. It's true. Zhu Jue pulled a piece of raw jadeite he had collected from Uncle Kuen's treasury from his pocket and handed it over. Look, this is raw stone freshly excavated from the mine, worth at least $1 million. If you trust me, mortgage all your assets to me. In 3 months, I will return double. If you don't trust me, then I cannot help you. You'll have to find a way to redeem your house. His second uncle took the raw stone, examining it closely, and recalled the jade bracelet Zhu Jue had previously held, diminishing his doubts. His third aunt and fourth uncle also gathered around to look, their interest piqued by the raw stone's green sheen. They too had some spare cash and property. And if it truly could yield double returns, why not seize the opportunity? All right, I will mortgage. His second uncle gritted his teeth and agreed first. I will give you my house and savings. You must not deceive me again. I will mortgage too. His third aunt and fourth uncle quickly followed suit, eager not to miss the chance to profit. Zhu Jue's heart soared with joy as he instructed Zhou Qi to bring forth the mortgage contract he had prepared in advance. The contract stipulated voluntary asset mortgaging for participation in the jade mine investment, with risks borne by the investors. When the bitter cold arrived, those assets would all belong to him. Once the relatives signed the contract, they left with the grand vision Zhu Jue had painted, all smiles, watching their retreating figures. Zhou Qi could not help but ask, aren't you afraid they will discover something amiss? What if they do? Zhu Jue stored the contract in the important documents area of his space. By the time they realized the truth, the extreme cold would have arrived, rendering their houses and savings worthless. What could they possibly do to him then? As he was speaking, Zhu Jue's phone rang. A message encrypted and sent by Ghost. Master Cohen has discovered that the basement of the warehouse has been robbed and is furious. He has dispatched people to investigate your identity and contacted the black market forces in Jiangsheng to ascertain your address. Furthermore, the coordination office has sent 3 messages requesting the specific cooling curve for the extreme cold, stating that they need to formulate a material allocation plan. A heavy feeling settled in Zhu Jue's heart. Master Cohen had indeed discovered the theft, and the demands from the coordination office were becoming increasingly specific. It seemed the authorities were genuinely taking this matter seriously. Uncle Zhou, are you familiar with the black market forces in Jiangsheng? Zhu Jue inquired. Familia. I've had dealings with them in the past. They're all motivated by greed. Zhou Qi nodded. I'll handle it and ensure they don't assist Master Cohen. As for the coordination office, how do you plan to respond? Zhu Jue pondered for a moment and replied, send them a vague, cooling curve, nothing too precise, to avoid raising their suspicions. Moreover, instruct the construction team to expedite their progress, reinforcing the outer walls of the fortress and installing the electric grid and surveillance systems as soon as possible. Master Cohen's people may arrive in Jiangsheng sooner than we expect. Zhou Qi nodded. I'll take care of it immediately. Watching Zhou Qi leave, Zhu Jue approached the window and gazed at the construction team installing the blast-proof doors in the backyard. The sunlight illuminated the nuclear-grade walls, casting a cold, hard sheen, resembling an insurmountable barrier. He touched the jade pendant at his chest, the weapon zone within the space flickering with a metallic sheen. The scope of the M24 sniper rifle aimed at an imaginary enemy. The looming threat of Master Cohen's vengeance, the inquiries from the coordination office, and the impending extreme cold all piled up, yet Zhu Jue felt no fear. He understood that as long as the fortress was completed, the space was sufficiently vast, and those around him were safe. Nothing could shatter him. The countdown to the apocalypse was drawing ever closer, but Zhu Jue's fortress was becoming increasingly fortified. The next fierce battle was on the horizon. Chapter 10. Fortress sealed, undercover investigation stalled. The autumn heat of Jiangsheng had yet to dissipate, yet the construction in the backyard of the Ancestral home had entered its final stages. Zhu Jue stood atop the freshly poured top layer of the fortress, his fingertips gliding over the C-80 concrete infused with a trifold steel mesh, the outer layer wrapped in 15mm thick special steel plates. When struck, it emitted a dull thud, showcasing true nuclear-grade hardness. Not only could it withstand extreme cold and seismic shocks, but even a close-range explosion could be endured through at least 3 shock waves. Mr. Zhu, the surveillance and electric grid on the top layer have been installed. The foreman, wearing a hard hat, rushed over, handing him acceptance form. The 4 corners were outfitted with infrared night vision cameras, capable of covering a radius of 500 meters. The electric grid operated at 380 V high voltage, with an insulated casing added to the outer layer, normally powered on, but adjustable to 1000 V in emergencies and connected to the fortress's internal alarm system. Zhu Jue took the acceptance form, his gaze scanning the annotations for the anti-climb, barbed wire, and blast-proof observation windows, and nodded. What about the filtration system on the 3rd underground layer? It's already installed. The foreman pointed to the ventilation shaft in the corner of the top layer, indicating that the intake end was equipped with 3 levels of filtration, capable of filtering dust and toxic gases, and could preheat the air in extreme cold. The exhaust end featured a soundproofing device, rendering it inaudible from outside. The insulation layer in the underground storage had also been completed, even at -40 degrees outside. The interior could maintain a temperature of 5 degrees above zero, ideal for food storage. Zhu Jue approached the blast-proof observation window, looking down at the backyard, now enclosed by 2-meter-high steel walls, with a facial recognition entry system installed at the entrance, allowing only him, Zhou Qi, and Zhou Mou to pass through. The old locust tree in the front yard was preserved, concealing 3 discrete shooting holes precisely aligned with the alley entrance, allowing for suppression from the shadows should anyone intrude. Excellent. The remaining task is the interior decoration, following the previous blueprints. The core area will have 3 rooms for Uncle Zhou, Mou, and myself, while the other rooms will serve as storage for supplies and emergency shelters. Zhu Jue stored away the acceptance form, feeling considerably reassured. The nuclear-grade fortress's shell had taken shape, and the next step was the internal soft protection, namely the supplies and weapons within the space. Just as he descended to the 1st floor, his phone vibrated. It was an encrypted message from the coordination office, with 5 unread notifications. Permafrost observer. Why was the cooling curve only provided to 30? According to meteorological models, extreme low temperatures may drop even lower, requiring precise data to support material allocation. Zhu Jue furrowed his brow, stepping into the study and closing the door before replying. There are discrepancies in the observational data. Preliminary assessments suggest the lowest temperature will be between 35 and 40 degrees, with specific values needing calibration in 2 weeks. It is advised to prioritize the stockpiling of level 40 cold-resistant clothing and diesel generators, focusing on ensuring medical and water supply systems. He dared not provide overly precise figures. The lowest temperature in his past life had been 42 degrees, but if he reported that now, the coordination office would undoubtedly inquire about the data source, which he could not explain given his anonymous identity. Vague handling would allow the authorities to prepare while safeguarding his secrets. This was the most prudent course of action. Just as he sent the reply, Zhou Jue pushed the door open, holding a document. The assets mortgaged by our relatives have been processed, totaling 8 million Huabei dollars, along with the property certificates for 5 houses. I've converted all the money into gold and jade. There's 100 kilograms of gold and 500 pieces of jade, all in the warehouse. When will you transfer them into the space? Let's go now. Zhu Jue rose and accompanied Zhou Jue to the warehouse. Inside, several wooden crates were stacked, and upon opening one, the gold bars were neatly arranged, while the jade consisted mainly of bracelets and pendants. All mid-range items sourced from the antique market in Jiangshan, perfect for upgrading the space. Zhu Jue glanced around, confirming that they were alone in the warehouse, and concentrated, silently reciting the incantation. The jade pendant grew warm, and the wooden crates vanished in an instant. Within the non-absorption zone of the space, the gold piled into small mounds, and the jade was arranged alongside, untouched by the space's consumption. The next moment, a prompt for space upgrade sounded. 50 kilograms of gold and 300 pieces of jade consumed. Current volume, 3,000 cubic meters. Activating defense system linkage function will allow for remote control of the space's weapon zone and the fortress's external shooting holes. Defense linkage? Zhu Jue's eyes brightened. This function was incredibly useful. Even if he were not on the top level of the fortress, he could control the sniper rifle within the space through his thoughts, enhancing safety further. The space is upgraded? Zhou Jue, witnessing the wooden crates disappear, was not surprised. Ever since learning about the existence of the space, he had grown accustomed to Zhu Jue's ability to retrieve items from afar. Yet he couldn't help but marvel at the pendant's magic each time. Indeed, it has expanded to 3,000 cubic meters and now includes a defense linkage function. Zhu Jue nodded, then shifted the conversation. Any news from Master Kuan? Has his dispatch personnel located us in Jiangshan? Upon mentioning Master Kuan, Zhou Jue's expression darkened. They found something, but they haven't pinpointed our whereabouts. I previously made arrangements with the Righteous Hall in Jiangshan. They told Master Kuan's men that Boss Zhu, collaborating with Myanmar, left Jiangshan long ago and has gone south to engage in jade trading. Master Kuan's men searched the city for 3 days without finding any leads and returned to Myanmar yesterday. However, Master Kuan has made it clear that if he discovers your location, he will flay you alive. Zhu Jue scoffed coldly. Flay me alive? He may not even survive until the end of the extreme cold. By the way, how is MOU doing? Has she been asking anything lately? MOU hasn't asked much. She just thinks you're too busy, Zhou Jue sighed. Yesterday, she mentioned that the movie tickets for next Saturday are about to expire and asked when you would be free. Don't be too preoccupied with the fortress. Spare some time to accompany her. That girl has you in her thoughts. Zhu Jue felt warmth in his heart and checked the date on his phone. Next Saturday coincided with 1 month left on the countdown to the extreme cold, as well as the day the coordination office began large-scale material stockpiling following his warning. All right, I'll arrange to meet her tomorrow and watch the movie. The following afternoon, Zhu Jue arrived at the cinema half an hour early. Zhu Montaque, dressed in a white dress with a high ponytail, approached him, holding 2 cups of milk tea. You finally have some free time. I thought you were going to break your promise again. How could that be? I always keep my word, Zhu Jue replied, taking the milk tea and ruffling her hair. Has school been busy lately? Has the spring outing been decided? Decided. Next Friday, we will visit the suburban botanical garden. The class monitor insists on bringing a tent for a picnic. Zhou Mayu, biting his straw, gazes at me with eager anticipation. You must come. My mom said she would prepare sandwiches for us. A stirring sensation arises within Zhu Jue. The suburban botanical garden is not far from city's outskirts, a location he had previously warned about due to an earthquake. Although the tremor has passed, the nearby old residential area would undoubtedly suffer in the extreme cold, inevitably leading to refugees fleeing to Jiangshan. All right, I will go. By the way, on the day of the spring outing, steer clear of that old neighborhood. It's unsafe. I know, you're more nagging than my dad. Zhou Mayu chuckled, playfully punching him as she dragged him into the cinema. The film was a science fiction piece depicting humanity's struggle against extraterrestrial disasters, as he watched the protagonists defending their fortress against foreign threats. Zhu Jue could not help but reflect on his own stronghold, silently calculating. When the extreme cold descends, his fortress will be Jiangshan's Noah's Ark, tasked not only with safeguarding the Zhou family, but also with preparing for the wrath of the refugees and the vengeance of Lord Cohen. After the film ended, Zhu Jue escorted Zhou Moyu back home. Upon reaching her doorstep, Zhou Moyu abruptly halted, scrutinizing him earnestly. Zhu Jue, have you been hiding something from me lately? You've been building a house, buying so many things, and frequently traveling out of town. Has something happened? Zhu Jue felt a tightening in his chest, but quickly relaxed. He knew Zhou Moyu was astute and had likely sensed something amiss, yet he could not divulge the truth, at least not now. Nothing's wrong. I've just noticed the weather has been peculiar lately, so I'm preparing some supplies to stay warm this winter. Don't worry, I'm here for you. He gently ruffled her hair, his tone resolute. No matter what happens, I will protect you and Uncle Zhou. I want tea, let anything happen to you. Zhou Moyu met his earnest gaze and nodded, refraining from further inquiry. Just take care of yourself too. Don't overdo it. Upon returning to the ancestral home, it was already 8 in the evening. As Zhu Jue stepped into the study, he received an encrypted text from Phantom. Lord Cohen has not given up. He has gathered 20 mercenaries in Myanmar and plans to come to Jiangsheng next month to settle scores with you personally. Additionally, the coordination office has initiated the establishment of an emergency material reserve in Jiangsheng, selecting an old warehouse in the East City. Would you like to take a look? Zhu Jue's pupils constricted. Lord Cohen was actually planning to come to Jiangsheng himself, accompanied by mercenaries. It appeared that his previous warnings had fallen on deaf ears. This scoundrel was resolute in his quest for vengeance. Understood. Keep a close watch on Lord Cohen's movements. Inform me of his departure and mode of transportation. After replying to Phantom, Zhu Jue approached the window, gazing at the surveillance camera atop the fortress. The moonlight cascaded onto the steel walls, radiating a cold glow, reminiscent of a slumbering beast. He touched the jade pendant against his chest, his thoughts sinking into the 3,000 cubic meters of space within. The weaponry section housed neatly arranged M24 sniper rifles, M249 machine guns, and RPG rocket launchers leaning against the wall, with 15 rounds glinting ominously. The supplies area was stacked high with food, medicine, and purified water, enough to sustain the 3 of them for 3 years. Gold and jade lay in a non-absorption zone, resembling silent sources of energy. Lord Cohen, if you wish to come to Jiangsheng to meet your demise, I shall oblige. A chilling smile crept across Zhu Jue's lips. When the extreme cold arrives, the outside will be a purgatory, while his fortress remains a sanctuary. At that time, he would relish the sight of how Lord Cohen and his mercenaries would survive in the frigid winds of -40 degrees. He moved to his desk, opened his notebook, and penned down the upcoming plans. 1. Contact Phantom to procure night vision goggles and tactical vests to enhance the fortress's defense system. 2. Examine the fortress's power supply system to ensure the generator and backup power can operate smoothly. 3. Monitor the coordination office's material reserve closely, and if necessary, borrow some official supplies. 4. During the spring outing to the suburban botanical garden, assess the condition of the nearby residential area and prepare accordingly. After completing his notes, Zhu Jue locked the notebook in the drawer and ascended to the top of the fortress. The night breeze carried a hint of chill. He understood this was a harbinger of the impending extreme cold. In 1 month, the extreme cold would descend. In 1 month, Lord Cohen's mercenaries would arrive in Jiangsheng. In 1 month, his fortress would confront its first formidable battle. Zhu Jue stood atop the fortress, gazing at the nightscape of Jiangsheng. The distant neon lights flickered, and the nearby alleys echoed with barking dogs, a scene of tranquility. Yet, he was aware that this calm would last for only 1 more month. He clenched his fists, knuckles whitening. Apocalypse, I am ready. Lord Cohen, I await your arrival. A faint buzzing emanated from the fortress's ventilation system, the filtering mechanism operating like a colossal beast breathing steadily. Zhu Jue recognized that this nuclear-grade fortress would serve as his most formidable weapon against both the apocalypse and human calamities. The next storm was on the horizon. Chapter 11. Hoarding snacks and preparing alcohol, facing the truth together for battle. On the rosewood table in the ancestral home's living room, the mobile phone screen shone brightly. Zhu Jue and Zhou Moyu sat side by side, 3 phones laid out before them, fingers swiftly gliding across the screens. The pending orders on the takeout app had accumulated over 30 pages, each page indicating 500 portions. 500 servings of hot dry noodles with extra sesame paste. 500 servings of bean curd skin, steamed a bit softer. And from that renowned old brand, 500 each of barbecued chicken wings, beef skewers, and crispy bones, with a mild spice level to avoid being too overwhelming after sitting for a while. Zhou Moyu recited from the list, her finger poised to submit. Oh, and don't forget the sugar cakes and fried spring rolls from the south of the city. You said they were delicious. So let us order 500 of those too. Order them all. Zhu Jue replied, not looking up, as he placed an order for 500 servings each of plain, spicy, and garlic-flavored fried chicken from the hottest restaurant in Jiangcheng, requesting the owner to include extra packets of ketchup, as this would be their flavor enhancer in the apocalypse. Additionally, he ordered bubble tea, with 3 types of toppings, tapioca pearls, coconut jelly, and taro balls, 200 servings of each, all hot, so they could be frozen for storage. The two of them appeared as if they intended to clear out all the snack shops in Jiangxing. From morning until noon, their phones had not ceased ringing. Takeout orders swamped nearly 100 snack shops across Jiangcheng, from breakfast items like rice noodle soup and fried dough sticks to late-night delicacies like crayfish and marinated dishes. As long as the food could be vacuum-packed for easy storage, Zhu Jue placed orders for 500 servings, totaling nearly 50,000 portions of snacks, calculated to last 3 people for 8 years, offering a variety every day without repetition. I can't take it anymore. My fingers are sore from tapping. Zhou Mayu set down her phone, massaging her wrist, gazing at the mountain of takeout receipts on the table, unable to contain her astonishment. Zhu Jue, are you trying to move all the snacks in Jiangxing into the fortress? Even if we ate for 8 years, we couldn't finish this. That's the point. Zhu Jue replied, also putting down his phone and sipping the tea Zhou Mayu had just brewed. In an apocalypse, resources will be scarce. These snacks can serve not only as food, but also as currency. If we encounter reliable survivors, a couple of packs of sugar cakes could exchange for useful information. Plus, Uncle Zhou loves these treats, so having extra will surely make him happy. Just then, Zhou Qi walked in, holding a logistics slip. Upon seeing the pile of receipts on the table, he was astonished. Are you two trying to crash the delivery platform? Uncle Zhou, you arrived just in time, Zhu Jue said, standing up and handing him a paper filled with notes. Help me contact the Jiangchang Logistics Park to source these items according to this list. Alcohol and cigarettes from Xia country, whether it be white wine, red wine, beer, or cigarettes and cigars, with a budget of 100 million wabik. Aim for at least 2,000 different brands. From local beers costing a few bucks to vintage Maodai worth tens of thousands. The more diverse, the better. Zhou Qi's eyes lit up as he read the paper, his excitement growing with each line. When he saw the 100 million budget and 2,000 brands, he couldn't help but laugh. You rascal, you truly have a heart. Knowing that your Uncle Zhou has a penchant for fine liquor and cigars, you're hoarding it by the billion. In his youth, he accompanied Zhu Jue's father in business, which cultivated his penchant for drinking and smoking. In the apocalyptic world, the most unbearable suffering is the absence of alcohol and cigarettes, leaving him to scavenge for discarded but to satisfy his cravings. Now, Zhu Jue's initial offer amounts to a staggering 100 million, specifically requesting 2,000 brands of tobacco and liquor, striking a chord deep within him. It's not merely for stockpiling, Zhu Jue remarked with a smile. Baiji wards off the cold. Beer satiates cravings, and in the apocalypse, a single cigarette is worth more than gold. It can be exchanged for a sip of clean water. And a pack can secure a reliable ally. The more you hoard, the better. Zhou Qi suppressed his smile and nodded. Your considerations are thorough. I will contact General Wang from the logistics park. He is an old acquaintance and has access to nationwide channels for tobacco and liquor. Securing those 2,000 brands will be effortless, and I can ensure you get the best price for the 100 million quota. He then shifted his gaze towards Zhou Moyu, contemplating whether it was time to disclose certain truths. Both Zhu Jue and Zhou Moyu were momentarily taken aback. But Zhu Jue soon realized that Zhou Qi intended to unveil the grim reality of the apocalypse to Moyu. Previously, he had withheld this information out of fear it would frighten her. But with stockpiling and the construction of fortifications escalating, her suspicions had likely been aroused. Rather than conceal the truth, it would be better to be forthright and involve her in the preparations. Zhou Mayu sensed the tension, observing the serious expressions on their faces. Her heart skipped a beat. Dad, Zhu Jue, are you hiding something from me? Zhou Qi pulled a chair closer, sitting opposite his daughter. He retrieved encrypted messages left by her mother, alongside warning texts from the coordination office, and handed them to her. Moyu, it's not that I intended to keep this from you. It's just that this matter is exceedingly bizarre. In a short while, a global extreme cold disaster is anticipated, with temperatures plummeting to -40 degrees, followed by searing heat, pestilence, and earthquakes, much like an apocalypse. He paused, handing over a photocopy of Zhu Jue's mother's diary. Your brother Zhu Jue isn't merely having nightmares. He is aware of these events because he knows the future. Our efforts in building fortifications and stockpiling supplies are all in preparation for this impending calamity. Your mother and Zhu Jue's parents, their disappearance during that flight wasn't an accident. They were investigating matters related to the apocalypse. Holding the evidence, Zhou Mayu's fingers trembled slightly. She scrutinized the encrypted message urging her to protect him, the verified extreme cold warning from the coordination office. and then recalled Zhu Jue's unusual behavior in fortifying the nuclear-grade shelter, frantically amassing supplies, and preventing her from venturing into perilous areas. All the dots suddenly connected. She was no ordinary girl. Her prodigious intellect from Huada allowed her to swiftly accept this incomprehensible truth without tears or tantrums. Instead, she looked up at Zhu Jue, her gaze piercing with affirmation. Zhu Jue, is what my dad said true? Is the extreme cold really coming? Is my mom still alive? It is indeed true. Zhu Jue replied, kneeling beside her to meet her eyes. The extreme cold will arrive in 3 months. Your mother and my parents, their plane did not crash. They merely went missing. I have a premonition that they are still alive. I refrained from telling you earlier out of concern for your fear, but now I share this so that you can prepare with us. You are more intelligent than we are, and your assistance will render our fortress even safer. Zhou Moyu fell silent for a few seconds, then abruptly stood up, walked to the table, and grabbed her phone, opening a food delivery app. Since we were stockpiling, I forgot to order from a few old-fashioned pastry shops and imported chocolates and biscuits. We should order 500 of each. A touch of sweetness is essential in the apocalypse. Turning to Zhou Qi, she stated with determination, Dad, besides tobacco and liquor, we must also order more maternal and infant products, as well as feminine hygiene supplies. Should we encounter survivors, these items will be even more coveted than tobacco and liquor. Moreover, we need to stockpile medicines, in addition to common medications. We need ample antibiotics and frostbite ointment, as these will be in high demand during the extreme cold. Zhou Qi and Zhu Jue exchanged a meaningful glance, both recognizing the comfort in each other's eyes. Moyu not only embraced the truth, but immediately transitioned into a preparedness mindset. Her calmness and meticulousness perfectly compensated for their oversights. Excellent. We will follow your lead. Zhou Qi nodded with a smile, quickly pulling out his phone to message General Wang at the logistics park, adding a list of maternal and infant supplies and medicines. In the following days, the ancestral home transformed entirely into a stockpiling base. Delivery personnel arrived in succession, bringing snacks to nearby warehouses. Zhu Jue, seizing moments of solitude, utilized his spatial abilities to transport supplies in batches, organizing the preservation area into snack, pastry, and beverage zones, each labeled with expiration dates and storage methods. Trucks from the logistics park continuously delivered tobacco and liquor, with baijiu categorized by alcohol content, beer and red wine stored in a temperature-controlled area, and cigarettes kept separately in a dry, dark compartment. The 2000 brands piled up like a small mountain, occupying nearly 1/3 of the non-absorption area of the space. Zhou Moyu leveraged her genius to create a detailed inventory management system on the computer, cataloging every item in their home, including quantity, expiration dates, and storage locations. She even set up low stock alerts. For instance, when a specific snack dwindled to 100 portions, the system would automatically notify them for replenishment. Zhu Jue, take a look at this, Zhou Moyu said, presenting her tablet to him. I've organized the supplies into survival, improvement, and trade categories. Survival includes food, water, and medicines. Improvement encompasses snacks, tobacco, and liquor, and trade consists of maternal and infant supplies, lighters, and batteries, making it straightforward to locate what we need. Zhu Jue leaned closer, examining the clear and intuitive interface, which even featured a search function. By typing in frostbite ointment, he could instantly see the quantity and storage location. Moyu, this system is incredibly useful. It's far more convenient than my previous notes. Of course, it's my creation. Zhou Moyu replied, puffing her chest with pride before shifting back to seriousness. By the way, I checked the map of Jiangsheng, and during the extreme cold, the water pipes in the old town will surely freeze. We need to reinforce the underground water source in our fortress and stockpile extra water purification tablets in case the water supply becomes contaminated. I've already made arrangements. Zhu Jue nodded. Uncle Zhou has contacted a construction team to drill a deep well beneath the fortress and install a purification system. Even if the water supply is cut off outside, we will still have access to clean water. I've also ordered 100,000 water purification tablets, enough for 10 years. As the trio conversed, Zhou Qi returned from outside, holding a list. The deliveries of tobacco, liquor, and maternal and infant supplies from the logistics park are complete. General Wang mentioned he sent us an additional 500 boxes of beer as a gesture of goodwill. Furthermore, I've contacted the retired soldiers who previously helped us dismantle the weapon stash at the villa. They are willing to assist in guarding the fortress when the extreme cold arrives, provided we provide meals for them and their families. Wonderful. Zhu Jue's eyes lit up. These veterans understood weaponry, and their assistance would add another layer of security to the fortress. Let them know that not only will we provide meals, but we can also allocate some tobacco and liquor. As long as they guard the fortress diligently, we will not let them down. Zhou nodded with a smile. That's exactly what I told them. They agreed and said they would come next week to familiarize themselves with the fortress's defense systems. As the sun set, casting its golden rays through the window into the living room, the receipts from food deliveries were neatly filed away in a drawer. And the inventory system on the tablet continued to shine. The space brimmed with grains, snacks, tobacco, liquor, weapons, and the nuclear-grade fortress stood tall in the yard, resembling an impregnable bastion. Zhu Jue gazed at Zhou and Zhou Mayu beside him, feeling a warmth swell within. In his previous life, he had fought alone in the apocalypse, but this time surrounded by family, with a sturdy fortress and ample supplies, along with the forthcoming assistance. He was no longer a solitary warrior. With just 1 month remaining until the extreme cold descends, Zhu Jue rose and approached the window, surveying the fortress in the backyard. Our preparations are nearly complete. Now we await the arrival of the apocalypse, the arrival of Kuan Yi's people, and the return of my parents and Aunt Zhou. Zhou Mayu walked to his side, softly assuring, Zhu Jue, do not worry. With my dad and me here, we will surely endure the apocalypse and find them. Zhou approached as well, patting both of their shoulders. Indeed, the fortress of the Zhu family alley is fortified to withstand nuclear threats. Even if the sky were to fall, we would endure. In that moment, we shall indulge in snacks and sip fine spirits within the fortress, while witnessing the apocalypse unfold outside. A truly delightful scenario. Zhu Jue could not help but chuckle at Zhou words, for they resonated deeply with him. The faint aroma of smoke and alcohol wafted through the space, the hot dry noodles in the snack area still bearing the scent of sesame paste. While the sniper rifles in the weaponry section glimmered with a cold sheen, all was prepared. The countdown to the end of days drew ever nearer. Meanwhile, far away in Myanmar, Lord Kuan remained oblivious to the fact that he was about to confront an impregnable nuclear-grade fortress brimming with supplies and guarded by skilled defenders. As he hurried toward Jiangsheng with a band of mercenaries, a confrontation amidst the apocalypse was about to commence. Chapter 12. The Return of Old Comrades, Journey to Our Country. As the 23rd day of the frigid countdown dawned, the morning mist enveloped Jiangsheng, carrying a damp chill that clung to the fortified steel plates of the ancestral home, forming a delicate layer of water droplets. Zhu Jue stood atop the fortress, his fingertips gliding over the cool shooting apertures, his gaze sweeping across the alley. According to the countdown in the space, less than a month remained until the extreme cold erupted, and the time to seize gold in our country and acquire an aircraft carrier was dwindling. Only 10 days remained at most. He must depart immediately after ensuring that Old Chun and the others secured the fortress. Xiao Ju, what are you daydreaming about? Old Chun and the others have arrived at the alley. Zhou voice echoed from downstairs, clutching a list inscribed with the names of Old Chun, Li Rue, and Lu Meng, his fingers repeatedly tracing the edges of the paper. These three were brothers who had once fought for their lives alongside Zhu Weigua in Africa, and were now the ones he could entrust with the fortress's safety. Snapping back to reality, Zhu Jue hurried downstairs. Upon reaching the entrance, he spotted 3 familiar figures standing amidst the fog, burdened with their belongings. Old Chen's scarred face glimmered softly in the morning mist, a remnant of the bullet he had taken for Zhu Weigua. Li Rue stood tall as ever, though the old injury on his arm still ached in the cold. Lu Meng carried 2 large bags of cured meat from their hometown, his hearty smile reminiscent of the past, while 3 families trailed behind, their children shyly clutching toys and hiding behind their parents. Uncle Chun, Brother Rue, Brother Meng. Zhu Jue rushed forward, giving Old Chun a hearty pat on the shoulder, his eyes misting with emotion. In the 3rd year of the last apocalypse, he had heard tales among the refugees of how these 3 had defended their village, only to be brutally slain by marauders, leaving no remains. To bring them to safety before the cold season began was a chance to avoid repeating that regret. You little rascal, after years apart, you've really toughened up. Old Chun returned the pat, his gaze scanning the fortress behind Zhu Jue, an eyebrow raised. Zhou Ge, this place has been impressively remodeled. The steel plates are 3/10 thicker than those we use to guard the arsenal. Not just for looks, Zhou chuckled, guiding them into the courtyard. Next month, we have the Foundation's anniversary celebration, and I thought to invite you to lend some support. The recent unrest has me considering a safety drill, and who better than seasoned veterans like you to help oversee it? This was half-truth. While the anniversary celebration was indeed meant to reassure the families, the drill was intended for Old Chun and the others to familiarize themselves with the fortress. Zhu Jue knew that once he returned from our country, the fortress would face genuine threats, and every moment of practice would enhance their chances of survival. Upon entering the courtyard, he observed Zhou Mayu leading the nanny in setting up breakfast. Upon seeing the newcomers, she promptly approached Uncle Chun, Brother Rue, Brother Meng, sisters-in-law, please take a seat. I prepared milk for the children and steam buns. She held several paper bags, having purchased warm coats for the children the previous day at the department store, ensuring they would be snug against the cold. Zhu Jue glanced at the garments. Polar quality, capable of withstanding temperatures of -30 degrees, sourced from the inventory he had recently procured. Moyu was astute, using the anniversary celebration as a guise to discreetly distribute supplies in a thoughtful manner. After breakfast, Zhou Qi led Old Chun and the others in inspecting the fortress. Zhu Jue intentionally opened the supply room door. Inside were several boxes of compressed biscuits, 20 down jackets, and a few bundles of steel wire retrieved from space. These are for our drill, Zhou Qi explained, should we find ourselves trapped. This will sustain us for 3 months. Li Rue crouched, feeling the fabric of the down jackets. His eyes lit up. These are polar models. Su Ye, you've really invested here. Zhu Jue chimed in. I had a friend procure these from the south. And I also picked up some antiques to showcase during the anniversary celebration. This was a line directed at Zhou Qi. The mention of antiques was a pretext he had devised, intending to travel to the south for more than mere artifacts. His true goal was to seize treasures from our country. Upon reaching the top-level monitoring room, Zhou Qi pointed at the screen and feigned, the monitor's pixels are subpar. It doesn't capture faces clearly, which is fine for the drill. Zhu Jue secretly smiled, knowing that it was not merely poor resolution, but rather the space's image obfuscation at play. He had tested it the previous night, and his face remained obscured by a faint blue glow on the monitor. Even if someone were to watch intently, they would forget the details within half an hour, rendering him safe from exposure during his expedition to our country. Commence the drill. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Zhou Qi's voice resonated throughout the fortress via the intercom. Old Chun took position at the northeast shooting aperture. Li Rue monitored the southwest corner. Lu Meng guarded the rear door's electric fence, while Zhu Jue and Zhou Qi held fort in the control room. At the alley entrance, 2 workers disguised as enemies barely emerged when Li Rue's voice rang out. 50 meters to the northeast, 2 of them. Activate the electric fence at 380 V. Zhu Jue pressed the switch, and the electric fence illuminated with a blue glow. He leaned closer to the monitoring lens, and his face instantly blurred into a light spot on the screen. Old Chun, peering through the shooting aperture, later reported to Zhu Jue that he had only seen a shadow. I can't recall what it looked like. Zhu Jue understood that the space's forgetfulness feature was at work, granting him further confidence in his journey to our country. As the enemies approached within 20 meters, Lu Meng shouted, "Power on!" Zhu Jue pressed the button, and the electric fence crackled to life, the enemies feigning collapse. Thus, the first phase of the drill concluded. There's a flaw. Old Chun rushed back to the control room, pointing at the blueprints. The southeast shooting aperture angle is too steep. There's a blind spot at the corner. We need to adjust it down by 10 degrees. I'll procure sound dampening equipment. Lu Meng thumped his chest. The alarm is too loud. If something were to happen, it could attract more attention. Watching the 3 busily attending to their tasks, Zhu Jue felt a sense of security in the fortress's defenses. After dinner, he pulled Zhou Qi into the study, retrieving a bank card from his pocket. Uncle Zhou, I need to head south tomorrow to acquire a batch of textile materials and antiques for the anniversary celebration, and to stock up on supplies. Zhou Qi took the card, his brow furrowing. So soon? The anniversary is still half a month away. The suppliers said this batch will be gone by the end of the month. Zhu Jue fabricated an excuse. I'll be back as soon as possible, no more than 10 days. With Uncle Chun and the others here, you need not worry. He refrained from mentioning his trip to our country, knowing Zhou Qi would surely fret. It was better to keep the truth hidden until he returned. Zhou Qi scrutinized him for a few seconds before finally returning the card to him. Be careful. If you run short, just let me know. Don't push yourself too hard. I'll keep a close eye on Uncle Chun and the others, and you take care of yourself out there. Exiting the study, Zhu Jue encountered Zhou Moyu, who was packing his luggage. She neatly folded several thick sweaters and stuffed a hand warmer into his bag. It's cold in the south as well. Take this so your hands don't freeze. Come back early after you've gathered the supplies. Uncle Zhou and I will wait for you to have hot pot. Zhu Jue accepted the luggage, ruffling her hair affectionately. Don't worry, I'll be back soon. By the way, I've asked a friend to send some items to the fortress. If I'm not back in time, please coordinate with Uncle Zhou. He referred to the supplies he had marked for remote transport, ensuring that the treasures he would seize from her country could be sent back to the fortress directly. Zhou Moyu nodded, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Don't overexert yourself. Just send me a WeChat message every day to let me know you're safe. All right. Zhu Jue agreed, but a wave of melancholy washed over him. He was heading off to the chaotic battlegrounds of our country, not the serene south. Such thoughts were best left unspoken, as he buried his guilt deep within. The next morning, before dawn broke, Zhu Jue stepped out of the house. his luggage slung over his shoulder. Zhou Qi and Zhou Mo stood at the entrance to bid him farewell. Zhou Qi handed him a tactical knife, saying, "Take this for self-defense." Zhou Mo pressed a bag of snacks into his hands, insisting, "Eat on the way, don't go hungry." With that, he departed. Zhu Jue waved his hand without looking back, fearing that if he did, he might find it too difficult to leave. Upon reaching the alley's mouth, he took out the ancestral jade pendant, mentally adjusting the spatial coordinates that had already been marked for Tokyo Bay and Country R, activating the image blurring feature automatically. As the morning mist dissipated and sunlight pierced through the clouds, Zhu Jue gazed into the distance, a fierce smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Country R, I am coming. Gold, aircraft carriers, artifacts, none shall remain. When I return, I will ensure that everyone endures this winter well. He turned and hailed a taxi, providing the address of the airport. Outside the car window, the streets of Jiang City gradually receded, the shadow of the fortress growing smaller, while within Zhu Jue's heart, the flames of war had already ignited. This journey was not merely to stockpile resources. It was to lay the most solid foundation against the impending extreme cold. Chapter 13. Night Raid on Tokyo Port. Steel gates torn, gold stained with snow. 5 days later, the night in Tokyo Port was enveloped in a moist sea breeze. The alloy door of the underground vault of the Morikawa Consortium gleaming coldly. Zhu Jue crouched in the shadows atop a ventilation duct, his fingertips caressing the white jade pendant. Before leaving Jiang City, his spatial capacity had expanded to 5,200, and at this moment, he sensed the stacked gold, jade, and the jade pendant began to warm slightly. His inner strength roiling like thunder, threefold the weight he had felt when he overturned Ma Jun's SUV. With a soft click, he snapped the vent cover with 2 fingers, letting it drop silently to the ground. Below, 5 bodyguards were gathered around the vault door, smoking, their USP handguns gleaming mad at their waists, while the surveillance camera on the wall slowly panned over the shelves filled with rosewood boxes. Inside those boxes were Tang and Song dynasty porcelain stolen from Hua country by the Morikawa family. Images of which he had seen in the dark web in his past life. They had ultimately become the bargaining chips for the consortium's higher-ups fleeing to Europe and America. Zhu Jue leapt down, landing with his foot crushing the ground, spiderweb cracks spreading across the granite tiles. The closest bodyguard had just turned his head when Zhu Jue seized his throat. A crisp crack echoed, and as the man crumpled to the floor, Zhu Jue's other hand had already grasped the nearby bodyguard's gun, wrenching it apart with brute force, the jagged steel edge slicing through the man's carotid artery. Enemy attack. As the remaining 3 bodyguards drew their weapons, Zhu Jue had already dashed to the vault door. That thick alloy door, 30 centimeters thick, would have required engineering troops with explosives to breach in his previous life. Now, he gripped the handle with both hands, his forearm muscles straining, knuckles whitening from the exertion. With a low growl, he yanked the alloy door along with its frame from the wall, slamming it to the ground with a crash that reverberated, setting the porcelain vases on the shelves buzzing. The scene inside the vault chilled his gaze. Dozens of 1-meter-long gold bars piled into a small mountain. Glass cabinets displaying no less than 100 pieces of jade, and in the corner, an iron box locked away, 2 Northern Way stone Buddhas, and 3 Song dynasty paintings. With a thought, the gold first transformed into a flowing light, diving into his spatial realm, the jade pendant radiating warmth. And a notification rang in his mind. Stored 20 tons of gold, spatial capacity expanded to 8,000, power attribute enhanced by 150. What is happening inside? Footsteps echoed from the end of the corridor, a dozen men from the Yamaguchi-gumi clad in black suits, wielding katanas and shotguns. Leading them was a bald man marked with a serpent tattoo, the very group leader of Yamaguchi-gumi, Yamada, nurtured by the Morikawa Consortium. Just as Zhu Jue stored the last stone Buddha into the space, he turned to find shotgun pellets already hurtling towards him. Instead of retreating, he charged forward, his left arm raised in front of him. The bullets struck his arm, sparking but merely grazing the skin, as the enhanced strength from a spatial upgrade far surpassed that of ordinary body armor. In the instant Yamada was momentarily stunned, Zhu Jue lunged at him, seizing the katana from his grasp, shattering the blade with sheer force before delivering a punch to his chest. The sound of Yamada's ribs breaking was distinctly audible as he was sent crashing into the shelves, the porcelain shattering amidst his screams, scattering shards across the floor. The remaining members of the Yamaguchi-gumi, in a frenzy, lunged at him. Zhu Jue picked up a shard of the alloy door and flung it like a frisbee, the fragment slicing through the throats of 2 men and embedding itself into the heart of a third. He casually snatched up a golden ornament and smashed it onto the head of an approaching bodyguard, the gold caving in as the opponent's skull shattered. In less than half a minute, the corridor was strewn with a dozen corpses, blood flowing through the cracks in the tiles into the vault, staining the remaining gold fragments crimson. A piercing scream rang out from the staircase. Zhu Jue turned to see a woman in professional attire, clutching documents. Her face a mask of terror. It was Keiko Sato, the secretary of the Morikawa Consortium, who in his previous life had fled to Country M with the consortium's higher-ups, holding numerous records of transactions involving ancient Chinese antiques. Keiko Sato turned to flee, but Zhu Jue instantly caught up, gripping the back of her neck. The woman struggled and cried out, "Don't kill me. I saw nothing." Zhu Jue's expression remained unmoved, his fingers tightening slightly. "I'm sorry. You will die sooner or later." No sooner had he spoken than a sharp crack echoed, her head lolling helplessly to one side. He released her, watching her body collapse. His tone flat. "I have set you free." Just as he stored the documents, which indicated the coordinates of the Ginza vault, into his space, the distant roar of helicopters reached his ears. Zhu Jue raced to the rooftop, spotting 3 military helicopters approaching, emblazoned with the insignia of the our country's self-defense forces. Missiles hanging from their wings. They are remarkably swift. He chuckled coldly and turned to dash into the stairwell. Upon reaching the first floor, he heard a thunderous explosion as a helicopter missile obliterated the headquarters entrance. Amidst the flying debris, a dozen soldiers from the self-defense forces stormed in, rifles at the ready, while some wielded spray canisters, dispersing a light yellow powder into the air. It's neuroparalytic powder. Zhu Jue narrowed his eyes, recalling that the our country's military had used this against insurgents in his past life. Inhaling it would render one paralyzed within 3 minutes. He couldn't afford to be careless. With a thought, the steel plates he had just stored flew out, shielding him as the powder was deflected, landing on the ground and bubbling white. Seeing the powder ineffective, the soldiers opened fire. Zhu Jue seized a nearby vehicle, a Toyota SUV, exerting his strength to lift it as a shield and charged forward. Bullets peppered the car, leaving a myriad of bullet holes. He barreled into the soldiers, hurling the car violently, severely injuring 3, while the others began to retreat. Zhu Jue closed in, raining down punches like a torrential downpour, each strike capable of shattering a rib, the soldiers' screams echoing. One helicopter swooped low, its machine gun aimed directly at Zhu Jue. He rolled to the ground, grasping a nearby street lamp pole, twisting it into a spiral before hurling it at the helicopter. The lamp pole pierced the helicopter's fuel tank with precision, exploding in midair with a thunderous roar, debris raining down on the street, igniting into a fierce blaze. The other 2 helicopters, witnessing this, immediately ascended in altitude, simultaneously launching missiles at the headquarters rooftop. Zhu Jue dashed into the underground parking lot. As the missiles collapsed the rooftop, debris burying half of the first floor. Just as he caught his breath, his phone vibrated with a dark web message from Ghost. The our country's self-defense forces have activated the Tokyo emergency plan, deploying an armored company targeting the port area. International media is in an uproar. Dark web live streams show a mysterious figure in Tokyo confronting the authorities. Netizens suspect you to be from Hua country. Additionally, the Ginza vault is guarded by both the Yamaguchi-gumi and armed capital. Be cautious. Zhu Jue replied, "Understood. Send me the coordinates of the Yasukuni shrine." Just as he put away his phone, the roar of an armored vehicle echoed from the parking lot entrance. Zhu Jue approached an abandoned truck, gripping its rear, and with a powerful heave, flipped it over, blocking the entrance. He glanced at the approaching armored vehicle, flexing his wrists as the spatial notification chimed again. Stored Morikawa Consortium resources, 20 tons of gold, 120 antiques. Spatial capacity expanded to 120,000. Speed attribute enhanced by 120. Next stop, Ginza. His gaze turned steely, and he vanished into the shadows of the parking lot. Meanwhile, the international dark web and social media erupted in a frenzy. The Freedom Lighthouse Forum of Country M proclaimed, "Breaking news. An explosion has occurred in Tokyo's Minato Ward. Eyewitnesses report a mysterious figure overturning vehicles with bare hands and even bringing down a helicopter. The power displayed in the video is far from that of an ordinary person." The Arctic Bear Military Network of Country E reported, "The self-defense forces of Country R have confirmed the deployment of an armored company with an unclear target." However, netizens captured footage of a missile striking the headquarters of the Morikawa Group, aimed at that enigmatic individual. Could this be an attack on the capital of Country R? The Dragon Team's secret forum of Country H exclaimed, "Did you see that mysterious figure's combat moves? They resemble military boxing." Additionally, someone captured footage of a lamppost he threw, which was made in Country H. "He is definitely one of our own." The most explosive piece of evidence was a short video, the camera, shaking, aimed at the sky as a helicopter from the self-defense forces of Country R flew towards the port area. Suddenly, a dark shadow, the lamppost thrown by Zhu Jue, swooped in, resulting in an instant explosion of the helicopter. The video was captioned, "Oh my heavens, what is that?" He actually shot down a helicopter. Who is the self-defense forces of country are at war with? In the Prime Minister's residence of country are. An emergency meeting was hastily convened. The Minister of Defense pounded the table in fury. Immediately seal off the port area. At all costs, capture that mysterious figure. He has obliterated the vault of the Morikawa group and brought down our helicopter. This is a provocation. Beside him, the Minister of Intelligence turned pale. "Minister, we have received messages from the dark web. The mysterious figure seems to be moving towards Ginza, and someone has captured him holding a map, marking a location that appears to be Yasukuni Shrine." What? The Minister of Defense's pupils dilated, and he ordered the missile units to be deployed immediately. "We cannot allow him to approach there." Far away in Jiangcheng, Zhou Jue was watching the video sent by Phantom, his brows knitted in concern. Zhou stood beside him, clutching her phone, her voice trembling. "Uncle, is a Jew really in Tokyo? Is that person in the video truly him?" Zhou Jue sighed, observing the figure in the video who had overturned a vehicle with his bare hands, muttering, "Who else possesses such strength? This kid is not behaving in country R either. His ferocity in battle is even more intense than when he was in Jiangcheng." At that moment, Zhu Jue had arrived in Ginza. Standing atop a building across from the Mitsubishi vault, he surveyed the guards from the Yamaguchi-gumi and the self-defense forces soldiers at the entrance, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. The gold and antiques within the vault still radiated heat, and the power within him stirred restlessly. He took out his phone, gazing at the coordinates of Yasukuni Shrine sent by Phantom, his eyes growing increasingly frigid. The atrocities committed by the military of country R in country H in his past life would begin to be accounted for from this very spot. The roar of armored vehicles echoed from below as more self-defense forces soldiers approached. Zhu Jue inhaled deeply, leaping from the rooftop, causing the ground to tremble as it cracked upon his landing. He faced the oncoming soldiers, his fists clenched, knuckles whitening as the next battle commenced. Chapter 14. The Turmoil of Ginza. Missile pursuit under live broadcast. High-rise cries as Capitol buildings explode. Half a day later, the streets of Ginza's Sanchome were still shrouded in lingering smoke. Zhu Jue grasped the alloy doorknob of the Mitsubishi vault, the muscles in his arms bulging like forged steel. Having just stored the last of the Tang Dynasty painted figurines into his space, he sensed the roar of engines approaching from outside. He exerted force, twisting the 25-centimeter thick vault door into a twisted form, using it as a shield before him. Suddenly, 3 modified black Toyota Land Cruisers burst around the corner, bearing the wolf head insignia of the Yamaguchi-gumi. The windows rolled down, dart gun barrels aimed at the vault entrance. Zhu Jue's eyes narrowed as he sidestepped the first wave of gunfire, hurling the alloy door with precision, shattering the windshield of the foremost vehicle. Glass shards mixed with metal debris rained down, and the driver screamed, frantically steering the car towards the nearby Chanel boutique, shattering the display windows into 1,000 pieces. This marked his third target in country R. From the Morikawa vault at Tokyo Port to the Mitsubishi treasure vault in Ginza, within a mere 2 hours. He had stored 35 tons of gold and 210 antiques flowing out of country H, increasing the capacity from 120,000 to 180,000 and further enhancing his power attributes. As he twisted the vault door, his knuckles did not whiten as before. Instead, it felt as though the alloy door was no sturdier than a piece of cardboard. Zhu Jue dashed to an abandoned modified Nissan Patrol parked by the roadside, a vehicle once belonging to a Yamaguchi-gumi subordinate. With steel plating welded onto its frame and bulletproof tires, he gripped the door frame, effortlessly tearing off the entire door and tossing it into a space as spare armor. As he settled into the driver's seat and turned the key, his phone vibrated intensely. Messages from Phantom flooded in. The dark web is going wild. At least 3 streamers are broadcasting you live. The camera followed from the port area to Ginza, and the online viewership has surpassed 500,000. The official website of the Self-Defense Forces of Country R has crashed, inundated with inquiries about the identity of the mysterious figure. Zhu Jue glanced at his phone screen. In the live stream, a masked streamer yelled into the camera, "Brothers, look, that patrol. The mysterious figure is getting in the car. The Yamaguchi-gumi vehicles are closing in. Oh my God, he's about to drive away." Indeed, in the rearview mirror, 2 remaining Land Cruisers from the Yamaguchi-gumi accelerated after him, 2 men standing atop, wielding shotguns. Zhu Jue chuckled coldly, shifting gears and pressing the accelerator. The patrol surged forward like an arrow released from a bow, its engine roaring, rattling the signs of the shops along the roadside. Bang! The shotgun pellets struck the steel plate at the rear of the vehicle, leaving 2 shallow dents. Zhu Jue sharply turned the steering wheel, Drifting at the intersection, the tires screeched against the pavement, allowing him to sidestep the following Land Cruiser. Gripping the bulletproof steel plate in the passenger seat with his left hand, he forcefully pushed open the car door, using the plate as a shield to smash against the Land Cruiser's window, shattering the glass. The plate struck the driver's head, causing the vehicle to lose control and crash into a vending machine by the roadside, the explosion mingling the screams of Yamaguchi Gumi members with the sound of bursting soda cans. The live stream chat exploded. Netizens from Country H. Wow, that drift, that bare-handed vehicle smash. P.S. Definitely one of our fierce warriors from Country H. Netizens from Country M. My God, is that a steel plate he.s. holding? He can lift it with one hand. Netizens from Country R. Run. The Self-Defense Forces helicopters are coming. Just as Zhu Jue shook off one Land Cruiser, the thunderous sound of helicopter rotors echoed overhead. 3 Self-Defense Forces helicopters swooped low, their missile launchers glinting coldly beneath the wings, and the cameras mounted on the bodies were evidently aimed at his vehicle. Clearly, the Self-Defense Forces were also live-streaming, attempting to pinpoint his location through the footage. Captain Sato, requesting missile launch. The target has entered the core area of Ginza. The pilot's voice crackled urgently over the helicopter's radio. In the temporary command center of the Tokyo Defense Ministry, Minister Fukuda was intently focused on the screen, displaying the real-time trajectory of the patrol, while phone calls from capital tycoons flooded in. The president of the Morikawa Group had just called, reporting a theft at the port vault with a loss of 20 tons of gold. The chairman of Mitsubishi Capital was on the line, stating that the Ginza treasure vault had been breached and 3 Song Dynasty paintings were missing. Now, seeing the helicopters pursuing him into Ginza, Fukuda gritted his teeth and shouted, "Fire! Don't let him escape. Be careful to avoid the Capitol buildings." Boom! A portable missile was launched from the helicopter, trailing a fiery orange tail as it surged towards the patrol. Zhu Jue caught sight of the missile in the rearview mirror. His eyes narrowed as he slammed the brakes and, gripping the steering wheel, maneuvered the vehicle to the side sharply. The patrol carved out a long arc on the road, the missile narrowly grazing the vehicle's rear before detonating at the base of the Mitsui Capitol building. The glass curtain wall cascaded down like a waterfall, and the luxurious shops within the lobby were instantly engulfed by flames. In the live stream, the streamer screamed as he retreated, "Oh my God, a missile! That SA missile! It just blew up Mitsui's building. Lord, how much is that building worth?" In the command center of the Defense Ministry, Fukuda's phone was instantly flooded with calls. The furious voice of the Mitsui Capital chairman blared through the receiver. "Fukuda, are you insane? The missile destroyed my building. The loss is at least $1 billion. If you fail to apprehend him, I will have you dismissed." Fukuda slammed the phone down, trembling with rage as he cursed at the screen. "A bunch of useless fools. They can't even aim missiles properly. Dispatch 2 more helicopters. Use drones to disperse the incapacitating powder. We must capture him." Zhu Jue had no time to concern himself with the lamentations of our country's high command. The shockwave from the missile explosion jolted his vehicle, and seizing the opportunity, he pressed the accelerator, barreling through the inferno. Meanwhile, he focused his mind and stored a batch of platinum from the Mitsui Capital warehouse he had sensed earlier into his space. Stored platinum, 5 tons. Space volume expanded to 20,000. Speed attribute enhanced by 130. As he turned a corner, a buzzing sound filled the air. 6 small drones approached, equipped with sprayers that released a light yellow, incapacitating powder that drifted towards his vehicle. Zhu Jue was prepared. He retrieved a gas mask from his space, donned it swiftly, and slammed on the brakes before leaping from the car. The drones swooped low, attempting to sprinkle the powder on him. With a cold glint in his eyes, Zhu Jue jumped 2 meters into the air, precisely grasping one drone's body with his right hand. He exerted force, shattering the drone's exterior, and tossed the powder canister into his space. The remaining 5 drones scattered in panic. Upon landing, Zhu Jue seized a streetlight pole, made of reinforced steel, from the roadside and hurled it like a javelin. Each pole found its mark, piercing a drone with deadly accuracy, their wreckage smoldering on the ground. The livestream chat exploded once more. Country netizen Arctic Bear, my heavens, can he fly? He jumps so high. Hua Country netizen antique enthusiast, look at how he throws the streetlight poles. Is he protecting those antiques? He seemed to have collected something earlier. Our country netizen in panic. What is the self-defense force doing? They can't even capture a mysterious person. Missiles are hitting their own men. Drones are being crushed. Zhu Jue leaped back into his vehicle, ready to drive off, when he spotted a convoy of self-defense force armored vehicles charging towards him, machine guns aimed directly at him. He scoffed, shifted gears, and pressed the accelerator. His vehicle surged forward like a wild bull. Grabbing a steel plate beneath the seat, He lifted it effortlessly, despite its thickness of 5 centimeters and weight of 300 kilograms. Bang! The steel plate shielded the front of the vehicle as machine gun bullets ricocheted off it, sparking. Zhu Jue sharply turned the steering wheel, colliding with the side of an armored vehicle, and took the opportunity to hurl the steel plate at the observation window, shattering it and eliciting cries of agony from the soldiers inside. Boom! Another missile struck, this time launched from the ground. Zhu Jue had anticipated this. He drove into a nearby underground parking lot as the missile obliterated the entrance, rubble burying half of the vehicle's front. He exited the car, glancing at the pursuing soldiers from the self-defense force. With both hands, he hoisted an abandoned Honda sedan above his head, empowered by his enhanced strength, finding it lighter than the SUV he had overturned previously in Jiangxing. "Those who obstruct my path shall perish," Zhu Jue declared coldly, smashing the Honda towards the soldiers, who scattered in terror. 2 who were too slow were struck and fell unconscious. He dashed deeper into the parking lot, locating a vent and crawling inside. Ghost relayed a message, indicating that the next target, Sumitomo Capital's hidden treasure trove, lay on the 3rd underground floor, and tanks from the self-defense force were en route. He needed to act swiftly. Meanwhile, international media coverage erupted. Hua Country's Eastern News reported, a mysterious individual confronts our country's authorities in Tokyo. Live footage shows multiple missile launches and damage to several Capitol buildings. Speculation arises that the mysterious individual may be a citizen of Hua Country, with actions seemingly targeting our country's capital and the looting of antiques. M Country's Global Times stated, our country's self-defense force employs missiles, helicopters, and armored vehicles to capture the mysterious individual, yet repeatedly fails, with several military vehicles destroyed. Dark web live streams reveal the individual's astonishing strength, capable of overturning vehicles and crushing drones. eCountry's Military Observation Network noted, based on combat style, the mysterious individual is adept in close combat and possesses extraordinary physical capabilities, possibly indicating special abilities. Our country's high command suffers significant losses, with numerous Capital Consortium's assets destroyed, potentially inciting internal strife. In the Tokyo Defense Ministry Command Center, Fukuda smashed a teacup in fury as he reviewed the incessant loss reports. The complaints from the 4 major consortiums, Mitsubishi, Mitsui, Sumitomo, and Morikawa, were overwhelming the lines, each consortium demanding the capture of the elusive individual while seeking compensation for their losses. Meanwhile, the dark web live stream showcased the mysterious figure vanishing into the underground parking lot, with self-defense force tanks still blocked at the entrance, unable to catch a glimpse of him. Useless. All of you are utterly useless, Fukuda roared, immediately ordering a lockdown of the entire Ginza district. We will dig 3 feet into the ground to find him. He has destroyed our buildings and stolen our gold. He must not leave Tokyo. At that moment, Zhu Jue was crawling through the ventilation duct towards the 3rd underground level. The gold and antiques in his space were still radiating heat, and the jade pendant vibrated subtly, stored Yamaguchi-gumi assets, 3 tons of gold bars and a batch of weapons. Space volume expanded to 220,000. Endurance attribute enhanced by 140. He felt the map in his pocket. The next target, Sumitomo Capital's hidden treasure trove, was just ahead, containing a collection of bronze ritual vessels that had been lost from the Yuan Minjiwen in Hua Country. In a previous life, you seized from us. In this life, we shall reclaim double. Zhu Jue's gaze turned icy as he gripped the vent's grate, squeezing it gently until it shattered. A new battle was about to commence. Chapter 15, Rooftop Sniping. A 3,000-meter headshot live stream. Counterattack with a seized weapon. Another day had passed, and the air in the 3rd underground level of Sumitomo Capital's treasure trove was still thick with the scent of oxidized bronze. Zhu Jue crouched as he crawled through the vent, landing silently. His spatial awareness had already unfolded, revealing the layout of the entire underground vault like a spider's web. 3 rows of reinforced steel cabinets filled with gold bars in the center. In the corner, a glass display case housed 10 bronze ritual vessels, the core objective of his mission, shimmering faintly. Click. He deftly manipulated the first cabinet's combination lock, his enhanced finger strength crushing the lock cylinder effortlessly. As the cabinet swung open, golden bars tumbled to the ground. With a thought, Zhu Jue caused the entire cabinet of gold to transform into a stream of light that entered his space, and the prompt echoed in his mind. Stored gold, 12 tons. Bronze ritual vessels, 10 pieces. Space volume expanded to 250,000. Visual acuity enhanced by 180. Suddenly, his vision sharpened, allowing him to clearly see the scars on the faces of Yamaguchi-gumi members 100 meters away at the parking lot entrance. Just as he reached for the second cabinet, a sudden whistling sound pierced the air. A sniper rifle. He swiftly dodged, feeling the bullet graze his shoulder before it struck the cabinet, creating a hole in the metal. Zhu Jue rolled behind the display case, catching a glimpse of 3 light points flickering on the rooftops of distant high-rises, reflecting the glint of sniper scopes. At least 3 snipers, crossfire. He licked his lips, just as he felt the familiar weight of a tactical knife at his waist. His phone vibrated intensely. Ghost message, filled with urgency, flashed before him. The dark web live stream is capturing it. On the rooftops of the 3 buildings across from you, there are self-defense force snipers. The broadcaster-esque camera is aimed your way. Over 8 million viewers online. Zhu Jue opened the livestream screen, and the image showed a broadcaster in a gas mask crouched at the edge of a rooftop, the camera shaking violently. Brothers, do you see those 3 buildings? Self-defense force S elite snipers. The leftmost one is known as Tokyo Sharpshooter, with a record of hitting targets at 3,000 meters. They are aiming at the mysterious individual. Oh my god, that last shot nearly grazed him. The chat exploded instantly. Our country netizen despairing worker. Hurry and shoot. Kill that robber. Hua country netizen sniper fan. Stop boasting. 3,000 meters? That's nonsense. Our family S sniper's longest shot is only 2,800 meters. M. Country netizen. An arms enthusiast, look at that sniper rifle. It's the Our Country S self-developed Type 89 sniper rifle. Effective range of 1,200 meters. Claiming 3,000 meters is utterly ridiculous. Zhu Jue fixated on the sniper atop the far left building, clad in camouflage, with the rifle's muzzle resting on a tripod as he meticulously adjusted the scope. His spatial perception extended, capturing the opponent's breathing rhythm and the subtle motion of his finger on the trigger, all vividly etched in his mind from a distance of 3,200 meters. With a derisive chuckle, he abruptly rose and hurled a fragment of bronze, a scrap that had fallen during his previous collection, towards the sniper on the right rooftop. Accelerated by spatial enhancement, the fragment sped through the air like a bullet. Bang! The shard struck the concrete railing of the right rooftop, causing the sniper to instinctively turn his head. Seizing the fleeting 0.5 seconds, Zhu Jue dashed out from his hiding spot like a cheetah, racing up the stairs. As the members of the Yamaguchi Gumi poured into the underground vault behind him, he retaliated by flinging a steel cabinet door, toppling several of them, their screams mingling with the clattering of gold coins on the floor, echoing through the corridor. Upon reaching the rooftop of the 18th floor, the sniper on the right was just re-establishing his aim. Zhu Jue gathered his strength and leaped across the 2-meter gap, landing behind his adversary. By the time the sniper sensed the presence, it was too late. As he turned, Zhu Jue grasped his throat, a sharp crack resonating, and the sniper collapsed lifelessly. Zhu Jue retrieved the Type 89 sniper rifle from the ground. Weighing it in his hands, it felt as light as a toy. Narrowing his eyes, he glanced at the central sniper, who was aiming at his chest, finger poised to pull the trigger. Without hesitation, Zhu Jue raised his weapon, aligning it with the sniper's brow, and decisively pulled the trigger. Bang! The bullet sliced through the air, striking with precision at a distance of 1,500 meters. The sniper's body jerked backward, his rifle tumbling off the rooftop, rolling several times. The live broadcast froze in an instant. The host gas mask askew, his voice cracking. Oh my god, he stole the sniper rifle. He fired. The central sniper has fallen. He actually hit a target at 1,500 meters. Is this even possible for a human? The barrage of comments erupted. Chinese netizens were ecstatic. Incredible shooting, far superior to any sniper. Country military enthusiasts. His arm didn't even tremble. 1,500 meters without a scope? Impossible. Our country netizens in despair. This is fake. It must be fake. Our sniper cannot be dead. Zhu Jue disregarded the uproar of the live stream, his gaze locking onto the sniper on the far left rooftop, who was clearly flustered, frantically adjusting his scope, the muzzle wavering towards Zhu Jue's direction. A smirk of derision curled at the corners of Zhu Jue's mouth as he rested the sniper rifle on the railing, cradling the stock with his left hand while his right hand prepared to pull the trigger. His spatial awareness accurately calculated the effects of wind speed, humidity, and gravity, rendering the 3,200 meters as trivial. He scoffed softly, amused at the thought of engaging in a sniper duel. With a sudden motion, he squeezed the trigger. Bang! The bullet traced a delicate arc through the air, shattering the scope of the sniper 3,000 meters away, penetrating his brow. Blood splattering onto the camouflage fabric like a dark red blossom. The live broadcast captured this moment perfectly. The host leaped up, exclaiming, "Did you see that? 3,000 meters. He actually scored a headshot at 3,000 meters. The bullet pierced the scope. My god, this is a miracle. He is undoubtedly a super soldier from China." The online viewership skyrocketed past 10 million, the comments flooding the screen. Chinese netizens beaming with pride. China is incredible. This is the true master sniper. Country skeptics. I just calculated with a rangefinder. A full 3,200 meters. The limits of human capability. Our country panicking. It's over. Even the gun king is dead. We cannot stop him at all. Zhu Jue discarded the sniper rifle, bent down to retrieve the ammunition box, and stored it in his spatial inventory. Stored 2 Type 89 sniper rifles, 500 rounds of 7.62 millimeters ammunition, expanded spatial volume to 260,000, dynamic vision enhancement 200. As he straightened, the thunderous roar of helicopter rotors echoed above. For self-defense force helicopters were approaching from a distance, missile launchers glowing ominously beneath their wings. They're coming again? He scoffed coldly, sprinting into the elevator shaft of the rooftop. Just 2 floors down, a deafening explosion erupted as a helicopter missile obliterated the rooftop. Debris cascading like rain. Zhu Jue grasped the steel cable of the elevator and leaped down. The cable creaked under his grip, but held firm, his enhanced strength easily withstanding both his weight and the impact of falling debris. Upon reaching the 10th floor, he heard the shouts of the Yamaguchi-gumi echoing in the corridor. Releasing the cable, he kicked open the elevator door, colliding with 5 Yamaguchi-gumi members wielding katana. He sidestepped the first strike, seized the assailant's wrist, and twisted forcefully, disarming him as the katana lodged into the adjacent wall. Following swiftly, he delivered a punch to the man's chest, the sound of cracking ribs resonating clearly as he fell, blood spilling on the ground. The remaining 4 Yamaguchi-gumi members recoiled in fear, but Zhu Jue offered them no respite. He charged forward, striking left and right, each punch targeting vital points, and within 3 minutes, all 5 lay lifeless on the ground. Approaching the window at the end of the corridor, he pushed it open and peered down, finding the area below swarming with armored vehicles from the self-defense force, machine guns aimed at every exit of the office building. Planning to catch a turtle in a jar? Zhu Jue retrieved his phone, messaging Ghost. Send me the detailed map of the Yasukuni Shrine, and check the location of the self-defense force missile positions. Just as he sent the message, his phone buzzed with an international news alert. Huagua Dongfang Network. The mysterious sniper in Tokyo has once again performed a miraculous shot, scoring a headshot on the Our Country SA sniper at 3,000 meters, sparking global discussions on the dark web, with speculation linking his identity to Huagua's special forces. Country Wall Street Journal. The Our Country Self-Defense Force's encirclement efforts have repeatedly failed, leading to the annihilation of their snipers and damage to multiple Capitol buildings, with estimated economic losses exceeding $5 billion. Our country's financial consortium is pressuring the government collectively. E-Country Truth newspaper. Analysis of combat data indicates the mysterious individual possesses extraordinary physical prowess and sniping skills. The possibility of genetic enhancement or special abilities is under investigation by intelligence agencies worldwide. In the Tokyo Defense Ministry Command Center, Minister Fukuda was shouting into the phone, "I don't care what methods you employ. Even if you have to level Ginza, you must capture that mysterious individual. He killed our gun king and destroyed our buildings. If we fail to apprehend him, we will all lose our positions." On the other end, the voice of the Self-Defense Force commander responded, "Minister, we have deployed SAM 6 surface-to-air missiles near the Yasukuni Shrine. Should he dare approach, there is no way he can escape. Additionally, the Yamaguchi-gumi has dispatched death squads armed with specially designed explosives, prepared to perish with him." Fukuda hung up, his gaze fixated on the screen, showing Zhu Jue's disappearing figure within the office building, his eyes narrowing with malevolence. "This time, you have nowhere to flee." Meanwhile, Zhu Jue was hiding in a conference room on the 10th floor, stowing away the satellite phone he had just pilfered from the sniper. His spatial awareness expanded, detecting a missile-locking signal emanating from the direction of the Yasukuni Shrine. A cold smile crept across his lips as he touched the bronze relic fragment in his pocket, the remnants of our country's military that had once obliterated 3 villages in Huagua with missiles. This time, he would return the favor with their own missiles, delivering a grand gift to the Yasukuni Shrine. Next stop, Yasukuni Shrine. He pushed open the back door of the conference room, vanishing into the shadows of the staircase. Behind him, the Self-Defense Force helicopters continued to circle, the sound of missiles growing ever closer, while the dark web livestream closely followed his silhouette, broadcasting this hunting game across Tokyo to the world in real time. Chapter 16. Scaling Walls and Rooftops. In the midst of a chaotic urban landscape, parkour enthusiasts darted between buildings, showcasing their agility while sniping at enemies and gathering military supplies. A helicopter missile had just blasted a massive hole through the iron door of a conference room on the 10th floor, and Zhu Jue leapt into action, stepping onto the debris that splintered underfoot. 20 meters to his right stood a glass curtain wall office building, 3 stories lower than his current position, with an ample gap of 8 meters between them. Below, police cars and armored vehicles roared past, their red and blue lights creating a dizzying spectacle. To jump or not to jump? The dark web live stream fixated on him. The host sprawled on a distant rooftop, his voice strained with anticipation. What is he planning? That gap is 8 meters wide. The self-defense force is below. A leap here would be fatal. The comments flooded in. Chinese netizen. I bet 50 cents he LL jump. This guy can hit a target at 3,000 meters. Parkour is child's play. Russian netizen. Hurry and fall. Smash to pieces. American extreme sports enthusiast. An 8-meter gap? Even top parkour athletes need a running start. Is he insane? Zhu Jue disregarded the live stream, his fingertips gripping the railing of the rooftop. He swiftly assessed the load-bearing limits of the opposing building's glass facade, pinpointed the location of the air conditioning unit 30 meters away, and visualized the elevator's trajectory within the building, all crystallizing in his mind. He inhaled deeply, his left leg propelling him off the railing like an arrow released from its bow. In the 3 seconds of flight, the wind rushed into his collar as he focused on the glass wall ahead. Suddenly, he produced a steel nail, pried from a safe in a hidden treasure trove, and with a flick of his fingers, he drove it into the glass seam with tremendous force. With a sharp crack, the glass spiderwebbed, and he swung his body, landing deftly on the air conditioning unit. The machine emitted a piercing metallic groan, but held his weight firmly. In a live stream, Zhu Jue's figure resembled that of a monkey bounding off the glass wall. The host cried out in disbelief, "My goodness, is he even human? Is he Spider-Man? Look at his landings. Each step is perfectly placed on the strongest points." Zhu Jue climbed up the air conditioning unit and had just scaled the 12th floor rooftop when he heard the whistling sound of a bullet slicing through the air. 2 snipers on the hotel rooftop 150 meters behind him were aiming their M24 rifles at his back. He smirked, not bothering to turn, instead swiftly reaching for the high-precision sniper rifle, Model T-76, effective range 1,800 meters, that he had recently acquired from Tokyo's top marksman, slung across his back. With a quick twist, the barrel aligned perfectly with the forehead of the right-side sniper. Bang! The bullet struck before the adversary could adjust his scope, shattering the protective goggles and splattering blood onto the hotel's solar panels. The left-side sniper, paralyzed with fear, began to flee with his weapon. But Zhu Jue had already leaped to the edge of the rooftop, his left foot resting on the railing, body suspended in midair. He adjusted his aim and fired again. The bullet grazed the opponent's rifle stock before obliterating a nearby ammunition box. Boom! Flames erupted, and the shockwave sent the sniper tumbling off the rooftop. Zhu Jue retracted his weapon, licking his lips as he gazed at the frenzied comments cascading across the live stream. Chinese netizen. That shot. Firing backward. He even predicted the ammo box's location. Now, that's a true marksman. European military expert. The T-76 in his hands is like a toy, shooting from midair with pinpoint accuracy. His muscle control transcends human limits. Russian netizen. Stop shooting. We concede. Ignoring the barrage of comments, Zhu Jue sprinted across the hotel rooftop, heading for the landmark hotel in Tokyo's Ginza district, where a sniper position had been hastily established by the self-defense force on the 32nd floor. His spatial awareness had already detected at least 10 boxes of ammunition stacked there, along with 2 single-man air defense missile launchers. Supplies delivered right to his doorstep. He would not let them go to waste. Scaling the hotel's outer drainage pipe with the speed of a gecko, he reached the 28th floor when 3 Yamaguchi-gumi assassins burst through the window, clutching detonators filled with explosives. Die. Zhu Jue recoiled sharply, using his feet to push off the wall, propelling himself forward just in time to evade their onslaught. Simultaneously, he drew a tactical knife, his wrist twisting as the blade flashed through the air, slicing the throats of all 3 assassins in perfect unison, their detonators clattering to the ground. He swiftly pocketed the detonators, detecting 3 C4 explosives, 3 detonators. Storage capacity increased to 270,000. Explosive resistance enhanced by 150. Upon reaching the 32nd floor rooftop, he encountered 4 self-defense force soldiers brandishing machine guns. "Yes, here," they shouted, ready to pull the trigger. But Zhu Jue was quicker. He raised the T-76 sniper rifle, not even bothering to use the scope, swinging the barrel left and right. Bang, 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 bang. 4 shots rang out, each bullet finding its mark in the soldiers' foreheads, sending them crashing to the ground. On the sniper position atop the building, 2 heavy machine guns were mounted behind sandbags. flanked by 10 sealed ammunition boxes labeled with 762mm armor-piercing and 127mm high-explosive rounds, alongside 2 Stinger missile launchers. Zhu Jue approached, kicking open an ammunition box. Golden bullets spilling across the floor. With a thought, he summoned the entire box of ammunition and missile launchers, all transforming into luminous streams as they vanished into his storage. System prompt, stored 1,200 rounds of 762mm armor-piercing ammo, 800 rounds of 127mm high-explosive ammo for Stinger missiles. Storage capacity increased to 30,000. Precision control enhanced by 250. Has my precision increased again? Zhu Jue raised the T-76, aiming at another building rooftop 1,800 meters away, where 2 snipers were stealthily setting their sights on him. Narrowing his eyes, he gauged the wind speed at 3 meters per second and humidity at 60 before firing twice in rapid succession. The bullets carved 2 straight lines through the air, piercing the sniper's scopes, blood splattering onto the rooftop. The live stream captured this moment perfectly. The host, now without his gas mask, trembled. 1,800 meters. He took them both out with 1 shot each. He didn't even look through the scope. Is he human? Yes, a sniper god. The online viewer count skyrocketed to 15 million, the comments flooding the screen. Chinese netizen. This maneuver has utterly humiliated the Russian self-defense force. What a thrill. American arms dealer. What rifle is he using? I have a T-76 too, but I can't replicate this effect. Russian netizen. Ministry of Defense. Just surrender already. There's no way we can win. Just as Zhu Jue stored the heavy machine guns from the rooftop, his phone vibrated with a message from Ghost, accompanied by a satellite map. We've located the missile position near Yasukuni Shrine. 6 missile vehicles are hidden in the parking lot 500 meters east of the shrine. Additionally, the self-defense force has dispatched 3 Apache helicopters heading your way. He looked up at the sky, the distant roar of helicopters growing louder as 3 Apaches drew closer, their missile launchers glinting ominously. Zhu Jue smirked, hefting the Stinger missile launcher he had just collected, aiming it at the foremost Apache, and squeezed the trigger. Whoosh! Boom! The missile streaked skyward, accurately striking the Apache's engine, which erupted in black smoke before spiraling out of control and crashing into a nearby building, the explosion shaking the ground beneath. The remaining 2 Apaches, frightened, quickly turned to flee, but Zhu Jue raised his weapon again, firing 2 shots this time with the T-76. The bullets shattered the helicopter's glass cockpit, killing the pilot instantly, as both helicopters plummeted onto the streets of Ginza, igniting a towering inferno. In a live stream, the flames painted half the sky crimson. The host slumped on the rooftop, struggling to articulate. The missile. He shot down the Apache with a Stinger. My heavens. This ISNT just sniping. This is warfare. Zhu Jue discarded the missile launcher, brushing the dust off his hands. As spatial awareness expands, the missile lock signal towards the Yasukuni Shrine grows increasingly potent. In the distance, self-defense force tanks rumbled down the streets, their cannons aimed squarely at the hotel. Having had his fill of play, it is time to venture to the next location to claim his grand prize. He approaches the edge of the rooftop, gazing down at the throng of self-defense force soldiers below, their rifles raised and aimed at him. A smirk of derision curls at the corner of Zhu Jue's mouth as he suddenly leaps off, his body landing deftly on a cable between buildings, propelling himself toward the taller skyscraper, his form vanishing like a swift swallow into the shadows of the edifices. Behind him, the ammunition box on the hotel rooftop is struck by tank fire, the explosion reverberating with earth-shattering intensity. Meanwhile, the dark web livestream continues to capture the aerial acrobatics of the elusive figure, broadcasting this thrilling parkour assassination spectacle sweeping through Tokyo to every corner of the globe in real time. Chapter 17. Spatial Shell Penetration. A missile breaches the defensive line amidst a triad of encirclement. The remnants of the parking lot surrounding the Yasukuni Shrine still emit wisps of smoke. Zhu Jue has just stowed the final box of laser rifle ammunition in his spatial pocket, storing 800 rounds of laser rifle ammunition, expanding spatial capacity to 410,000, enhancing ammunition penetration limit to penetrative level, when a sudden low-frequency tremor vibrates beneath his feet. At the end of the distant street, 3 Patriot missile defense vehicles rumble over gravel, their launchers raised high, radar antennas spinning like frenzied frisbees, lock signals piercing his skin like countless steel needles. This is bad. Patriots missile. A crackling urgency fills the airwaves as Ghost warns him that the self-defense force has dispatched their most formidable assets. These missiles possess a range of 15 kilometers and an interception precision of 0.5 meters, You are under simultaneous lock from 3 missile vehicles. Moreover, 2 tanks are approaching from behind, and the Eastern Laser Unit has already taken aim. You are surrounded on 3 sides. Zhu Jue scans his surroundings. To the front, 12 laser soldiers of the Sacred Guard fan out in a semicircle, their gun muzzles glowing ever brighter. The 1,000-meter range precisely covering the wreckage of the missile vehicle beneath him. To the rear, 2 Type 90 tanks have their cannons trained upon him, their barrels glinting coldly. Overhead, 2 Black Hawk helicopters hover low, their gunners poised with trembling fingers on the triggers. The dark web livestream captures the scene from 3 angles simultaneously. The host's voice trembling. It's over. The sharpshooter is cornered. He is beset on all sides by lethal weapons. Patriots missile, laser rifle, tank. This is a certain death scenario. The barrage of comments explodes instantly. Chinese netizens express concern. Don't panic. The sharpshooter surely has a plan. Activate spatial powers again. Russian netizens rejoice. This time, he has nowhere to fly. The Patriot's missiles will reduce him to ash. Military enthusiasts from the U.S. The Patriots are primarily designed to intercept missiles. Targeting a single soldier is somewhat overkill, but their power is enough to obliterate everything within a 50-meter radius upon impact. Zhu Jue does not watch the livestream. His spatial awareness is fully engaged, calculating the positions of the 3 Patriot missile vehicles, 800 meters to the east, 1,000 meters to the south, 1,200 meters to the west. The countdown for missile launch, 30 seconds, the energy charge progress of the laser rifles, 70, and the loading status of the tank shells, already chambered. All displayed like a holographic data panel in his mind. 30 seconds, sufficient time. He lets out a cold laugh, crouching down, retrieving 3 rounds of 7. 62 millimeters armor-piercing ammunition from his spatial pocket, pilfered from his SAM-6 ammunition depot. At this moment, his fingertips rest against the bullet heads, and with a mere thought, spatial energy surges into the bullets, causing their surfaces to shimmer with a pale, silver glow. System notification, initiating penetrative level spatial enhancement. Bullet penetration power increased by 500. Capable of penetrating 100 millimeters homogeneous steel armor. He raises his T-76 sniper rifle, aiming first at the Patriot missile vehicle 800 meters to the east, its launcher already elevated. Smoke beginning to billow from the missile's tail. Zhu Jue takes a deep breath, locking onto the connection between the missile body and the launcher with his spatial perception. His fingers squeezing the trigger with decisive resolve. Bang! The silver bullet screams forth, carving an almost invisible line through the air, tearing apart the surrounding currents as it travels. At a distance of 800 meters, the bullet reaches its target in just 0.9 seconds, striking the pivot axis connecting the missile to its launcher with a sharp crack. The enhanced penetration power slices through the metal axis, rendering the missile unmoored, and it crashes to the ground, flames erupting from its tail. The driver frantically slamming the emergency buttons. The livestream captures this moment perfectly, the host shrieking in disbelief. He fired. He shot a missile with a sniper rifle and hit the connection axis. Is this the precision achievable by a human? Before the barrage of comments can react, Zhu Jue has already pivoted his rifle towards the southern missile vehicle, which has launched its missile, the orange tail flame rushing towards him. Speeding at 6 Mach. The distance dwindles to 500 meters, then 400, then 300. Now, Zhu Jue's pupils constrict. His spatial awareness computes the trajectory of the missile and identifies the weakest point at the guidance module. His wrist trembles slightly as the second enhanced bullet is discharged. This time, the bullet's velocity exceeds the previous shot, leaving behind a shimmering trace of pale silver in the air. At a distance of 300 meters, the bullet collides with the missile with a resounding boom. The enhanced bullet penetrates the guidance module, igniting the explosives within, and the missile erupts into a fiery ball in mid-air, fragments raining down like a torrential shower. The comments section erupts in chaos, flooding the screen with white. Chinese netizens declare, he penetrated the missile. He shot through the missile with a bullet. This must be black technology. Incredible. Expert from E-Country exclaim, impossible. Even enhanced, a 7.62 millimeters bullet could not breach a missile's exterior. This defies the laws of physics. Russian netizens are distraught. This is fake. It must be special effects. Our Patriot's missiles cannot possibly be penetrated by a sniper rifle. Zhu Jue pays no heed to the comments. The third missile vehicle to the west is already in a panic, the driver desperately swerving to escape, only to be met with Zhu Jue's precise shot that strikes the tire, sending the missile vehicle careening into a utility pole, the launcher toppling to the ground, the missile clattering down beside it, one direction neutralized. Just as he prepares to rise, a high-frequency buzz suddenly pierces the air, The 12 laser rifles of the laser unit have simultaneously completed their charging, 12 beams of blue light hurtling towards him. Concurrently, the two tanks behind him unleash their shells, which scream through the air towards the wreckage of the missile vehicle he occupies. Perfect timing. Zhu Jue rolls over, taking cover behind the wreckage of a SAM-6 missile vehicle. Boom! The tank shell detonates against the remnants, ripping a massive hole in the steel plating, debris scattering everywhere. The laser beams strike the wreckage, instantly melting 12 small holes, smoke billowing forth. Using the cover of the explosion smoke, he suddenly bursts forth from his hiding place, wielding an electromagnetic pulse grenade, pulling the pin and throwing it towards the laser unit. With a crackle, the grenade detonates, blue electromagnetic waves radiating outward, causing the 12 laser rifles to instantly power down, the blue light at their muzzles extinguishing. The soldiers frantically attempt to reactivate their weapons, but to no avail. Without lasers, you become mere targets. Zhu Jue raises his sniper rifle, sweeping the muzzle from side to side. Bang! 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 12 shots ring out in succession, each bullet finding its mark in the seams of the laser soldiers' masks. All 12 collapsing to the ground, their laser rifles collected into his spatial pocket. System notification, stored 12 laser rifles, expanding spatial capacity to 420,000, enhancing energy weapon control by 150. Seeing the laser unit eradicated, the tanks in the rear hastily turn to flee, but Zhu Jue retrieves a mortar from his spatial pocket, its precision heightened to its zenith. He fires 2 rounds without needing a sight, the shells landing squarely on the tracks of the 2 tanks. Boom! The tracks are obliterated, the tanks collapsing to the ground like crippled behemoths. The number of viewers on the dark web livestream surges past 25 million, the host slumped in the helicopter cabin, struggling to articulate. The encirclement has been broken. The marksman pierced the missile with spatial ammunition, while the electromagnetic pulse rendered the laser guns useless. And the mortar obliterated the tank. This was not a battle. It was a unilateral massacre. Zhu Jue approached the incapacitated tank, preparing to retrieve it into the spatial realm, when an alarming resonance erupted from his spatial awareness. The main entrance of the Yasukuni shrine gradually opened, revealing 3 oddly shaped armored vehicles emblazoned with the insignia of sacred defense. The launchers atop them glowed with a violet hue, unmistakably the plasma cannons secretly developed by Country R. From a lead armored vehicle, a voice blared through a loudspeaker, still speaking in that stiff Chinese. "Mysterious one, you have destroyed our missile array and slain our guards, provoking our sacred threshold. This is your final warning. Surrender immediately, or the plasma cannons shall reduce you and this region to scorched earth." Zhu Jue narrowed his eyes at the plasma cannon's launcher. The energetic fluctuations at its muzzle were formidable, with a range of 800 meters and enough power to melt through a meter of steel. A smirk of derision curled at the corners of his mouth as he retrieved the confiscated Patriot 3 missile vehicle from the spatial realm, which he had not had the chance to store earlier. With a flick of his thought, the missile vehicle emerged from the ether, settling securely behind him. Scorched earth? He raised a hand and patted the missile vehicle's launch platform, directing a cold sneer toward the loudspeaker's direction. "Today, I shall use your own missiles to deliver a plasma gift to the Yasukuni shrine." With that, he leapt onto the missile vehicle, his fingers dancing across the control panel. The spatial enhancement's decryption capability came into play, swiftly cracking the missile vehicle's encryption system. As the launch platform slowly elevated and aimed at the 3 plasma cannon armored vehicles. Overhead, the Yasukuni shrine, the air raid sirens blared once more, while the dark web livestream fixated intently on the standoff between the missile vehicle and the plasma cannons. A global audience of 25 million awaited the ultimate confrontation of spear against shield. Chapter 18, The Golden Ultimatum, a 100-ton deep-sea delivery. With a 6-hour countdown locking the upper echelons of Country R, the plasma cannon armored vehicles in front of the Yasukuni shrine remained idling, their muzzles pulsating with violet light. But the voice from the loudspeaker had lost its earlier bravado and trembled with uncertainty. Even the term sacred now sounded fraught. "Mysterious one. We are the Extreme Defense Group under the National Security Council of Country R, ordered to negotiate with you. The shrine is a symbol of our spirit. If you cease your attacks, we are willing to meet all your reasonable demands. Let's speak amicably." Zhu Jue sat in the driver's seat of the Patriot missile vehicle, tapping rhythmically on the control panel, the energy readings of the plasma cannon being decrypted remotely by Ghost. He chuckled into the vehicle's communicator, his voice echoing across the dark web. "Reasonable demands? When you were encircling me with laser guns and missiles moments ago, why didn't you say, 'Let us talk amicably'?" On the other end, there was an immediate silence, and after a few seconds, a frail yet urgent voice emerged. It was Morita, The former Minister of Defense of country are a core figure of the extremists, now devoid of his previous arrogance. It was our blunder. Do you want weapons? Intelligence? As long as you do not destroy the shrine, we can provide anything. What I seek, you may not be able to afford, Zhu Jue replied, pressing the preheat button on the missile launch platform, slightly adjusting the muzzle to aim at the roof of the main hall of the Yasukuni shrine. I require 100 tons of gold, pure gold bars, each no less than 10 kilograms. A gasp echoed from the communicator. 100 tons? Our national treasury's gold reserves are barely over 2,000 tons. This is utterly impossible. Impossible? Zhu Jue suddenly disengaged the missile launcher's safety. The red light indicating readiness on the control panel began to flash. Then, I shall press the launch button now. The Patriot missile will pierce through the plasma cannon and obliterate the main shrine along with it. Which do you believe holds more value? Your sacred symbol or 100 tons of gold? The dark web live stream immediately switched to the main hall of the shrine. The host's voice trembling. He is serious. The missile has been prepped. 100 tons of gold. This is the most outrageous negotiation condition I have ever heard. The barrage of comments erupted instantly. Chinese netizens cheered. Well done. Let them return our stolen gold. 100 tons is too little. Country, our netizens lamented. Our treasury has never had that much gold. This is going to ruin us. Market enthusiast from country M noted. 100 tons of gold is worth nearly $5 billion. Even the extremists of country would need to mobilize major financial consortiums. Morita shouted urgently into the communicator. Do not act rashly. We will gather it. But how will you receive the gold? Do you want a cash transfer? A transfer? I fear you might play tricks and freeze the accounts. Zhu Jue opened the satellite map sent by Ghost, displaying a deep blue sea area 200 kilometers southeast of Tokyo Bay at latitude 35.12, longitude 141.30, in a trench 3,000 meters deep. Place the gold in sealed, pressure-resistant boxes and deliver it using a naval transport ship. After delivery, send me the GPS coordinates. Deep sea? 3,000 meters. Morita was flabbergasted. How can we confirm the drop at such depth? We cannot monitor in real time. You need not confirm. I shall observe myself. Zhu Jue's spatial awareness had already extended to that marine area. The topography of the 3,000-meter deep trench and the current speed vividly manifesting in his mind. Furthermore, you have a 6-hour countdown, starting now. Exceed a minute, and I will demolish a corner of the shrine. Exceed 10 minutes, and I shall obliterate the main hall. He paused momentarily, adding, do not attempt any clever tricks. Once the transport ship leaves the port, it must not have armed escorts nor positioning devices. Should there be any tampering or shortchanging with the boxes, you shall bear the consequences. Ghost will decrypt your naval communication channels. I will see every movement. On the other end, Morita's voice was filled with urgency as he issued commands, clearly mobilizing resources in haste. After 5 minutes, Morita's voice returned, tinged with a hint of desperation. We have contacted the 2 major consortiums, Mitsubishi and Sumitomo. They have agreed to mobilize their gold reserves. The transport ship is on standby at Yokosuka port, but for a 3,000-meter deep-sea delivery, we need time to modify the pressure-resistant boxes. Can you grant us an extra hour? Zhu Jue glanced at the tactical watch on his wrist. The countdown had already dropped to 5 hours and 55 minutes. I can allow a maximum of 30 minutes, starting now. Remember, my patience is limited. With that, he terminated the communication and opened the encrypted channel sent by Ghost, where a satellite image appeared, showing 3 large transport ships urgently being dispatched at Yokosuka port, cranes on the shore already lifting gold bars onto the vessels. The gleaming boxes piled high like small mountains. Ghost, confirm the purity and weight of the gold. Zhu Jue commanded. Currently decrypting Sumitomo's inventory system, Ghost replied, accompanied by the sound of keystrokes. Confirmed. Each gold bar is 999 purity, weighing 12 kilograms each, totaling 8,334 bars, equating to exactly 100,008 tons. Quite substantial. However, Ghost hesitated, pulling up another satellite screenshot. Outside Yokosuka port, 3 submarines are lurking in the shadows of the Soryu class. They might be a contingency from the extremists, intending to ambush you after the gold delivery. Zhu Jue scoffed coldly, his spatial awareness instantly encompassing the positions of the 3 submarines in Tokyo Bay, 50 kilometers north of the transport ship's route, their depth 200 meters, and the status of their torpedo launch tubes, loaded. The coordinates floated like holographic points in his mind. Want to play tricks? He summoned the previously confiscated SAM, 6 missile vehicles from the spatial realm, and with a thought, 2 missile vehicles were deployed directly on the high ground east of the shrine. Their launch platforms aimed at the marine area where the submarines were located. Ghost synchronized the submarine coordinates with the missile vehicle systems. Should they dare approach the transport ship within 10 kilometers, sink them without hesitation. Understood. The missile system has been decrypted, synchronization complete. At this moment, the dark web livestream had switched to real-time footage from Yokosuka port, with 28 million viewers watching the cranes load gold bars onto the transport ships. The comments section erupting. Chinese netizens were vigilant. Ensure they do not tamper with the gold. You must keep a close eye. Country, our netizens mourned. That is the savings of our generations. Just like that, it is being taken away. Country netizens conspiracy theory. The extremists are certainly not that honest. Their submarines are ready, waiting for the autumn reckoning. Zhu Jue paid no heed to the barrage of comments, reclining in the missile vehicle's seat, his fingertips caressing the launch button on the control panel. His spatial awareness swept through the main hall of the Yasukuni shrine, where a dozen priests were hurriedly evacuating with ancestral tablets, while the extremist soldiers were secretly setting up anti-aircraft missiles. However, he detonated the missile supports with his sniper rifle from afar, instilling fear that rendered them motionless. There remained 5 hours and 20 minutes. Zhu Jue glanced at the tactical display and reconnected to Morita's channel via the communicator, warning that if the transport ship dared to deviate from its course or if the submarine dared to surface, he would obliterate the shrine's torii gate first, leaving their sacred site with a missing corner. On the other end, Morita's voice quivered with trepidation. We wouldn't dare. Absolutely not. The transport ship has departed. Expected to arrive in 3 hours. You can rest assured. Zhu Jue ended the communication, lifting his gaze to the glazed tiles of the Yasukuni Shrine's main hall, gleaming blindingly in the sunlight, reminiscent of the military insignias flaunted by the Our Country Army as they trampled through the villages of Hua Country in a past life. He clenched his fist, his spatial awareness extending once more to the designated deep-sea trench 3,000 meters below, where turbulent currents stirred. And the 100 tons of gold were poised to become the first interest on his path of vengeance. The countdown interface of the dark web livestream was pinned, the crimson numbers ticking down second by second. 051958, 051957. Global viewers fixated on their screens, eager to witness how this gamble of gold for the shrine would conclude. Would her country timely deliver the gold, or would Zhu Jue press the missile launch button, causing the Yasukuni shrine to collapse in flames? Chapter 19. Deep Sea Gold Verification. The submarine stealth attack was thwarted by an aerial bombardment, with a 6-hour countdown. The clouds loomed low over Tokyo Bay as Zhu Jue sat in the driver's seat of the missile vehicle, the countdown on the tactical display glaring red. Now at 1 hour and 03 minutes remaining. On the onboard screen, real-time footage from Ghost revealed 3 Our Country transport ships slicing through the waves, heading towards the deep sea trench at latitude 35, 12, longitude 141, 30, the vessels trailing long white wakes like 3 unwavering lines. The transport ships were 40 kilometers from their target, cruising at a speed of 18 knots, expected to arrive in 28 minutes. Ghost's voice was punctuated with the sound of frantic keystrokes as he decrypted Morita's encrypted communication and sent a secret order to the submarine, instructing the Soryu-class submarines to maintain silence. After the gold delivery, they were to surface immediately and torpedo the transport ships, creating a false narrative of the gold sinking into the deep sea, thus forcing them to abandon their plans of attacking the shrine. A cold smile creased Zhu Jue's lips as his spatial awareness instantly spread to the 3 Sura-class submarines lurking 20 kilometers south of the transport ship's route, their depths dropping from 200 meters to 300 meters, the torpedo launch hatches quietly opening, the icy torpedoes primed for action. Planning to destroy evidence and renege? He pressed the control button for the SAM-6 missile vehicle, and 2 missile vehicles on the eastern high ground roared to life, their launchers slowly pivoting, cannon mouths aimed at the submarine's submerged waters. Ghost synchronized the submarine's real-time coordinates and sent a warning to the transport ships, telling them they have underwater visitors beneath their hulls. If they wish to survive, they should not stop, but proceed with the gold delivery and return immediately. Received. Coordinates synchronized. Warning dispatched. Indeed, the transport ship on the screen suddenly accelerated, its hull swaying slightly, evidently rattled by the message. Meanwhile, the submarine, sensing the transport ship's haste and fearing discovery, prematurely surfaced by 100 meters, the torpedo launch alarm blaring clearly into Zhu Jue's ears through the channel decrypted by Ghost. No more waiting. Zhu Jue's fingers struck the missile control panel. SAM-6, fire 2 missiles, target, latitude 35, 08, longitude 141, 25, depth 200 meters. 2 bright orange trails streaked across the sky, missiles shrieking toward the submarine's waters. 30 seconds later, 2 muffled explosions reverberated from the depths. and the sea erupted in two towering columns of water, akin to colossal white towers rising from the depths. Of the three submarines, two were directly struck in their reactors, instantly disintegrating into fragments. The remaining vessel, in a frantic attempt to escape, was hit by another missile from Zhu Jue, its hull breaking apart and sinking into the abyss. The dark web live stream caught the water column's eruption, the broadcaster screaming into the camera. It exploded. The shrine directly obliterated the submarines. The extremists of our country's backup plan was eradicated in one fell swoop. This anticipation was brilliant. They are no match for the divine. The barrage of comments flooded in with 666. Hua, country netizens, the prophets of anticipation. I knew they would try to renege. This preemptive strike was splendid. Our country netizens fully convinced. Stop struggling. If they can't even handle the submarines, how dare they play tricks? Country military enthusiasts. The SAM-6 was originally an anti-air missile, and he's modified it into an anti-submarine missile. Such operational capability is unparalleled globally. 28 minutes later, the transport ship arrived at the designated deep-sea trench. On the screen, cranes hoisted silver-sealed, pressure-resistant boxes off the deck, plopping into the sea with a series of splashes, sending ripples across the surface. Zhu Jue's spatial awareness penetrated 3,000 meters of seawater, meticulously scanning each box's gold bars, purity markings, and even the weight of each bar, exactly 12 kilograms, no more, no less, all vividly clear before his eyes. Confirmation, 8,334 pressure-resistant boxes. A total gold weight of 100,008 tons. Purity 999. No adulteration. No trackers. Zhu Jue spoke into the communicator, his voice reverberating across the dark web live stream. Marita, I have received the gold. On the other end, Marita's voice trembled with relief, yet concealed resentment. Now that the gold has been delivered. You must honor your promise and not bomb the shrine, right? I shall adhere to my promise. Zhu Jue pushed open the vehicle door, stepping atop the missile vehicle, his gaze fixed on the Yasukuni Shrine's main hall. However, the account for your previous ambush against me, using laser guns and sending submarines to attack, must be settled separately. As soon as he finished speaking, he summoned 12 laser rifles, previously seized from the sacred guards, infusing them with spatial energy. The gun barrels instantly glowing with a blinding blue light. Zhu Jue raised his hand, aiming at the sacred torii gate at the shrine's entrance, a 12-meter-tall wooden archway, regarded as a divine gate by our country, and squeezed the trigger. 12 beams of blue laser simultaneously shot forth, accurately striking the gate's pillars. With a crack, 2 wooden pillars were severed by the lasers, and a massive torii gate collapsed thunderously, crashing onto the stone pathway before the shrine, kicking up clouds of dust. The live stream zoomed in on the collapsing gate, the broadcaster's voice cracking. He didn't blow up the main hall, but he demolished the torii gate. That is the entrance to the Yasukuni Shrine. This serves as an extra lesson for the extremists of our country. Morita screamed frantically into the communicator. How dare you dismantle the torii gate? You are desecrating the sacred. Desecrate? Zhu Jue scoffed, summoning the previously seized mortars. Aiming at the defensive structures surrounding the shrine, barbed wire, surveillance towers, laser defense positions. When you surrounded me with defensive fortifications, did you not speak of desecration? Bang! 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 3 shells were fired. The surveillance tower was obliterated midsection, the barbed wire shattered into fragments, and a large hole was blasted into the foundation of the laser defense array. The shrine's perimeter defenses were instantly reduced to ruins. Zhu Jue stowed his weapons and coldly addressed the communicator. Remember, this 100 tons of gold is compensation for your ambush against me. The collapsed torii gate and defensive structures are the lessons for your petty tricks. Should you dare to entertain any further ill intentions next time, it will not be merely the torii gate I dismantle, but your main hall. With that, he terminated the communication, turned, and leaped back onto the missile vehicle. Commanding Ghost, locate the next target. The National Museum of our country, where 3 bronze animal heads lost from the Yuan Minjuan are stored. Send me the satellite map. Received. The coordinates of a national museum have been synchronized. However, the Spectre paused momentarily, calling forth a fresh satellite image. There were movements at the Self-Defense Forces headquarters. They had deployed the Izumo helicopter carrier, racing towards Tokyo Bay with the intent to intercept you. Zhu Jue lifted his gaze toward the distant seascape, faintly discerning the silhouette of a colossal vessel. A flicker of combat fervor danced at the corners of his mouth as his spatial awareness swept over the deck of the Izumo, where 12 F-35 fighter jets awaited. And the missile launchers at the bow were already elevated. A helicopter carrier? He touched the bronze relic fragment in his pocket. his mind racing as he summoned the Patriot missile vehicles and the SAM-6 missile vehicles into his spatial storage. System notification. Heavy missile vehicles stored. 3 units. Spatial volume expanded to 450,000. Let us test these weapons. The missile vehicles departed from Yasukuni Shrine, speeding towards the direction of the National Museum. Behind them, beside the collapsed Torii Gate, Ars priests wept, clutching ancestral tablets. The online viewership of the dark web broadcast surged past 30 million. Global audiences fixated on Zhu Jue's retreating vehicle, eager to witness how he would confront the tempest of the Izumo aircraft carrier, which threatened to engulf Tokyo. Not just halting, but poised to stir an even greater wave. Chapter 20. Silent Assault from the Deep Sea. The Izumo's crew fell silent, erasing the presence of the aircraft carrier and shaking Ars' defense line. Chapter 20. The Return through Tokyo Bay. The aircraft carrier, once an obstacle, is now collected. Blades drawn before the Kyoto Museum. The waters of Tokyo Bay, enshrouded with ash from Sakurajima, shimmered a murky gray-black under the night sky. Zhu Jue maneuvered his modified off-road vehicle over the gravel of the coastal highway, the vehicle's screen flashing with the satellite signals sent by the Spectre, indicating that the Izumo helicopter carrier had departed from Yokosuka port, flanked by 3 Soryu-class submarines in a triangular escort, heading directly for his return route. He cast a glance at the small positioning detector on the passenger seat. The pulsating red, that was the residual signal of the gold drop point. 100 tons of gold had been completely absorbed into his spatial storage half an hour prior, and now the spatial volume had surged from 450,000 to 520,000, easily accommodating the previously confiscated SAM-6 missile vehicles. The reason he had not stored the off-road vehicle was to intentionally leave a flaw. Azar's military was tracking his trajectory through road surveillance. An overly conspicuous disappearance would only attract more aerial interceptors. That old fool Sato had indeed sent out the last of the aircraft carriers. Zhu Jue scoffed coldly, tapping the vehicle's panel to bring up the real-time deployment map of the Izumo. 12 F-35s were stationed on the deck, and the close-in defense guns were rotating 360 degrees. 200 meters underwater, the sonar waves from the 3 submarines were expanding in layers, evidently aiming to corner him along the Tokyo Bay coastline before he could reach Kyoto. He turned the steering wheel, veering into an abandoned fishing port by the roadside, once a supply transfer station for the Yamaguchi-gumi, now reduced to a few rusting fishing boats. Zhu Jue killed the engine, taking his time to exit the vehicle. Instead, he retrieved an electromagnetic pulse grenade from his spatial storage, a trophy from a self-defense forces soldier, capable of disrupting electronic devices within a 500-meter radius. He swung open the car door and hurled the grenade toward the surveillance pole at the port's entrance. With a muffled bang, the surveillance screen instantly blacked out, and the surrounding streetlights extinguished as well. Having completed this, he activated spatial storage, silently absorbing the off-road vehicle into his space. Bathed in moonlight, he summoned a Nightingale reconnaissance helicopter from his spatial realm, its body coated with stealth materials. The engine modified with spatial energy, it emitted only a faint airflow upon ignition, inaudible even to fishing boats 10 meters away. It was time to confront this steel behemoth. Zhu Jue piloted the helicopter into the air, maintaining a super-low flight just 30 meters above the sea surface, his spatial awareness extending like radar for 20 kilometers, tracking the massive hull of the Izumo as it glided over the ocean. Inside the bridge, Sato fixated on the radar screen, his finger poised over the missile launch alert button, as the F-35s on the deck ignited their engines, their exhaust flames glowing orange against the night. He maneuvered to the sonar blind spot behind the carrier, a detection dead zone for the 3 submarines. Taking a deep breath, Zhu Jue activated the maximum capacity of his spatial storage. A pale blue, invisible vortex unfolded beneath the helicopter, its suction extending across the sea surface like an unseen hand, precisely clasping the Izumo's hull. Inside the bridge, Sato suddenly felt his seat lurch violently, just as he was about to shout for an inspection of the power chamber. A lookout rushed in, tumbling, "Captain, the hull is lifting off." Sato dashed to the window, his pupils shrinking to pinpricks as he beheld the 270,000-ton vessel slowly dislodging from the sea, the water cascading from its underside, yet producing no sound of impact. The F-35s on the deck lost their support, beginning to slide toward the stern, while the close-in defense guns flailed aimlessly in the air. "Fire! Fire now!" Sato bellowed, slamming down the missile launch button. But as the launchers lifted, the entire hull tilted under the vortex's pull, causing the missiles to jam in their tubes, belching forth clouds of black smoke. The 3 escorting submarines detected the anomaly, surfacing immediately to prepare for torpedo attacks, but were caught in the residual wave of the vortex. their hulls crumpled instantaneously. Screams from the crew echoed through the communication channels, followed by a complete signal blackout. Zhu Jue watched as the Izumo was gradually consumed by the vortex, the spatial volume expanding synchronously to 140,000, effortlessly accommodating the 3 submarines and 12 F-35s. He retracted the vortex, maneuvering the helicopter to turn towards Kyoto. R's maritime defense line had been breached, and it was now time to retrieve the national treasures imprisoned in the museum. Meanwhile, the command center of R's defense ministry was in disarray. Minister Fukuda glared at the radar screen, displaying the vanished carrier signal, then heard the reports of lost submarines. Seizing the teacup on the table and hurling it to the floor. Useless? A bunch of useless fools. They can't even guard a single aircraft carrier. Beside him, the intelligence minister trembled as he handed over a dark web screenshot. The image depicted the Izumo's hull, suspended in midair, surrounded by a faint blue glow, with the caption stating, "A mysterious figure from Huagua exhibits spatial manipulation abilities. R's aircraft carrier vanishes into thin air, rendering the maritime self-defense forces completely paralyzed." Fukuda stared at the screenshot, darkness clouding his vision as he nearly toppled from his chair. He knew that he no longer possessed any cards to thwart Zhu Jue. As Zhu Jue piloted the helicopter into Kyoto, dawn was just breaking. He stored the helicopter back into space and walked toward the vicinity of the Kyoto National Museum, where the defenses were tripled compared to those at Tokyo Port. Barbed wire surrounded the area in 3 layers, a self-defense force's soldier stationed every 10 meters. And the radar antennas atop the museum spun incessantly, with even the surrounding residences temporarily commandeered as makeshift outposts for the soldiers. They had certainly invested heavily. Zhu Jue retrieved a reinforced tactical knife from his spatial storage, its blade forged from the titanium alloy of the F-35, sharpened to an impressive 300 increase. Utilizing the cover of the morning mist, he circled to the rear wall of the museum, his spatial awareness scanning the defenses within. 5 soldiers patrolled along the wall, their assault rifles loaded and vibration sensors installed atop the wall. Taking a deep breath, he leaped, his feet lightly tapping the wall as he silently flipped over like a cat. Upon landing, he deftly avoided the patrolling soldiers, then produced a small interference chip from the disassembled parts of the electromagnetic pulse grenade, gently affixing it to the vibration sensor, which instantly turned green, losing its alert function. Once inside the museum, Zhu Jue headed straight for the 2nd floor's East Asian Antiquities Museum. According to the intel provided by the Spectre, it housed 3 bronze animal heads lost from the old summer palace: the ox head, the monkey head, and the tiger head. He pushed open the exhibition hall doors, only to find the animal heads displayed within a bulletproof glass case, surrounded by infrared sensor devices that would trigger an alarm if any object approached. Such rudimentary measures were insufficient. Zhu Jue activated his spatial energy, forming an invisible barrier around his body, effectively isolating the infrared sensors. He extended his hand toward the bulletproof glass case, and the spatial suction precisely acted upon the glass, causing the case to disassemble into fragments. The bronze animal heads securely landing in his hands. As his fingertips brushed against the cold, intricate patterns of the animal heads, Zhu Jue's gaze softened for a moment. These national treasures, which rightfully belonged in a museum in Huagua, were finally on their way home. He retracted the beast's head into the spatial dimension, which expanded further, diligently safeguarding even the minute intricacies of its surface with spatial energy. Just as he was about to depart the exhibition hall, a cacophony of gunfire erupted from outside, heralding the arrival of reinforcements from the self-defense forces. Zhu Jue approached the window and beheld the soldiers gathering below, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He summoned the previously confiscated Xuanwu 4 ballistic missile, its warhead removed, leaving only the launch tube, from the spatial realm, propping it against the window, and shouted downwards, "You wish to stop me? First, you should inquire if this contraption agrees." The soldiers, upon sighting the missile tube, were instantly thrown into disarray, retreating in haste. Seizing the opportunity, Zhu Jue summoned a motorcycle from the spatial dimension, and, riding it, burst forth from the museum's rear exit. The gunfire behind him receded into the distance, with his next target being Osaka Castle, which concealed even more national treasures yearning to return home. The dark web's livestream captured this moment, the host's voice tinged with excitement. The mysterious figure has successfully reclaimed the bronze beast's head. Their nation's self-defense forces can't even catch a glimpse of him. This is true cultural retribution. The comments section erupted. Chinese netizens exuberantly declared, "National treasures returning home. This operation is simply astounding." Next stop, Osaka. Our nation netizens despaired. "If we can't even defend the National Museum, what can possibly stop him?" Military enthusiasts from M Nation remarked. He can seize an aircraft carrier and dismantle display cases with precision. Such abilities are utterly incomprehensible. Zhu Jue rode through the streets of Kyoto, sunlight filtering through the clouds and bathing him. He felt the remnants of the bronze beast's head in his pocket, fully aware that this was merely the beginning. The artifacts pillaged by our nation from China in his past life would all be reclaimed in this one, without exception. Chapter 21. Zichuan Buin, the Hidden Dragon. Chapter 21. Zichuan Buin, Beneath the Cherry Blossoms. The horsehead fragment meets Sayako, 3 days alone stirring up a storm. The smoke of battle enveloped by the ash of Sakurajima drifted into Kyoto, dissipating into morning mist, clinging to Zhu Jue's sleeve and leaving a faint trace of gray. After retracting his motorcycle into the spatial dimension, he strode along the bluestone path outside Zichuan Buin. The soles of his shoes crunching over fallen cherry blossom petals from the previous night, which crumbled into powder, mingling with the morning dew that clung to the edges of his shoes. His spatial awareness unfurled, and behind the old cherry tree at the courtyard wall, the bowstring of a hidden sentry quivered, the red glow of night vision flickering in the mist. Beside the corridor of the study, 12 imperial samurai stood pressed against the wooden pillars, their sheathed swords flush against the column, their breaths so light they seemed to be snuffed out by the morning fog. In the innermost chamber, adorned with a plaque reading "Elegant Room," warm yellow light seeped through the window paper, accompanied by the faint sound of a brush gliding over washi, even drowning out the deliberately muted heartbeat of the hidden sentry. With a flick of his finger, Zhu Jue extracted pieces of an electromagnetic pulse grenade from the spatial realm, deftly striking them against the night vision device hidden behind the cherry tree. The device immediately emitted a plume of smoke, and just as the sentry was about to cry out, Zhu Jue vaulted over the courtyard wall, his hand slicing down like lightning, striking the back of the sentry's neck. The sentry collapsed silently, and Zhu Jue swiftly retracted him into the spatial dimension without disturbing the branches of the cherry tree, leaving only a few petals to fall on the spot where the sentry had stood. The samurai behind the pillars finally sensed something amiss, and 12 swords were drawn simultaneously, their metallic sound shattering the morning mist. The foremost samurai swung his blade, only for it to clash against an invisible spatial shield, snapping in two with a resounding clang. Zhu Jue's tactical knife was pressed against his neck, the titanium blade gleaming coldly, icier than the morning fog. Make another move, and it won't merely be your sword that breaks. The samurai stood frozen, yet none retreated. Zhu Jue's gaze hardened, with a flick of his wrist. The tactical knife slashed through 12 precise cuts, the sound melding seamlessly with the falling cherry blossoms, as light as the dissipating morning mist. The 12 bodies were casually retracted into the spatial realm, leaving only a few drops of spilled blood beside the pillars, which were swiftly diluted by the morning dew. Pushing open the paper door to the inner chamber, a fragrant blend of agarwood and sweet confections enveloped him. Sayako, gripping her brush, halted abruptly. The brush clattered onto the washi paper, the ink blot blooming like a suddenly exploded black cherry blossom. She did not scream, but merely raised her gaze, her lashes trembling violently, her eyes reflecting a mixture of alarm and confusion, akin to a lost deer encountering a wolf, momentarily forgetting to flee. The horsehead fragment lay within the golden pavilion study. Zhu Jue's voice was low, his breath mingling with the scent of agarwood. Devoid of warmth. I intend to take it back home. Cooperate, and I shall ensure your safety. Sayako's fingers curled slightly, and as she picked up the brush, her knuckles turned pale. She wrote on the washi, "The key lies beneath the vanity. The study conceals explosives." The brush paused suddenly, another ink blot blooming forth. She looked up at Zhu Jue, her tongue lightly grazing her lower lip, her voice soft as falling cherry blossoms. "Only with my presence will the explosives remain inert." Zhu Jue raised an eyebrow, his spatial awareness sweeping across the golden pavilion study, revealing miniature explosives concealed in the corner, the fuse as fine as a strand of hair, one end entangled with the jade pendant at Sayako's waist. He did not move, leaning against the gilded chrysanthemum-patterned screen, his wooden sandals lightly tapping the tatami beneath. Sayako's skirt slightly retracted, revealing a glimpse of her ankle, pale and dazzling, glimmering like fine porcelain in the morning light. Morning mist infiltrated through the window cracks, settling on the 3 plates of confections, dusting them with a fine frost. Sayako resumed her writing, the brush tip gliding over the washi. Yet she penned unrelated verses. Cherry blossoms fall, uncleaned upon the steps, a guest arrives, the tea is yet warm. Zhu Jue caught a glance, noticing her brush pause at the word guest, the ink softening the strokes, as if intentionally leaving a gap. "Yeah?" Zhu Jue suddenly inquired. Sayako's hand trembled slightly, an ink blot falling beside the word tea. Without turning back, She reached for the teacup at the corner of the table. Her fingertip barely grazed the cup's handle when Zhu Jue's hand reached out first, his cool fingertip, dusted with the ash from Sakurajima, brushing against her warm fingertip. Sayako swiftly retracted her hand, her ears flushed as red as ripened cherries. She bowed her head, continuing to write the verses, though her handwriting had become erratic. The final stroke of warm stretched long, resembling an unfinished thought. Zhu Jue leaned against the screen, chuckling softly, not pursuing further inquiries, merely observing the plate of plum-flavored confections, arranged most neatly. As the morning mist gradually thinned, one piece had vanished from the plate, and a hint of pale, pink filling clung to Sayako's lips, which she discreetly wiped away with her fingertip. No one knew that during those 2 days, the door to the inner chamber remained closed. The warm light filtering through the paper, illuminating the room from dawn to dusk and back again. They only knew that Sayako had wasted 3 sheets of washi paper, each adorned with unfinished lines. The swan returns with traces, cherry blossoms bloom anew, yet the guest lingers. They only knew that the confections on the table had been replaced 3 times, ultimately leaving only half a plate of plum-flavored treats, the edge stained with ink. They only knew that as Zhu Jue dozed against the screen, Sayako had once risen to refill the tea, her skirt brushing against his wooden sandals. He reached out to steady her, his fingertip gently grazing the jade pendant at her waist, and she did not shy away, though her shoulder trembled slightly, as if startled by the morning dew falling upon a cherry branch. On the 3rd morning, as Sayako retrieved the golden key from beneath the vanity, her fingertip brushed against the lock's opening, and when she handed it over, her voice was as soft as a sigh. In the 3rd tier of the study, there is a hidden compartment. Their essay mechanism on the left, do not touch. Her voice faltered momentarily, and she raised her hand to tuck away the loose cherry blossoms at her temple, her fingertip lightly tracing Zhu Jue's sleeve. My brother intends to take me to M Nation, claiming we can evade this chaos there. Zhu Jue accepted the key, its metal cool as morning mist. He did not look at her, merely stating, your brother's desire for safety may not align with your own. And what of yours? Sayako suddenly asked, her lashes lowered, revealing fragmented glimmers in her eyes. Will you return after taking the fragment? Zhu Jue turned to face her, the morning light illuminating the cherry blossom petals at her temple, dazzling to the eye. He did not answer, but reached out, his fingertip brushing against the fallen blossom, gently sweeping it away. Survival comes first. Only then can one speak of the future. In the last life, our nation faced a grim conclusion. Suddenly, an alarm blared, and the shouts of Blackwater mercenaries surged from outside the courtyard, causing cherry blossom petals to flutter down. Sayako's complexion paled instantly, and she grasped the jade pendant at her waist, preparing to flee towards the door. I'll divert them. You go to the study via the back door. His hand grasped her wrist. His palm was warm, enveloping her wrist as if cradling her hand in a comforting embrace. No need. As he released her, his fingertip lightly traced her wrist, leaving an invisible mark. You follow your path. I will handle matters here. Yako bit her lip, glancing back as she sprinted toward the rear door. She couldn't resist casting a fleeting gaze at Zhu Jue, who was bent over, adjusting his collar. The morning light draped over his shoulder like a golden cloak, while on the table, a half plate of plums and confections remained, with just one piece left, its surface marked with traces of ink. When Zhu Jue pushed open the main door of the boudoir and stood beneath the cherry blossom tree, the mercenaries raised their guns. Yet none dared to pull the trigger. They saw the half-open paper door behind him, the unfinished wok on the table, and the dish of ink-stained confections, and suddenly froze. Everyone knew that Sayako was the Emperor's most beloved sister. Moments before the alarm sounded, someone had seen her dash out the back door, clutching the hand that Zhu Jue had touched. The dark web live-streaming camera captured the scene from a distant rooftop, the host's voice trembling like a sieve. He just came out of Princess Sayako's boudoir. There are still unfinished confections on the table. They were alone for a full 2 days. The barrage of comments erupted instantaneously. Netizens from Hua country are in a frenzy. Help. Those confections. That unfinished waka. Who understands this atmosphere? Netizens from our country are going wild. How could Princess Sayako be alone with him? What did he do to her? Netizens from M country are gossiping. I think I just saw Princess Sayako's jade pendant flash in a sleeve. Was it a gift from her? Zhu Jue disregarded the uproar in the comments, clutching the golden key as he made his way to the golden pavilion study. The mercenaries and the self-defense forces behind him stood paralyzed, their eyes fixed on his retreating figure as it vanished behind the cherry tree. They feared injuring those dear to Sayako and were even more apprehensive about her turning back to find Zhu Jue. He self-deprecatingly mused that this could be construed as lustful intent. once he retrieved the fragment of the horse's head from the hidden compartment in the study. The other half of the fragment emitted a faint glow. With a precise click, it aligned perfectly. Zhu Jue glanced back toward the boudoir. But the silhouette behind the paper window had long since vanished, leaving only the white porcelain cup on the table, which still contained the last wisps of morning mist. Chapter 22. The Submarine Hunt in Tokyo Bay. Hand-to-hand with the captain. 3 days later, the morning fog over Tokyo Bay had yet to dissipate. Zhu Jue maneuvered the military off-road vehicle, stolen from the Kyoto Museum, over the gravel road outside Haneda Airport, trailing 2 wisps of dust behind him. In his earpiece, Ghost's voice crackled with the noise of deciphering data, intermingled with the static of a system crash. The Our Country Maritime Self-Defense Force has gone mad. The Sarayu-class submarine, Qinglong, carrying 3 treasured bronzes from the Emperor's private collection, is fleeing towards M Country. Captain Sato, a former Navy Special Forces operative, possesses half the coordinates of the Ark of the Apocalypse. Moreover, their surveillance system just crashed again while analyzing your combat data at the museum. The hard drive burned out. They can only send helicopters to search blindly. Zhu Jue lifted his gaze toward the ocean's surface, his spatial perception penetrating 50 meters of water. Instantly locking onto the gray-black submarine, its hull marked with the indistinct insignia of Qinglong. The torpedo launch tube at the bow was loaded. With 30 crew members surrounding the control panel, Sato stood at the center, clutching a zetonwood box, its corners revealing bronze patterns. The bronze must be obtained, and the submarine must be seized. Zhu Jue halted the vehicle, retrieved the half-carbon fiber mask from his space, which was technically unnecessary, as the space had already activated image distortion, traced his fingers across the mask, and leaped into the sea. The icy water pierced like a knife. Yet he surged towards the submarine with the speed amplified by his spatial enhancement, gliding through the water like a shark. Above him, 2 Our Country self-defense helicopters soared, their propellers splashing water onto his back, while soldiers in the cabin stared at the ocean surface. The radar screen displayed only a suspected shadow, and as the camera focused on Zhu Jue, the image suddenly blurred, transforming into a patch of pale blue light. Report: an unidentified target is on the surface, but the camera can't capture it clearly. Soldiers shouted, frantically adjusting their controls as the helicopter circled low. Zhu Jue ignored them, retrieving fragments of an electromagnetic pulse grenade from his space, charging it, and hurling it toward the submarine's periscope. With a sizzling sound, the periscope's screen instantly went dark. Inside, Sato slammed his hand on the table. What happened? Why is the periscope black? Seizing the moment of confusion, Zhu Jue grasped the outer maintenance ladder of the submarine with his bare hands, exerting force until the steel rungs deformed. He climbed up the ladder and, upon reaching the hatch, encountered 2 guards aiming their shotguns downward, cursing at the unexpected splash. Zhu Jue swiftly leaned forward, covering the mouth of the left guard with his left hand while seizing the barrel of his shotgun with his right. With a sudden pull, he bent the barrel at a 90-degree angle, the stock crashing against the guard's temple, rendering him unconscious. In that instant, Zhu Jue pivoted, using the fallen guard's body as a shield, as the right guard prepared to pull the trigger. The entire load of pellets struck his fallen comrade's corpse. Zhu Jue then kicked the guard's knee, a sharp crack resounding as he collapsed to a single knee. With lightning speed, Zhu Jue delivered a knife-hand strike to the back of the guard's neck, causing him to topple over, his body subsequently absorbed into the space. With his bare hands, Zhu Jue pried open the hatch, the sound of steel scraping echoing within the submarine. He crouched and darted down the corridor, only to collide with 3 crew members brandishing rifles. Bullets rained down, but Zhu Jue activated his spatial shield, the bullets ricocheting off the barrier and sparking against the corridor walls. Rather than retreating, he advanced, weaving through like a specter, grasping the rifle of the foremost crew member. He twisted it aside, the stock smashing into the second crew member's nose, blood spraying as, in the same motion, his tactical knife severed the throat of the 3rd crew member. The 3 fell without even a cry, and Zhu Jue stepped over their bodies. Droplets of blood splattering onto the steel plates of the corridor, blooming into dark red splotches. Who was out there? Captain Sato's voice echoed from the command cabin, accompanied by the sound of a bolt being pulled back. Zhu Jue approached the command cabin door, his spatial perception sweeping over the 15 crew members inside, 5 of whom aimed machine guns at the entrance, while 10 surrounded the control panel. Sato clutched the zetonwood box in one hand while pressing the torpedo launch button with the other. Listen, whoever is outside. If you come in, I'll detonate the torpedoes. We'll perish together. A smirk crept across Zhu Jue's lips as he suddenly kicked open the command cabin door, the machine guns erupting in a cacophony of gunfire. He sidestepped, leveraging the door to shield himself, and grasped the nearest machine gun's barrel, yanking it outward. The crew member was yanked out, and Zhu Jue took advantage of the momentum, turning the gun on the interior, unleashing a volley of bullets that ricocheted against the ceiling, sending with splinters flying. The crew members, terrified, ducked and covered their heads. Seeing this, Sato aimed his gun at Zhu Jue, yet hesitated to pull the trigger. He fixated on Zhu Jue's face, but all he could see was a pale blue light, rendering his features indistinguishable. Gritting his teeth, he shouted, "Who are you? Dare to touch the Qinglong, and our country will not spare you. We need your mercy." Zhu Jue discarded the machine gun and stepped closer to Sato, his spatial perception locking onto the Zeton wood box in his grasp. Sato panicked, reaching for the torpedo launch button, but Zhu Jue abruptly accelerated, seizing his wrist with his left hand while gripping his throat with his right. Sato's face turned beet red as the box fell from his hand with a thud. Zhu Jue's foot descended upon the box, and with a swift motion, he snapped Sato's throat, his tongue protruding, eyes wide with shock. The corpse was unceremoniously discarded beside the control panel like refuse. The remaining crew members trembled in fear, and two attempted to flee towards the hatch. Zhu Jue retaliated by flinging two tactical knives, their blades flashing as they pierced the knees of both men, who collapsed to the ground, crying out in agony. Zhu Jue paid them no mind as he bent down to retrieve the Zeton wood box, opening it to reveal 3 bronze vessels from the Shang and Zhou dynasties. Their intricate Taotai patterns clearly visible, tarnished with verdigris. With a thought, he stored the bronze vessels and the box into space. System notification: 3 Shang and Zhou bronze vessels stored. Space volume expanded to 38 million. Image distortion strength increased by 20. Bring the submarine to shallow waters, or we will all perish, Zhu Jue commanded coldly to the trembling crew members. They dared not resist, quaking as they scrambled to operate the control panel. The submarine slowly ascending toward the shallows of Tokyo Bay. Zhu Jue leaned against the cabin wall, retrieving his phone to activate the dark web livestream. The camera pointed at the ocean surface. The host's voice trembled with panic. "Look, the Qinglong is surfacing. The mysterious person must be inside. But the camera can't capture him. The screen is nothing but light spots." The comments flooded in instantaneously. Chinese netizens ponder the enigmatic man. Is it another light spot? Has Brother Nyo's face been welded into the fog? Russian netizens in despair. The surveillance footage is unclear. The analysis system has crashed. We don't even know who he is. American intelligence officer. I just tried to match the combat data. There is not a single match in the global database. Where on earth did this mysterious individual come from? Ghost, anonymous comment stops searching. It's futile. The data won't last half an hour. Zhu Jue chuckled as he turned off the live stream, when suddenly his phone vibrated with a call from Zhou Qi. The voice on the line carried a hint of hesitation. "Xiao Ju, why has your business taken so long? I just heard Zhang Hai say that things are quite chaotic in Russia, claiming a mysterious person has stolen their submarine and artifacts. Are you all right? Also, where did you get that gun you brought back last time?" Leaning against the bulkhead, Zhu Jue observed the trembling figures of the crew, his voice calm. "Uncle Zhou, fine. Business here is a bit troublesome. I'll be back in a few days. The laser gun was procured through a friend. Rest assured. It's from a legitimate channel." "Legitimate?" Zhou Qi's tone was rife with skepticism. "Don't you dare lie to me. Zhang Hai mentioned that the mysterious man is also in Russia and has stolen museum artifacts. You both wouldn't. Uncle Zhou, how could I possibly have such abilities?" Zhu Jue interjected, deliberately calling out towards the deck. "Hey boss, when will this batch be loaded onto the ship?" Performing for the air, then turning back to Zhou Qi, he concluded, "I'm busy. I'll hang up now and bring you a gift when I return." After ending the call, Zhu Jue stowed away his phone, his spatial awareness detecting that the submarine had arrived in shallow waters. Approaching the hatch, he glanced back at the crew huddled on the ground. "In light of Yako's favor, the submarine will remain. You may leave." The crew, as if pardoned from a death sentence, scrambled onto the lifeboat, paddling towards the distant warship. Zhu Jue stood on the submarine's deck, mentally commanding the 3,000-ton Qinglong submarine to ascend slowly, the water cascading downward, carving lines in the morning light, ultimately drawn into the void. System notification: 1 Qinglong-class submarine stored, containing 10 torpedoes, 30 standard-issue rifles. Spatial capacity expanded to 3.45 million. Underwater access function unlocked. On the distant warship, Russian soldiers peered through binoculars, witnessing the submarine's sudden disappearance. Coffee spraying from their mouths. Report: the submarine is gone. The mysterious man has vanished. The surveillance only captured a shadow. In the command center, the Russian defense minister glared at the blurry footage, infuriated as he slammed the table. "Not again. It's always like this. No face to identify, no data to analyze. Is this mysterious man a ghost or a human? Zhu Jue paid no heed to the chaos in the command center, plunging into the sea, swimming towards the direction of the off-road vehicle. The water surged over his head, the bronze-wine vessel and submarine resting quietly within his spatial realm. As Ghost's voice echoed in his earpiece, Yako has already arrived in Los Angeles. Blackwater has her confined in an underground base, guarded by 200 mercenaries. Moreover, in Nevada, M Country's secret base, Smith's password 7392-154-8001 has been successfully validated. There are indeed survival supplies for 100,000 people inside. Zhu Jue reached the shore, climbed into the vehicle, and shook off the water. As the morning fog dissipated and sunlight kissed the vehicle's surface, he retrieved a rosewood box from his spatial compartment. Glancing at the bronze wine vessel, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. The accounts with Russia are nearly settled. It's time to head to M Country. Yako, and those supplies for 100,000 people. I shall claim them all. The off-road vehicle roared to life, heading towards Tokyo port, leaving behind 2 trails of dust, soon whisked away by the sea breeze. The dark web live stream continued to broadcast over the water's surface. The host slumped in the helicopter cabin, shouting at the screen, "The mysterious man has vanished again. The submarine is gone. Russia is utterly baffled. Where'll he go next? M Country." In the barrage of comments, the term mysterious man flooded the screen, with no one knowing his name was Zhu Jue, nor his next destination. Only the sea breeze, laden with the briny scent of Tokyo Bay, drifted towards the vast ocean, where M Country's Blackwater base stood on high alert, oblivious to the fact that they were about to confront a riddle that eluded even the most vigilant eyes, leaving no trace of data behind. Chapter 23. The Night Assault on Los Angeles. The night in Los Angeles was enveloped in the desert's warm winds, swirling over the barbed wire surrounding the outskirts of the Blackwater base, producing a crisp, rustling sound, as if countless hands were tugging at the wire. Zhu Jue parked a stolen old pickup truck behind a sand dune 3 kilometers away, the truck bed draped with camouflage fabric salvage from the Russian submarine, still bearing the salt stains of Tokyo Bay, blending with the night and dust to make the pickup appear as a derelict construction vehicle, nestled inconspicuously in the dune shadow. Ghost's voice crackled through his earpiece, accompanied by the static of decrypted communications, the rapid tapping of keys, resembling a frantic race against time. "I've figured out the base's defenses. Yako is in the VIP holding cell on the 3rd underground level, guarded by 4 mercenaries wielding electromagnetic shields. Very tough. The outer 3 layers of defense. The outermost is a 30,000-volt electrified barbed wire. The middle layer is lined with infrared landmines. And the innermost layer has a patrol team of 10, changing shifts every hour. By the way, there's an Apache helicopter on the helipad, and the pilot just went inside, ready to take off at any moment." Zhu Jue retrieved a tactical knife from his spatial compartment, forged from the steel of a Russian royal samurai sword, its blade glimmering coldly in the moonlight. Without donning a mask, he glanced up at the surveillance camera on the base's tower, which was aimed directly at him. However, the screen only reflected a faint blue light, causing the guard atop the tower to rub his eyes and take a sip of coffee, clearly dismissing it as a mirage conjured by the desert heat. First, he would dismantle the barbed wire. Zhu Jue crouched as he descended the sand dune, his movements as light as if treading on cotton, his spatial awareness unfurled, precisely pinpointing the power supply box 50 meters to the east, concealed behind a cement block, secured by a heavy iron door adorned with a high-voltage danger sign. He circled to the back of the power supply box, inserting a fragment of an electromagnetic pulse grenade into the lock. With a sizzling sound, smoke billowed from the lock, and Zhu Jue grasped the edge of the iron door, exerting force with his fingertips to wrench it open, severing the insulated cables within. The high voltage was instantly cut off, causing the barbed wire to sag like a lifeless serpent, having just crawled through the barbed wire. A sudden soft click echoed beneath his feet as the infrared landmine's indicator light illuminated. Zhu Jue reacted swiftly, leaping into the air while simultaneously pulling the landmine into the depths of his spatial danger zone, landing precisely in the patrol team's blind spot. 10 mercenaries carrying shotguns passed by, the sound of their boots crunching on the gravel distinctly audible, the leader cursing the sweltering weather as he marched on, unaware of the shadow lurking behind the dune, where Zhu Jue lay in wait like a poised cheetah. Once the patrol team had moved on, Zhu Jue withdrew the wire he had collected from the Russian warehouse, deftly twisting it into a 2-meter-long noose. With a sudden burst of speed, he lunged at the last 2 mercenaries. As the wire ensnared the first mercenary's neck, he was just about to shout when Zhu Jue yanked back. the wire digging into flesh with a sickening crunch as it severed the cervical vertebrae. The second mercenary, hearing the commotion, turned around, only to have Zhu Jue throw the tactical knife with precision, piercing his throat, his body collapsing straight down. The two corpses were swiftly absorbed into his spatial compartment, leaving not a single drop of blood on the sandy ground. The remaining 8 mercenaries sensed something was amiss and began to retreat, guns drawn. Zhu Jue circled to their flank, scooping up some gravel from the ground, his knuckles flexing as he hurled the gravel like bullets, striking the eyes of the two at the front. They screamed in agony, clutching their faces as Zhu Jue surged forward, seizing one mercenary's shotgun. Pulling at the last man sprinted towards the base's entrance when Zhu Jue cast out a wire loop, tightening it around his neck once more. Dragging him behind a sand dune, his knee pressed against the man's back. What is the password for the underground level 3 prison? Where is Yizi? The mercenary, his throat constricted, turned a deep shade of purple, mumbling, the password is Blackwater 2024. Yizi is in the innermost room, guarded by an electromagnetic shield. As the words left his lips, Zhu Jue exerted his fingertips, and a sharp crack echoed from the mercenary's neck, his body subsequently vanishing into the void. The dark web live stream captured the scene from a distant drone. In the footage, Zhu Jue's silhouette emerged as a shadow in the night, his actions, strangling, throwing a knife, twisting an arm, were executed with such swiftness that they were nearly imperceptible. The monitoring camera, however, always displayed him as a faint blue glow. The host's voice crackled with excitement, nearly breaking. The mysterious figure has made his move. The Blackwater Patrol is wiped out, strangled with wire, a knife through the throat. This technique is more ruthless than that of a professional assassin. Suddenly, an anonymous message flooded the screen, the ID belonging to the previously warned ghost. Just a reminder. The U.S. has buried a large grain depot in Nevada, hidden deep, likely a contingency for the privileged class. If the mysterious figure intends to stir things up, he is likely to head there. The host, seeing the comment, instantly responded, "Guys, a big revelation just dropped. There's a secret supply point in Nevada. The mysterious figure is heading there to rescue Yizi. They say it harbors enough supplies to sustain tens of thousands, on par with a secret base." The comments exploded across the screen. Chinese netizen Night Stalker. So there was insider information. No wonder he knows to go to Nevada. Someone must be backing this mysterious figure. American netizen from nearby. Nevada? That's close to my hometown. I've never heard of secret base. Could it be true? Russian netizen thoroughly impressed, daring to target even the U.S. secret bases. Is this mysterious figure intent on turning the world upside down? Zhu Jue did not watch the live stream. Instead, he retrieved an access card from the mercenary and approached the base's entrance. The guards atop the tower, seeing him clad in the mercenary's camouflage and waving the access card, thought nothing of it and pressed the door open, mistaking him for a fellow guard due to the obscuring blue glow. Upon entering the base, Zhu Jue's spatial awareness directed him towards the helicopter pad, where an Apache's rotor blades whirled rapidly. The pilot bent over into the cockpit. First, he needed to deal with this Iron Bird. Zhu Jue circled to the side of the helicopter pad, retrieving an anti-ship missile he had modified into a portable version, originally dismantled from a Russian Changlong-class submarine. Now, resting on his shoulder, aimed at the Apache's engine. He pulled the trigger. With a whoosh, the missile streaked forward, trailing an orange-red tail, and with a thunderous explosion. The Apache was engulfed in flames, debris scattering across the ground, fuel igniting into a wall of fire. The base's alarm blared instantly, its piercing sound drowning out all else. Mercenaries armed with guns rushed towards the helicopter pad, and Zhu Jue seized the opportunity to dash towards the underground entrance. 2 guards at the entrance brandished electromagnetic shields, their surfaces glowing a pale blue. "Halt. Present your identification." Zhu Jue said nothing, instead kicking the left guard's knee, causing him to kneel. In that moment, he grasped the edge of the electromagnetic shield and forcefully overturned it, pinning the guard to the ground. With a swift hand, he struck the guard's nape. The right guard raised his weapon to fire, but Zhu Jue sidestepped the bullet, his tactical knife slicing through the guard's abdomen, intestines spilling out as the guard fell with a scream. In the corridor of the underground level 3, from mercenaries wielding electromagnetic shields were rushing towards the entrance. Zhu Jue pulled out a complete electromagnetic pulse grenade, pulled the pin, and tossed it. With a sizzling sound, the electromagnetic shields lost their luster, becoming mere chunks of iron. The guns in the mercenaries' hands malfunctioned, their triggers unresponsive. Zhu Jue charged forward, seizing the head of the foremost mercenary and slamming it against the wall with a resounding thud. Brain matter splattering. The remaining 3 recoiled in fear. Zhu Jue leaped, driving his knee into the chest of the middle one, the sound of breaking ribs echoing clearly, while he grabbed the hair of the other two and violently collided their heads together, rendering them both unconscious. Reaching the prison door, Zhu Jue input the password Blackwater 2024, and the heavy iron door clicked open. Yazi sat at the edge of the bed, clutching a jade pendant from the Russian region, her eyes lifting at the sound, momentarily stunned at the sight of the faint blue glow at the door. "Is it you? How did you come here?" "My brother said you had returned to China." "Your brother neglected to mention many things," Zhu Jue replied, stepping inside and shutting the door to block out the sounds of footsteps from outside. "He intends to use you as leverage to trade with Blackwater for a spot on the Ark of the End Times. Didn't you know?" Yazi's face turned pale, her fingers gripping the bed sheets tightly, knuckles whitening. I knew he couldn't be trusted, but I never imagined he would sell out even his own sister." She looked up at Zhu Jue, her eyes glistening like shattered stars. "You came specifically to rescue me, didn't you? Not just by chance." Zhu Jue did not confirm, but instead retrieved a purple sandalwood box he had taken from the Russian Qinglong submarine, inside containing 3 bronze vessels from the Shang and Zhou dynasties. He opened the box, revealing the aged bronze vessels, their intricate patterns visible in the light. "This is what your brother has hidden. I brought it back for you." Yazi stared at the bronze vessels and suddenly smiled, tears streaming down her cheeks. "You really are stubborn." She reached out to touch Zhu Jue's face, but her fingers passed through the faint blue glow, finding nothing. "They all say you are the mysterious figure, that no one can capture your face or uncover your identity. My brother grits his teeth whenever he mentions you, claiming you've ruined all his plans." Zhu Jue's phone vibrated suddenly. It was a message from Zhou Mou, a Jew. "What are you doing abroad? Uncle Zhanghai said there's a mysterious figure causing chaos in the U.S., even seizing Blackwater's base. You aren't him, are you? I'm a bit scared. When will you come back?" He glanced at the message, his fingers pausing momentarily before replying. "Don't overthink it. I'm merely conducting a business deal. I'll return next week with a gift for you." As he pocketed his phone, the sounds of battle grew ever closer. The mercenaries had already reached underground level 3. "This isn't safe. Come with me." Suhuid, Jesse. "We're heading to Nevada. There's a secret base there, stocked with supplies capable of sustaining 100,000 people for 10 years, along with the coordinates for the Ark your brother desires." Yazi rose, clutching the jade pendant tightly, following him. "I know a secret passage within the base. It was inadvertently revealed by someone from Blackwater before. It leads directly to the highway outside the base, saving us considerable time." As they stepped out of the prison room, a throng of mercenaries surged from the corridor's end, their machine guns aimed at them. "Block the passage. Don't let the mysterious figure escape." Zhu Jue glanced back at Yazi, signaling her to hide behind him, then retrieved a laser rifle from the space he had collected from the Russian National Museum, its body gleaming coldly. He aimed at the corridor's end and squeezed the trigger. A blue laser shot forth, followed by the mercenaries' cries as their machine guns melted into pools of molten iron. The dark web livestream drone followed them to the secret passage's entrance, capturing only the blue laser and the faint sounds of screams. The host, fixated on the comments, spoke with trembling excitement. "Indeed, they are headed to Nevada. The secret base, mentioned by the expert, is there. The mysterious figure is cutting off the U.S.S. retreat." As the comments flooded the screen with the word Nevada, Zhu Jue led Yazi into the secret passage. The passage carried a musty scent, with Yazi confidently guiding the way. Zhu Jue followed closely behind, his hand brushing against the phone in his pocket, the screen still displaying his chat with Zhou Mou. He knew that once he secured the supplies and coordinates in Nevada, it would be time to return to Jiangsheng and clarify matters with Zhou Mou and Zhou Qi. The faint light at the passage's end grew brighter, signaling the direction of the highway outside the base. Zhu Jue quickened his pace, the laser rifle firmly held in hand, vigilantly scanning the Nevada desert ahead, knowing that what awaited them would be defenses even more ruthless than those of Blackwater's base. Yet he had never known fear, nor would he now. In the early morning of the Nevada desert, a chilling breeze whipped through the gravel, stinging like fine needles against the skin. Zhu Jue stood atop the iron roof of the safe house, gazing at the distant silhouette of Los Angeles. With a blue sign of the Walmart regional warehouse peeked out from the morning mist, 3 kilometers away, in the direction of Beverly Hills. The spire of a capitalist private vault lurked behind palm trees, glimmering with a cold light. Behind him, a soft sound broke the silence as Yako, clad in his black combat uniform, approached the edge of the rooftop, her fingertips gripping the jade pendant she had brought from Country R, gently rubbing it with her thumb. "It's cold in the desert this morning. You're wearing something so thin and still planning to venture out?" Zhu Jue turned to face her, the morning light illuminating her face. The faint makeup from the previous night had smudged slightly, and a few strands of hair clung to her cheek. presenting a less regal air than during their time at the Zicken Manor, infused with a touch of the mundane. He reached out to adjust the collar of her combat uniform, his fingertips brushing against her earlobe, warm as the midday sun in the desert. Don't worry. Just go gather some supplies and return before dark. Stay inside. I've set up a spatial barrier at the door. No one can enter except for me. Yako bit her lip, retrieving a neatly folded handkerchief from her pocket, embroidered with a small cherry blossom, a piece she had hurriedly stitched under the lamp light the night before. Slightly uneven in its stitching. Take this with you to wipe off the sweat. As she handed it to him, her fingertips brushed against Zhu Jue's hand before retracting quickly, her ears flushing red. Don't overexert yourself. There are many guards at the warehouse, and if it gets too much, just what happened last night. Zhu Jue teased her intentionally, taking the handkerchief and tucking it into his pocket. Leaning closer to her ear, he lowered his voice. Are you referring to the fact that you sewed the buttons on my combat uniform until the early hours? Yako's face turned crimson instantly, and she pushed him lightly with her hand. You were just trying to tease me. Hurry back. I made porridge for you, using the rice from your space. If you don't return, it will get cold. Despite her words, her gaze remained glued to Zhu Jue, as if fearing he would vanish the moment he turned away. The lights of the safe house had burned late into the night, and though no one mentioned the chambers of the Zicken Manor, they all remembered the half-dish of plums and fruit on the table, recalled how he brushed away the fallen cherry blossoms from her hair, and the way he watched her sew buttons, leaning against the table. Zhu Jue smiled, ruffling her hair gently. Just wait, the porridge won't get cold. With that, he leaped from the rooftop, landing as lightly as a grain of sand, and disappeared into the morning fog, his dark silhouette swiftly blending with the desert's hues. Inside the safe house, Yako approached the window, watching his figure fade away before pulling out her phone, which still displayed the interface of the dark web livestream from Country R, now devoid of signal since last night, a result of Zhu Jue's intentional disconnection to prevent tracking by Country M. Her fingertip glided over the faint blue glow on the screen, a smile curving her lips. The mysterious figure is clearly a man of tough exterior but soft heart. Meanwhile, Zhu Jue had reached the perimeter of the Walmart regional warehouse. The warehouse sprawled across an area as vast as 2 football fields, surrounded by a 2-meter-high chain-link fence adorned with signs declaring it a private property, prohibiting entry. At the 4 corners, guards dozed with their rifles in hand. Using his spatial awareness, he scanned the warehouse, noting 3 distinct sections. The fresh produce area, housing 50 tons of frozen beef and lamb. The dry goods area, 200,000 bags of compressed biscuits, 100,000 bottles of drinking water. And the daily necessities area, 50,000 sets of cold weather gear, 30,000 pairs of anti-slip boots. With a small arms cache concealed in the back, stacked with 10 boxes of shotguns and 5,000 rounds of ammunition. First, he would clear the watchtowers. Zhu Jue retrieved a length of wire from his spatial storage, twisting it into a noose as fine as a strand of hair, and deftly threw it towards the nearest watchtower, the noose expertly ensnaring the guard's neck. With a sharp tug, the guard fell silently, his body collapsing within the tower. Zhu Jue swiftly confiscated his firearm, receiving a system prompt, acquired 1 shotgun, Volume 0. The remaining 3 guards in the watchtowers met the same fate, their bodies discreetly stored within his spatial storage to avoid leaving traces. Approaching the chain-link fence, he grasped the wire with his bare hands and exerted force. Snapping it cleanly in 2, he slipped through and made his way toward the main entrance of the warehouse. The electronic lock on the front door glowed red, and Zhu Jue produced an electromagnetic pulse fragment, inserting it into the lock. A sizzling sound followed, and the lock mechanism failed. As he pushed the door open, the sensor lights inside the warehouse flickered to life, illuminating the shelves like a series of undulating mountains. 2 patrolling security guards approached, flashlights in hand. Who's there? Zhu Jue remained silent, charging forward and delivering a punch to the left guard's temple, causing him to collapse instantly. The right guard attempted to flee, but Zhu Jue seized his collar and hurled him against the shelf. The impact sent a cascade of compressed biscuits tumbling down, striking the guard on the back, rendering him unconscious with a pained cry. Time to gather supplies. Zhu Jue stood at the center of the dry goods area, his thoughts activating the spatial storage, causing 200,000 bags of compressed biscuits to ascend like a flowing stream into an invisible portal. 100,000 bottles of drinking water followed suit, their clinking sounds echoing throughout the warehouse. The 50 tons of frozen beef and lamb, along with the freezers, were also collected. The system prompted, acquired 200,000 bags of compressed biscuits, 100,000 bottles of drinking water, 50 tons of beef and lamb, 50,000 sets of cold weather gear. Upon reaching the daily necessities area, He retrieved the laser rifle he had obtained from Country R, directing it at the iron door of the arms cache. A swift sweep produced a sizzling sound as the door was cut open, and the shotguns and bullets were absorbed into his spatial storage. System prompt: acquired 10 boxes of shotguns, 50 in total, 5000 rounds of ammunition. Volume expanded to 3.62 million. Outside the warehouse, the morning fog began to dissipate, and the sun of the desert climbed higher, baking the iron roof until it was scorching. Zhu Jue brushed off the dust from his hands and set off towards Beverly Hills, where the private vault of oil tycoon Locke from Country M lay concealed, rumored to house 10 tons of gold, 200 antiques, and 3 boxes of uncut diamonds. On the streets of Beverly Hills, the shadows of palm trees stretched long. Locke's vault was hidden 3 levels underground in a villa, with the entrance disguised as a wooden door leading to a wine cellar. Zhu Jue circled to the villa's backyard, his spatial awareness revealing 8 bodyguards within, all retired Navy SEALs, armed with M4 rifles and grenades at their waists. He pulled out a tactical knife from his spatial storage, leaping over the yard wall like a cat, landing in the shadows by the pool. One bodyguard leaned against the wine cellar door, smoking a cigarette. Zhu Jue crept up from behind, covering his mouth with his left hand while swiftly slicing his throat with his right, blood dripping into the pool and blooming into a small patch of red. The remaining 7 bodyguards sensed something amiss, and Zhu Jue stowed away his mobile device, lifting his gaze towards the distant horizon where the military helicopters of Country M were approaching, the whirring of their rotors growing increasingly audible. He let out a cold chuckle, retrieving an anti-ship missile from his spatial storage and aiming it in the direction of the helicopters. Are you truly intent on taking action? First, let us see if your helicopters are worthy of my collection. The sunlight bathed him, glistening off the gold dust speckled across his black combat attire, a remnant from the treasury, while the missile in his grasp shimmered with a chilling gleam. In a nearby safe house, Yako stood by the window, clutching her jade pendant and awaiting his return. No one was privy to the events that transpired in the safe house the previous night. They only remembered the smile that graced Zhu Jue's lips as he departed, the flush of Yako's ears, and the embroidered handkerchief adorned with cherry blossoms, which became the warmest prelude amid the desert's morning mist. Meanwhile, within Zhu Jue's spatial realm, gold, antiques, and supplies piled high like small mountains. His next target lay hidden within the depths of Nevada, where the hopes of 100,000 lives were concealed, along with the coordinates to the Ark of the Apocalypse he sought. Chapter 25. A New Journey of Spatial Upgrade. Explore Nevada. The morning light of the Nevada desert seeped through the tattered curtains of the safe house, casting a slanted golden streak upon the floor. Zhu Jue was roused from his slumber by the thunderous roar of helicopters outside. As he opened his eyes, he found himself partially draped in a silk nightgown embroidered with cherry blossoms, its loosened collar hanging down to reveal the soft pink lining beneath, Yako's. He shifted his arms and soon realized that a long strand of dark hair was entwined around his waist. Turning his head, he discovered Yako still nestled beneath the covers, her profile pressed against his shoulder, her eyelashes fluttering delicately like a butterfly perched upon a petal. The blanket had slipped down to her waist, revealing a slender leg. Her ankles so delicate it could be grasped in a single hand, the toenails adorned with a soft pink polish, glistening in the morning light. As the blanket slid further down, a small portion of her fair instep emerged, the fine tendons rising and falling gently with her breaths. Awake? Zhu Jue's voice, still thick with sleep, inquired as he lightly touched her exposed foot, its coolness startling her. Yako curled her toes instinctively, retreating further into the covers, revealing only her misty eyes. Why is it so noisy outside? The military helicopters are here to address the lost warehouse from last night. Zhu Jue replied with a smile as he sat up, the blanket slipping from him to expose his well-defined back, where faint red marks, traces of Yako's lipstick, were visible on his shoulder blades. He casually grabbed the black combat suit draped at the foot of the bed, but as he slipped his arm in, a golden earring tumbled from his pocket, rolling onto the floor and colliding with the kimono sash that had been kicked to the corner. The sash Yako had brought from Country R, adorned with a chrysanthemum pattern. Now ask you, beside which lay his tactical boots, Yako's satin slippers, and even a half block of gold that had accidentally fallen from a spatial realm, now lodged under the bed. Don't wear that. It has a cut from last night, Yako interjected suddenly, gripping the sleeve of his combat suit, where indeed, a knife mark marred the fabric, a souvenir from last night's encounter with the bodyguards. She sat up, the blanket slipping to her thighs, revealing her pale neck, which bore faint blue marks. I've sewn another one for you on the sofa. Zhu Jue glanced in the direction she pointed and saw a neatly pressed combat suit on the sofa, a small cherry blossom patch stitched onto the cuff. Its stitches meticulously arranged, far more refined than his own handiwork. He walked over, picked it up, and tossed the old suit onto a chair, inadvertently covering Yako's lace lingerie beneath it. The sound of fabric rubbing against fabric made her ears flush a deep crimson. As he washed up, Zhu Jue caught sight of a faint red lipstick mark on his left cheek, the remnant of Yako's approach during their conversation last night, which he had somehow overlooked. Just as his fingertips brushed against the mark, a notification chimed in his mind, detected a significant amount of high-value resources, 10 tons of gold, 200 antiques, 500 carats of diamonds. Merging, space achieves unique evolution. 1. Capacity expanded to 450,000. 2. Unlock precise zoning control, cultural relics, weapons and supplies in independent spaces, mutually non-intrusive. 3. Activate unique permissions. Only Zhu Jue can perceive and control. No external force can detect, replicate, or seize. 4. New remote tagging access can mark 3 save points for instant cross-region retrieval. He paused, momentarily stunned, and with a thought, a virtual panel unfolded before him, revealing the once jumbled gold and diamonds now neatly stacked in the precious metals section. Antiques were segregated within a velvet-lined cultural relics zone, and Van Gogh's painting hung on a virtual wall. In the weapons area, laser rifles and anti-ship missiles were organized by type. Even the bullets were neatly arranged. This upgrade certainly simplified matters. Zhu Jue smiled as he wiped away the lipstick stain from his face and retrieved a peppermint candy from his spatial storage. Popping one into his mouth, as he stepped outside, he found Yako standing at the stove, ladling soup while wearing his oversized black t-shirt, its hem reaching her thighs, revealing her slender calves, barefoot upon the floor, her toes clutching the edges of her slippers. "Take this," she said, handing him a canvas bag embroidered with a small cherry blossom, matching the handkerchief. "Inside are beef jerky and water. Also, Ghost just messaged me that 2 teams of Navy SEALs have been added to the perimeter of the Nevada secret base, along with infrared surveillance. Be careful." Zhu Jue accepted the bag, ruffling her hair playfully. "Don't worry, I have a way to handle the infrared surveillance. Stay inside, don't open the door, and I'll return by evening." With that, he bent down to retrieve the half block of gold he had carelessly stuffed into his pocket during the treasury operation last night. Now perfect for testing the remote tagging feature. With a thought, the gold block vanished, and the panel lit up, marking Safe Point 1, Safe House, indicating that the resources had been stored. Yako's eyes widened in astonishment as she witnessed the gold block disappear into thin air. "What on earth is this ability of yours?" "I'll tell you later." Zhu Jue chuckled, turning towards the door. Just as his hand brushed the doorknob, he glanced back at Yako, still at the stove, the neckline of her t-shirt slipping slightly to reveal a portion of her fair shoulder, sunlight casting a golden glow upon her, as if she were enveloped in a layer of gold dust. He waved goodbye and pushed the door open, stepping out into the desert's sweltering winds, the coarse sensation of sand and grit assaulting him. Zhu Jue retrieved the cherry blossom handkerchief from the canvas bag, wiping the sweat from his brow, and adjusted the collar of his combat suit, loosened by Yako the previous night, allowing for a refreshing breeze. In the distance, the helicopters from Country M continued to circle, their rotor sounds echoing like distant thunder. Zhu Jue smirked, drawing an electromagnetic pulse grenade from his spatial weaponry, gripping it firmly in his hand. Instead of heading directly to the Nevada secret base, he opted to circle around to the sand dunes behind the safe house, extending his spatial awareness for 5 kilometers. He observed 2 teams of Navy SEALs patrolling along the highway, each armed with infrared detectors and Stinger missiles at their waists. The entrance to the base was concealed within an abandoned mine, where 2 heavy machine guns were stationed at the cave's mouth, flanked by infrared-sensitive landmines. Infrared surveillance. A perfect opportunity to test my new capabilities. With a thought, the remote tagging button for Point 2, mine entrance, illuminated on the spatial panel. He extracted a laser rifle from his spatial storage and aimed it at the machine guns at the mine entrance. With a swift shot, the laser beam pierced through the air, striking the circuit box of the machine gun, resulting in an audible zap as it fell silent. The patrolling SEALs, alerted by the commotion, rushed towards the mine, providing Zhu Jue with the perfect chance to maneuver to their flank. He drew the electromagnetic pulse grenade, pulled the pin, and tossed it into their midst. With a crackling sound, the infrared detectors ceased to function, rendering their weapons useless. Zhu Jue charged forward, seizing the wrist of the foremost operative, twisting violently until a sharp crack echoed, the sound of breaking bone unmistakable. Another assailant lunged at him with a knife, but Zhu Jue deftly sidestepped, grabbing the attacker's hair and slamming their head against the sand dune with a resounding thud, rendering them unconscious. In under 2 minutes, Both teams of SEALs were dispatched, their bodies stored within Zhu Jue's temporary space, to be disposed of later in the depths of the desert. He approached the mine entrance, retrieving a tactical knife from his spatial storage, and carve a mark into the cavern wall. This was remote tagging point 3, ensuring future access to supplies would be seamless. Standing at the entrance of the mine, Zhu Jue retrieved a piece of beef jerky from his canvas bag, taking a bite that revealed a surprisingly delightful flavor. Yazi's culinary skills far surpassed his own. He pulled out his phone and sent a message to the Phantom. The mine entrance has been cleared, and the infrared surveillance is down. What is the situation inside? A prompt reply followed. There are 3 layers of defenses. The first is a laser grid, the second consists of gas pipelines, and the third features 10 biosoldiers armed with neurotoxin guns. The core supply vault is located 5 levels underground and can only be accessed with Smith's password, 7392-154-8001. It contains not only supplies for 100,000 people, but also the complete coordinates for the Ark of the Apocalypse. Zhu Jue tucked his phone away, crumpling the jerky wrapper into a ball and discarding it into the spatial refuse area. He gazed into the depths of the mine, which loomed dark and cavernous like a gaping maw. Yet he felt no fear. The treasures of gold, weapons, and supplies piled high like small mountains awaited him. And there were those back home eager for his return. Ahead lay the coveted supplies and coordinates. This expedition to the M country had only just entered its most thrilling phase. The wind stirred up sand and grit at the mine's entrance, causing Zhu Jue's black combat suit to ripple audibly, while the cherry blossom patch at his collar glimmered in the morning light. Gripping his laser rifle tightly, he stepped into the mine, his figure swiftly vanishing into the encroaching darkness. Behind him lay the warmth of the safe house he had left, while ahead beckoned the secret-laden depths of the mine, and with every step he took, his spatial capacity expanded, ready to embrace new acquisitions. Chapter 26. The Dark Battle in the Mine, Breaching the 3 Defenses. Deep within the abandoned mines of Nevada, a damp breeze laden with the scent of rust assailed him as he tread upon the crunching gravel. Zhu Jue raised his laser rifle, the beam slicing through the darkness to illuminate the faint blue laser grid that formed the first layer of the base's defensive system. The beams were less than half a meter apart. Any contact would incinerate an object to ashes in an instant. Phantom, what is the frequency of the laser grid? Zhu Jue whispered, his voice low. A crackle of static accompanied by the rhythmic ticking of data analysis echoed in his earpiece. I've cracked it. Pulses thrice per second, with a 0.3-second interval. You must time your movements perfectly. Additionally, there is movement 50 meters behind you, likely the footsteps of biosoldiers. Zhu Jue swiftly traced a finger across the spatial panel, instantly deploying the weapons section and locking onto an electromagnetic pulse device, acquired from her country submarine, now reduced in size by half after upgrades. Clutching the pulse device, he observed the flickering pattern of the laser grid and, as the beams extinguished momentarily, leaped forward, his toes tapping against a protrusion in the rock like a nimble leopard navigating through the labyrinth. Simultaneously, he pressed the pulse device's switch, and with a crackling sound, the frequency of the surrounding laser grid was thrown into disarray, creating a half-second gap in the once dense beams. Just as he landed, heavy footsteps echoed behind him. 5 bio-soldiers clad in protective gear charged forth, brandishing their pitch-black neurotoxin guns that glinted ominously, the barrels humming with energy as they aimed at Zhu Jue. Their timing was impeccable. Zhu Jue sidestepped the first pulse shot, the beam grazing his shoulder and detonating against the rock wall, creating a shallow crater. He refrained from firing back, instead stowing his laser rifle in the spatial compartment and rushing towards the foremost soldier. Just as the soldier prepared to fire again, Zhu Jue deftly seized the soldier's wrist, twisting it gently in the direction of the force applied, resulting in a sickening crack as the arm bent at an unnatural angle, sending the neurotoxin gun flying from his grasp. Seizing the weapon midair, Zhu Jue pivoted and aimed at an adjacent bio-soldier, pulling the trigger. The pulse shot grazed the soldier's protective suit and struck the activation device of the laser grid behind them with a resounding bang, extinguishing the entire grid in an instant. The remaining 4 bio-soldiers, witnessing this, raised their guns to fire, but Zhu Jue activated the Spatial Precision Division, summoning 3 electromagnetic shards from the spatial equipment area, which struck the joints of their guns with pinpoint accuracy. With a series of clicks, the energy cores of the 4 neurotoxin guns instantly failed, rendering them as useless scrap metal. Zhu Jue surged forward, grasping one soldier by the collar of his protective suit and yanking him violently sideways, causing the soldier to lose balance and crash against the rock wall, unconscious. With his right hand, he seized another soldier's arm, using his momentum to hurl him towards the 3rd bio-soldier, the 2 colliding and tumbling to the ground. The last bio soldier attempted to draw a dagger from his waist, but Zhu Jue swiftly kicked his knee, sending him crashing to one knee. In a flash, Zhu Jue delivered a swift strike to the back of the soldier's neck, sending him sprawling to the ground. With all 5 bio soldiers incapacitated, Zhu Jue wasted no time, using his mind to store their protective suits and neurotoxin guns in the spatial processing area. The panel chimed with a notification. Stored 5 sets of protective suits and 5 neurotoxin guns. Volume slightly expanded. Equipment repair function unlocked. After advancing only a few steps, a sharp, sweetish odor suddenly assailed his nostrils. The unmistakable scent of toxic gas. The spatial awareness swept over the corridor ahead, revealing 20 small nozzles concealed within the rock walls, slowly emitting a pale green mist. The Phantom's voice crackled urgently in his ear. It's VX nerve agent. The nozzles connect to the main valve on the 2nd underground level. You must locate the main valve. Otherwise, the toxic mist will fill the entire corridor. Zhu Jue retrieved the night vision goggles from his spatial storage, acquired from an country supermarket, and donned them, the trajectory of the pale green gas now strikingly visible. He followed the path of the mist to a concealed door on the side of the corridor, hidden behind a loose rock face, which bore a keypad lock. Zhu Jue produced the magnetic card he had pilfered from a bio soldier, swiping it through the lock, which clicked open, revealing a control room of less than 10 square meters with a silver main valve standing at its center. Just as he was about to turn the valve, a sudden rustling sound of fabric reached his ears. 3 more bio soldiers had appeared. This time they were unarmed with pulse guns, wielding high-frequency vibrating knives that glinted menacingly in the dim light, slicing through the air with a buzzing hum. Zhu Jue did not turn around. Instead, he hooked his left foot back, kicking up a metal pipe from the ground that struck the foremost bio soldier's wrist with precision, sending the vibrating knife clattering to the floor. Simultaneously, he twisted the main valve with his right hand, producing a creaking sound as the nozzles of the gas pipeline sealed shut, causing the pale green mist in the corridor to gradually dissipate. The remaining 2 bio soldiers flanked him, their vibrating knives lunging toward his vital points. He sidestepped the knife from the left, gripping the assailant's wrist and pushing him to the right. Their knives clashed with a resounding clang, and the blades chipped away at their edges. Seizing the opportunity, Zhu Jue raised his knee, driving it into the left bio soldier's abdomen, eliciting a grunt as he doubled over. Zhu Jue then struck with his elbow, crashing into the soldier's back, sending him crumpling to the ground. As the right bio soldier attempted to rise, Zhu Jue snatched the vibrating knife from the ground and struck the back of the soldier's head with the blade, sending him sprawling to the floor as well. Having dispatched all obstacles, Zhu Jue approached the end of the corridor, where a heavy alloy door stood, embedded with a keypad. A small inscription below read, Smith Authorization Verification. He entered the password 7392-154-8001, and the keypad illuminated with a green glow. The alloy door slowly parting to reveal a rush of cool air from the core supply vault located 5 levels underground. Inside, the vault was brightly lit, with shelves rising from the ground to the cave ceiling. To the left sat neatly arranged compressed nutrient packages, labeled for 100,000 servings, each capable of sustaining energy for 24 hours. In the center stood rows of sealed seed vaults, glass jars containing 500 varieties of crops, marked as resistant to extreme climates. To the right lay a medical equipment section, with operating tables, respirators, and anti-radiation suits piled high like mountains, and tucked in the back were 10 small nuclear generators, their surfaces glinting silver. This was the true treasure trove. A smile broke across Zhu Jue's face as he activated the spatial bulk storage function, sending the 100,000 compressed nutrient packages soaring into the supply area like a flowing stream. The 500 varieties of seeds followed suit, carefully stored in a special section, separated from the Dunhuang scrolls and the Shangzhou bronze vessels he had previously acquired. The 10 nuclear generators and the entire suite of medical equipment were collected, prompting the spatial panel to display stored core supplies, including seed vault, medical equipment, and nuclear generators. Volume expanded to 50,000. Energy conversion efficiency increased by 50. Detected coordinates chip for the Ark of the Apocalypse, now stored in the confidential area. Upon receiving the supplies, the canvas bag suddenly vibrated with a message from Yako. There are fewer helicopters outside. I've heated the soup. When will you return? By the way, Ghost mentioned that the country military seems to have located the mine. You should hurry. Zhu Jue glanced at the message, his fingertips pausing momentarily before replying. I'll be back soon. I just need to secure the essential items. Let us enjoy the soup together. He then pocketed his phone and directed his gaze towards an inconspicuous metal box in the corner of the storage area, which contained the coordinates chip for the Ark of the Apocalypse. The chip was inserted into a reader, displaying a series of coordinates. 68. 140. Chijish-chivu. He stowed the metal box into a confidential area of his space and turned to exit the mine. As he reached the entrance, the distant roar of helicopters reached his ears. The M-country military had indeed arrived. Zhu Jue chuckled coldly and, with a thought, activated the spatial remote marker, transferring the incapacitated bio-soldiers from a mine to a remote desert 5 kilometers away to avoid detection by the military. He then retrieved his laser rifle, aiming it at the circling helicopter above, where a beam of light ignited instantaneously. It was time to return. Yako was waiting for the soup. Zhu Jue mused, his silhouette merging into the shadows of the dunes outside the mine, his dark combat attire blending seamlessly with the night. Behind him, the mine gradually fell silent, the scattered rubble and the closed alloy door silently narrating the recent skirmish. Meanwhile, within Zhu Jue's spatial area, the newly acquired supplies mingled with previous treasures, gold, antiques, and weapons, awaiting the moment the Ark's coordinates would be unveiled. Chapter 27. Conversations in the safe house. The night in the Nevada desert was as dense as unyielding ink. Zhu Jue drove a military off-road vehicle borrowed from outside the mine, the gravel scattering like tiny stars beneath the headlights as he traversed the dunes. The warm yellow light of the safe house glowed in the distance, seeping through the curtain seams, casting a gentle point of warmth in the pitch-black desert. That was the light left by Yako when the off-road vehicle halted at the back door of the safe house. The door clicked open. Yako, clad in his well-worn black t-shirt, the hem barely covering her thighs, stood barefoot on the threshold, clutching an unfinished cherry blossom handkerchief. Her eyes brightened upon his return as she hurried forward, her fingertips almost brushing against his arm before retracting. His combat gear still bore the chill of the desert, and the cherry blossom patch on his sleeve was frayed by the grit. "You're back. The soup is still warm. I'll go serve another bowl." Yako turned towards the kitchen, her slippers pattering on the floor, her long black hair cascading behind her, the tips still damp with kitchen steam. Zhu Jue followed, observing her retreating figure, and suddenly reached out, his fingers catching the back collar of her t-shirt, which was oversized, causing it to slip slightly and reveal a glimpse of her fair neck, faint bruises still evident. Yako froze, her steps halting, her ears flushing crimson. "Stop it. The soup will get cold." Her voice was as soft as a whisper, yet she did not truly push his hand away. Zhu Jue chuckled, releasing her, and casually retrieved the coordinates chip he had brought back from a mine, placing it on the kitchen table. "I found this. The coordinates for the Ark of the Apocalypse, hidden deep within the supply cache." Yako paused in her soup serving, glancing back at the chip with a complex expression, yet she did not inquire further, merely pushing the steaming bowl of soup towards him. "Drink first. The beef is tender. You must be hungry." The bowl was one he had brought from her country, a coarse porcelain vessel with a small chip along the rim, which Yako had covered with a cherry blossom sticker. It now held a milky white soup garnished with 2 green onion slices. Zhu Jue took a spoonful, the warmth of the soup sliding into his stomach, dispelling the chill from his journey. Yako sat across from him, resting her chin in her palm, watching him eat, her fingers unconsciously fiddling with the edges of the handkerchief. "Were there no dangers in the mine? I saw in the news that the M-country military lost a lot of equipment and sealed the mine entrance." "What danger could there be?" Zhu Jue replied, casually scooping a piece of beef into his mouth, mumbling, "Just a few in protective suits. They were easily dealt with." He intentionally downplayed the situation, yet he did not miss the flicker of concern in Yako's eyes. She reached out to wipe the soup from the corner of his mouth, her fingertips brushing against his lips, before retreating as if electrocuted, quickly lowering her head to pretend to adjust the handkerchief. "Don't downplay things so lightly next time. It worries me." Zhu Jue observed her flushed ears, choosing not to call her out on it, merely pushing the chip closer to her. "Didn't your brother know about this coordinate all along? Did he send you to M-country to exchange for a spot on the Ark?" Yako's fingers faltered on the handkerchief, falling silent for a few seconds before quietly responding. "He mentioned the Ark, saying it was the only place we could survive. And he said he would take me with him." She lifted her gaze to Zhu Jue, uncertainty flickering in her eyes. "But I don't trust him. He could use his own sister as a bargaining chip. How could he truly take me away?" Zhu Jue remained silent, reaching out to tousle her hair, as soft as he remembered from their time at the Zikin residence. Yako did not shy away, instead leaning closer to his hand, her head resting against his palm like a docile cat. The kitchen's warm light enveloped them, the steam rising from the soup obscuring their figures, while the scattered combat boots, satin slippers, and a glimmering coordinates chip on the table became an unspoken understanding amidst the night. For the next 3 hours, no one knew what transpired within the safe house. All that was known was that Zhu Jue had taken a shower and changed into a clean combat suit that Yako had sewn for him. When he emerged with damp hair, Yako held a towel to dry his hair, her movements gentle as if handling a fragile treasure. It was also known that they sat on the sofa together, gazing at the supplies in the space. Yako's eyes widened at the mountain of gold and seed reserves, while Zhu Jue laughed, drawing her into an embrace, pointing to the coordinates chip in the confidential area, whispering something inaudible. It was known that Yako leaned against Zhu Jue's shoulder, clutching the jade pendant she had brought from her country, his hand resting on her waist as they gazed at the starlit desert outside until the first meteor streaked across the night sky. Suddenly, the phone in the canvas bag vibrated, shattering the tranquility of the room. It was an urgent message from Ghost, the illuminated screen reflecting on Zhu Jue's face. Trouble. The M country military has pinpointed the location of the safe house through the residual energy traces from mine. They'll arrive in 30 minutes. Furthermore, Blackwater Company, in conjunction with the remnants of our country, is also heading this way. They seem to know you possess the ARC coordinates and intend to seize them. Zhu Jue's expression darkened instantly as he glanced down at Yako, who was sleeping soundly yet with a slight frown, as if trapped in a troubling dream. He gently lifted her, placing her on the bed in the bedroom, tucking her in. As the blanket slipped, revealing her slender leg, he adjusted it carefully, his fingers brushing against her cool ankle. Yako appeared to awaken, groggily grasping his hand, her voice raspy from sleep. What is wrong? Is something happening? Nothing serious. Just a minor issue that I'll handle. I'll be back shortly, Zhu Jue whispered, leaning down to place a gentle kiss on her forehead. Stay here obediently. I've set up a spatial barrier. No one can enter. When I return, we'll leave M country and explore the ARC coordinates. Yako clung to his hand, her eyes brightening. I'll go with you. I know the secret passage of Blackwater Company and can help. She paused, adding besides, my brother must be heading towards the ARC coordinates as well. I need to ask him why he deceived me. Zhu Jue regarded her resolute gaze, not disputing the secrets Yako possessed. Perhaps they were more than he had imagined. He nodded, brushing the stray hair from her forehead behind her ear. All right, we'll go together, but you must promise to listen to me and not wander off. Yako nodded vigorously, sitting up from the bed and quickly donning her clothes. Still that black t-shirt paired with a pair of jeans he had rescued from the supermarket, accentuating her long, slender legs. She grabbed the cherry blossom handkerchief from the table, stuffing it into her canvas bag, and pulled out the jade pendant, wearing it around her neck. Let us go. I know a shortcut that will help us avoid the military patrols. As the two approached the entrance of the safe house, the distant roar of helicopters echoed through the night. The forces of the M Nation had arrived. Zhu Jue tightened his grip on the laser rifle, casting a glance back at Yako, who flashed him a reassuring smile, her eyes devoid of fear. Do not worry, I am here. Zhu Jue smiled in return, intertwining his fingers with hers, and together they dashed into the enveloping darkness of the desert night. The lights of the safe house receded behind them, while ahead lay not only the military's pursuit and Blackwater sinister schemes, but also the secrets hidden behind the ARC coordinates, a hope vital for survival in the apocalypse. A challenge that Zhu Jue and Yako must confront together. The coordinates chip nestled within the canvas bag emitted a faint glow in the night, as if guiding their way. Zhu Jue grasped Yako's hand, their steps swift as they weaved between the sand dunes, the thunder of helicopters growing ever closer. Yet his heart remained remarkably calm. There were those to protect, tasks to complete, and a space brimming with supplies. In this game of survival he had yet to lose. Chapter 28. Pursuit through the sandstorm. The night wind in the Nevada desert shifted abruptly, whipping sand and gravel against their faces. Zhu Jue pulled Yako's hand, crouching behind a dark rock, the dull thrum of helicopter rotors buzzing in their ears. 3 Apaches hovered low, their searchlights cutting through the darkness like ghastly, glaring eyes. As the beams swept over the dunes, the grains of sand glimmered, and even the scattered stones were laid bare. To the left, 50 meters away, lay a depression in the dune, a perfect refuge from the searchlights. Yako leaned close to Zhu Jue, her voice carried away by the wind, her grip on his hand tightening, her fingertips slick with sweat. Zhu Jue nodded, seizing the moment when the spotlight shifted, pulling her towards the dune, sand seeping into their combat boots, causing discomfort beneath their feet. The sound of bullets whizzing past them struck the rocks, sending sparks flying. Once they nestled into the hollow of the dune, Zhu Jue retrieved the spatial panel, mentally locking onto 2 electromagnetic pulse missiles, upgraded from her nation submarine, in the weapons compartment. Clutching the missiles, he focused on the helicopter gliding above, and, at the very moment the searchlight swept away, he sprang up and squeezed the trigger. 2 pale blue beams sliced through the night, striking the engine of the foremost helicopter with a thunderous explosion. billowing black smoke as it spiraled out of control into a nearby dune, erupting into a fiery inferno. The remaining 2 helicopters, thrown into disarray, attempted to retreat. But Zhu Jue offered them no respite. With precise control of the spatial mechanism, he positioned the recently acquired M4 rifle, captured from the SEALs, atop the dune, the barrel automatically aligning with the tail rotor of the helicopter. Bang! Bang! 2 shots rang out, the bullets piercing the tail rotor, causing the helicopter to lose its balance and crash into the desert, debris scattering like raindrops. Run, Zhu Jue urged, pulling Yako to her feet just as heavy footsteps reverberated behind them. The Blackwater mercenaries, numbering at least 30, each armed with rifles equipped with grenade launchers. Accompanied by 5 remaining samurai from the R Nation, their sheathed swords glinting coldly in the moonlight. Capture them alive. Secure the Ark coordinates. And earn a reward of $100 million. The lead mercenary bellowed, launching a grenade that hurtled towards Zhu Jue's back. Quick as lightning, Yako yanked Zhu Jue aside, the grenade detonating upon impact with the dune, creating a gaping crater and showering Zhu Jue's face with stinging sand. Zhu Jue sprang up, summoning 3 electromagnetic pulse grenades from the spatial device, tossing them back towards the pursuing mercenaries. With a crackling sound, the grenades erupted in blue electric light, enveloping the entire area. The mercenaries' rifles went dead, and sparks flew from the metallic sheaths of their swords. Seizing the opportunity, Zhu Jue charged forward, gripping the barrel of the foremost mercenary's rifle and yanking it upward, sending the grenade into the sky. With a swift punch, he struck the mercenary's face, the sound of shattering bone echoing as he collapsed. 2 R Nation samurai swung their swords toward him. Zhu Jue dodged, grabbing one by the wrist and redirecting the blade towards the other, the swords clashing together with a resounding thud. Zhu Jue then delivered a kick to the kneecap of the samurai on his left, forcing him to kneel, before swiftly executing a blow to the back of his neck, sending him sprawling. The samurai on the right attempted to flee, but Zhu Jue seized his hair, crashing his head against the dune with a sickening thud, brains splattering, the body falling limp as it was absorbed into the spatial temporary zone. Meanwhile, Yako was not idle. She retrieved the small electromagnetic pulse device Zhu Jue had given her, targeting the 3 approaching mercenaries and activating it. Blue electric arcs coursed through them, sending them convulsing to the ground. Zhu Jue rushed over, crushing their ribs underfoot, their screams resonating throughout the desert. In less than 10 minutes, the 30 pursuers dwindled to just 5, who, terrified, turned to flee. Zhu Jue drew his laser rifle, aiming at their knees. Zap! Zap! The beams sliced through, blood gushing forth as they collapsed onto the desert floor. Speak! Who sent you? Who else knows about the Ark coordinates? Zhu Jue demanded as he approached the lead mercenary, the rifle's muzzle pressed against his temple. It's the Blackwater boss, and the Emperor of the R Nation. They said if they obtain the coordinates, they can enter the Ark and survive. The mercenary stammered, trembling uncontrollably. Zhu Jue wasted no time. He pulled the trigger, the laser beam penetrating his skull, while the remaining 4 were incapacitated by Yako's electromagnetic pulse device, left behind on the dunes for the approaching desert wolves. 2 kilometers ahead, there an abandoned M Nation army supply depot. Yako pointed towards a distant shadow, panting as her t-shirt clung to her back, outlining her slender spine. Zhu Jue nodded, pulling her towards the supply depot. The spatial panel indicated that they had just collected 30 rifles, 5 swords, and 20 grenades, expanding the spatial capacity to 510,000, while also unlocking a new weapon maintenance feature. The entrance to the supply depot was rusted and bore a no-entry sign, but Yako circled to the side, pointing to a loose sheet of metal. We can enter here. There's an underground storage. The code is 1776M. Zhu Jue pried open the metal sheet with his bare hands, revealing a pitch-black passage, and Yako handed him a glow stick procured from supermarket as they crawled inside. At the end of the passage stood a metal door. Zhu Jue input the code, and with a click, the door creaked open. The underground storage was as large as half a football field, with shelves brimming with supplies. To the left, 20 tons of compressed military rations, labeled with a 5-year shelf life. In the center, 100,000 rounds of rifle ammunition and 50 boxes of grenades. To the right, 30 sets of polar cold weather gear, 10 individual tents, and at the back, 2 pristine Humvees, fully fueled. Now this is the real deal, Zhu Jue chuckled, mentally commanding the spatial device to bulk store the 20 tons of compressed rations first, which flowed into the supply zone like a river. The panel indicating capacity expanded to 520,000. The 100,000 rounds of ammunition and grenades were stored in the weapons compartment alongside the previously acquired laser rifles and electromagnetic pulse devices. The 30 sets of cold weather gear and tents were placed in the daily necessities zone, while the two Humvees were carefully parked in the vehicle zone. With a new prompt appearing on the spatial panel, military-grade supplies stored, unlocking vehicle modification function, optimizing Humvee performance. Yako wandered to a corner of the warehouse, suddenly exclaiming, "Zhu Jue, there's a secret door here." Zhu Jue approached to see her pointing at a metal plate embedded in the wall, featuring a fingerprint scanner. "Let me try my brother's fingerprint," Yako said, pressing her finger against the scanner, knowing that she shared a 50% similarity in fingerprints with her brother Shojiro. With a beep, the secret door opened, revealing a small chamber containing an iron box. Upon opening it, they discovered 5 tons of gold bars and 10 Renaissance-era oil paintings, hidden by M-Nation capitalists. "We've struck gold." Zhu Jue smiled as he stored the gold bricks and oil painting into his spatial realm. The moment the gold made contact with the precious metals zone, the panel unexpectedly illuminated, detected high-purity gold, triggering secondary upgrade of space. 1. Volume expanded to 550,000. 2. Unlocking precious metal refining function, allowing extraction of pure gold from ores. 3. Strength of spatial barrier increased by 100, capable of withstanding missile strikes. Just as he finished collecting the supplies from the hidden chamber, Yako's phone vibrated with a message from Ghost. The glow of the screen reflected on her face, tinged with anxiety. "This is bad. The military of Country M has dispatched an Arleigh Burke-class destroyer, sealing off the waters surrounding Nevada, and has also deployed satellites to monitor the desert. Blackwater Company, in conjunction with Country R, has set up an ambush near the R coordinates, waiting for you to walk into their trap." Zhu Jue took the phone, read the message, and frowned slightly. The R coordinates were located near the Arctic. To reach them, they had to traverse the maritime area, and the destroyer posed a significant threat. He looked up at Yako, who was fixated on the armored Hummer displayed on the spatial panel, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "If we modify these 2 vehicles, can they outrun military patrol cars? We could take a detour through the Canadian border to reach the Arctic." "It's worth a try," Zhu Jue replied, patting her head before turning to exit the warehouse. They would first modify the Hummer, adding ballistic armor and night vision equipment, then set off for Canada. As for the destroyer, he paused, glancing at the anti-ship missiles in the weaponry zone and smirking. It was the perfect opportunity to test the upgraded missile power. Yako followed closely behind, clutching the jade pendant in her hand, her steps lighter than before. The recent battles and the acquisition of supplies had bolstered her confidence, and her gaze toward Zhu Jue now held a mix of admiration and reliance. As they exited the supply station, the first rays of dawn broke over the desert, painting the eastern sky crimson. The roar of the Hummer's engine echoed through the dunes as they sped towards the Canadian border, the pursuers trailing in the distance while challenges awaited ahead. Yet, within Zhu Jue's spatial realm, resources were abundant, and he had a companion by his side. Their journey through this post-apocalyptic world was only beginning to become thrilling. Chapter 29. The Border Breakout Battle. A sandstorm in the Nevada desert struck unexpectedly, with yellow sands and pebbles pounding against the Hummer's bulletproof glass, creating a cacophony of sound. Zhu Jue gripped the steering wheel tightly, the modified Hummer's engine roaring to life as the tires, fitted with anti-skid chains, deftly maneuvered through the dunes. The vehicle's frame had just been reinforced with an additional 3 centimeters of bulletproof steel plates, equipped with night vision and infrared evasion systems. And the coordinates on the dashboard indicated they were only 15 kilometers from the Canadian border. To the left at 10 o'clock, there's a military off-road vehicle, Yako exclaimed, her voice laced with tension as she clutched the cherry blossom handkerchief on her knee, her fingertips turning pale. Zhu Jue glanced in the rearview mirror, catching a glimpse of the camouflaged vehicle emerging through the sandstorm, a machine gun mounted atop, rapidly approaching them. It was the Border Patrol of Country M. "Hold on tight," he instructed, sharply turning the steering wheel as the Hummer veered into a narrow dune ravine. The bullets from the pursuing machine gun rattled against the ravine walls, scattering sand onto the vehicle. He retrieved the spatial panel, mentally locking onto 2 M249 machine guns in the weaponry zone, which instantly mounted themselves on the Hummer's roof. "Want to give it a go?" Yako's eyes lit up as she grasped the control stick from the passenger seat, aiming at the approaching vehicle and pulling the trigger. The machine gun bullets poured forth like a torrential downpour, accurately striking the off-road vehicle's tires. With a loud bang, the vehicle lost control and crashed into the dunes, exploding into a fireball. "Impressive," Zhu Jue chuckled, ruffling her hair. Yako's ears turned pink as she quickly released the control stick, pretending to focus on the detector. Up ahead, there's a border outpost. Zhu Jue looked up, the sandstorm beginning to wane, revealing 2 watchtowers in the distance, flanked by barbed wire. The searchlights from the towers swept their way, and 2 armored vehicles were stationed beside the outpost, their heavy machine guns already aimed at the Hummer. Should we charge through? Yako asked, instinctively reaching for the electromagnetic pulse device at her waist. No need, Zhu Jue replied with a grin, mentally activating the spatial long-range marker to temporarily store the Hummer in the vehicle zone, then pulling Yako down to crouch in the dune ravine. Let us wait for them to change shifts. As they huddled in the ravine, remnants of the sandstorm still lingered, grains of sand trickling into their collars. Yako nestled closer to Zhu Jue, her shoulder resting against his arm, radiating warmth akin to a small heater. 10 minutes later, the patrol soldiers at the outpost switched shifts, and the 2 of them, armed and ready, made their way toward the watchtower, leaving 2 guards to monitor the barbed wire. Zhu Jue seized the opportunity, pulling Yako out as they dashed forward like shadows across the sand dunes. Just as the guard on the left was about to pull the trigger, Zhu Jue was already upon him, covering his mouth with his left hand while his right sliced through his throat, the body seamlessly absorbed into the spatial realm. The guard on the right swung his gun at them, but Yako acted swiftly, pressing the electromagnetic pulse device against his weapon, rendering it useless with a sizzle. Zhu Jue delivered a swift kick to his chest, sending the man crashing against the barbed wire, struggling until he breathed his last. There are 5 more inside the watchtower. Yako pointed towards the windows. Zhu Jue nodded, producing 2 smoke grenades, which they had acquired from the supply station, pulling the pin and tossing them inside. Thick smoke instantly enveloped the watchtower, and the patrolling soldiers staggered out, coughing. Zhu Jue and Yako split to flank them. Yako used the electromagnetic pulse device to incapacitate 2 soldiers, while Zhu Jue broke the necks of 3 others with his bare hands, quickly silencing the area. There's an arms depot inside, Yako shouted from the control room of the watchtower. Zhu Jue approached to find her pointing at a metal door secured with a keypad lock, which bore the inscription Border 2024. He entered the code, and with a click, the door swung open to reveal a stockpile of 5 tons of rifle ammunition, 10 boxes of grenades, 3 anti-tank missiles, and 10 sets of chemical protective suits. Let us take it, Zhu Jue thought, and with a mental command, the depot's contents were swiftly absorbed into the spatial realm. The panel indicated stored border military supplies. Spatial volume expanded to 560,000. Weapon auto-reload function unlocked. Just as they left the outpost, the distant roar of helicopters resonated. Reinforcements from the military of Country M had arrived. 3 helicopters circled low, searchlights sweeping across the dunes, with 2 Apaches heading their way. There's an abandoned military camp 3 kilometers ahead. My brother mentioned it has an underground oil depot and spare vehicles. Yako urged Zhu Jue as they sprinted towards the camp, the sandstorm surging once more, perfectly concealing their silhouettes. The gate to the abandoned military camp had long rusted away, and Zhu Jue pushed it open. Inside, the barracks had collapsed in large sections, but the central warehouse remained intact. The spatial perception scanned the warehouse, revealing an underground oil depot containing 50 tons of diesel, along with 3 military trucks loaded with 10 tons of compressed biscuits and 50,000 bottles of drinking water. Let's extract the oil first. Zhu Jue retrieved the oil pipe from the spatial realm, connecting one end to the oil depot valve and the other to the energy zone in the space. The 50 tons of diesel flowed into the spatial realm, the panel confirming energy reserve sufficient, nuclear generator S endurance extended by 5 years. Next, the military trucks and supplies were collected. 3 trucks were stored in the vehicle zone, parked alongside the Hummer. 10 tons of compressed biscuits and 50,000 bottles of drinking water were stored in the supply zone, expanding the spatial volume to 570,000. In the corner of the warehouse, Yako discovered an iron box. Upon opening it, she found 2 tons of silver and 3 pieces of Qing dynasty enamelware, privately hoarded by the border officers. Zhu Jue smiled as he absorbed the silver into the spatial realm, where it triggered the refining function upon contact with the precious metal zone, instantly transforming into pure silver ingots. Just then, Yako's phone vibrated with an urgent message from Ghost. The Arleigh Burke-class destroyer from Country M has reached the Arctic waters, sealing off the shipping routes near the Arc coordinates. The remnants of the Blackwater Company, in conjunction with Country R, have planted landmines around the Arc base and set up a laser cannon. Additionally, Zhou has sent you several messages asking when you'll be back. And Zhou Qi is also inquiring whether the business negotiations have concluded. Zhu Jue read the message, his brow furrowing slightly as he looked up at Yako. The situation at the Ark is complicated. Both the destroyer and the laser cannon present formidable challenges. Yako stepped closer, brushing the sand off his face. I know of a secret entrance to the Ark base, located beneath the glacier. Only the royal family knows the code. My brother told me it before, and the code is my birthday. Zhu Jue's eyes brightened as he grasped her hand. Really? Yako nodded vigorously, her fingertips brushing against his palm. Of course, when have I ever lied to you? Moreover, my brother is currently at the Ark base. He surely intends to seize the coordinates, and we must reach it before him. As the two stepped out of the warehouse, the deafening roar of a helicopter drew nearer. The reinforcements from the United States had arrived, and the explosions from the watchtower attracted even more patrols. Zhu Jue tugged at Yako, urging her to flee towards the military camp. He summoned a Humvee with his thoughts, and they quickly climbed inside, the engine roaring as they sped towards the Arctic. The sandstorm gradually subsided, and the morning light pierced through the clouds, illuminating the bulletproof glass of the Humvee. Yako leaned against the passenger seat, gazing at Zhu Jue's focused profile, a smile curling upon her lips. Zhu Jue grasped the steering wheel, casting a sidelong glance at her before taking her hand. Their fingertips entwined as they drove towards the Ark coordinates. Inside the vehicle, newly acquired military equipment and supplies were piled high, the nuclear generator humming ominously, and the Humvees and trucks in the vehicle area were poised for departure. The next destination was the secret entrance of the Ark hidden beneath the Arctic glacier. The next battle would be to sink the destroyer, dismantle the laser cannon, and reclaim control of the Ark from Yako's brother. In this apocalyptic game, Zhu Jue was determined to win not only resources and survival, but also the safety of those around him. As Chapter 30 began, the secret path through the glacier initiated a transmission, intertwining emotions with ink rain that stirred Yako's ire. The Arctic wind was as sharp as a knife, stinging their faces. Zhu Jue and Yako set up a tent at a temporary camp beside a glacier crevice. The polar sleeping bags they summoned from their space laid warmly on the ground. Yako was crouched outside the tent, organizing supplies, stacking the compressed biscuits obtained from the U.S. supply station into small piles. Her long, dark hair was whipped by the wind against her cheeks, revealing a glimpse of her fair neck. Zhu Jue sat inside the tent, pulling out his phone, which still displayed the WeChat interface, with a chat window from Zhou Mayu pinned at the top. He tapped the screen with his fingertip, typing a message. Mayu, I'm in the Arctic. The glaciers here are exceptionally beautiful. When I return, I'll show you the photos I've taken, actually images stored in the space. After a moment's contemplation, he added, I found the cherry blossom bookmark I promised to bring you last time, sourced from the capital of our country. And it's even more exquisite than the one you liked at the antique shop. I'll send it back to you shortly. No sooner had he sent the message than Zhou Mayu responded instantly. You still remember to contact me. Uncle Zhou asks daily when your business will conclude. I can hardly keep it a secret any longer. Is it cold in the Arctic? Dress warmly, don't freeze. The gift isn't urgent. Your safe return is the most important. Zhu Jue read the message, a smile unconsciously forming on his lips as he swiftly replied. Rest assured, I'm wearing the cold-resistant suit sourced from the U.S. It's quite warm. I've entrusted a friend to send the gift back. Please let me know when you receive it. After sending, he mentally activated the space panel, which had previously marked the safety point of the Jiang fortress. And the panel suddenly displayed a prompt. 3 marked safe points detected. Emotional trigger for cross-regional material transfer detected. Remote transmission function unlocked. Single transfer limit 5 tons. Proceed with transfer. Finally unlocked. Zhu Jue felt a surge of joy as he mentally selected the cherry blossom bookmarks. 2 pieces, 5 kilograms of compressed biscuits, and 2 small antiques from our country, ceramic trinkets, clicking to transfer them to Zhou Moyu's room in the Jiang fortress. A blue light flickered across the panel, and the air inside the tent subtly rippled as those items vanished in an instant, with the panel indicating, remote transmission complete, space energy consumed. 5. Remaining transfer attempts today. 2. His phone chimed, revealing a voice message from Zhou Moyu, her voice soft and sweet. Zhu Jue, Uncle Zhou just said he received a package, which contained biscuits and bookmarks from you. The bookmark is so beautiful. Did you secretly return to Jiang City? How could it arrive so quickly? Just as Zhu Jue was about to reply, the tent flap was suddenly flung open, and Yako walked in, dropping the camp lamp with a thud. The light flickered, illuminating Zhu Jue's phone screen. Yako's expression darkened, her lips pouting. So, while I organize supplies, you hide here messaging her and secretly sending gifts? Do you consider me heir? Zhu Jue quickly tucked away his phone, reaching for her. How could I ever treat you as heir? You're here with me, braving the glacier and engaging in battle against ambushes while she waits for my return at home. It's entirely different. He reached out to brush the ice fragments from her hair, explaining that the previous transmission had occurred remotely, and he hadn't returned to Jiang City. It was merely a newly unlocked function of the space to alleviate your worries about my favoritism. Yako huffed, but did not pull away. Instead, she leaned closer against him. I'm not worried about favoritism. I just feel like you've been glued to your phone and hardly spoken to me. She looked up at him, her eyelashes dusted with ice particles, resembling tiny diamonds. You sent her a bookmark. What do you have for me? Zhu Jue chuckled, retrieving a diamond earring sourced from the U.S. Treasury from his space, presenting it to her. This is worth far more than a bookmark. It will look splendid on you. Yako's eyes lit up as she accepted the earring and adorned herself with it, her earlobes turning a shade of crimson. Now, that is more like it. The warm glow of the lamp illuminated their silhouettes in the tent, the sleeping bag pushed aside, and the light from the camp lamp flickered as the sounds of the wind outside gradually softened. 2 hours later, Zhu Jue rose first, adjusting his combat attire, and said to Yako, "It's time to go. The secret entrance to the Ark lies within the glacier crevice ahead, and we must arrive before your brother." Yako nodded, touching the earring on her ear, and followed him out of the tent. As they approached the glacier crevice, the spatial sensors abruptly triggered an alarm, indicating that 20 ambushers were concealed behind the ice walls on either side, each armed with laser guns, while 3 others hoisted anti-tank rocket launchers. Their attire emblazoned with the insignia of the Blackwater Company and the royal family of our country. "It's my brother S doing." Yako gritted her teeth, reaching for the electromagnetic pulse device at her waist. "Don't be afraid. I'm here." Zhu Jue summoned the space to remotely retrieve an M249 machine gun from the Jiang fortress, clicking to summon it as a blue light flashed. The machine gun materializing in his grasp with the ammunition chain auto-loading, due to the unlocked weapon auto-loading feature. Bang! Bang! Zhu Jue squeezed the trigger, firing at the ambushers to the left of the ice wall, and 2 fell in unison, their laser guns sliding across the ice and into the crevice. "To the right," Yako shouted, simultaneously pressing the electromagnetic pulse device, and a blue electric surge coursed through the air, rendering the laser guns of the 5 ambushers on the right inoperative as they shrieked and convulsed. Seizing the opportunity, Zhu Jue dashed forward, gripping the wrist of the foremost ambusher and twisting it sharply, the sickening crack of bone reverberating through the glacier. His right fist collided with the ambusher's face, shattering the nasal bone, and the man crumpled to the ground. The 2 ambushers bearing rocket launchers, witnessing the turn of events, pulled their triggers, launching 2 rockets directly at Zhu Jue. Yako, swift as lightning, hurled a grenade, which detonated before the rockets could reach him. The shockwave sent the rockets hurtling against the ice wall, creating a massive crater and sending shards of ice flying. Zhu Jue seized this chance to rush forward, disarming one of the rocket launchers, and aimed it at the remaining ambushers, pulling the trigger as the rocket exploded amidst the crowd, sending 5 of them soaring through the air, while the remaining ambushers turned to flee in terror. Zhu Jue flung 2 tactical knives, the blades flashing, piercing the knees of 2, who collapsed to the ground, wailing in agony. The last ambusher, a remnant warrior from our country, raised his sword to strike at Yako, but Zhu Jue instantly teleported in front of her, gripping the blade back and forcefully bending it until it snapped with a resounding clang. He then reversed the broken blade, thrusting it into the warrior's chest. The warrior let out a muffled groan before collapsing onto the ice, his blood swiftly freezing into shards. After collecting the weapons, they hurried into the crevice. Zhu Jue mentally summoned the 5 laser guns, 3 rocket launchers, and 20 rifles from the ambushers in the panel indicated. Storage of ambusher armaments complete. Space capacity expanded to 580,000. Yako approached the glacier crevice, touching the jade pendant around her neck, and informed Zhu Jue, "The entrance password is my birthday, 0417. There are 2 stone doors inside, and they must be input consecutively." Zhu Jue nodded, taking her hand as they stepped into the glacier crevice. It was pitch dark within, illuminated only by the glow sticks summoned from their space, and the distant sound of flowing water hinted at the direction of the Ark's secret entrance. Zhu Jue pulled out his phone, sending Zhou Moyu a message on WeChat. "We are nearing the destination. Once I finish my tasks, I'll come back to enjoy hot pot with you." With a decisive grip on his laser rifle, he tucked away his phone and fixed his gaze. "Yako, stay close to me. Your brother owes you. And today is the day of reckoning." Yako nodded vigorously, trailing closely behind him, her diamond earrings glimmering under the fluorescent light. Outside the glacial crevice, military helicopters from the United States were advancing, the whirring of their rotors growing ever nearer. Within the chasm, the secrets of the Ark were on the verge of revelation. Meanwhile, in Zhu Jue's spatial realm, the function for long-distance transmission had been activated, fueling his resolve with thoughts of Jiangqing's burdens, the companionship of those around him, and an abundance of supplies. Chapter 31. The dual gate code battle in the depths of the glacial rift. Icy winds wrapped around shards of ice, scraping against his face like a dull blade slicing flesh. Zhu Jue led the way with his laser rifle in hand, while Yako followed closely, clutching a jade pendant inscribed with 0417, her birthday, and the password to the Ark's secret door. Before them, a dark stone wall loomed, faintly revealing a door etched with runes, marking the first layer of the secret gate. This is the spot for the first password. Yako approached the indentation beside the door, her fingertips trembling as she input 0417. The indentation glowed a soft blue, the runes swirling along the surface of the door. With a thunderous rumble, the stone door began to creak open, a gust of cold air, tinged with the scent of rust, rushing forth. "Be careful." Zhu Jue abruptly yanked Yako behind him. Almost simultaneously, 3 green glowing neurotoxin darts shot from behind the door, thudding into the opposing ice wall, their tails still quivering. Emerging from the shadows were 5 bio-soldiers clad in black protective suits, rifles equipped with toxin dart launchers gripped tightly in their hands. Their eyes glinting with malice, agents of Zhao Renhao. Just as I suspected, there's an ambush inside. Yako cursed under her breath, reaching for her electromagnetic pulse device. Zhu Jue held her hand back, his mind scanning the spatial interface. Quickly, remotely retrieved the M249 ammo belt from the Jiangxing fortress. The panel flickered with blue light, and a hefty ammo belt materialized in his grasp. Zhu Jue swiftly loaded the belt into his rifle and pulled the trigger with a resounding bang. Bullets rained down upon the bio-soldiers. The first 2 were caught off guard, their protective suits pierced, collapsing to the ground with anguished cries. The remaining 3 retaliated. A toxin dart whizzing past Zhu Jue's shoulder, embedding itself in the ice wall, emitting wisps of smoke. Zhu Jue rolled to the side, simultaneously tossing an electromagnetic pulse grenade. With a sizzling sound, the grenade exploded, enveloping the bio-soldiers in blue light, rendering their rifles useless as the toxin launchers clattered to the ground. "Charge!" Zhu Jue leaped forward, seizing the mask of the leftmost bio-soldier in his left hand, yanking it upward, while his right hand struck like lightning, slicing across the soldier's throat, blood spraying onto the ice, instantly freezing into crystals. Yako dashed forward, picking up the fallen toxin launcher, aiming it at the knee of the central bio-soldier and pulling the trigger. The dart penetrated the protective suit, causing his leg to buckle as he collapsed. Zhu Jue launched a flying kick, his knee driving into the soldier's chest, the sound of cracking ribs echoing in the frigid air. The final bio-soldier attempted to retreat behind the door, but Zhu Jue flung his tactical knife, the blade spinning as it pierced the soldier's calf, who fell with a cry of agony. Zhu Jue closed the gap, stepping on the soldier's back, delivering a swift chop to his neck, rendering him lifeless. "Gather the weapons. The second layer of the door is about to open," Zhu Jue commanded, his mind summoning 5 sets of protective suits and 5 toxin rifles into the spatial realm, the panel indicating bio-soldier equipment stored, capacity expanded to 85 million. As anticipated, upon fully opening the first layer of the door, a more formidable stone door materialized 10 meters behind it, etched with the royal family crest, the second layer of the secret gate. Yako hurried forward, inputting 0417 once more. This time, the indentation glowed red, the crest illuminated, and the door rumbled ominously as it began to part. Behind the door were not bio-soldiers, but 10 elite guards of Zhao Renhao, clad in silver samurai armor, each wielding an elongated katana that glinted coldly under the icy light. The lead samurai stepped forward, pointing his katana at Zhu Jue. "Intruder, halt. The Ark's secret path is forbidden to those of non-royal blood." "Royal blood?" Zhu Jue scoffed, positioning Yako protectively behind him. "She is Yako Zhao, sister to the emperor. Does that not qualify her as royal blood? Yet here you are, serving a man who treats his own sister as a mere bargaining chip. Is that worth it?" The samurai leader's expression darkened, no longer willing to parley. He raised his blade and commanded, "Attack." All 10 samurai surged forward, the cold light of their katanas illuminating the icy rift. Zhu Jue advanced rather than retreating, summoning the sword he had acquired from the Ark Country royal vault. With a flick of his wrist, he parried the incoming katana, the clash ringing out as the samurai's weapon was knocked from his grasp. Zhu Jue seized the opportunity, thrusting the katana forward, piercing through the samurai's armor and embedding it in his chest. 2 more samurai flanked him from behind, but Zhu Jue sidestepped, countering with a horizontal slash that opened their throats simultaneously, blood splattering onto his combat suit, warming him in the cold. Yako was not idle. She retrieved a laser pistol from her spatial inventory, acquired from the Heishui mercenaries, targeting the gaps in the samurai's armor, firing beams that pierced through the metal, sending 3 samurai crashing to the ground in agony. Seeing his men decimated, the samurai leader's eyes blazed with fury as he swung his blade down toward Zhu Jue's head. Zhu Jue raised his sword to block, but the leader's brute force sent a jolt through his arm. Taking advantage of the moment, the leader kicked Zhu Jue in the abdomen, forcing him back 2 steps. Just as he steadied himself, the leader swung again. Remote retrieval of anti-tank missiles. Zhu Jue shouted urgently, the spatial panel flashing blue, and a portable missile appeared in his hand, which he aimed at the ice wall behind the samurai leader and pulled the trigger. Boom! The missile exploded, sending the samurai leader flying. As a massive chunk of ice crumbled down, crushing 2 unprepared samurai. Seizing the moment, Zhu Jue charged forward, stepping on the leader's chest. The samurai sword poised at his throat. Speak. Where is Zhao Renhao? How do I access the core area of the ark? The leader, blood frothing from his mouth, defiantly retorted, You'll never succeed. The prince awaits you in the core area. Entering means death. With that, he lunged forward against the blade, his throat slashed open, instantly ending his life. The remaining 2 samurai, witnessing their leader's demise, turned to flee. Yako raised her gun and fired, the laser beams piercing their knees, causing them to collapse. Zhu Jue rushed in, delivering a swift chop to their necks, rendering them unconscious. Quickly, into the core area. My brother must be activating the ark's program, Yako urged, pulling Zhu Jue as they dashed through the stone door. Just as they crossed the threshold, a familiar voice echoed ahead. It was Zhao Renhao. Sister, you have indeed arrived. Zhao Renhao stood before a glowing metallic door, flanked by 5 guards wielding heavy machine guns, idly toying with a black chip, the key to activating the Arkansas lass. You are too late. I have obtained the key. Once the ark is activated, only I shall survive, while you and this outsider will perish here. Hand over the key. Yako trembled with rage. You sent me to the United States, trading me for Heishui's support, and now you wish to monopolize the ark? You are unworthy to be my brother. Zhao Renhao sneered. Worthiness is not for you to judge. Today, either you help me kill him, and I take you into the ark, or you both die. He signaled to his guards, and 5 heavy machine guns were simultaneously aimed at Zhu Jue and Yako. No need to choose. Zhu Jue stepped forward, summoning 10 grenades from the supply station in the United States into his hands. You wish to monopolize the ark? First, let us see if these agree. He hurled the grenades toward the guards, simultaneously pulling Yako aside as they rolled out of the way. Boom! Boom! The consecutive explosions reverberated through the icy crevice, obliterating the 5 guards and reducing the machine guns to scrap metal. Zhao Renhao's face turned pale with fear as he sprinted toward the metallic door, shouting, The ark has been activated. You'll never get in. Stop him. Zhu Jue sprang to his feet, summoning a portable anti-ship missile from the spatial realm, aiming at the metallic door and pulling the trigger. With a thunderous roar, the missile blasted a gaping hole in the door, causing Zhao Renhao to tumble inside, scrambling to escape deeper within. Zhu Jue and Yako hastily followed, bursting through the metallic door that led into an elongated corridor, its walls adorned with glowing conduits. At the far end, a colossal circular pod came into view, the very core of the Arkansas. Shoei, don't run, Yako shouted as she pursued. But Zhu Jue abruptly seized her arm. Be cautious, there are traps on either side of the corridor. No sooner had he spoken than dozens of laser cannons emerged from the walls, targeting them for imminent fire. Zhu Jue quickly activated the spatial shield. The laser beams struck the barrier, creating a cascade of blue sparks. Retrieve all electromagnetic pulse devices from the space instantly, Zhu Jue commanded urgently. Yako immediately understood, her mind reaching into the spatial realm as a dozen electromagnetic pulse devices simultaneously soared out, landing on either side of the corridor. Activate! With Yako's shout, all the devices triggered at once, a sizzling sound resonating as the laser cannons became inoperative, smoke billowing from the conduits. The 2 seized the opportunity to dash forward. Just as the door to the core pod suddenly slammed shut, Shoei's voice echoed from within. You cannot enter. The ark will launch in 10 minutes. And when it does, the glaciers will collapse, burying you both here. Zhu Jue's gaze fixed on the sealed core pod door, then flicked to the watch on his wrist, his expression darkening. Yako, do you know the password for this door? Yako shook her head, nearly in tears. I don't know. This is the core pod. Only the Emperor and my brother know the password. Stay calm. Zhu Jue retrieved his phone and swiftly sent a message via WeChat to Zhou Moyu. Moyu, I'm outside the Ark's core pod. There are 10 minutes until launch. I'll return once I sort this out. Don't worry. He then pocketed his phone, his mind scanning the spatial panel where lay the half-arc coordinate chip acquired from our country. Perhaps this chip could serve as a key. He extracted the chip and inserted it into the slot of the core pod door, which instantly illuminated with a green glow, the door beginning to open slowly. Shoei's incredulous voice erupted from within. Impossible. How do you possess the coordinate chip? Zhu Jue smirked, pulling Yako into the core pod. There are many things you are unaware of. Today, the Ark will not be taken by you. Inside the core pod, Zhu frantically pressed buttons on the control panel. Zhu Jue lunged at him, seizing his collar and slamming him against the console with a resounding crash, causing the control panel screen to splinter. The countdown for the Ark's launch flashing wildly at 0500. Zhu grimaced in pain, his left hand stealthily reaching for a dagger tucked at his waist, thrusting it fiercely toward Zhu Jue's abdomen, a strike concealed with lethal intent. Seeking death, Zhu Jue reacted with lightning speed, his left hand expertly grasping Zhu's wrist, twisting sharply in the direction of the dagger's thrust with a crack, causing Zhu's wrist to bend at an unnatural angle, the dagger clattering to the ground. Zhu Jue seized the dagger, reversing it to press against Zhu's shoulder, the blade piercing through flesh with a sickening squelch, blood instantly staining his silver imperial robe. Speak. Who is the researcher from Xia country involved in the Ark project? Zhu Jue increased the pressure, the dagger plunging deeper by half an inch. Zhu, sweating profusely yet defiantly retorting, I don't know. The Ark from our country has nothing to do with Xia country. Nothing to do. Zhu Jue scoffed, yanking him toward the opposite end of the control panel. Last time at the Ark Royal Warehouse, I saw early documents of the Ark stating that Xia country provided technical support. Dare you claim otherwise? He raised his hand and delivered another punch to Zhu's face, blood erupting from his nose and splattering onto the console. Zhu, dazed and disoriented, shouted, Stop hitting me. Stop it. Even Zhu Weiguo and Su Qing weren't this ruthless. They never dared to hit me like this. What did you say? Zhu Jue froze, the dagger suspended midair. Zhu Weiguo, Su Qing, those are the names of his parents. During the 8 years of the apocalypse in his past life, he had scoured Xia country for any news, only to know that his parents had gone missing after an Antarctic expedition 10 years prior. He never imagined he would hear their names from the mouth of the Ark prince. Zhu, realizing his slip, abruptly covered his mouth, eyes wide with panic. I didn't say anything. You heard wrong. I heard wrong. Zhu Jue yanked his hand away, pressing the dagger against Zhu's throat. Repeat that. What happened to Zhu Weiguo and Su Qing? Where are they? The blade sliced through skin, blood trickling down Zhu's neck as he trembled in fear, finally breaking down. I'll tell you. 10 years ago, our country intercepted Xia country's Polar No. 1 research vessel, which had Zhu Weiguo, Su Qing, and a woman named Lin Hui on board. They were all top researchers from Xia country, coerced by the emperor to participate in the Ark's energy development. And then, Zhu Jue's voice quivered, his grip on the dagger tightening unconsciously. Then, 3 years ago, they defected. Zhu gasped for breath. They supposedly fled to Antarctica, where their SA reserve energy station for the Arkansas. The emperor sent many people to find them, but they were never located. That's all my brother knows. I swear. Yako suddenly interjected. My brother mentioned the Antarctic energy station. He said it was the heart of the Ark. Without it, the Ark cannot launch. So, it's related to Zhu Jue's parents. Zhu Jue locked eyes with Zhu, confirming he was not lying, his heart tumultuous. His parents were still alive. In Antarctica. He suppressed his excitement, flipping Zhu onto the ground and stepping onto his chest. How do we shut down the Ark's launch procedure? Zhu groaned in pain. The red button on the control panel requires a key. The key is in my possession. Zhu Jue bent down and retrieved a black key from Zhu's grasp. The moment he touched it, the spatial jade pendant on his chest suddenly heated up, and the key inexplicably adhered to the pendant, emitting a soft blue glow. The control panel beeped, the countdown abruptly pausing as the screen displayed the detection of a shared source key, halting the launch procedure. Boom! The core pod door was suddenly blown open. 15 remnants of the black water surged in, their leader brandishing a rocket launcher, shouting at Zhu Jue, drop the key, or we'll blow this place up. Zhu Jue's expression hardened, his mind activating the previously marked safe point on the spatial panel. He clicked to remotely summon an M1A2 tank cannon, miniature version. With a flash of blue light, a mini-tank cannon materialized in his hands. Zhu Jue aimed at the rocket launcher wielder and pulled the trigger. With a deafening blast, the rocket launcher operator was obliterated, the shockwave sending 3 others flying. Yako, handle the left side, Zhu Jue shouted, and Yako immediately retrieved an electromagnetic pulse device from her waist, pressing the switch. A blue electric current surged, disabling the rifles of 5 mercenaries to the left, their bodies convulsing as they collapsed to the ground. Zhu Jue charged forward, his left hand grabbing the head of the foremost mercenary and slamming it against the control panel, the sound of a thud signaling unconsciousness with his right hand. He seized another mercenary's arm, twisting it violently with a sickening crack. The remaining 7 mercenaries converged, but Zhu Jue stood unyielding. Meeting them head-on, a punch shattered one's ribs, a kick sent another flying, and he grasped the third S's throat, squeezing until a crack signaled the end of breath. In less than 3 minutes, all 15 remnants were dealt with, their bodies stored within the temporary zone of space, the panel indicating storing Blackwater remnants' weapons. Spatial volume expanded to 590,000. Zhu Jue turned to glance at Shoei, who was staring at him, eyes clouded with confusion. What do you look like again? The more I look, the blurrier you become. The effects of spatial memory distortion had set in. Zhu Jue scoffed, ignoring him, and rummaged through the control panel drawer, retrieving a yellow document titled ARC Secret Files. Opening the document, the first page read, ARC Energy Core, developed by Zhu Jue, requires a bloodline key to shut down, to prevent misuse by our country. Zhu Jue's heart sank as he flipped to the last page, where his parents' handwriting was evident. If you see this document, hurry to the Antarctic Reserve Energy Station. We are waiting for you, Weigua, Suqing. In Antarctica. Zhu Jue clenched the document tightly, his eyes welling with emotion. Turning to Yako, he declared, the ARC cannot remain. Destroy the control panel. We must retreat. Yako nodded subtly, retrieving a grenade from her spatial inventory. With a swift motion, she disengaged the safety and hurled it towards the control console, which erupted in a thunderous explosion, transforming it into ruins. Zhu Jue rendered Zhao Renhao unconscious, stowing him away in the spatial zone designated for processing, preparing to discard him into the Antarctic ice fields. He then used a pendant bearing his parents' names to unlock the energy reservoir on the side of the core chamber, revealing a trove of 10 tons of energy crystals emanating a soft blue glow. With a mere thought, Zhu Jue absorbed all the energy crystals into his space, and the panel signaled. Stored ARC energy crystals, spatial capacity expanded to 60,000, energy resonance positioning unlocked, capable of sensing the location of same-source bloodlines. Let us proceed to the helicopter pad. Zhu Jue urged Yako as they exited the core chamber. The spatial pendant emitted a slight warmth, enabling him to distinctly perceive 2 familiar bloodline auras awaiting him in the direction of the Antarctic. Yako gazed at his profile and softly inquired, "Are you going to search for your parents?" "Indeed," Zhu Jue affirmed with a resolute nod. After the extreme heat subsides, he would journey to Antarctica. He pulled out his phone and sent a message via WeChat to Zhou Mou. "Mou, I have discovered clues regarding my parents, located in Antarctica. I will elaborate upon my return." He then messaged Zhou Qi. "Uncle Zhou, I have remotely transmitted a batch of ARC confidential documents to the fortress. Please secure them, for there are significant matters to attend to after the extreme heat." Upon reaching the helicopter pad, Zhu Jue summoned the Apache helicopter from his spatial inventory, assisting Yako into the aircraft. As the helicopter ascended, Zhu Jue glanced back at the diminishing ARC base, a repository of clues regarding his parents and secrets of the apocalypse. Within his space, the energy crystals glowed in the energy zone, the essence of his parents flickered on the positioning panel, and with Yako by his side, along with Zhou Mou and Zhou Qi awaiting in Jiangsheng, this apocalyptic journey finally bore a more significant purpose: the search for family, and then a return home. Chapter 33. The Journey Home. The winds of Jiangsheng whipped about, scattering fine shards of ice that clattered against the steel plates of the nuclear fortress. Zhu Jue maneuvered the heavily modified Hummer from M Country to a steady halt at the fortress entrance, the polar anti-skid chains still caked in northern grit. He had traveled for 3 days and nights from the Huada base in M Country to Jiangsheng, with the countdown on his spatial panel glaring a vivid crimson. Extreme cold eruption, 5 days remaining. Xiaoju. The fortress doors creaked open as Zhou Qi, clutching the freshly printed weather forecast, transmitted by Zhu Jue's spatial data, hurried over. He halted abruptly at the vehicle door, his brow knitting into a frown. "You've been gone quite a while for materials in the south, haven't you? A few days ago, I saw on my phone that our country and M Country were in turmoil, with lost aircraft carriers and robbed warehouses, but I can't quite recall the specifics." Zhu Jue understood that the spatial memory interference had taken effect. He alighted from the vehicle and patted Zhou Qi on the shoulder, deliberately diverting the topic. "I took a scenic route and managed to gather some fine goods. Your memory, perhaps, muddled by too much news consumption. By the way, how has Old Chun adjusted the fortress defenses? Don't get me started. After you left, they altered all the firing ports and added 3 extra layers of security to the electric grid." Zhou Qi was indeed led astray, pulling him towards the courtyard. Just as they entered, a figure lunged forward. Zhou Mou, clad in the cherry blossom pattern down jacket Zhu Jue had brought back from her country, her hair untied and eyes red-rimmed. "Zhu Jue, you're finally back. I've been messaging you daily, and all you replied was 'I'm fine.' You scare me half to death." Zhu Jue caught her in his arms, gently ruffling her hair, and retrieved a cherry blossom bookmark acquired from Kyoto in her country. Though he refrained from mentioning it was pilfered, the signal was poor on the way back. This is for you, more exquisite than the last one you liked. As Zhou Mo clutched the bookmark, her tears flowed more freely, but she suddenly looked up, gripping his arm. By the way, did you encounter any danger in the south? And what about Yako? You mentioned she was with friends. When will she return? I still want to learn how to embroider cherry blossoms from her. Just as Zhu Jue was about to respond, the rear door of the Hummer swung open unexpectedly. Zhaorin Yako emerged, clad in a black combat suit, carrying a canvas bag. Her ears were still flushed from the journey back from M country. She had wrestled with her decision throughout the trip, ultimately resolving not to return to our country. The emperor had treated her as a pawn. Her brother Zhao Renhao was imprisoned in the spatial confinement zone, and her country had long ceased to be her home. It was better to stay with Zhu Jue, where there were those who truly cared for her. Montaku, Yako softly called, clutching the diamond ear stud Zhu Jue had given her. I returned with Zhu Jue. May I stay with you in the fortress? Of course. Zhou Mo's eyes brightened, immediately grabbing Yako's hand and leading her inside. I saved a room for you. Just next door. It has a hand warmer I bought for you. We can sleep together tonight, and I have so much to tell you. Watching the two young women retreat, Zhou Qi scratched his head, murmuring to himself, wait a minute. I really did see the news about M country losing a large warehouse filled with grain. And what about our country? What was that all about? He tapped his head, suddenly giving up. Never mind, if I can't remember, it's fine, as long as you're back. By the way, what about the fine goods you mentioned? I had Old Chin clear out the underground level too. Is enough space? Ample. Not only sufficient, but we'll need to expand. Zhu Jue led Zhou Qi towards the underground warehouse, activating the spatial remote transmission function. From our country, 18 tons of gold, 533 pieces of ancient Chinese antiques, 100,000 servings of compressed nutrition agents, 500 varieties of seeds, and that Changlong-class submarine, minimized for storage, seamlessly streamed into the underground repository along the spatial conduit. Zhou Qi stood at the entrance of the warehouse, his eyes widening in astonishment. Is all this material yours? And this submarine model? It's astonishingly realistic. He reached out to touch a gold ingot, retracting his hand quickly. Wow, this much gold will sustain our foundation for a decade. Zhu Jue refrained from disillusioning him, merely stating, a friend assisted in gathering these. There is still some large-scale equipment, referring to the Ark, to be transported over in a few days, which will be useful for the extreme cold. By the way, Uncle Zhou, with only 5 days until the extreme cold erupts, please have Old Chun and the others check the fortress's heating system again. I brought back 10 nuclear generators from M country, sufficient to maintain a stable temperature of 25 degrees for 5 years. 5 days? That is so soon. Zhou Qi instantly grew serious, quickly pulling out his phone to call Old Chun. Old Chun, quickly take Li Rui and Lu Ming to inspect the heating system. Also, recount the supplies on the 3rd underground level. In 5 days, there will be a significant drop in temperature. We must secure the doors tightly in advance. After hanging up, Zhou Qi surveyed the warehouse, now piled high with supplies resembling small mountains. Suddenly, he recalled something and slapped his forehead. Oh, what was I just going to ask you? It feels like it was something about our country. No, it was about your journey to the south. Did you really encounter no issues? I can't shake off this uneasy feeling. Zhu Jue understood that this was a lingering sense of vague unease stemming from the spatial memory interference. Even if one forgot the details, the intuition of significant events would remain. He patted Zhou Qi on the shoulder, speaking with certainty, rest assured. You can trust me with my tasks. The journey was smooth. It was merely the volume of goods collected that delayed me a few days. By the way, Mo, you mentioned you've been having trouble sleeping lately. I brought back some sleep-inducing tea from M country. Brew it and drink it. As they spoke, Old Chun, Li Rui, and Lu Ming rushed in, tools in hand. Upon entering, Old Chun called out, Zhou Gu, Xiaoju, the heating system has been checked. No issues. However, we need to add 2 more locks to the electric grid. I'm coordinating with Li Rui to install several infrared sensors. They will illuminate at the slightest disturbance. Excellent. Zhu Jue nodded, summoning 3M249 machine guns from his spatial inventory and placing them on ground. These are for training exercises. Familiarize yourselves with their handling. With the extreme cold approaching, we cannot rule out the possibility of unwelcome visitors attempting to seize our supplies. Old Chun and the others' eyes lit up as they eagerly surrounded the machine guns, with Li Rui touching the barrel and exclaiming, these look like military-grade models from M country. Xiaoju, your southern connections are quite impressive. Zhu Jue smiled without replying, his gaze drifting over the warehouse brimming with supplies, gold stacked in the corner. Antiques carefully arranged on the shelves, seed banks secured in temperature-controlled cabinets, and the submarine reduced to model size resting on the table. He knew these items represented not merely resources, but the very foundation supporting the fortress, embodying the hope for survival of those around him. As evening fell, the enticing aroma of hot pot wafted through the kitchen. Zhou Mou and Yako sat by the table, one serving meat to Zhu Jue while the other ladled soup for him. Zhouqi and Old Chun were gathered around discussing strategies for defense against the impending extreme cold. The children frolicked in the courtyard, clutching toys that Zhu Jue had brought back from M Country. Zhu Jue observed the lively scene before him, gently touching the ancestral jade pendant resting against his chest, now melded into his palm, leaving only a faint imprint. The countdown on the spatial panel continued to tick, extreme cold eruption, for days and 18 hours remaining. He understood that this tranquility was merely ephemeral. Once the extreme cold arrived, Jiang City would transform into an icy tomb. Looters would seize provisions, and Kuinye's mercenaries would storm the fortress, potentially bringing forth even greater unknown dangers. Yet, he no longer felt panic. There were those he needed to protect by his side, sufficient supplies within his grasp, an indomitable fortress at his back, and a space that could accommodate all challenges. Zhu Jue, what are you pondering? Hurry and eat. The meat will overcook. Zhou Mou nudged his arm, while Yako offered him a plate of pastries. I made these while in M Country. Try them. Are they sweeter than those from our country? You'll know once you taste them. Zhu Jue smiled, took a piece, and placed it in his mouth. The sweetness mingled with a hint of tartness, reminiscent of the journey he had traversed, the thrill of resource theft, the tug-of-war with Yako, the concern for his parents. But ultimately, all of it culminated in the steaming hot pot before them, reflected in the smiles of those around him. As night deepened, Zhouqi and Old Chun continued to pore over defense blueprints, while Mou and Yako engaged in fervent conversation in the room. Zhu Jue stood atop the fortress, gazing at the distant streets of Jiang City where pedestrians still roamed, the supermarket bustling with activity. No one foresaw the transformation that awaited in just 5 days. He pulled out his phone and sent a message to Ghost via WeChat. Return to Jiang City, 5 days before the extreme cold. Ark and submarine are in place. Ready for response. Ghost replied instantaneously. The royal family of our country is searching for Yako, while the military of M Country is still investigating the mysterious figure. However, their surveillance is nothing but light spots, and as the data is examined, it collapses. You need not worry. Additionally, I have located the approximate site of your parents' Antarctic expedition aircraft wreckage. Once the extreme cold concludes, we shall explore it. Zhu Jue stowed his phone away. The cold wind brushed against his face, yet he felt no chill. He realized that the extreme cold was merely the onset of a natural disaster. Following would come extreme heat, pestilence, and earthquakes. However, as long as those he cherished remained by his side, and the space persisted, he had the confidence to guide everyone through each apocalyptic storm. The countdown for the extreme cold stood at 4 days. The last vestiges of warmth in Jiang City were quietly receding, while within the ancestral nuclear fortification, lights flickered like stars in the night, awaiting the impending snow, ready to protect those unwilling to be consumed by the apocalypse. Chapter 34. The sudden cold warning and official notification, dark web messages, and stockpiling chaos. With warm breath against the nape of his neck, Zhu Jue opened his eyes to find his phone screen aglow beside the pillow, illuminating Yako's flushed profile. Her arm was draped around his waist, her long, dark hair cascading over his chest, and her ears blushing like they were touched by rouge. Seeing him awake, she quickly buried her face into the pillow, her voice muffled. Are you awake? The alarm you set last night went off twice. Zhu Jue pinched her warm earlobe, but did not respond. Reaching for his phone to find 3 messages stacked on the screen. Zhouqi's early morning message in the community group warned of rapid temperature drops and that looters had begun raiding the supermarket for rice. Ghost's encrypted dark web message from half an hour prior, and an official notification just pushed by Jiang City's Emergency Coordination Office. He decided to read the notification first. The bold black font was jarring to his eyes. Emergency notification, due to abnormal weather conditions. The temperature in our city is expected to plummet to 10 degrees, 25 degrees lower than the same period last year, over the next 5 days. From today, temporary control of essential goods will be initiated. Supermarkets' grain, oil, and winter clothing will be managed uniformly by the Coordination Office. And citizens are limited to purchasing a set amount with their ID cards. The power department will conduct regional line repairs, expecting daily power outages of 2 hours. So please prepare in advance. 10 degrees in October? Yako leaned closer to view the screen, her eyelashes brushing against Zhu Jue's arm. Why was in our country? The coldest January was only 5 degrees. This is too strange. Zhu Jue remained silent, Opening ghost message. The dark web interface appeared, and a line of encrypted text automatically decrypted. The Observer, a secret group within the Summer Country Coordination Office, has confirmed and agreed to prepare safe points along the coast for migration after the extreme cold, and they will assist in marking them. Additionally, the Jiang City Coordination Office has just received an urgent notification from higher-ups, stating that last night, the embassies of M and our countries in China issued an emergency communication, reporting a recent surge in cases of resource theft, suspected to involve a cross-border mysterious figure. But their personnel could not recall specific details, only leaving behind blurry facial recognition and garbled data. It concluded with a short sentence. The Observer instructed me to convey, the permissions you requested will be granted after the extreme cold erupts. Zhu Jue finally breathed a sigh of relief. He tapped the screen with his fingertip. The Observer was the hidden force behind the coordination office in Summer Country, which had only surfaced during the extreme heat outbreak in his previous life. In this life, he leveraged Ghost to establish connections, exchanging ARC defense data for the Observer's assistance in opening official channels. In return, he provided disaster warnings and partial resource allocation plans, a mutually beneficial arrangement. Suddenly, a loud knock echoed at the door, followed by Zhou Mou's urgent voice. Zhu Jue, Yako, hurry up. The supermarket downstairs is in chaos. Uncle Zhou wants you both to rush to the fortress control room. Yako quickly released her grip, grabbing a down jacket nearby to put on, mistakenly fastening 2 buttons wrong. Zhu Jue reached out to help her straighten it, his fingertips brushing against her hand, causing her to redden again. As they reached the door, they saw Zhou Mou, disheveled and holding a grocery basket. I just went to buy breakfast, and the rice and noodles at the supermarket have been snatched clean. Someone pushed an elderly lady to the ground to seize the last bag of flour. Moreover, the community group says the grain and oil store to the west has been smashed, and the owner was beaten badly. Let us go to the control room. Zhu Jue grabbed both of them and headed downstairs. As soon as they reached the courtyard, they heard police sirens from the alley. 3 patrol cars marked with the coordination office's insignia sped towards the supermarket, the loudspeakers blaring. Citizens, please purchase in an orderly manner. Looting is prohibited. Violators will be dealt with according to the law. However, the sirens could not drown out the clamor of the crowd, and faintly, one could hear cries of "Why the limit? My child is running out of food," accompanied by the sound of shattering glass. In the control room, Zhou Qi was glued to the surveillance screen, while Old Chun, Li Rue, and Lu Ming huddled around the table, gripping walkie-talkies. The screen displayed scenes of chaos across various neighborhoods in Jiang City. Residents of Sunshine Garden were hauling luggage to their vehicles, while people from Riverside Community climbed onto rooftops, tossing empty oil barrels down. The most chaotic was the supermarket in the western city, where a throng of people surged at the entrance, some attempting to climb through windows, while security personnel formed a human barrier, struggling to maintain order. I just received a call from Shanghai at the coordination office. Zhou Qi turned around, his expression grave. He said this temperature drop is unusual, and they want us to prepare for a long-term response. He also asked if the raw materials you entrusted to me could be partially allocated for emergency use in the city. I didn't dare agree without consulting you first. It cannot be allocated. Zhu Jue's gaze hardened as he scrutinized the crowd scrambling for food on the screen. If we send supplies out now, it's akin to throwing meat buns to dogs. Once the extreme cold truly hits, we won't have enough for ourselves. You replied to Shanghai, stating that the raw materials are under contract with southern manufacturers and cannot be moved. If absolutely necessary, I'll have Ghost procure a batch of ordinary food from the dark web for them to tide over. Understood. Zhou Qi immediately picked up his phone. When Old Chun suddenly pointed at the surveillance screen. Zhu Jue, look, over at Jinxiu Garden, someone is smashing the community gate with a steel pipe. It seems they want to rush out and rob the pharmacy next door. Zhu Jue leaned closer to the screen, observing a dozen men dressed in thin clothing wielding steel pipes and kitchen knives, relentlessly pounding on the iron gate. Residents behind the door were terrified, retreating into the building. With some shouting, "Open the door. We need to buy medicine. If you don't open, we'll burn the building down." Have the security vehicles arrived? Zhu Jue inquired. Li Rue pulled up another surveillance feed. A vehicle just passed by, but there were only 3 security personnel. They're completely unable to stop them. Send Lu Ming with 2 others in the Hummer to check it out. Zhu Jue, with an air of authority, instructed Lu Ming not to take action just yet, but rather to park the vehicle at the entrance of the neighborhood and set up the machine gun as a deterrent. There's no need to escalate matters at this point, he advised. Lu Ming promptly donned his helmet, assuring, "Rest assured, it will be handled." Suddenly, Yako pointed at a corner of the screen, exclaiming, "Look over there. The man in the black jacket. Wasn't he someone we encountered at the Blackwater base in M Country?" Zhu Jue followed her gaze on the surveillance monitor, spotting a masked man blending into the crowd of looters. clutching a spring knife and stealthily approaching the supermarket's warehouse. His silhouette resembled that of a remnant mercenary from Blackwater. Ghost checked the recent influx of outsiders in Jiangcheng, particularly focusing on records of entry from M Country and our country, Zhu Jue commanded. He sent a message via WeChat and quickly received a response. Found it. In the past week, 12 tourists from our country have entered, all residing at the West City Hotel. 3 of them, who just vandalized Jingsu Jiewen, were disguised among them. Planning to cause trouble? Zhu Jue scoffed, manipulating the spatial realm to keep several electromagnetic pulse grenades at the ready. Old Chun, coordinate with Li Rue to adjust the fortress's electric grid to 1000 V. Activate all infrared sensors. The moment anyone approaches within 50 meters of the alleyway, sound the alarm. Understood. Old Chun and Li Rue immediately set to work. Suddenly, the alarm in the control room blared, and a notification appeared on the screen. 3 suspicious individuals detected 50 meters from the alley, moving towards the fortress. Zhu Jue accessed the surveillance feed, observing 3 men in tactical jackets, each carrying a black bag, feigning a casual stroll while their eyes darted towards the fortress. They're from our country. Yako quickly recognized their jackets as the official attire of the Our Country Royal Guard. They've come for me. Perfect timing, Zhu Jue mused, feeling the tactical knife at his waist. Let them experience what it means to have no return. He instructed Zhou Moyu. You and Yako head to the second underground level and secure the seed vault door. Don't come out. He then directed Zhou Qi. Uncle Zhou, monitor the control room while I confront them. As he stepped into the courtyard, the biting wind intensified. The 3 men had reached the fortress entrance. One stepped forward, shouting in stilted Chinese, "We seek Princess Yako. Let her out. Otherwise, we will." Before he could finish, Zhu Jue charged forward, seizing his wrist and wrenching it outward with a harsh crack, the sound of breaking bone echoing in the alley. As the other 2 men reached for their weapons, Zhu Jue had already teleported behind them, delivering swift blows to the nape of their necks, causing them to collapse. Bending down, he retrieved a locator from their black bags, which displayed coordinates in Tokyo, our country, along with a line of Japanese text. Find Yako and bring her back to our country. If resistance is encountered, eliminate without mercy. Thinking of taking her away? Not a chance, Zhu Jue declared, stowing the locator in his spatial realm. He dragged the 3 unconscious men to the fortress's backyard and disposed of them in a pre-dug pit meant for storing supplies, covering them with wooden planks. Upon returning to the control room, Zhou Qi was shouting into the intercom, "Lu Meng, have the people from Jingsu Jiewen retreated? The security team can barely hold them back." "They've retreated." Lu Meng's voice came through the intercom. "I positioned the Hummer and set up the machine gun, and they dared not move." The security team expressed their gratitude for the assistance. Zhu Jue sighed in relief, glancing at his phone to check the time. Only 3 days and 22 hours remained until the onset of the extreme cold. The screen displayed a new announcement from the coordination office. Starting tomorrow, a low-temperature emergency response will be initiated citywide. Non-essential venues will be closed, and public transportation will operate at half capacity. Citizens are urged to minimize outings. In the dark web, Go sent another message. Observers report that the extreme cold may be more severe than anticipated. Prepare for temperatures as low as -30 degrees. Additionally, they have arranged a temporary docking point for the Ark at the abandoned port east of Jiangxing. It will be the safest route post-cold front. Zhu Jue stared at the screen, tapping his fingers on the table as he contemplated the -30 degrees. 10 degrees lower than the initial onset of extreme cold he remembered from his past life. It seemed that this natural disaster would be even more brutal than he had imagined. Uncle Zhou, have Old Chun and the others wrap the heating pipes on the 3rd underground level with an extra layer of insulation, Zhu Jue instructed. Also, summon 200 polar cold weather suits from the spatial realm and distribute 2 to each person in the fortress, so they can alternate wearing them. Zhou Qi nodded and was about to make arrangements when Zhou Moyu rushed in, holding her phone. Zhu Jue, the neighborhood group chat just announced that the power department has issued a notice. Starting tonight, the city will experience daily power outages for 4 hours. Some are even saying the northern reservoir has begun to freeze over, and it's only October. Yako approached Zhu Jue, gripping his hand tightly. In her country, winter temperatures of -20 degrees can be fatal. At -30 degrees, anyone outside without preparation will not survive. Zhu Jue tightened his grip on her hand, his gaze fixed on the surveillance screen where looters continued their frantic search. They remained oblivious to the fact that no amount of rice or flour could save them without proper cold weather clothing or shelters. When the extreme cold struck, it would mean certain death. All he could do was safeguard this fortress and protect those around him. As for the others, compassion would be utterly futile in the face of impending doom. As night fell, the streetlights in Jiangxing flickered to life only to abruptly extinguish, signaling an early power outage. In the darkness, the sounds of sirens, screams, and shattering glass echoed, while within the ancestral home's fortified shelter, lights burned brightly. And the electric grid shimmered with a soft blue glow, like an island holding fast to the last warmth and hope amidst the encroaching blizzard. The countdown to the extreme cold, 3 days remaining. Chapter 35, A Cold Night, Relatives Disturbing the Fortress, Slapping Faces by the Hot Pot. The warm glow of the fortress's dining room enveloped the fragrant beef hot pot, bubbling with slices of tripe and fatty beef rolls. Zhu Jue reclined against the back of his chair, his left hand resting on Yako's chair, while he accepted a shrimp roll from Zhou Moyu. Just as he placed it in his mouth, a loud banging echoed from the courtyard door, accompanied by a shrill voice shouting, "Zhu Jue, open the door. I know you're in there. You little rascal are hiding the fortress and not letting me in. Has your conscience been devoured by dogs?" It was the voice of his second uncle, Zhu Guodong. Zhou Moyu bit her chopsticks, frowning. "How'd he find us? He must have noticed the chaos outside and wants to take refuge in our fortress." Yako leaned closer to Zhu Jue, whispering, "Should I go tighten the door?" "No need. The show is about to begin," Zhu Jue replied, picking up a slice of fatty beef and leisurely dipping it in sesame sauce. "Let them make a scene. It would serve as a reminder to the looters outside that not just anyone could enter his fortress." No sooner had he spoken than the banging intensified, joined by a deeper voice. "Zhu Jue, you tricked me with a fake jade and swindled me out of 8 million. Today, you either return my money or let me into the fortress. Otherwise, I'll report you." "Oh, still bringing up the fake jade incident," Zhu Jue chuckled, pulling out his phone to access a pre-saved audio file from Ghost. Inside was the recording of Zhu Guodong pressuring him to exchange the ancestral home for life-saving supplies in his past life, along with a recording from this life where Zhu Guodong boasted that the jade was worth 10 million, claiming Zhu Jue was at a loss. "Let us go have a look," Zhu Jue said, rising from his seat with Yako and Zhou Moyu flanking him. As they approached the courtyard door, they found Zhu Guodong accompanied by his second aunt, cousin Zhu Chong, and several distant relatives, all vigorously banging on the iron gate, with 2 uniformed security personnel from the coordination office standing nearby. "Zhu Jue, you finally decided to show yourself," Zhu Guodong boomed, his voice rising as he pointed an accusatory finger at him. "You little rascal tricked me into losing 8 million with that broken fake jade. Now, with the bitter cold outside and all the supermarket supplies looted, you occupy the fortress and refuse to let us in. Are you trying to drive us to our deaths?" His second aunt chimed in with a wail. "Little Jew, we are your own second uncle and aunt. Your cousin is about to get married. You can't just let him freeze and starve to death, can you? Have mercy and let us in." Several distant relatives joined in, clamoring, "Yes, Zhu Jue, we are family. You can't be so heartless. The fortress is so large. A few more of us won't make a difference." Zhu Jue crossed his arms, casting a glance at the security personnel nearby. "Comrades, my relatives are accusing me of swindling them. Are you here to handle a fraud case?" The security officer on the left retrieved a notebook. "Mr. Zhu, we have received a report from Mr. Zhu Guodong, stating that you defrauded him of 8 million yuan using counterfeit jade, and furthermore, you refused him entry into your residence. We request your cooperation in this investigation." "Cooperation is not an issue," Zhu Jue replied, pulling out his phone and activating the recording function. Instantly, the loud voice of Zhu Guodong resonated. "Xiao Zhu, I have had this jade appraised. It's old pit jade, worth at least 10 million. Selling it to me for 8 million is a bargain. No problem. We are relatives after all. A 1T stand on ceremony. I'll transfer the money right away." Once the recording concluded, Zhu Jue produced another document, slipping it through the gap in the iron gate. "This is the voluntary purchase confirmation signed by my uncle at the time of the transaction. It states that I, Zhu Guodong, voluntarily purchased the jade pendant held by Zhu Jue for 8 million yuan, with no recourse regarding its authenticity thereafter. Signatures and fingerprints are included for your review." The security officer examined the confirmation closely, then glanced at Zhu Guodong, frowning. "Mr. Zhu Guodong, this recording and confirmation indicate that you acted voluntarily, correct? According to regulations, a voluntary transaction with written confirmation does not constitute fraud." "I was deceived." Zhu Guodong's face flushed crimson, pointing at Zhu Jue and shouting, "He knows the jade is fake. He deliberately set a trap for me. I did not trick you." Zhu Jue scoffed coldly. "I told you at the time that this jade was passed down from my grandfather, and I'm not an expert. You insisted on buying it, claiming it was worth 10 million. How have I now become the one deceiving you? Moreover, you took that counterfeit jade and boasted to others, swindling boss Zhang out of 5 million. Should I inform these officers about that as well?" Zhu Guodong's face turned pale with fear, hastily covering his mouth. That was something he had done in private. If the security team found out, he would face severe consequences. Seeing the situation deteriorating, his aunt changed her tone, crying as she pounded on the iron gate. Zhu Jue, even if we were wrong about the jade, is freezing outside. We saw someone frozen on the roadside on our way here. Have pity on us and let us in. We promise we won't steal anything. Have pity on you? Zhu Jue's gaze turned icy. In a past life during a bitter winter, this uncle's family had seized his last sack of grain and pushed him toward a mob. Now, they sought refuge in his fortress? Not a chance. When you robbed my grain, why didn't you show me any pity? If you want to enter the fortress, fine, but first experience 3 days of freezing outside with those who couldn't get grain, and then come back to me with your pleas for mercy. You ungrateful wretch. Zhu Guodong shouted in a fit of rage, charging at the iron gate. Zhu Jue swiftly raised his hand, pressing the button for the electric fence. With a crackle, the fence illuminated with a pale blue light, causing Zhu Guodong to stumble back in fright, nearly falling to the ground. Zhu Jue, do you dare to electrocute me? Zhu Guodong bellowed, while the nearby security officer quickly restrained him. Mr. Zhu Guodong, do not act impulsively. This is private property. He has the right to set up defenses. Comrades, Zhu Jue addressed the security officers with a calm tone. My relative is causing a ruckus and attempting to forcibly enter my private residence. I kindly ask you to escort them away to maintain order here. It is chaotic outside, and if they remain, they may attract the attention of those desperate for food, leading to unforeseen trouble. The security officers, wary of escalating the situation, hoisted the still wailing Zhu Guodong. Mr. Zhu Guodong, come with us. If you continue to make a scene, we will handle it as a disturbance to public order. Zhu Guodong struggled, shouting, Zhu Jue, you wait for me. I will not let this go. The tumultuous cries of his aunt and cousin followed as they were escorted away, Zhu Guodong's voice echoing in the distance. You all wait. I will find Lord Kuan. He will surely deal with you. Lord Kuan? Zhu Jue sneered, turning back toward the dining area. Perfect. I was afraid he wouldn't come. Yazi followed closely behind him, inquiring softly, who is Lord Kuan? Is he formidable? Once a notorious figure in Jiangsheng, he commanded a group of mercenaries and seized plenty of supplies in a past life. Zhu Jue sat down, continuing to pick up shrimp balls from the hot pot. If he dares to come, I will gladly seize his mercenaries and supplies, adding to our fortress's provisions. Zhou Moyu offered Zhu Jue a cup of tea. Now that uncle has mentioned Lord Kuan, could it genuinely lead to trouble? Trouble is trouble. It must be addressed sooner or later. Zhu Jue sipped his tea, his gaze sweeping outside as the night deepened. Distant screams faintly reached his ears. The extreme cold had yet to arrive, yet Jiangcheng was already descending into chaos. He wondered how many would survive when the true ice and snow came. Don't dwell on such thoughts. The hot pot is getting cold. Zhu Jue placed a slice of beef tripe into Yazi's bowl and another piece of fatty beef into Zhou Moyu's. Eat more, once the extreme cold arrives. We want to have such warm meals outside. Yazi and Zhou Moyu nodded, and warmth returned to the dining area. The aroma of the beef oil hot pot overshadowing the chill and clamor from outside. Zhu Jue surveyed the two beside him, feeling reassured. The disturbances caused by his relatives were merely minor interruptions. The true challenges lay ahead. Yet, as long as he could protect this fortress and the people around him, he believed he could weather any storm. Outside the courtyard gate, the departing Zhu Guodong continued to shout, while his aunt secretly messaged Lord Kuan's subordinate. Zhu Jue has built a fortress at his ancestral home, stocked with food and warmth. Come quickly to seize it. In the shadows, a dark figure received the message, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth before he vanished into the alley. A plot against the fortress was quietly brewing, but Zhu Jue was already prepared. Within his space, the machine guns and missiles in the armory stood ready, waiting for the prey to arrive. With the countdown to extreme cold at 2 days remaining, the cold night in Jiangcheng promised to be sleepless. Chapter 36. Countdown to extreme cold. The morning mist in the extreme fortress had yet to dissipate. Behind the frosted glass of the bathroom, flickering shadows danced as the sound of running water mingled with the fragrance of sandalwood. Zhu Jue had just tucked the hand warmer gifted by Zhou Moyu into the covers. She had complained of the cold and clung to him all night. Now, she remained curled up under the blankets, droplets of morning moisture clinging to her eyelashes. As he approached the bathroom door, it opened just enough for Yazi, wrapped in a cream-colored towel, her hair dripping with water, her cheeks flushed as if painted with rouge. Upon seeing him at the door, she hurriedly attempted to close it, but Zhu Jue pressed his hand against the doorframe, his fingertips brushing against her warm wrist. I brought the hairdryer for you. It's outside. His voice was low, tinged with the rasp of morning. Yazi's ears turned even redder, and she ceased pushing him away, stepping aside to create a small opening. 2 hours later, as Zhu Jue emerged from the bedroom holding Yazi's hand, the hot pot in the living room was already steaming. Zhou Jue was sprawled on the sofa, engrossed in her phone, the light from the screen illuminating her face. Upon noticing their arrival, she slipped on her slippers and hurried over, holding her phone aloft. You two finally emerged. The community group is buzzing, just now. Aunt Wang said her son was robbed at the corner of the building while going out for water. It was by two masked men who specifically targeted individuals leaving alone. Yazzie settled beside Zhou Jue, accepting the warm milk she offered, her fingertips still holding some residual warmth. Zhu Jue approached the dining table, where Zhou Qi was adding fatty beef to the pot. Lao Chun, Li Rui, and Lu Meng were gathered around the table, with freshly warmed white wine before them. The phones on the table buzzed with notifications from Jiangqing's emergency response team, warning that 3 households in the western part of the city had been robbed while taking out their trash, advising residents to refrain from going outside unless necessary and to secure their doors with iron chains. It has only just begun to descend into chaos, and already some dared to act in the shadows. Li Rui gripped his wine glass, his brow furrowing. They are nothing but cowards, preying on the vulnerable. Lu Meng was about to respond when a sudden pounding echoed from the courtyard gate, mixed with his aunt's piercing cries. Zhu Jue, open the door, you ungrateful wretch. Hurry up, we are freezing to death. Zhu Jue paused his chopsticks, which were pinching a piece of tender beef, and a chill swept through his gaze as memories of a bitterly cold past flooded his mind. It was this very sound that echoed outside the dilapidated door of his makeshift shelter, a voice that called out before crashing through the door to seize his last half-bag of compressed biscuits, pushing him into the hands of the marauders, proclaiming, "This lad still has food. Seize him." It was his uncles and their ilk. Zhou Jue leaned towards the window for a glance, returning with a hesitant tone. They seem rather desperate. Uncle's coat is torn, and aunt is weeping. Yazzie also peeked outside and whispered, "The wind is so fierce. If they linger any longer, they might freeze." Zhu Jue remained unmoved, slowly savoring the beef in his mouth, chewing deliberately while a cold smile formed within him. Freeze? In his previous life, as he neared the brink of freezing in the snow, these very people surrounded themselves with the looted provisions, drinking merrily without a thought for his plight. "I shall take a look." He set down his chopsticks and rose to approach the door, with Yazzie and Zhou Jue trailing behind. Just as he unlatched the door, he beheld the Zhu Guodong family huddled beneath the porch. Zhu Guodong's face was frostbitten, his cheekbones marred by fresh scratches, as if clawed by someone. Aunt S' scarf hung askew around her neck, her hair a chaotic nest, clutching an empty plastic bag, sobbing uncontrollably. Zhu Chong fared even worse. His pants torn at the knees, revealing skin that was crimson from the cold, his hands empty, having lost even the bag he once carried. "Zhu Jue, you finally opened the door." Aunt lunged toward the iron gate, gripping the bars with fingers caked in mud. "We ventured out to borrow some food, only to be robbed at the alley. Our phones, wallets, even the gold ring your cousin was to marry with gone. They even pushed me. Look at my waist." Zhu Guodong chimed in, his voice trembling. "Little Jew, I beg you. The heating at home has stopped, and we've run out of food. If we stay any longer, we'll truly freeze or starve. Let us in the fortress. We'll work for you. Move things, clean, anything." Several distant relatives accompanying them echoed his pleas. One elderly man in a cotton coat even attempting to push his way inside, only to be halted by old Chun, who was well aware of Zhu Jue's stance towards these people and dared not grant them entry easily. Zhu Montague, observing Anna's shivering form, tugged at Zhu Jue's arm. "Zhu Jue, perhaps we should let them in? It's far too cold. Someone could truly freeze to death out there." Yazzie nodded in agreement. "Even if they have wronged us before, we cannot stand by and watch them perish." Zhu Jue did not meet their eyes, but fixed his gaze upon Zhu Guodong. His voice as frigid as ice. "Robbed? Where did this occur? What do the thieves look like? Have you reported to the emergency squad?" Zhu Guodong faltered, unable to articulate a response. They had not reported it, nor had they even seen the faces of their assailants, too preoccupied with their own escape. Their knocking at the door was merely a desperate search for warmth. "Can't find the words?" Zhu Jue chuckled, his laughter devoid of warmth. "I see you are not here because you were robbed, but because you can no longer endure staying at home and wish to come here to sponge off me." "No, we truly were robbed," Aunt exclaimed, exasperated. "Little Jew, we are your dear uncle and aunt. How can you be so heartless? Don't you remember when your uncle took you to buy candy when you were little? I haven't forgotten." Zhu Jue's eyes grew colder still. Yet his mind wandered back to a scene from his past life where aunt, holding the looted candy, shoved it into Zhu Chong's hands, saying, "This is for that foolish little Jew. You eat it. But I haven't forgotten how, in my previous life, you snatched my last bag of food and pushed me into the hands of the marauders. I haven't forgotten how you reveled in your warm home with your stolen goods while I froze in the snow." He did not voice these thoughts, but continued to stare at Zhu Guodong's family, enunciating each word with chilling clarity. You wish to enter the fortress. That could be arranged. However, not at this moment. Zhu Guodong's eyes brightened. Then when? Tell us. We will wait. Wait until you endure the bitter cold, the sweltering heat, and the subsequent pestilence. Wait until you prove that without my supplies, you can survive. Wait until you remember what you did to me in my past life. When that time comes, return to discuss entering the fortress. Are you trying to drive us to our deaths? Zhu Guodong trembled with rage, pointing an accusatory finger at Zhu Jue. You ingrate. Had I known you would be so heartless, I should never have taken you to buy candy. Insult me, as you will, Zhu Jue said, raising his hand to close the door. Suddenly, Ant lunged forward, gripping the door panel tightly. Zhu Jue, if you don't let us in, we will seek out Kuan Yi. Kuan Yi said that as long as we bring him to find your fortress, he will provide us with food and shelter. Just wait. We will have Kuan Yi deal with you. Zhu Jue's expression darkened at the mention of Kuan Yi. So, he was finally coming. He ceased further conversation, forcefully pushing Ant's hand away before slamming the door shut with a decisive thud and securing the lock. Returning to the living room, the hot pot still bubbled enticingly. Zhou Mo, you regarded him quietly. Were you too harsh just now? They mentioned Kuan Yi. What if he truly comes? Let him come. Zhu Jue resumed his seat, picking up a piece of tripe to place into the pot. Yet his mind churned with thoughts of how Kuan Yi's mercenaries wielded firearms, which could serve to test the fortress's defenses and procure some weapons in the process. I shall see if he possesses the capability to breach my fortress. Yazzie observed his top profile, but chose not to say more, silently adding a slice of beef to his bowl. The warm glow in the living room enveloped the fragrant hot pot. Yet it did little to dispel the chill in Zhu Jue's eyes. The grudges of his past life and the calamities of this one, he would settle them all, one by one. And regarding those who had wronged him, he would never grant them the opportunity to harm him again. Outside the courtyard, Zhu Guodong's family continued their tirade, ultimately forced to leave by the biting wind, heading toward Kuan Yi's territory. Meanwhile, on the fortress's surveillance screen, a shadow lurked at the alley's corner, observing everything unfold, pulling out a phone to send a message. Target refuses entry to relatives. Defenses are tight. Recommend a night raid. The countdown to the extreme cold stood at 1 day remaining. The chill in Jiangsheng intensified, while a storm targeting the fortress brewed silently. Chapter 37. Night raid on Kuan Yi's lair to eliminate the foe. In the depths of the night in Jiangsheng, the biting wind rattled the corrugated roof of the abandoned factory. Zhu Jue parked his modified Hummer 500 meters away in the woods. The night vision device atop the vehicle aimed at the factory's entrance, where rusty iron sheets were ensnared by barbed wire. 2 sentries dozed off, their rifles cradled in their arms, the blades at their waists glinting coldly in the moonlight. Inside, at least 30 mercenaries were present, with Kuan Yi situated in the farthest office of the factory. A voice crackled in Zhu Jue's earpiece, interspersed with electrical static. The Coordination Bureau had just dispatched internal news stating that Kuan Yi had raided the grain depot in the east of the city last night, capturing 2 emergency squad members to use as hostages. Furthermore, he was on the lookout for those who had stolen from the bank in northern Myanmar, vowing to flay them alive. Zhu Jue's lips curled into a cold smile as he retrieved a laser rifle from his storage space, its body glowing faintly blue. Old Chun, you 3 enter through the back door with me and take out the sentries. Li Rue, set up the machine gun and cover the factory's side entrance. Ensure not a single one escapes. Understood. Old Chin gripped his tactical knife, his gaze fierce. He had long harbored disdain for Kuan Yi and his gang, who had previously looted supplies and harmed the innocent. Now, they dared to capture emergency squad members, and he would settle the old and new scores together. Zhu Jue stealthily approached the factory's back door, his spatial awareness extending to reveal 2 hidden sentries, lurking behind a container, smoking. He crouched low, drawing near, and as they turned momentarily, he swiftly covered one sentry's mouth with his left hand while his right hand sliced through the throat, blood spraying against the container. The body collapsing and being absorbed into his storage space, temporary corpse area. The other sentry, sensing the disturbance, barely registered the movement before Zhu Jue had already teleported behind him, snapping his neck with his bare hands. The corpse met the same fate, leaving not even a cigarette but behind. The back door is clear, Zhu Jue reported softly into the intercom. Old Chun, Li Rue, Lu Meng, follow me immediately. The 4 of them stealthily advanced into the factory shadows. The factory was ablaze with light as a dozen mercenaries gathered around a wooden crate, indulging in libations. The corners of the crate revealed bags of rice, pilfered the previous night. Brothers, have you heard? Master Kuin is on the hunt for that scoundrel who raided the northern Myanmar treasury. Have you found him yet? Shouted a burly mercenary, brandishing a bottle. If I catch him, I'll dislocate his arms for sure. What's the rush? Another mercenary chuckled. Master Kuin has said that if we capture that rascal, we brothers will split the remaining goods from a northern Myanmar treasury right down the middle. Hiding behind a pillar, Zhu Jue's gaze turned icy. The gold from northern Myanmar was his first haul since his rebirth. He had intended to stash it away discreetly, never anticipating that Master Kuin would remember for so long. He gestured to Old Chun, who promptly understood, retrieving 2 smoke bombs, disengaging their safeties, and tossing them into the crowd. Boom! Boom! The smoke enveloped the area instantly, causing the mercenaries to cough and flail chaotically. Seizing the opportunity, Zhu Jue charged forth, his laser rifle sweeping across the room, and 3 men collapsed to the ground, their bodies swiftly absorbed into his spatial realm. Lu Ming picked up a steel pipe from the floor and struck a mercenary on the back of the head, dropping him like a stone. Li Rue positioned himself at the doorway, his machine gun aimed at those attempting to flee. Move, and you'll regret it. You, a mercenary, unhindered by the smoke, recognized Zhu Jue and lunged forward, brandishing a knife. You're the one Master Kuin seeks, the thief of the treasury. Zhu Jue sidestepped, grasped the man's wrist, and twisted sharply, a sickening crack echoing as bones fractured. He then kicked the assailant in the chest, sending him crashing against the crate, blood spilling as he breathed his last. Indeed, the gold from northern Myanmar is mine, Zhu Jue coldly declared, fixing his gaze on the remaining mercenaries. Do you wish to avenge Master Kuin or preserve your lives? The mercenaries exchanged glances, 2 attempting to retreat, only to be felled by Zhu Jue's 2 shots. Thinking of escaping? Too late. Don't kill me. I surrender, cried a lanky mercenary, collapsing to his knees. Master Kuin has captured members of the emergency response team and locked them in a small warehouse. I can take you there. Please spare my life. Zhu Jue remained silent, signaling Old Chun to keep an eye on him while he ventured deeper into the factory. Upon reaching the door of Master Kuin's office, he heard the sound of objects being thrown inside. Useless. You can't even catch a single person. Where is that thief of the treasury? Without hesitation, Zhu Jue kicked the door open. Master Kuin sat in his executive chair, gripping a gun, his complexion paling as he recognized Zhu Jue. You, the thief of my northern Myanmar treasury. Thief. Zhu Jue stepped closer. You plunder grain, harm the innocent, and capture members of the emergency response team. You are far beneath the designation of a thief. Kuin aimed his gun at Zhu Jue, his fingers squeezing the trigger, but no shot rang out. The gun had long been emptied of bullets during the commotion. Zhu Jue had discreetly extracted the magazine using his spatial abilities. Impossible. Master Kuin's eyes widened in disbelief. Zhu Jue seized him by the collar, landing a punch squarely on his face, blood splattering from his nose. Did you think hiding here would keep you safe? The extreme cold is upon us. No matter how much grain you steal, you won't survive this winter. He struck again, leaving Kuin's face swollen, his consciousness fading. Help! Save me! Kuin gasped, but suddenly the office window was pushed open and 3 shadows leaped inside. Local refugees, hoping to take advantage of the chaos. The leader brandished a kitchen knife, shouting, "Don't move. Hand over the money. Otherwise, we will." Before he could finish, Zhu Jue had turned, his laser gun sweeping the room once more, and the 3 bodies fell to the ground, absorbed into his spatial realm. Thinking to scavenge? Zhu Jue sneered at the corpses of the refugees. You should consider whether you have the life to claim anything. Master Kuin, utterly petrified, lay on the ground, prostrating himself. Please, don't kill me. I'll give you the stolen grain. There is still stock in the northern Myanmar treasury. I can take you there. Please, let me live. Live? Zhu Jue squatted down, gripping Kuin's throat. When you stole grain, did you consider the lives of those starving? When you captured the emergency response team, did you grant them a chance to live? Now you seek mercy from me? It's too late. He tightened his grip, Kuin's face turning purple, his struggles ceasing as his lifeless body was absorbed into the spatial realm. Having dealt with Kuin, Zhu Jue followed the lanky mercenary's directions to the small warehouse, rescuing 2 bound emergency response team members. Thank you, one of them exclaimed gratefully. The coordination office has been searching everywhere for you. I can't believe you found us first. Don't mention it, Zhu Jue replied. You all head back. I'll handle the supplies here. Once the team members departed, Zhu Jue and Old Chun began inventorying the supplies. 50 tons of rice, 100,000 bottles of drinking water, 20 boxes of canned goods, and 3 tons of gold hidden away by Kuin, along with 10 submachine guns. All secured. With a thought, Zhu Jue summoned the entirety of the supplies into his spatial realm, receiving a notification. Secured Master Kuin's remaining supplies. Spatial capacity expanded to 90,000. Batch Corp's processing function unlocked. By the time they returned to the fortress, dawn was breaking. Yazi and Zhou Mayu stood at the entrance awaiting their return. Upon seeing them, Yazi rushed forward. Are you all right? Were you hurt? All is well. Zhu Jue affectionately ruffled her hair. Kuan has been dealt with, and the supplies are secured. With the extreme cold approaching, we are safer now. Zhou Qi observed the newly acquired supplies in the spatial realm, grinning. Well done. Now our fortress has enough grain to last for 10 years. Zhu Jue did not smile. Instead, he gazed towards the distant sky, where the cold fog thickened. Only one day remained until the extreme cold arrived. He retrieved his phone and sent a message to Ghost. Kuan has been dealt with. Please relay a message to the coordination office, stating that the supplies from the granary have been recovered and the emergency response team members are safe. Ghost replied almost instantly. Received. The coordination office extends their gratitude and mentioned that after the extreme cold outbreak, they will grant you full authority for resource allocation, aiding you in preparing for subsequent disasters. Zhu Jue put away his phone, fully aware that resolving Kuan was merely the beginning. The extreme cold, the scorching heat, and the impending plague of insects loomed ahead. His spatial realm and the people around him were the true bastions against all impending calamities. Countdown to the extreme cold, one day remaining. The last vestiges of warmth in Jiang City were being devoured by the biting winds, while the nuclear bunker of the Ancestral home remained brightly lit, stocked with provisions, awaiting the oncoming snowstorm. Chapter 38. The cold descends upon Jiang City, frozen to the bone. The fortress illuminated against the apocalypse. Warm breath grazed his neck, stirring Zhu Jue from his slumber. Upon opening his eyes, he found Yazi nestled in his embrace, her long, dark hair cascading over the pillow, her fingertips unconsciously brushing against his arm. Outside the window, the usual morning light was absent, replaced instead by a dull grayness. The cold wind howled against the glass, emitting a mournful wail akin to the cries of the damned. He reached for the temperature control unit on the bedside, the screen displaying a temperature of 25. The night before, he had specifically instructed everyone to set the fortress's central air conditioning and underfloor heating to maximum. Each room had cold-resistant clothing neatly folded on the bedside, and even the temporary quarters in the underground warehouse were equipped with electric blankets. Awake? Yazi's voice emerged, raspy from sleep, as she burrowed deeper into his embrace. It's so noisy outside. The wind is so strong. Yes, the extreme cold has arrived. Zhu Jue kissed the top of her head gently, reaching for the phone on the bedside table. The screen was flooded with unread messages. The community group chat was ablaze with notifications, alongside an urgent notice from the coordination office sent in the early hours. Opening the group chat, the messages flashed by. Straining his eyes. Ownerly voice message, tearful everyone, don't go outside. This morning, the neighbor, Grandma Zhang, didn't open her door. When the property management pried it open, they found Grandma Zhang and her grandson, both frozen stiff. She thought it would suffice to burn coal without turning on the heating. Owner Wang, we found a frozen body in the corridor. It was a young man renting downstairs. I heard he tried to go out to buy food last night, but collapsed right outside the unit door. He was only discovered this morning, his face completely frozen purple. Property manager Xiao Chun, official announcement. The current heating points available: City Sports Stadium, First Hospital, International Hotel, Convention Center. Everyone should go in pairs and avoid lingering on the way. However, there are too many people. The queue at the stadium stretches into the street, and many are too cold to stand. Owner Zhao, my neighbor, Old Li, was still saying yesterday that it wasn't that cold and a sweater would be enough. This morning, there's been no response. I knocked on the door, but no one answered. I fear the worst. Zhu Jue continued scrolling down, discovering a short video. In the frame, a worker clad in an orange emergency suit was propping himself against a utility pole. The sleeves of his cold-resistant attire were torn, exposing his arms, which were reddened from a cold. In the next moment, he collapsed stiffly, while a colleague attempted to pull him up, but his frozen hands slipped away, leaving him to crouch on the ground, weeping. The accompanying text lamented that the emergency team had become frozen, stating that the authorities had indeed made an effort. Yoko leaned over to view the phone, her eyes instantly reddening as she gripped Zhu Jue's arm tightly. Why aren't they wearing thicker clothing? Why don't they seek shelter? She questioned. There were too many people to consider. Zhu Jue turned off the phone, pulling her closer. The announcement from the coordination office was clear. Jiangxing's permanent population numbered in the millions, yet the available heated shelters could accommodate no more than 500,000. The remainder had to fend for themselves, with the majority unprepared, lacking adequate cold-resistant clothing or fortified doors and windows. Last night, temperatures plummeted to 30 degrees. It was simply unbearable. Let us go check on Uncle Zhou, Zhu Jue said, rising and helping Yoko into a thick polar cold-resistant suit. Zipping it up to her chin and wrapping a scarf around her, leaving only her eyes exposed. When they arrived at the monitoring hall, Zhu Jue was seated before the screens, a cigarette dangling from his fingers, staring vacantly at the display. The surveillance footage revealed a haunting stillness across Jiangshan. The snow on the roads had frozen into a solid crust, with the occasional blurry silhouette huddled motionless at the roadside. A long line at the stadium entrance resembled a frozen dragon, with some collapsing in the snow due to exhaustion, while others attempted to help but lacked the strength. Outside the International Hotel, desperate crowds pressed against the glass doors, where security personnel held them back. Some, frantic, pounded on the glass, only to have their hands freeze upon contact, eliciting cries of pain. And from the previously troubled Jinxiujin, figures were seen casting objects from above, presumably in a desperate plea for help, yet receiving no response. Uncle Zhou Jue approached, prompting Zhu Jue to snap back to reality. He gestured towards a corner of the screen. Look over there in the west of the city. A family insisted on opening their windows for ventilation last night, and now their windows are frozen shut. There has been no sign of movement from them. What is the coordination office saying? Zhu Jue inquired. What else can they say? They're urging self-rescue wherever possible. They've dispatched heating equipment from the north, but the roads are completely iced over. Vehicles cannot navigate them. Zhu Jue sighed, pocketing his cigarette. Our fortress here is perhaps the safest place in Jiangshan. Just then, Old Chen rushed in with a tablet. Xiao Ju, Su Yi. Look, during my patrol just now, the snow outside is nearly knee-deep, and the ice on the roads is half a foot thick. I just saw some homeless people trying to approach our alley, but they were scared off by Li Rue's machine gun. The photos on the tablet displayed snow piled at the alley's entrance like a small mountain, with the cold wind swirling the snowflakes. Visibility reduced to less than 5 meters. Most of the windows in the distant buildings were dark, with only a few flickering lights, like candles struggling against the wind. Tell Li Rue and Lu Meng not to get too close. It's too cold outside. They might get frostbitten, Zhu Jue instructed, fully aware that this was merely the onset of the extreme cold. 30 degrees was not the lowest. During the last era, temperatures had plummeted to 50, and that would be true hell. Yoko approached the window, gazing out at the white expanse, murmuring, I wonder how my brother is doing. Is it that cold in her country too? Zhu Jue moved beside her, taking her hand, which felt slightly cold even within her gloves. Don't worry. Your brother is in the Ark's confinement chamber, where the temperature is regulated and he 1T freeze. Once this extreme cold passes, we'll head to Antarctica to find my parents and check on the situation in her country. Yoko nodded, leaning against his shoulder. The monitoring hall was quiet, illuminated only by the soft glow of the screens and the howling wind outside. Zhu Jue remained fixated on the screens, while Old Chun organized the supply list nearby. The weight of concern was etched on each face, for they understood that the warmth within the fortress was the result of prior preparation. While the outside world of Jiangshan had transformed into a frozen hell, Zhu Jue pulled out his phone and messaged the ghost. The extreme cold has arrived, and the situation in Jiangshan is dire. The coordination office's heating points are overwhelmed. Is there a way to send over supplies? The ghost replied instantly. The coordination office has already sought assistance from the observers. They asked me to ask you if we should open part of the Ark to temporarily shelter some capable individuals. But it requires your approval. The Ark belongs to you. Zhu Jue pondered the message, remaining silent for a few seconds. Opening the Ark could save more lives, but it would also introduce complications. The homeless could be a mixed bag, and if any had ulterior motives, they could disrupt the fortress' stability. He looked up at Zhu Jue, who nodded in understanding. Let us save some. After all, it's a matter of life and death. Have the observers screen the individuals. Only emergency team members, doctors, and skilled technicians should be accepted for now. No one else. Zhu Jue replied to the ghost, then turned to Zhu Jue. Have Old Chen prepare for their arrival. Once the observers' people come, they should be searched and then directed to a temporary area in the Ark, ensuring they do not enter the core area of the fortress. Understood. Zhu Jue immediately stood to make arrangements. Yoko looked at Zhu Jue and softly remarked, You're not as cold-hearted as you seem. Zhu Jue smiled gently, ruffling her hair. In the apocalypse, every life saved counts, but the prerequisite is that we must not endanger our own. The wind howled outside, and the snow fell heavier. On the monitoring screen, the line at the stadium entrance had grown longer, with some individuals huddled together in freezing desperation, yet still persevering. They all awaited a glimmer of hope for survival. The warm light within the fortress shone like a lighthouse in the night, illuminating not only the confined space, but also the path in Zhu Jue's heart. No matter how arduous the future may be, he would lead those around him, those he could save through this extreme cold and endure all apocalyptic calamities. On the first day of the extreme cold's official arrival, the ice and snow in Jiangshan had only just begun to envelop the city. Chapter 39. Seizing the ship across oceans. Unboxing supplies from other nations. The temperature control unit in the fortress's monitoring hall displayed 25 degrees. Yet Zhu Jue rubbed his hands together as he gazed at the satellite imagery of the M country port on screen. The Ghost had just sent back the transmitted images. The USS John F. Kennedy, a Ford-class aircraft carrier, was lodged at an angle in the icy sea. Its hull encased in half a meter of ice, resembling a metallic sculpture radiating a cold glow. The 3 escorting destroyers and 2 frigates fared no better. With their onboard aircraft frozen, their wings drooping. "Yoko, I'm heading to M country. I'll be back in 2 days at most." Zhu Jue patted her head. Yoko, who was assisting Zhou Muyu in organizing the recently acquired cold-resistant clothing, looked up, her eyes laced with concern. "The ice is so thick over there. Be careful and don't freeze." "Don't worry. The space inside is temperature-controlled. I won't freeze," Zhu Jue reassured her. He pulled out his phone and messaged the Ghost. "Lock in the coordinates for Boston Harbor. Help me block the satellite signals from M country. I'm heading there now." The Ghost replied in an instant. "Done. Additionally, here's some intel. Boston Harbor is the largest cargo port on the east coast of M country. With over 3,000 containers stacked, there's everything inside, so take your time unboxing. Also, the coordination office just asked when you'd be free to discuss the nuclear base issue, saying they have 3 potential addresses for you to choose from." Zhu Jue's lips curled into a smirk as he activated the intercontinental teleportation feature unlocked after acquiring the Ark, capable of instantaneous travel as long as there were precise coordinates. A flash of white light enveloped him, and in the next moment, he stood on the ice of Boston Harbor, the cold wind whipping against his face. Yet a protective barrier from the space shielded him, leaving even a single hair untouched. "Goodness, this ice is thick enough." Zhu Jue kicked the ice layer at his feet, which was as hard as steel. Looking down, he could vaguely see frozen silhouettes in the icy sea. Port workers, likely caught unawares during the extreme cold, frozen alongside the patrol boats, now resembling ice sculptures. He made his way toward the Ford-class aircraft carrier, where the icy shell would need to be melted with a laser gun. With a sizzling sound, the laser beams swept across, causing the ice to crack and fall away, revealing the steel hull beneath. Zhu Jue plunged through the hatch, only to be met with an unsettling silence. The control console screen still emitted a faint glow, yet the controls were frozen and unresponsive. The lifeless body of a crew member slumped over the seat, devoid of any breath. "Collected," Zhu Jue commanded with a thought, and the 50,000-ton Kennedy aircraft carrier was instantly drawn into the void. A notification flashed. Stored 1 Ford-class aircraft carrier, including 80 aircraft, 200 missiles. Spatial volume expanded to 150,000. Following this, he gathered a convoy of 3 destroyers, 2 frigates, and 1 supply ship, along with the anti-submarine helicopters on the deck, neatly packaging them into the vehicle space. Parked alongside the previously acquired Changlong-class submarine from her country. Once the naval vessels were secured, Zhu Jue turned his attention to the towering stack of over 3,000 containers. Resembling a small mountain upon the icy surface, each marked with a label. He casually pried open the outermost one, revealing bags of Northeast rice cascading out. The packaging boasting the fragrant brand of Wuchang rice, complete with a production date from just a month prior to the extreme cold, indicating its arrival in M country. "Is this truly here?" Zhu Jue chuckled as he pushed aside the rice, uncovering foam boxes beneath, which contained frozen Australian lobsters as firm as an arm's length, still encased in ice, appearing as though they had just been pulled from the sea. Prizing open an adjacent container, a delightful aroma wafted forth. Vacuum-sealed Peking duck, with the packaging proudly displaying Quan Zhu's name, alongside several cases of unopened Tsingtao beer. Zhu Jue seized a can, mentally dispelling the frost, and with a satisfying pop, the refreshing foam surged forth. Do the people of M country actually import this? He rummaged further, astonishingly uncovering cases of North Ice soda. The orange-yellow cans adorned with images of old Beijing, with production dates even fresher than the beer. He twisted open a can, the effervescence bursting in his mouth with a sweet orange flavor, reminiscent of his childhood. Upon opening a 3rd container, Zhu Jue was taken aback to find boxes of Durex condoms, specifically the top-tier variety, emblazoned with super capacity. "How long will these last?" he mused with a chuckle. Adding them to the daily necessities section of his space, perhaps they would come in handy later. The subsequent unboxing became an exhilarating spree. The 12th container revealed an array of Tesla Model 3s, keys left in the ignitions, albeit frozen and out of battery. Once stored, they would automatically recharge. The 58th container yielded RVs, American-style motorhomes complete with expandable sections, furnished with refrigerators, ovens, and beds. He acquired 20 in one go. The 139th container was filled with medical equipment, MRI machines, ventilators, surgical tables, and even half a box of radiation protection suits, perfectly supplementing the fortress's medical area. The 300th container contained military supplies, Country's latest night vision goggles, bulletproof vests, and portable missiles, even more advanced than those previously collected. The space panel promptly displayed stored military supplies, unlocking weapon upgrade capabilities. From dawn until dusk, Zhu Jue emptied all 3,000 containers, causing the spatial volume to soar to 250,000. The materials were meticulously categorized. The food section, rice, flour, compressed biscuits. The fresh produce section, Australian lobsters, steaks, Peking duck. The beverage section, beer, North Ice soda, red wine. The vehicle section, aircraft carriers, destroyers, RVs, cars. The military section, weapons, bulletproof vests, night vision goggles. And even a luxury section stacked with several boxes of LV bags and Rolex watches, presumably part of shipment from a luxury goods store. It's time to explore other ports. Zhu Jue brushed off the dust from his hands, using his mind to manipulate space, instantly teleporting to the port of New York, where even more containers awaited, including a nuclear submarine frozen in the ice. Without hesitation, he collected the submarine along with 10 cargo ships nearby, expanding the spatial volume by another 50,000, reaching a total of 300,000. After traversing every port along Country's eastern coastline, darkness enveloped the land. Zhu Jue settled onto the sofa of the RV in his space, nibbling on the freshly heated Peking duck, sending a message to Ghost. I've wrapped up operations here in Country, carriers, submarines, and supplies all secured. Next, I'm heading to Y Country with the British Museum as my target. Please find me the coordinates. Ghost replied immediately, awesome. The coordination office just pressed again, asking which nuclear defense base you prefer, and mentioned that as long as you share some of the high-tech weapons you've gathered from Country for their research, you can choose any base you like. Zhu Jue smiled as he responded. Inform the coordination office that I want the Northwest Nuclear Defense Base. An empty one will suffice. Once I return from Y Country, I'll share some of the weapons with them. Furthermore, I'll donate some of the medical equipment and food from Country to aid disaster victims. Provided the base is cleared out promptly, my space is nearing capacity. He paused briefly, then added, oh, and make it clear to the coordination office that I intend to return the artifacts and museum pieces after the disaster subsides, on the condition that they are well preserved and not lost. Setting down his phone, Zhu Jue surveyed the mountain of supplies amassed in his space, feeling a sense of security with these resources at hand, whether to tackle the impending extreme heat, the insect plague, or to venture to Antarctica in search of his parents. With a thought, he teleported to London's port in Y Country, the silhouette of the British Museum faintly visible against the night sky. Gripping his laser gun tightly, a smile crept onto his lips. Next stop, time to collect some treasures. On the second day of the extreme cold, Zhu Jue's transoceanic treasure hunting expedition had only just begun. Chapter 40. The Cold of Los Angeles Port. Regret for not listening. Bananas weep in the apocalypse. The icy winds of Los Angeles Port, tinged with the scent of rust, stung Zhu Jue's face as he focused intently on the Tsingtao beer label on the container. This was the 187th box he had pried open today. Inside, besides the beer, were cases of fulling pickled vegetables, the Chinese flavor prominently displayed against the icy backdrop. Suddenly, a woman's wailing pierced the air, a shrill and desperate sound, mingled with sporadic gunfire. Zhu Jue sheathed his laser gun, following the sounds toward the warehouse. At the entrance, on the icy surface, several thinly clad individuals surrounded a battered cardboard box, fighting over its contents. Inside were bags of moldy bread, and the most distraught among them was a yellow-skinned woman with curly hair, tears frozen to her cheeks, forming tiny ice crystals. Stop fighting. That's my last bit of food, she cried, throwing herself onto the box, only to be shoved aside by a tall, gaunt man, who sent her sprawling onto the ice, wincing in pain. He snatched the bread and began shoving it into his mouth, muttering curses. What a joke. If it weren't for you, we would have been on a charter flight back to Xia Country long ago. Wouldn't need to freeze like this. The woman shot up, her eyes reddened. How was I to know the cold would be this brutal? When Xia Country sent out the recall message, warning of the impending extreme cold and offering charter flights home, didn't you say Country was so developed it would surely cope? You even joined me in mocking Xia Country for overreacting. I was tricked by you, the man retorted angrily, throwing the bread bag to the ground. You claimed Country's heating would last until spring, that Xia Country's houses were smaller than Country's, and that we'd be laughed at if we returned, saying we couldn't make it abroad. Now look, the heating has been off for half a month, the supermarkets are empty, and even the tap water has frozen. Go ahead. Laugh. Zhu Jue leaned against the container, coldly observing what Ghost had referred to as the banana people. Individuals of Xia country descent, yet entirely believing in M country's superiority. 2 months prior, the Information Coordination Office of Xia country had issued 3 rounds of recall notices, not only offering charter flights, but also promising temporary housing and winter supplies upon return. Yet many dismissed it as a gimmick, even ridiculing Xia country on social media for attempting to ride M country as coattails. Now, they were the ones crying. Suddenly, a gunshot echoed from within the warehouse. A white man clad in a black jacket burst out, gun raised, shouting at the bread thieves, "Hand over the bread, or I'll shoot." The group turned pale with fear. The tall man attempted to flee, only to be shot in the leg, collapsing onto the ice with a scream, his blood quickly freezing. The woman cowered in terror, sobbing, "Don't kill me. I have money. I'll pay you." "Money? Now that's just worthless paper." The white man sneered, leveling his gun at her. Just then, Zhu Jue raised his hand. The blue light of his laser gun flashed, slicing the man's weapon cleanly in two, the barrel clattering onto the ice with a crisp sound. The Caucasian man, momentarily stunned, turned to see Zhu Jue, his eyes flashing with fear. "Who are you?" Zhu Jue remained silent, and with a mere thought, he summoned the bullets and spare magazine from the man's grasp into his spatial realm, leaving no room for even a lighter in his pocket. Terrified, the man attempted to flee, but Zhu Jue delivered a swift kick to his knee, sending him crumpling to the ground. Bending down, Zhu Jue picked up the broken firearm lying on the floor and tossed it back to him. "Get lost and don't obstruct my path." The man scrambled away, a mixture of rolling and crawling, leaving only a few survivors of the Xia nation on the icy surface. A tall, slender man, suppressing his pain, looked up at Zhu Jue, his eyes pleading. "You're from Xia, aren't you? Could you take us back? We want to return home. We realize our mistakes." A woman also rose, clutching at Zhu Jue's clothing, tears streaming down her face. "I don't think M is good anymore. I still have the recall message from Xia. I know I was wrong. Please take us back, or at least give me a place to warm myself." Zhu Jue gently pushed her hand away, his voice devoid of warmth. The recall notice from Xia was sent out 3 times 2 months ago, and the charter flights waited for half a month. The choices you made then must be borne by you now. He gestured to the moldy bread on the ground. As the saying goes, heed advice, and you'll have enough to eat. The road you choose is yours alone. No one can pay your debts for you. Tears spilled anew from the woman's eyes as she crouched on the ground, sobbing. "I regret it. I shouldn't have thought poorly of Xia, nor should I have deemed M superior. If I had returned with the charter, I would have been in a warm house, eating hot meals by now." The tall man fell silent, merely staring at his frostbitten hands, his face etched with remorse. Zhu Jue chose not to look back at them and turned towards the stack of containers within the warehouse. The gunfire he had heard earlier emanated from the depths of the warehouse, suggesting that others were still fighting over supplies. Upon pushing open the door, he was met with chaos. A dozen survivors were brawling around a refrigerated cabinet, which contained several boxes of frozen meat. Some wielded knives, while others brandished steel pipes. 2 injured individuals lay on the ground, groaning, ignored by the fray. Zhu Jue frowned, and with a thought, he manipulated the spatial realm, whisking away the refrigerated cabinet along with its frozen contents. The fighters froze in shock, gazing at the empty ground, bewildered. "Stop fighting. If you seek supplies, go find them yourself," Zhu Jue declared before pressing on deeper into the warehouse. Here, the number of containers surpassed those of the Los Angeles port, with many marked as imports from Xia. The pickled vegetables and beer he had previously uncovered were merely the beginning. Upon prying open a container labeled with food, he was pleasantly surprised to find boxes of frozen dumplings alongside several crates of Lao Gan Ma, with labels indicating a Guizhou origin. Another container revealed Northern Xia's frozen dumplings, buns, and even bags of northeastern sauerkraut, causing Zhu Jue to smile, speculating that these were orders meant for M's Chinese restaurants that never arrived due to the extreme cold. After collecting the warehouse's supplies, his spatial capacity expanded by an additional 20,000 units, with Xia's local specialties now stacked high. As Zhu Jue approached the warehouse's entrance, he noticed the earlier group of individuals still huddled together on the ice, no longer fighting, merely shivering in unison. He did not look back, directing his thoughts towards the next target, the San Francisco port, where even more containers awaited him. As for those who refused to heed warnings, they would have to fend for themselves. The icy wind continued to howl, and the cries from the Los Angeles port gradually faded away. Zhu Jue gazed at the distant ruins of M's cities, feeling little ripple in his heart. In this apocalypse, choices outweighed effort. Those who ignored counsel now found themselves freezing, a consequence of their own making. He pulled out his phone and messaged Ghost. Finished at Los Angeles port, preparing to head to San Francisco. Coordinate with the nuclear defense base to expedite their clearance. I've gathered a considerable amount of CIA specialties to distribute to domestic disaster victims. Ghost replied instantly. Understood. The coordination office reports the base is already clearing out. They also mentioned your gathered high-tech items from M will be researched by experts upon your return, ensuring nothing goes to waste. By the way, there's a batch of CIA's medical equipment at San Francisco port, previously sent as aid to M, which hasn't been unloaded yet. You might want to check that out. Zhu Jue smiled, stowing away his phone and quickening his pace towards the San Francisco port. The extreme cold persisted, and the journey to gather supplies was far from over. As for the regretful individuals, they would serve as a lesson in this end of days. Heed advice, and you shall eat your fill. This was never an empty saying. Chapter 41. Clash at the Old Port. A rain of bullets and narrowly avoiding stray shots for supplies. The ice surface of the San Francisco port still bore the stains of fresh blood. As Zhu Jue approached the medical supplies warehouse, he was forced to retreat behind a container due to the rapid-fire sounds of machine guns, as two groups engaged in a fierce battle. Bullets raining down like a torrential storm, splintering the ice and sparking against the containers. The firepower of M was undeniably formidable. Zhu Jue squinted to observe. The group on the left donned camouflage uniforms, wielding two M249 machine guns with barrels glowing red. Nearby, someone hoisted an RPG, aiming at an opposing truck, firing a rocket that narrowly missed, exploding in a heap of ice in the distance, scattering ice shards like shrapnel. The individuals on the right were equally relentless. A few snipers crouched atop containers, their gun barrels emitting smoke, each shot felling an adversary, while others wielded shotguns. The close-range blast drowning out the sound of machine guns with screams. Even more chaotic, both factions had boxes of ammunition piled at their feet, discarding empty magazines and carelessly grabbing fresh ones, resembling a mode of infinite firepower. Zhu Jue's objective lay within the warehouse, the CIA-aided medical supplies. Ghost had informed him that this shipment had just arrived at the port and had yet to be unloaded, filled with MRI machines, portable ventilators, and several boxes of radiation protection suits, ideal for replenishing the fortress's medical area. However, the warehouse was sandwiched between these two combatants, and entering it necessitated crossing the battleground. He decided to wait for an opening. Just as Zhu Jue contemplated moving to another container, a bullet whizzed past, grazing his arm and embedding itself in the container behind him, leaving a deep hole. He felt a jolt of alarm and quickly crouched down, cursing inwardly at the madness of these individuals, who seemed oblivious to their own recklessness. At that moment, a sudden crash resonated from a nearby supermarket, shattering glass as several individuals clad in hoodies charged in with baseball bats, followed closely by those brandishing firearms. Shelves toppled, chips and cans scattered across the floor. And in a frantic bid for the last bottle of soda, someone shot through another's thigh, blood streaming down the shelves, yet no one paid any heed. Focused solely on hoarding whatever they could, zero-cost shopping had escalated to life and death. Zhu Jue shook his head, refocusing on the firefight. The man on the left with the RPG suddenly shouted, launching another rocket. This time, it struck the sniper's position on the right with precision, resulting in a loud explosion that sent the snipers and their weapons flying from the container tops, throwing the right side into disarray. Now it was the moment. Seizing the opportunity, Zhu Jue darted out like a cat, swiftly gliding across the icy surface, bullets whizzing overhead, the chilling wind of stray shots brushing against him. As he neared the warehouse entrance, a man in camouflage spotted him and raised his gun to fire. Zhu Jue reacted swiftly, utilizing his spatial manipulation to snatch the machine gun from the man's grasp. The man froze for a second before being shot down by someone on the right. As Zhu Jue burst into the warehouse, he exhaled in relief. It was nearly empty, save for a few boxes of medical supplies stacked in the corner. Marked as jade. Without hesitation, he activated his powers, swiftly collecting all the boxes, 10 MRI machines, 50 ventilators, 20 surgical tables, and 30 boxes of radiation protection suits. The panel indicated, medical supplies collected. Spatial capacity expanded to 330,000. Medical equipment repair function unlocked. Just as he finished, the warehouse door burst open, and two men from the right charged in, guns raised, shouting, "Come out or we'll shoot." Zhu Jue wasted no time on dialogue. He summoned the shotgun he had just collected from his spatial realm, aiming it at their feet and firing. The bullet struck the ice, sending shards flying onto the two men, who, terrified, turned and fled, leaving their weapons behind. Zhu Jue picked up the fallen guns and stowed them away in his spatial realm before turning to exit the warehouse. The fierce skirmish outside raged on, with the individuals on the left nearing their breaking point. After firing the last RPG round, They were soon suppressed by machine gun fire from the right. Zhu had no desire to intervene. Instead, he stealthily maneuvered along the containers, making his way towards the port's exit. As he passed the supermarket, it was an utter disarray. Some patrons were seated on the ground, clutching boxes of beer, while others heated stolen steaks in the microwave. There were even individuals dismantling shelves to kindle a fire for warmth. Madness had truly descended. Zhu quickened his pace, soon distancing himself from the chaos of the conflict. With a thought, he manipulated space and teleported to another dock at San Francisco port, where tranquility reigned, save for a few cargo ships frozen in ice. Upon inspection, he discovered they were filled with military components from the United States, which he promptly stored away as an unexpected windfall. He retrieved his phone and messaged Phantom. I've completed the medical equipment collection at San Francisco port and managed to gather some military parts as well. The skirmishes here have escalated alarmingly. RPGs and machine guns are rampant, and I nearly sustained injuries from stray bullets. Where to next? Phantom replied instantly. I've sent you the coordinates for London port in the UK. The security system at the British Museum is likely frozen, so you can simply enter and collect what you need. Additionally, the coordination office reported that the nuclear defense base in the northwest has been cleared, awaiting your return to offload supplies. They also inquired whether you'd like a team dispatched to assist with the unloading. Zhu smiled as he replied, No need. I can manage on my own. We'll discuss it upon my return from the UK. Putting away his phone, he gazed distantly at the still smoldering battlefield, shaking his head at the United States' lax gun laws, which had transformed into a catastrophe in this apocalyptic landscape. Such turmoil would likely persist for a lengthy duration. With another thought, Zhu's figure vanished from the icy surface of San Francisco port, his next destination, the British Museum in London. Meanwhile, within his spatial repository, the newly acquired medical supplies and military components awaited their moment to serve, preparing for the impending calamity. Chapter 42. Return to the fortress, warm conversations, and significant investments. A veiled countenance heads to England. The geothermal warmth of the fortress enveloped him, infused with the scent of agarwood. As Zhu teleported through the door, Yako was seated on the living room couch, waiting for him, a cashmere blanket draped over her lap and a half-knit cherry blossom scarf clutched in her hands. Hearing his arrival, she looked up sharply, her eyes lighting up instantly. You're back. Are you hurt? Zhu approached, bending down to embrace her, his fingertips brushing against her slightly chilled earlobe. Rest assured, it's just a minor scrape. The spatial barrier deflected most of the danger. He deliberately exhaled warm breath against her neck, causing her to shiver and push him away playfully. Stop it. MOU is making ginger soup in the kitchen, waiting for you to return to ward off the cold. As her words fell, Zhou MOU emerged from the kitchen, carrying a pot. Upon seeing the two in an embrace, her ears flushed crimson, and she quickly averted her gaze, stirring the soup. It's good you're back. Hurry and drink a bowl of ginger soup. It must be freezing outside. Zhu released Yako and stepped over to take the bowl, playfully shaking it. Ginger soup alone won't suffice. I brought back some delightful treasures from the United States. With a thought, several cans of Arctic soda appeared on the table, their orange-yellow bodies reflecting a warm glow. I know how much you enjoy this, so I saved some just for you. Zhou MOU held the soda can, her fingertips warming against the metal as she muttered softly. Who likes to drink this? I just find it a bit nostalgic. Yako laughed at her side, quickly turning back towards the kitchen, her demeanor betraying a hint of shyness. Quit teasing her, Yako urged, pulling Zhu down to sit, her fingers tracing the sleeve of his combat uniform. So, are we heading to the UK next? Indeed. I'll return after collecting artifact from the British Museum, Zhu replied, sipping the ginger soup as warmth cascaded down his throat. First, let us visit the nuclear defense base in the northwest to allocate some of the supplies gathered from the United States to the coordination office to alleviate their constant urging. Half an hour later, Zhu, accompanied by Yako, to assuage her worries at home, teleported to the entrance of the massive underground fortress of the nuclear defense base. Personnel from the coordination office awaited them, led by a middle-aged man wearing glasses, adorned with the emblem of the office's supply department, followed by a dozen researchers in lab coats and a recorder wielding a camera. This must be Mr. Mysterious, the middle-aged man approached, extending his hand to shake Zhu's, but froze upon catching sight of his face through the camera lens. Zhu's visage was perpetually shrouded in a faint blue hue. While it appeared clear to the naked eye, the moment one attempted to imprint it in memory, their mind felt as if cloaked in mist, leaving only a vague impression of a figure clad in black combat attire. Zhu did not extend his hand, but merely nodded. Where should I place the supplies? This way. Please. The middle-aged man quickly led the way, inwardly perplexed by what he had heard from Phantom about Zhu's obscured face, which he had initially doubted. Now experiencing it firsthand, he found it uncanny. The recorder beside him muttered softly. The camera only captures spots of light. There's no way to archive this. Entering the core warehouse of the base, Zhu willed to space. And an immense volume of supplies instantaneously filled the once empty warehouse. Vehicle section. 3 Ford-class aircraft carriers, parked after scaling down. 12 destroyers, 8 American RVs. Along with 50 neatly arranged Teslas collected from the United States. Medical section. 100 MRI machines, 200 ventilators, 50 surgical tables, with 300 boxes of radiation protection suits. The labels still clear, indicating they were aid from Xia country to the United States. Food section. 5,000 tons of Northeast rice, 2,000 tons of flour, 100,000 packs of compressed biscuits, and even 1,000 boxes of Peking duck and 500 boxes of fulling pickled vegetables collected from U.S. supermarkets. Military section. 20 M249 machine guns, 50 laser rifles, 10 portable missiles, alongside boxes of military components retrieved from San Francisco port. The personnel from the coordination office looked on, dumbfounded. The middle-aged man gaped, unable to find words. This must weigh dozens of tons. Have you emptied the ports along the eastern seaboard of the United States? Zhu leaned against the doorframe, smiling. Pretty much. Distribute these supplies in 2 parts. Prioritize medical equipment and food for the disaster zones, and keep the military equipment for research. They may be useful for upcoming calamities. The researchers gathered around, tablets in hand, but after just a glance at Zhu, one frowned. How strange. I can't quite remember this gentleman's appearance. It was so clear just moments ago. Another researcher, with an IQ of 150, nodded. The database 1T accepts his information every time I attempt to upload. It shows garbled data. This defies scientific logic. The middle-aged man sighed. Stop trying to analyze it. Phantom has mentioned that this gentleman prefers to remain anonymous. Let's focus on our tasks. The magnitude of the supplies he has provided should sustain us through 3 disasters. Zhu ignored their discussions and turned to Yako. I'm heading to the UK. I should be back within a day at most. Will you wait for me here? Or would you prefer to return to the fortress? Yako shook her head. I'll wait here. It's a good opportunity to familiarize myself with the base's layout. It may prove useful in the future. As they bid farewell to the personnel from the coordination office, the middle-aged man continued to murmur. Sir, if you need assistance at any time, feel free to reach out. If any issues arise at the British Museum, we can coordinate. Zhu waved his hand dismissively. Manipulating space once more, his figure vanishing from the warehouse. Yako watched the now empty spot, shaking her head with a smile. He was always like this, swift in his comings and goings, yet somehow managing to arrange everything perfectly. Meanwhile, the researchers from the coordination office remained preoccupied, lamenting their inability to remember his appearance. I still can't recall his face. Even his voice seems a bit hazy. The middle-aged man patted their shoulders. If you can't remember, then don't. As long as he can assist us in facing disasters, that is what truly matters. Let us hurry and tally the supplies, ensuring we fulfill this goodwill. The cold winds of London port swirled with rain, and, as Zhu teleported to the ground, the silhouette of the British Museum's dome was faintly visible in the night. He drew out his laser gun, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. His next destination was to collect some genuine treasures. Chapter 43. The Colorful Exchange in London's Ruins. Encountering a beauty in the museum. The rain mixed with snow pounded against the broken walls of London, mingling with the stench of blood that filled the air. Zhu Jue treaded over the frozen remnants of corpses, making his way forward. In the distance, the ruins of Big Ben jutted askew into the snow-laden ground. Its clock face cracked like a spider's web. This was the capital of Wine Nation in the apocalypse, once a gentleman's realm. Now reduced to scavenging wild dogs and famished refugees with green eyes of hunger. Sir, wait. A woman's voice called from behind, trembling with urgency. Zhu Jue turned to see a blonde-haired, blue-eyed woman rushing towards him, wrapped in a tattered mink coat, her exposed calves reddened from a cold. It was Sophie, the film star who had captivated Europe before the world ended. He had just seen her at the street corner, being pinned against a wall by 2 refugees, desperate to snatch the last half of a loaf of bread. Is there something you need? Zhu Jue inquired, retrieving a pack of compressed biscuits from his space. The packaging glinting in the snow. Sophie's eyes lit up instantly, and she swallowed hard, her voice laced with seduction. I know where the back door of the British Museum is, and I can help you find the most valuable treasures inside. As long as you give me a box of bread or a few bags of biscuits. She edged closer, her mink coat slipping off her shoulder to reveal her exquisite collarbone. Before the apocalypse, countless wealthy individuals would have spent a fortune for such a form. Now, it was worth merely a box of bread. Zhu Jue chuckled, and, with a flick of his mind, a box of whole wheat bread materialized onto the snowy ground. Lead the way. If you dare to play tricks, you know the consequences. Sophie immediately nodded, seizing the bread as if it were a lifeline. As her fingertips brushed against Zhu Jue's hand, she lingered deliberately. Rest assured, I volunteered at the museum. I am familiar with the collections before the closure. Moreover, I can assist you in more ways than you might imagine. As she spoke, her gaze danced, retreating into the shadows of the nearby ruins, her posture exuding compliance. Zhu Jue remained silent, following her towards the British Museum. The path was rife with the absurdities of the apocalypse. A man in a suit bartered his Rolex watch for half a bottle of mineral water. A lady adorned in pearls knelt on the street, begging for a sip of hot soup, and a refugee had even stabbed his companion to death over sausage. Once, he had believed in the wealth of Wine Nation. Now, he realized that human life had become less valuable than a loaf of bread. Sophie reflected on this as they walked, her voice tinged with self-deprecation. Upon reaching the back door of the British Museum, Sophie skillfully pried open the rusty lock. The security system inside has long since frozen, but a few of the exhibit rooms require a code, which I know. Zhu Jue followed her inside. The hall was thick with dust, and several ancient Greek statues lay toppled on the ground. A starved security guard's corpse sprawled before the armless Venus statue. The most valuable items are on the third underground level, including the Rosetta Stone, the Egyptian golden mask, and the bronze vessels from the Shang and Zhou dynasties. Stolen from the Hua kingdom, Sophie whispered, pointing towards the staircase, but suddenly halted as faint rustling sounds emerged from the darkness. 3 refugees were gnawing on stolen gold artifacts, attempting to bite off the gold leaf. Zhu Jue wasted no time. With a flash of his laser gun, the 3 fell to the ground, their bodies vanishing into the temporary zone of his space. Sophie paled in fright, edging closer to Zhu Jue. You truly are formidable, she remarked. Zhu Jue ignored her and proceeded towards the 3rd underground level, with Sophie quickly following, gripping the hem of his clothing as if it were her only lifeline. In the underground collection room, the Rosetta Stone stood prominently in the center, the golden mask lay within a glass case, and in the corner, a display rack showcased an array of Hua kingdom artifacts, Tang Sankai horses, Song dynasty porcelain vases, Ming and Qing calligraphy and paintings, and even fragments of Dunhuang sutras. Collected. Zhu Jue declared, his mind activating. The stone, golden mask, and Hua artifacts were instantaneously absorbed into his space. A notification appearing. World-class artifacts collected. Space volume expanded to 350,000. Unlocking artifact restoration function. Sir, over here, there's a secret stash. Sophie suddenly tugged at Zhu Jue, leading him to a corner where she pushed aside a loose stone slab. Beneath it lay a hidden compartment, containing several boxes of diamonds and royal jewels. I discovered this secretly before. It belongs to the museum's curator, and no one knows about it. Zhu Jue smiled, pulling out 2 bags of compressed biscuits and handing them to her. Well done. Consider this a reward. Sophie accepted the biscuits, her eyes sparkling. Suddenly, she stood on tiptoe, leaning towards Zhu Jue's cheek, but he sidestepped to evade her. Do you not fancy this? She asked, disappointment flickering in her eyes as she twirled a strand of hair, emphasizing her allure. I have no interest in expired beauty, Zhu Jue replied, turning to exit. Just as he reached the staircase, he heard a woman's cry for help. Another beauty with black hair, clad in museum staff uniform, was being restrained against a display case by 2 refugees. Her uniform torn at the collar, revealing her fair neck. Leah, Sophie exclaimed. She is a researcher at the museum, knowledgeable about many artifacts. Zhu Jue raised his hand. The laser gun ignited once more, the refugees collapsing to the floor. Leah, shaken but unharmed, scrambled to her feet. Her gaze toward Zhu Jue filled with caution, yet tinged with reliance. Are you here to rescue us? I know where the medical supplies are stored, and I can also lead you to the royal shelter, if only you could take me away from here. Zhu Jue examined her, black-haired and blue-eyed, her features as refined as a painting. Despite her tattered uniform, her stature radiated intellect and resilience, surpassing Sophie. Where are the medical supplies? He inquired. Leah nodded eagerly. In the medical room on the 2nd underground level, there are antibiotics, painkillers, and a few unopened defibrillators. I could take you there. Following Leah to the medical room, they indeed found a substantial stockpile of medical supplies, which Zhu Jue collected into his space, expanding its volume by another 10,000. Leah watched in astonishment as the supplies vanished into thin air, her eyes wide. What is this? Zhu Jue did not elaborate. Instead, he asked, what is inside the royal shelter? There are ample rations and fuel, along with several helicopters, but they have been occupied by refugees, Leah whispered. My parents are doctors in the shelter, and they're still trapped inside. If you can rescue them, I will do anything for you. Zhu Jue raised an eyebrow, recognizing the value of having someone familiar with why nation has circumstances. Liao was more useful than Sophie. With a flick of his mind, a bag of compressed biscuits landed in Leah's hands. Lead the way to the shelter. If you save your parents, I will take you away from London. Leah nodded vigorously, clutching the biscuits tightly, hope igniting in her eyes as she hurried outside the museum. Sophie trailed behind, watching Zhu Jue and Leah's retreating figures, jealousy flashing in her gaze. Yet she dare not speak. She understood that in Zhu Jue's eyes, she was merely a tool worth a box of bread, while Leah evidently held far greater significance. The snow continued to fall in London as Zhu Jue followed Leah towards the royal shelter, the artifacts and supplies in his space accumulating ever more. He pulled out his phone and messaged Ghost. I've nearly collected the treasures from the British Museum. I just need to gather supplies from the shelter, then we can leave. The people here in Y Nation are worth even less than those in M Nation. A box of bread can exchange for a star to accompany you. Ghost replied promptly, awesome. The coordinating office is asking when you'll return. The people at the nuclear base are eagerly awaiting the artifacts you've gathered. By the way, I checked on Leah. She is a top student from the archaeology department at Cambridge. Incredibly useful. Zhu Jue chuckled, stowing his phone away as he gazed at the path ahead, led by Leah. In this world of desolation, only those who possessed utility could survive. The useless were ultimately naught but dust, easily exchanged for a box of bread. His mission was clear, to bring these useful individuals and sufficient supplies back to Jiangcheng, preparing for the next impending disaster. Chapter 44. The Germans snatched talents with 5 points, while the bear trades bullets for seed potatoes. In the laboratory of the Technical University of Munich, shards of ice fell from the ceiling as Professor Heisenberg frowned at the frozen particle collider. This Nobel laureate in physics, now gripping a half-hardened black loaf of bread, had frost collecting on his glasses. Behind him, the tech expert Cohen was using a lighter to warm a cracked circuit board, the flame flickering weakly, threatening to extinguish at any moment. Professor, stop the repairs. Without fuel or food, we'll freeze and starve to death. Cohen's voice trembled. The howls of refugees outside the laboratory sending a shiver down his spine as he quickly covered his mouth. Wait a moment, Heisenberg hasn't finished yet. Suddenly, the iron door of the laboratory was thrust open. Zhu Jue, clad in an Arctic survival suit, strode in, carrying 2 boxes, one filled with whole grain bread and the other with fresh milk, the conspicuous label indicating import from Xia country illuminated in the dim light. Professor Heisenberg, Mr. Cohen? Zhu Jue placed the boxes on the table, the laser gun holstered at his waist. I am the liaison from the National Information Coordination Agency of Xia country, here to escort you. Heisenberg was taken aback, and Cohen's eyes widened in disbelief. They had been trapped here for 3 days, deprived of food and water, surrounded by desperate refugees raiding for supplies. How could someone suddenly appear at their door with bread and milk? Take us away? Where to? Heisenberg inquired cautiously, his hands stealthily reaching for the wrench beneath the table. Zhu Jue remained unfazed, glancing at his watch. To Xia country, where there is a temperature-controlled fortress, ample supplies, and laboratories that will allow you to continue your research. You have 5 minutes to decide. Either accompany me, where bread and milk are in abundance, and research resources are limitless, or remain here, waiting for the refugees to break in or to freeze into new specimens in the lab. No sooner had he spoken than a loud crash echoed outside the laboratory, the shouts of desperate refugees growing nearer. Cohen's face paled, and he grasped Heisenberg's arm tightly. Professor, we must go with him. Our research cannot be interrupted. Heisenberg's gaze lingered on the milk on the table, his throat tightening. His life's work in particle physics was too precious to let die here. He looked up at Zhu Jue. I will go with you, but I must take my experimental data and my students. As the 3 minutes elapsed, Zhu Jue, with a mere thought, transported Heisenberg's South experimental hard drive and Cohen's circuit board, along with the bread and milk, into a spatial pocket. Your students are in the building next door? I will fetch them. You wait by the door, no more than 2 minutes. 2 minutes later, Zhu Jue returned with 5 graduate students, each clutching freshly distributed bread, their eyes filled with the relief of survival. Without delay, he activated the spatial teleportation, transporting everyone to a temporary safe point on the outskirts of Munich, where a helicopter from M country awaited, fully fueled. Does Xia country truly offer conditions for our research? Heisenberg couldn't help but ask before boarding. Zhu Jue chuckled, tossing him a tablet displaying photographs of a laboratory at Xia country's Northwest Nuclear Defense Base. Temperature maintained at 25 degrees, a brand new particle collider, and an abundance of research supplies. Not only do they have it, but it is 10 times better than your current conditions. We must depart. It's been 5 minutes. Our next stop is Berlin, where several materials science experts await. As the helicopter ascended, Heisenberg gazed down at the chaos of Munich. where refugees were looting supermarkets and tanks lay frozen in the streets. Once a technological powerhouse, it had been reduced to ruins. Clenching the tablet, he suddenly understood. In the apocalypse, the value of talent could be ignited by merely a box of bread, and Xia country was their only lifeline. Upon reaching Berlin and collecting the materials science experts, Zhu Jue's satellite phone rang, a call from the National Information Coordination Agency of Xia country. The director's voice came through urgently. Zhu Jue, there's an emergency plea from the Bear country. They have 1 million troops and civilians in the Siberian military district, resilient against the cold, but facing famine. They possess 100 peace missiles and 3 sets of hypersonic missile technology, wishing to exchange them for our latest Siberian cold-resistant potato seeds. You must deliver them personally. Exchanging peace missiles for potato seeds? Zhu Jue raised an eyebrow, finding the proposition unexpected. The Bear country's military technology is among the best in the world, yet they were lowering themselves for food. They have no choice. The director's tone grew somber. The extreme cold has ruined their grain stores, and potatoes are the only crop that can thrive at -30 degrees. Our cold-resistant varieties yield 3 times more per acre. Remember, this is not an opportunistic plundering. It is mutual assistance. They will also grant access to data from the Arctic Research Station, helping us locate the wreckage of your parents' expedition aircraft. Zhu Jue felt a surge of determination and immediately replied, I'll go to Moscow right away. What about the seeds? They have already been transmitted to you via spatial remote transfer. 10 tons of seed, sufficient for planting 1 million acres. The director paused before adding, the Bear representatives are waiting for you in the underground bunker at Red Square. Exercise caution. They are somewhat sensitive at the moment. After ending the call, Zhu Jue directed the helicopter straight to Moscow, retrieving the 10 tons of potato seed from the spatial pocket, each bag emblazoned with the Xia Agricultural Academy's emblem, plump and still retaining the moisture from their recent harvest. He turned to Heisenberg with a smile. Professor, witnessing Xia country's vision is not about plundering. It is about mutual prosperity. In the underground bunker of Moscow South Red Square, Defense Minister Varnin paced anxiously, gripping the activation key for the peace missiles. Upon seeing Zhu Jue, he rushed forward, speaking rapidly. Mr. Zhu Jue, have you brought the seeds? Our peace missiles and missile technology data are ready. As soon as the seeds arrive, we will hand them over. Zhu Jue wasted no time. With a thought, he manifested the 10 tons of potato seeds in the center of the bunker, their bags full and Varnin's eyes gleaming with excitement. Here are the seeds. You may begin testing. He handed over the testing report, indicating a yield of 5,000 pounds per acre, capable of outdoor cultivation at -30 degrees. With a growth period of 60 days, Varnin had a bag open on the spot, boiling a few potatoes. The texture was soft and sweet, far superior to their local varieties. Without hesitation, he handed Zhu Jue an encrypted hard drive. This contains the maintenance manual for the peace missiles, the design schematics for the hypersonic missiles, and all data from the Arctic Research Station. We honor our word. Zhu Jue received the hard drive and plugged it into the spatial terminal of the coordination agency to receive real-time synchronization. Soon, confirmation arrived. The data was authentic, and the seeds were verified, allowing for the exchange. Why isn't Xia country taking advantage of this opportunity to demand more? Varnin couldn't help but ask. Having prepared for a sky-high price, only to find that Xia country requested only the weapon data, with a complimentary planting technology manual. Zhu Jue regarded him calmly. The extreme cold is not merely a disaster for one nation. It is a calamity for all humanity. Xia country seeks not to exploit, but to endure together through the natural disaster. Once your potatoes are harvested, who knows, you might even share some with us. Varnin was taken aback, and after a long moment, saluted respectfully. We shall remember Xia country's vision. In the future, should you need anything, the Bear country's military-industrial complex will always be open to Xia country. As they left the bunker, the snow in Moscow fell heavier. Zhu Jue pulled out his satellite phone to call the coordination agency. The exchange is complete. We have secured both talent and technology. Is the next step to return to Jiangcheng? First, we go to the Arctic Research Station. The director's voice brimmed with excitement. The data provided by the Bear country contains the suspected coordinates of your parents' expedition aircraft wreckage. You should check it out. Zhu Jue's heart tightened as he looked toward the north. The truth about his parents' disappearance was finally within reach. He activated the helicopter. Flying deep into the icy plains, the potato seeds in the spatial pocket still warm. In the cabin, Heisenberg and the other experts discussed improvements for the particle collider, while the distant auroras unfurled across the night sky, resembling a beacon of hope. The struggle in the apocalypse is never a matter of life and death. Xia country exchanged a bag of potato seeds for the trust and top-tier technology of the Bear country. Zhu Jue traded a box of bread for research talents capable of changing the world. And all of this was merely for a singular objective, to endure the calamity and survive, awaiting the arrival of spring's warmth. Chapter 45. The tumultuous state of Jiangsheng. Rejecting the transport of construction materials while upholding cooperation. In the frigid Jiangsheng, a piercing wind swept snow into the corridors of the residential complex. Aunt Wang from Building 3 lamented by the frozen windowsill, having just lost her last bag of flour to a neighbor, Xiaoli. The elderly woman huddled with her grandson by the radiator, which had long since grown cold, the child's face turning purple from the cold, too exhausted to cry. In the vacant lot below, a group of young people fought over half a bag of frozen buns, one brandishing an ice pick to stab at another. Blood splatter, he gazed at the chaotic scene captured on the surveillance screen, where the emergency response team's vehicle was ensnared in a frozen pit. Team members disembarked to push the vehicle, but were quickly surrounded by desperate refugees desperate for food, who snatched away even the medical supplies from within the vehicle. In the distance, at the entrance of a supermarket, someone had ignited a shelf for warmth, thick black smoke billowing upwards, yet no one seemed inclined to intervene. The authorities of Jiangsheng had long since abandoned these matters. The Information Coordination Agency announced that they were preoccupied with constructing underground migration bases in the suburbs, striving to relocate coastal residents inland before the extreme cold subsided. The disorder in Jiangsheng could be set aside for the time being. Outside, the scene was grim. In the passenger seat, Zhou Mou tightened her scarf, her gaze fixed on the homeless man frozen at the roadside, her eyes glistening with tears. "Can we not help them?" she implored. Zhu Jue remained silent, merely pressing the accelerator as the Hummer navigated around the icy stretch of road towards the ancestral fortress. Yazi, seated in the back, whispered, "It's not that we want to help, it's that we cannot." Just moments ago, Zhang Hai from the Coordination Agency conveyed that at least 100,000 households in Jiangsheng were lacking food and warmth. No matter how vast our resources, we cannot save everyone. Zhu Jue nodded. He was not devoid of compassion. He merely understood the rules of this apocalyptic world. Aid the urgent, not the impoverished. Prioritize the core, not the overflowing. Previously, he had delivered medical supplies and military equipment because those could help stabilize the situation for the authorities. Now, as they requested him to transport materials for building bases, Jiangsheng had planned 12 underground bases, each requiring thousands of tons of steel and cement. Even if his space could accommodate it, the round trips would consume most of his energy, not to mention the impending threats of extreme heat and pestilence. He needed to conserve his strength for those within the fortress. Upon arriving at the fortress entrance, Zhu Jue's satellite phone rang. It was Zhang Hai from the emergency response team. "Mr. Zhu, have you returned to Jiangsheng? May I trouble you with a request?" The No. 3 migration base in the suburbs is short on materials. Steel and cement cannot be transported over. Would it be convenient for you? Not convenient. Zhu Jue interrupted calmly. "Team Zhang, I am not a transport team at your beck and call. I previously delivered medical equipment and food because those were life-saving. Now, for building bases, you have trucks and emergency routes. Follow the official procedures. I'm under no obligation to assist with transport." There was a pause on the other end. Zhang Hai's voice tinged with helplessness. "I understand it puts you in a difficult position, but the ice is too thick. Trucks simply cannot pass. The higher-ups at the coordination agency are unaware of your situation and can only turn to you. They are unaware because I do not wish for them to know." Zhu Jue's voice turned cold. "The Phantom only coordinates with you, the Jiangsheng authorities, to prevent the higher-ups from becoming overly reliant on me. Constructing bases is a long-term endeavor. I can assist once, but not repeatedly. You must find your own solutions." After hanging up, Zhu Jue looked at Zhou Qi, who had come out to greet him, and offered a wry smile. Another request for assistance. Zhou Qi sighed. With the outside in such disarray, they truly have no other options. "But you are right. We cannot indulge them. The people within our fortress must come first." Upon entering the fortress, warmth enveloped him instantly, and the aroma of braised pork wafted from the kitchen. A dish Yazi had instructed the maid to prepare in advance. Zhou Mou dashed to the kitchen to check on the food, while Yazi led Zhu Jue to the monitoring hall, pointing at the screen displaying a community scene. "Look, that little Li who just stole flour is cornered by refugees in the hallway. The flour he pilfered was taken from him, and he was beaten." Zhu Jue leaned closer to observe the screen. Little Li was huddled in a corner, blood streaming down his face, empty-handed, the ferocity from earlier replaced by sheer terror. "He reaps what he sows," Zhu Jue remarked, devoid of sympathy. In a previous life, this little Li had stolen supplies from neighbors, ultimately succumbing to hunger and frost. This life was merely a repetition of his past mistakes. As he watched, a message from a Phantom arrived. "The higher-ups of the coordination agency are inquiring why you are not assisting with the transport of construction materials. I covered for you." saying you are busy dealing with artifacts brought back from Y country. Additionally, the potato seeds from the bear country have been planted. They promise to send you 10 tons of vodka upon harvest. Zhu Jue replied with a smile. No need for vodka. Just have them send the latest data from the Arctic Research Station. Finding my parents' research aircraft is far more important. At dinner, the table was laden with an abundant spread. Braised pork, steamed fish, stir-fry greens, and beer that Zhu Jue had brought back from M country. Zhou Mo placed a piece of meat on Zhu Jue's plate, whispering, I know we cannot help everyone. It just pains me to see them suffer. Zhu Jue affectionately ruffled her hair. Once the extreme cold passes, we will follow the official migration to the new base. Conditions will improve. For now, our task is to safeguard the fortress and prevent the chaos outside from encroaching upon us. Yazzie nodded in agreement. I organized the supplies in our space today. We have enough food to last us 20 years, and each person can have 5 sets of winter clothing. Even if the extreme cold lasts another 6 months, we shall not fear. Zhou Qi took a sip of beer, gazing out at the swirling snow. If those people had listened to the authorities and stocked up on supplies sooner, or sought warmth, they wouldn't be in this predicament. Ultimately, it comes down to a gamble. Zhu Jue did not respond, merely contemplating the dishes before him, fully aware that the turmoil in Jiangcheng would persist. The authorities were preoccupied, and he would not intervene lightly. His collaboration with the authorities would always be limited to core necessities, disaster warnings, critical supplies, and talent transfers. As for constructing bases, that was a routine task that the government should resolve on its own. As night deepened, the fortress glowed warmly, while the wind and snow continued to rage outside. The cries and sounds of struggle from the community faintly echoed, yet could not penetrate the thick nuclear-proof steel. Zhu Jue reclined on the sofa. Yazzie and Zhou Mo watched a movie beside him, while Zhou Qi organized the inventory list and Old Chin patrolled. This was a rare moment of stability in the apocalypse, a small life that Zhu Jue must protect. The extreme cold had not yet ceased, migration had not begun, and he still had time to stockpile more supplies and seek more talent. When spring arrives, he would lead those beside him to live well. As for the myriad of human experiences outside, they were merely ordinary scenes of the apocalypse, something to observe without delving too deeply. Chapter 46. Benevolent deeds lead to captivity amidst the fury of snow and the flames of evil protecting the heart on the 31st day of the extreme cold. The trees in Jiangcheng had been nearly felled. The poplar groves on the outskirts were left with only bare stumps, and even the ornamental trees in the parks had been sawed down. Residents dragged tree trunks home, burning them for warmth, their only hope for survival. In the frigid temperatures of minus 35 degrees, heating had long ceased, and the water pipes had frozen into icicles. Anything combustible had become a precious lifeline. At the back door of the fortress, Zhou Mo stealthily carried 2 bags of compressed biscuits, inching towards the alley. She spotted a mother and daughter huddled in a cardboard box, her heart tightening. It was the same pair she had seen yesterday. The little girl's lips were turning blue from the cold, while her mother held her close, a piece of moldy bread carefully nibbled. Auntie, this is for you, Mo whispered, handing over the biscuits, cautious not to be discovered by Zhu Jue. Yesterday, she had expressed a desire to help the refugees, but Zhu Jue had warned her that they could not assist everyone without endangering themselves. Yet, she could not bear to watch the child suffer from hunger. The mother hesitated, her trembling hand accepting the biscuits, her gratitude unspoken. Just as she was about to express her thanks, 3 masked men suddenly burst from the alley, wielding steel pipes, seizing Mo's arm and covering her mouth. Don't make a sound. Come with us. Mo, terrified, struggled, causing the bag of biscuits to tumble to the ground, and the little girl began to cry in fear. The mother attempted to intervene, but was kicked onto the icy ground, curled up in pain, helplessly watching as Mo was dragged deeper into the alley and into an abandoned building. Zhu Jue, Mo is missing. Zhou Qi rushed into the monitoring hall, clutching the scarf that Mo had dropped, her voice trembling. The surveillance footage at the back door had captured her being taken away by 3 masked men, heading towards the abandoned buildings in the west of the city. Zhu Jue had just summoned the Arctic research data from his space when he heard this, and the tablet in his hand clattered to the floor. He shot up, his gaze instantly devoid of warmth, the air around him chilling. Old Chun, take 2 men with me to the west of the city. Li Rue, guard the fortress. Anyone who dares approach, shoot on sight. Understood. Old Chun grabbed his machine gun and rushed out behind Zhu Jue. Yazzie attempted to follow, but Zhu Jue firmly pressed her shoulder. Stay in the fortress and wait for me. I will return shortly. His voice was taut, yet imbued with an undeniable firmness. Mo was his Achilles heel. Anyone who dared to touch her would meet their demise. Inside the derelict building in the west of the city, MOU found herself bound to a radiator, her mouth sealed with tape, tears welling in her eyes. 3 kidnappers were huddled around her phone, sending a message to Zhu Jue. If you wish to save Zhou MOU, bring 10 boxes of compressed biscuits and 5 extreme cold weather suits to the 3rd floor of the abandoned building in half an hour. Do not alert the authorities, or we will execute her. One of the taller, lankier kidnappers spat disdainfully. This girl must be Zhu Jue's woman, right? I've heard that kid has a fortress filled with supplies. Once we get what we want, we'll head south and lay low. Another, shorter and stockier man chuckled as he patted him on the back. You're clever. I saw her delivering biscuits to the refugees yesterday. She's soft-hearted, making her easy to abduct. Unbeknownst to them, outside in the biting wind, Zhu Jue had already arrived at the building's entrance. He did not rush inside. Instead, he expanded his spatial perception, noting that besides the 3 kidnappers, 2 refugees were hiding in the stairwell, clutching knives, likely waiting for the opportunity to seize the supplies once the kidnappers had them in hand. First, he needed to clear the perimeter. Zhu Jue withdrew his laser gun and aimed it at the refugees in the stairwell. A flash of blue light, and in an instant, both collapsed to the ground, their bodies drawn into the void of space. He ascended the stairs, his footsteps echoing in the desolate corridor like the ominous countdown of death. Who? The lanky kidnapper, hearing the noise, burst out with a steel pipe raised. As soon as he caught sight of Zhu Jue, he was struck in the knee by the laser gun. His agonized scream reverberating through the corridor, blood splattering on the icy floor, instantly freezing. The remaining kidnappers panicked, seizing MOU and pressing a knife to her throat. Don't come any closer. If you do, we'll kill her. Zhu Jue halted, the coldness in his gaze capable of freezing the very soul. Let her go, and I will grant you a swift death. You bastard, the stocky man exclaimed, desperation creeping into his voice as he pressed the blade harder against MOU's neck. Drawing blood, MOU winced in pain, but looked at Zhu Jue, shaking her head, her eyes pleading with him not to intervene. Zhu Jue's breath hitched sharply. With a mere thought, he manipulated space, instantly disarming the kidnappers of their knife. The stocky man was momentarily dumbfounded, and before he could react, Zhu Jue lunged forward, seizing his hair and slamming his head into the wall with a sickening thud, the sound echoing as the man's skull shattered, his lifeless body crumpling to the ground. The last kidnapper attempted to flee, but was met with a forceful kick to his back, sending him crashing down before MOU. Zhu Jue crouched, gripping the man's throat, his voice ice cold. Who instructed you to kidnap her? Do you have any accomplices? And no accomplices. We thought this up ourselves. The kidnapper trembled. We only wanted some supplies. We never intended to harm her. Supplies? Zhu Jue's laughter was devoid of warmth. When you bound her, did you not consider the pain she would feel? The fear? He tightened his grip, the kidnapper's face turning purple as he struggled for breath, his legs thrashing futilely until they stilled. Zhu Jue untied MOU's bonds and ripped the tape from her mouth, gently touching the wound on her neck, his fingers trembling. Does it hurt? Don't be afraid. I'm here. MOU launched herself into his embrace, tears finally spilling over. Zhu Jue, I was wrong. I shouldn't have sneaked out. It's not your fault. Zhu Jue replied, holding her tenderly. It is my failure for not protecting you. As they made their way downstairs, Zhu Jue noticed an elderly woman outside, trudging through the snow, clutching a photograph of her son and daughter. Nearby, someone urged her, ma'am, don't go. It's too cold out there. The old woman shook her head, smiling as she replied, I'm old. I can't consume much food. I'll save what I can for my children and find a place over there. I won't trouble you. Her figure gradually disappeared into the storm, never looking back. Not far away, a man was forcefully pushing a woman toward a group of refugees. You go with them. They'll give me half a bag of flour. And my child is waiting to eat. The woman cried out, struggling. I am your wife. How can you sell me? The man turned his face away, resolute. There is no other way. To survive, I must make this sacrifice. MOU leaned against Zhu Jue, feeling a chill run through her. Zhu Jue tightened his embrace, hastening towards the Humvee. This was the essence of humanity in the apocalypse. An elderly woman sacrificing for her children's sake, a husband selling his wife for food. The goodness of MOU contrasted with the cruelty of the kidnappers. Upon returning to the fortress, Yazzie promptly attended to MOU's wounds while Zhou Qi railed against the kidnappers. Zhu Jue sat before the monitors, observing the chaos unfolding in Jiangxing. The trees had been stripped bare, food supplies dwindled, and the extreme cold would persist for another 2 months. Tougher days lay ahead. He retrieved his satellite phone, sending a message to Ghost. Help me locate all the refugee encampments in the western city, focusing on those with a history of kidnapping. I do not wish to see anyone else set their sights on MOU. Ghost replied immediately, received. Additionally, The coordination office said that the construction materials for the coastal migration base have not yet been gathered. Do you want them? No time, Zhu Jue interrupted. I only want to protect those within the fortress. Everything else, let the officials handle it. After hanging up, Zhu Jue approached Mou, gently stroking her head. Promise me you won't sneak out again. If you want to help others, wait for me to accompany you. Mou nodded, leaning against his shoulder. She understood that Zhu Jue was not cold-hearted. Rather, in this dark apocalypse, he needed to safeguard their small flicker of light before he could muster the courage to face the outside world. The wind and snow continued to howl, but the fortress glowed warmly. In the frigid Jiangsheng, the interplay of humanity's light and darkness played on, and Zhu Jue knew that his mission was to protect those around him, to safeguard their warmth, and to wait for the extreme cold to pass, for migration to commence, and for the day when spring blossoms would greet them. Chapter 47. The beauty's whimsy breaks the stalwart man, labor in the void to repay a debt of affection. The underfloor heating in the fortress's living room lulled one into a lazy stupor. Zhou Mou nestled in Zhu Jue's embrace, her fingers entwined in his clothing, nuzzling softly against his chest. Brother Zhu, the coordination office has said that the thermal-resistant materials for the migration base are running low, and there's a heap of cement and rebar piled up in the suburbs, but the ice is too thick to transport. Can't you just lend a hand? Zhu Jue pinched her chin, releasing a weary sigh. Last time I helped transport medical supplies, a third of my spatial energy was depleted. This time, the materials are enough for millions. It will take at least 20 trips. Do you have any idea how much energy that will require? Despite his words, he did not push her away. Mou, still shaken from her recent ordeal, had a hint of timidity in her eyes these days, and a little coaxing rendered him defenseless. Mou's eyes sparkled as she leaned in to peck his lips, her cheeks flushing like ripe cherries. I knew Brother Zhu was the best. Now that I've kissed you, I'll leave the door open for you tonight. Without waiting for Zhu Jue's reaction, she covered her burning face and darted back to her room, leaving behind a faint scent of shampoo. Zhu Jue touched the spot where she had kissed him, chuckling as he shook his head. Nearby, Yazzie, holding a freshly brewed cup of tea, couldn't help but laugh. You claim you're not soft-hearted, yet when that little girl pouts, you forget all about the lack of supplies. What is so funny? Zhu Jue rose and swept Yazzie into his arms, urging her to wrap her legs around his waist as he headed toward the room. You have your charms, and I have my rewards. Otherwise, wouldn't my 20 trips be in vain? Yazzie's ears turned crimson as she lightly punched him, burying her face deeper into his shoulder. 3,000 words omitted here. 3 hours later, Zhu Jue emerged from the room, rubbing his sore back and muttering, even in the apocalypse, one must toil like a beast. This debt to beauty is truly difficult to repay. Yazzie leaned against the doorframe, handing him the energy detector, which displayed a remaining spatial energy of 45, with a note indicating that a single transport of 100,000 tons of building materials would consume 5 energy units. No more complaints, Yazzie smiled. Ghost just messaged. The coordination office knows you need an energy supplement and has prepared 3 tons of gold and 2 boxes of Hitian jade. They said they would provide more if needed, which is even more than you received last time for aiding M country. Zhu Jue's eyes lit up, instantly ceasing his complaints. Now that's what I call perceptive. Last time I helped transport medical equipment for the greater good, but this time with building materials for millions. If I work for free, my space will go on strike. The gold and jade will serve perfectly as energy sources. Transporting once consumes 5, and 20 trips will replenish my energy. He retrieved his satellite phone and returned Ghost call. Inform the coordination agency. Send me the address. Transfer 100,000 tons each time, starting with the gold and jade to the energy zone. I certainly do not wish to face a power outage midway. Ghost replied instantly. I prepared everything for you. The coordinates of the suburban construction materials site have been sent. The gold has already been delivered to your energy zone via the temporary spatial channel. It's been tested and boasts a purity of 999, enough for you to make 25 trips. With a flick of his mind, Zhu Jue instantaneously transported himself to the suburban construction site, where towering piles of rebar, cement, and boxes of high-temperature resistant ceramic tiles lay upon the icy surface. In the distance, members of the emergency response team were huddled around a bonfire for warmth. Upon his sudden appearance, they were startled, nearly dropping the sweet potatoes they held. Do not panic. I am here to transport the materials. Zhu Jue displayed the coordination agency's temporary pass, unleashing his mental powers as the first batch of 100,000 tons of materials was swiftly absorbed into the spatial realm. The panel indicated consumed gold energy, 5, remaining energy, 48. Materials have been transmitted to migration base number 1. My heavens! The emergency response team leader, Zhang, gaped in astonishment, gazing at the now barren, icy surface. Is this the capability of the mysterious figure? 1,000 times faster than a truck. Zhu Jue paid no heed to their shock and pivoted to instantaneously transport himself to the next construction site, where the supplies from Port M still lingered in the spatial realm. This time, the quantity of materials being transported exceeded the total from both ports combined. He grumbled as he worked. With a base of millions, do they truly consider me a free porter? Thankfully, I have gold to offset the debt. Otherwise, I would suffer a great loss. Upon completing the 5th trip, Yazzie sent a WeChat message. Mo, you has prepared ginger soup for you in the kitchen, saying to drink it when you return. Don't overexert yourself. Zhu Jue smiled at the message and quickened his pace, although he toiled like a beast of burden. The thought of a beautiful woman's concern and the energy replenished by gold made this apocalyptic labor seem far less arduous. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Zhu Jue finally completed his 20th trip. The spatial energy replenished exactly to 50, with the panel announcing, total materials transmitted, 2 million tons. High-temperature resistant materials, 500,000 boxes. Coordination agency pays, 3 tons of gold, 2 boxes of jade. Energy reserves are ample. Upon returning to the fortress, he found Mou waiting at the door, holding a steaming bowl of ginger soup. Brother Zhu, you're back. Quickly, drink some ginger soup to ward off the chill. Sister Yazzie has already prepared dinner. Zhu Jue accepted the ginger soup and drank it in one gulp, warmth cascading down his throat. Yazzie emerged from the kitchen, smiling as she said, the coordination agency just sent a message stating that you have been a tremendous help. The migration base will be completed 2 weeks ahead of schedule. They also inquired if you would like to establish a long-term partnership and calculated your fees. Zhu Jue set down the bowl and embraced the 2 young women, laughing as he remarked, a long-term partnership is out of the question. Occasionally lending a hand in exchange for gold and the reward of beauty seems quite reasonable. The warm light in the living room illuminated the silhouettes of the 3, while the wind and snow continued to rage outside. Yet Zhu Jue understood that as long as he had these 2 young women by his side, along with a full stock of supplies and energy, even if he had to toil in this apocalyptic era, it would not be so hard to bear. Chapter 48. The roar of beasts of burden amidst hardship. The joy of hot pot countering labor. In the fortress's living room, Zhu Jue collapsed onto the sofa, clutching a cushion and emitting a scream reminiscent of a groundhog. This is the apocalypse. How is it that a person who has transmigrated into a wealthy individual, reborn with a golden finger, still has to work every day? His voice was filled with indignation, and the cushion in his arms was contorted under his grip. Yazzie, sitting beside him and knitting a scarf, chuckled, her shoulders shaking. Who was it that said yesterday that offsetting with gold was quite advantageous? How is it today that you have changed your tune? Zhou Mo was more direct, leaning in to poke his side. Brother Zhu, you were just saying that the reward of beauty was worth it. How did you become a beast of burden today? Zhu Jue sat up abruptly, pulling Mou into an embrace and planting a kiss on her cheek, half annoyed and half amused. Isn't it both of you? One is being coy, and the other offers rewards. How could I refuse? Besides, the coordination agency has added another 2 tons of gold, stating that after this transport is complete, they will assist me in locating the latest coordinates of the Antarctic exploration aircraft. Who could resist such an offer? Ultimately, they were simply offering too much. Yazzie set down her yarn and handed him a glass of ice-cold cola, which Zhu Jue had brought back from Country M, preserved at a constant temperature in the spatial realm, still bubbling with carbonation. Zhu Jue took the cola, gulped it down, and pulled out his phone to message Ghost, his tone instantly shifting to that of a big shot. Tell the officials that I agree to continue the transport, but under certain conditions. First, supplement me with another ton of jade. Spatial upgrades require energy. Second, provide me with the coordinates of the Antarctic exploration aircraft before the extreme heat. I need to find my parents. Third, do not rush me too much. I need my rest. He concluded with a haughty emoji. Ghost replied immediately. The officials agree without hesitation. They also mentioned that the jade you requested is already en route, and the coordinates for the Antarctic will be prioritized by the Bear Country, ensuring they will be delivered before the extreme heat. By the way, they also asked if you would like a dedicated energy supply channel in the future, allowing gold and jade to be transmitted directly into your space without requiring you to make the trip. How considerate of them. Zhu Jue put away his phone. Just as he began to grumble again, he caught a whiff of the fragrant hot pot wafting up from downstairs, instantly invigorated. Uncle Zhou, is the hot pot ready? I am starving. From downstairs came Zhou Qi's voice. Almost ready. The top quality snowflake beef has just been brought out, and I'm slicing it now. The meat you cut in your space is far too uniform, lacking soul. It's the hand-cutting that makes it fragrant. Zhu Jue's eyes lit up, and he grabbed Yazzie and Mou, racing downstairs. We must eat the hand-cut meat. How could the space-cut meat compare to my father-in-law's skill? Who is your father-in-law? Zhou Qi's head peeked out from the kitchen, wielding a kitchen knife, yet wearing a smile. Mou hasn't agreed to that yet. Don't speak carelessly. Mou's face flushed instantly, retreating behind Yazzie and revealing only her smiling eyes. Yazzie laughed, giving her a gentle push. What are you hiding from? It's bound to happen sooner or later. In the kitchen, the hot pot bubbled and steamed, the aroma of beef tallow filling the air. Zhou Qi was intently slicing the snowflake beef, the translucent slices arranged in the dish like blooming flowers. Zhu Jue leaned closer, attempting to sneak a piece. But Zhou Qi lightly tapped his hand with a knife. What's the rush? Mou and Yazzie aren't even seated yet. Wait for everyone to eat together. Got it, father-in-law. Zhu Jue chuckled, refraining from causing further mischief as he turned to assist in setting the table with fine bone china bowls and silver chopsticks from the spatial realm, filling the table to the brim, accompanied by red wine from Country M. Once uncorked, the fragrance of the wine mingled with that of the hot pot, enticing everyone. By the way, Xiao Ju, Zhou Qi said while arranging the beef, Old Chin mentioned earlier that the number of vagrants at the alley entrance has decreased. It seems the officials have set up temporary porridge shelters in the suburbs, which might be of some use. You need not worry so much about someone breaking in. Zhu Jue nodded. Finally, the officials are doing something worthwhile. Otherwise, someone might always have designs on our fortress. Once I finish transporting this batch of materials, and the spatial upgrade is complete, we can enhance our defenses further, giving us the confidence to face the extreme heat. Mou placed a slice of beef into the pot, smiling as she said, when the extreme heat arrives, we can enjoy air conditioning in the fortress while eating hot pot, without fear of the heat outside. And we can go find Uncle and Auntie, Yazzie added. The coordinates for Bear Country are definitely reliable. We will surely find them. Zhu Jue gazed at the boiling beef in the pot, then at the smiling faces of the young women beside him. All resentment towards his labor had dissipated. Though he had to toil like a beast of burden, with gold replenishing his energy, the coordinates for finding his parents, and surrounded by these wonderful people enjoying hot pot. Life didn't seem so bad after all. He picked up a perfectly cooked slice of beef and placed it into Mou's bowl. Hurry up and eat. It'll be unappetizing if it cools down. After I return from working, let us throw a party and bring out the Australian lobster and red wine from the space to celebrate properly. Absolutely. Mou's eyes sparkled, and Yazzie and Zhou Qi nodded in agreement. The laughter from the kitchen mingled with the bubbling of the hot pot, echoing warmly in the fortress, drowning out the howling cold winds of the apocalypse outside. Zhu Jue watched this scene quietly, thinking to himself, let it be work. As long as I can preserve this warmth, even if I have to be a beast of burden for a lifetime, it seems worth it. Chapter 49. Encountering smugglers while working, trading gold for sisterhood, refusing rodents. As Zhu Jue emerged from Yazzie's room, sporting dark circles under his eyes, the morning light had just begun to filter through the fortress windows, still infused with the lingering fragrance of last night's incense. He hurriedly splashed cold water on his face, muttering that if he continued to be tormented like this, he would inevitably wear himself out. Nevertheless, he seized his tactical jacket, determined to complete the final 5 trips of high-temperature, resistant materials today. The 1 ton of Hitian jade promised by the coordinating agency was still awaiting entry into the spatial energy zone. As soon as he teleported to the suburban construction materials site, a message from Ghost popped up, laced with a hint of mockery. Brother Jew, a few shabby boats have drifted onto the river to the east, carrying illegal immigrants from our country. Leading them is Yamamoto, the president of the Mitsubishi Group, who previously claimed that the extreme cold was a hoax, along with a dozen executives. They reportedly aimed to sneak into Jiangcheng to seize supplies. Zhu Jue raised an eyebrow, extending his spatial perception. Indeed, 3 icebreakers were anchored on the river's icy surface, their hulls encrusted with frost. Dozens of individuals huddled on the deck, clad in thin winter attire, shivering in the cold, while Yamamoto, wrapped in a fur coat, still managed to shrink his neck like a turtle. Quite intriguing. Zhu Jue holstered his laser gun and strolled leisurely toward the riverbank. Upon noticing someone approaching, Yamamoto hastily instructed his men to wield ice picks and shouted from 10 meters away, "Sir, we are from Mitsubishi Group of our country. We seek passage through Jiangcheng, only pleading for a morsel to eat. If you let us in, we are willing to offer gold." Zhu Jue stood with his arms crossed on the ice, his gaze sweeping over several small boxes piled on their deck, presumably containing gold, along with a few young women in kimonos, their faces pale from the cold, protected by the executives like bargaining chips, ready for exchange. Passage? If you intend to seize supplies, just admit it. There is no need for pretense. Zhu Jue scoffed. Before the extreme cold struck, did you not claim that Summer Country was spreading alarmist tales? Did you not bring back all the people from Summer Country's so-called ghost schools, asserting that our country could handle it effortlessly? Why are you now resorting to sneaking across borders? Yamamoto's face instantly turned a shade of deep crimson, yet he dared not retort. Only managing a forced smile, it is our folly. Our country has turned into an ice cellar. Food is entirely gone. We implore you, sir. Grant us a chance to survive. Survive, yes, but at cost. Zhu Jue pointed at the boxes on the deck. Leave the gold behind as a toll for your legal entry. This is precisely what we need to bolster our spatial energy. He then glanced at the women, a smile curling at his lips. As for them, Summer Country currently has a surplus of single men and a low birth rate. Allowing them to stay and work, with provisions and shelter provided, would be far better than freezing to death alongside you. Yamamoto was taken aback, while an anxious executive interjected, Sir, the gold we can provide, but there are people. We cannot. Zhu Jue's gaze turned icy. With a mere thought, he summoned space, instantly confiscating their ice picks and the last remaining compressed biscuits. You can either comply with my terms, or return to our country and become ice sculptures on the river. The choice is yours. The women on the deck brightened at the prospect. They were gifts brought by Yamamoto from our country, initially intended to bribe officials in Jiangxing. Now, hearing they could stay alive and send supplies back home, they all looked toward Yamamoto, their eyes brimming with hope. Yamamoto gritted his teeth and nodded vigorously. Very well. The gold is yours. They can stay, but you must provide us with some cold-resistant potato seeds. We can still save some people back home. Potato seeds can be provided, but they must adhere to the rules. Zhu Jue's thoughts manifested, and 10 bags of cold-resistant potato seeds landed on the deck. Take this message back to our country. Stop thinking like rats, sneaking around in Summer Country to take advantage. Becoming ice sculptures is entirely self-inflicted. If you wish to cooperate, come and negotiate openly. We welcome the women to stay and work. As for the others, return whence you came. Yamamoto accepted the seeds as if they were treasure, hastily instructing his men to unload the boxes of gold, an entire 2 tons, of a purity surpassing that offered by the coordinating agency. Zhu Jue absorbed the gold, and the spatial system prompted 2 tons of gold added. Energy reserves increased to 65, unlocking bulk personnel placement function. As for the women, I will ensure they are arranged at the coordinating agency's temporary base, where they will find work. Zhu Jue addressed the leading woman. Work diligently. And Summer Country will not let you go hungry. You can also send supplies back home. The woman nodded eagerly, tears welling in her eyes. Thank you, sir. We will certainly work hard. Watching Yamamoto's icebreaker sail away, Zhu Jue pulled out his phone to message Ghost. The matter with the illegal immigrant from our country has been resolved. I secured 2 tons of gold and left several women for the coordinating agency to arrange at the textile factory or cafeteria, addressing the issue of single men. I will continue transporting building materials and, once finished, return to the fortress for hot pot. Ghost responded instantly. Brother Jew is impressive. The coordinating agency said they will award you a population introduction bonus, and among those women are some who speak Japanese and English, just in time to assist the base as translators. By the way, the coordinates for Antarctica have been sent over by Bear Country. As soon as you finish transporting materials, they will be sent to you. Zhu Jue smiled as he pocketed his phone, teleporting back to the construction materials site. With 2 tons of gold in hand, sufficient spatial energy, and having helped alleviate the single men's dilemma in Summer Country, this labor proved not only profitable but beneficial. By evening, after completing the final transport of materials, Zhu Jue returned to the fortress where Zhou Qi was simmering beef bone soup, while Mou and Yako were organizing the fruits just retrieved from the spatial zone. Welcome back. Mou rushed over, handing him a cup of hot milk. I heard you secured gold from our country and left behind several women. Indeed, Zhu Jue embraced her, planting a kiss on her cheek. I'm looking out for the single men of Summer Country while also earning some energy. 2 birds with 1 stone. By the way, the coordinates for Antarctica will arrive soon. Once the extreme heat sets in, we'll go find my parents. Yako approached with a fruit platter, smiling. Then we must hasten our preparations. We still need to inventory the heat-resistant equipment in the spatial zone. Zhou Qi poked his head out from the kitchen. The beef bone soup is nearly ready. I added some ginseng from M Country today to replenish your weary, laboring body. Laughter filled the living room once more, while outside the window, Yamamoto's icebreakers had long vanished into the twilight. The warm glow of the fortress illuminated the most grounded happiness in this apocalyptic world, with gold to replenish energy, women to alleviate difficulties, and family companionship. Even if labor was still necessary, Zhu Jue felt that life in this apocalypse was far more comfortable than in his previous life. Chapter 50, Cold Night. diverging paths, sharp blades entering the country. In the second month following the outbreak of extreme cold, the morning light in Jiangsheng always carried a chill of frost. Zhu Jue sat on the sofa in the fortress's living room, his fingertips still lingering with the warmth of the hot sake from the Our Country warship. Yesterday, as he disembarked from that 5-star equipped icebreaker, he had complained about how frozen it had become, yet their daily lives seemed rather comfortable. As a result, Yako had tossed the kimono he brought back straight outside, while Mou, when passing him milk, didn't he even spare him a glance. Zhouqi's commotion in the kitchen, simmering beef bone soup, was loud enough to sound like he was dismantling the stove. All right, I admit I was wrong, okay? Zhu Jue tugged at the zipper of his tactical jacket. Just then, the satellite phone in his pocket vibrated, revealing an encrypted message from the Central Command of Summer Country regarding thermal insulation panels for the 6 coastal supercities and winter supplies for 3 million residents, all to be transported in 3 batches to the Morning Star Central Base in the Himalayas within 3 days, specifically requiring the mysterious individual to be in charge. He rubbed his temples, intending to activate spatial teleportation to the suburban construction materials site, when suddenly the white jade pendant in his palm became heated. A red alert popped up on the spatial panel. Unknown energy interference detected. Teleportation function restricted. Effective range 1 kilometer. Source of interference located. Country Area 51. An interference device? Zhu Jue frowned, opening the satellite map sent by Ghost. The Earth appeared as a glass sphere wrapped in white frost, and a faint blue beam of light shot up into the clouds above the desert in Country, detectable even by the Beidou satellite chain. He dared not inform Yako and Mou, merely vaguely stating that teleportation was a bit sluggish. I'll take a military helicopter. As he turned to grab his backpack filled with compressed biscuits, Mou secretly slipped 2 packets of heat packs in his pocket, while Yako placed the organized list of cold-resistant equipment at the entrance, the words unspoken but filled with caution. At the same time, in the underground base of Area 51 in Country, Kane, the captain of the ARC team, was engrossed in a holographic map. He clutched a photograph of his daughter Lucy in his left hand, the little girl with twin ponytails holding freshly baked cookies, the edges of the photo worn from repeated rubbing. Captain, the small-scale spatial interference device has been calibrated. It can absolutely suppress the mysterious individual's teleportation within a 20-kilometer radius. Miller handed over a set of silver-gray thermal suits, the cuffs adorned with a black ARC emblem. The Chelsea director remarked, "Capture him, and you and Lucy will gain access to the main cabin. Fail to do so, and she will be reassigned to the nuclear reactor as expendable material next month." Kane accepted the thermal suit, his fingertips digging into his palm. Behind him, 14 team members were meticulously inspecting their gear. Genetically modified Soldier Parker concealed his sister's medical records, pulmonary fibrosis, with only ARC Base possessing the antidote. Scout Sophia's backpack contained her brother's dog tag, a base engineer, who would be dispatched to clean nuclear waste upon failure. In demolitions, expert Jones pinned an ultrasound photo of his pregnant wife to his collar. At 3 in the morning, the lift platform slowly opened, revealing 5 snowmobiles parked on the icy surface. In the distance, the sound of an invisible transport plane's engine rumbled like distant thunder. No other teams occupied the cramped cabin, only their ARC team, whose objective was to smuggle into the East Sea, while 4 other teams had already departed along their respective routes. At the Our Country Hokkaido military base, the leader of the stealth team, Sato, pried open a frozen ration bar with a katana. Team member Yamada discreetly retrieved his phone. The screen displayed his 3-month pregnant wife, Miho, with Tokyo Bay's frozen cherry blossom trees in the background. He tucked it away. Sato's voice was sharp as an icicle. His sister, Yuriko, had vanished after being taken by a mysterious figure last year, and Chelsea had promised to release Yuriko upon capturing the perpetrator. Suzuki handed over a tattered Chinese cotton coat, salvaged from a deceased refugee, still encrusted with ice. "Captain, there are many refugees at the northeastern border. We'll disguise ourselves as those crossing into the east. The code phrase is Imperial Jade Liquor, 181 cups. Memorize it." In an underground bar in Seoul, the leader of the Universe First Team, Kim Min-cheol, downed the last sip of soju. The bar lacked heating, frost clung to the bottles, and his sister Kim Min-ji's voice echoed in his ear. "Brother, the base said if no one captures the mysterious figure, I will be sent for genetic experimentation." He smashed his glass against the wall, shards splattering across his face without him noticing. Team member Park Chan handed over a fake identity card, bearing the name Lee Cheol, a clothing merchant. The face in the photo was utterly unfamiliar. "We'll circumvent the Korean peninsula. The border checkpoint is tightened recently, and a wrong code will get a shot." In the Siberian steppes of the Bear Country, the leader of the mercenary team, Ivan, was on the phone with his mother. Her intermittent cough echoed through the line. "Ivan, Don't go. Mom won't seek treatment anymore. He clutched his phone tightly, his knuckles widening. His mother's emphysema could only be sustained by the respirators at Arc Base. Wait for me, Mom. He hung up, accepting the snowmobile keys from team member Nikolai. Hidden in the cargo were 3 modified sniper rifles. Enter through the northwest border, follow the footprints of the herders. Their dogs are more alert than sentinels. In the ruins of Paris, the leader of the United Team, Mark, embraced his pregnant wife one last time. The woman, her lips turning purple from the cold, stuffed a piece of chocolate into his pocket. The child has yet to meet his father. As he turned, team member Thomas was writing a farewell letter to his daughter. His handwriting trembling. His daughter was at the base nursery, and failure would lead to her being reassigned to a lower living area. 5 sleds pulled by huskies rested in the snow, their barks echoing far across the ruins. On the coastal road of the summer country at 4 in the morning, the snowplow's headlights pierced the darkness, crunching over the frozen bodies beneath. A woman lay in the snow, cradling her frozen child. Half of the cotton blanket wrapped around the baby had been torn away by refugees, her fingers still poised in a grasping motion. Beside the road, members of the Protection Brigade brandished steel pipe rifles, encircling an overturned supply truck to seize the ration bars. Zhao Hu, their leader, kicked aside an old man, shouting, "If you're going to rob, do it quickly. Don't waste my time on diesel." At 6 o'clock, Zhu Jue's military helicopter took off punctually. Pilot Lao Wang's eyes were bloodshot from exhaustion. He had already completed 4 evacuation missions, the cabin still bearing the odor of refugee sweat and coal smoke. Mr. Mysterious. Ahead lies Joshan Port. The first batch of thermal plates awaits there. Lao Wang pointed out the window, where the port's cranes stood frozen like sculptures. Summer country soldiers were using blowtorches to melt the ice on the containers, while refugees gathered at a distance, their eyes filled with yearning. Zhu Jue summoned the panel from the void. Half of the 100,000 space had been vacated, and the 2 tons of gold collected yesterday rested in the energy zone. Raising the reserve bar to 65, he touched the hand warmer in his pocket, suddenly recalling the expression on MOU's face while packing items. A smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Despite the bitter cold outside, the warmth within the fortress was sufficient to endure this transport. On the EC, Kane's ARC team lay concealed behind floating ice. The snowmobile engines were set to minimal power, as Miller utilized night vision goggles to survey the distant summer country Coast Guard ship. When the searchlight swept across the ice, everyone held their breath. With only 5 kilometers remaining to shore, Kane whispered, "Once ashore, disperse and rendezvous at Wui Mountain. If anyone is captured, do not implicate your teammates." On the snowy path of the northeastern border, Sato's stealth team mingled among the refugees. An elderly man, frozen and outstretched for food, was about to be kicked away by Yamada, but Sato seized him, pulling half a bag of expired biscuits from his backpack and tossing them. The refugees scrambled frantically. They seized the opportunity to slip into the adjacent woods, the screams of the fallen elder echoing behind them. At the Korean peninsula border, Kim Min-cheol's team had just crossed the barbed wire when they heard gunfire from the border checkpoint. A refugee who failed to respond with the code was pinned to the snow. As the bullet pierced his skull, blood splattered onto Park Chan's thermal suit, quickly freezing into a dark crimson. "Run!" Kim Min-cheol urged Park Chan, pulling him toward the forest. The paw prints of the sled dogs creating a chaotic trail in the snow. In the northwestern steppes, Ivan's team had stolen 3 snowmobiles from the herders. The barking of dogs grew closer. Nikolai fired, taking down the 2 most persistent sled dogs, while the herders' curses drifted far in the wind. Outsiders. May you meet a wretched fate. On the snowy road southeast of the Paris ruins, Mark's team lost 2 members. Thomas fell into a crevice, and another was struck by a frozen branch. Mark bent down to retrieve Thomas's farewell letter, which read, "Tell Lily, Daddy is off to find her candy." He tucked the paper into his jacket, gritting his teeth. "Move on. For our families, we must survive to reach China." When Zhu Jue's helicopter landed at Joshan Port, summer country soldiers had already piled the thermal plates into a small mountain. Captain Zhang Yong rushed over, offering a cup of hot ginger tea. "Mr. Mysterious, thank you for your hard work. If these plates don't reach the Morning Star hub, the coastal people will freeze this winter." Zhu Jue nodded, and with a mere thought, the mountain of thermal plates vanished, leaving only traces of ice on the ground. Zhang Yong's eyes widened in shock, quickly regaining his composure. He only knew that this mysterious figure possessed special abilities, unaware that it was a space capable of holding half a city. On the distant sea, Kane's team finally made it ashore. They concealed themselves behind an abandoned fishing vessel as Miller activated a satellite locator, the red that was moving toward Wui Mountain. "Captain, the Summer Country Patrol is approaching," Parker whispered suddenly, spotting 3 military trucks' headlights growing nearer on the road, soldiers in the truck beds wielding rifles. scanning their surroundings warily. Kane gestured for silence, and everyone squeezed into the icy hole beneath the fishing vessel. The vibrations from the passing trucks caused ice shards to fall. Parker's feet grew numb from the cold, but he dared not move, remembering his sister's voice in the video. "Brother, I'm waiting for you to come back." His nails digging into his palm. Chapter 51. Shadows of Espionage, a Frightening Code. The sea breeze at Ningbo port whipped icy particles against the helicopter door with a sharp crackle. Zhu Jue had just retrieved the list for the second batch of thermal plates from the void when he spotted a crowd gather below. 3 men in thick cotton coats were pressing a man wrapped in a black headscarf, one brandishing a steel pipe, shouting, "Answer. What is the next line after no gifts for the holidays this year? Fail to answer, and you're a foreign spy." The man in the black headscarf stammered, unable to respond. His face turning purple from the cold. The ration bar in his arms fell into the snow, instantly snatched up by the crowd. Zhu Jue signaled pilot Lao Wang to lower the altitude, clearly seeing the man's high nose and blue eyes, a distinctly European visage, unable to conceal its contours beneath the heavy wraps. Soon, the patrol truck from the Summer Nation arrived, and soldiers disembarked, swiftly escorting the individual away. The commanding officer addressed the onlookers among the displaced. "Capture foreign spies for a reward of 10 kilograms of potatoes. Should you encounter unfamiliar faces, report to the authorities instead of taking matters into your own hands." The fervor among civilians to apprehend spies was palpable. Zhu Jue redirected his gaze as his satellite phone vibrated in his pocket. It was a message from Phantom. The jamming device remained active. The beam from Area 51 showed no signs of weakening. Yet the exact number of personnel deployed remained undisclosed. Only that small teams were converging from various directions toward your transport route. He furrowed his brow, gliding his fingertips across the spatial panel, observing the first batch of thermal plates meticulously lined up, with the energy reserve still at 65. He needed to expedite the second batch to free up space for civilian supplies. Meanwhile, in the temporary office of the Jiangxing Coordination Bureau, Wang Ku, codename 8 for the M-Nation spy, trembled before his computer. The screen displayed Zhu Jue's transport route, arriving at Ningbo port at 1,400 hours, transferring to Wenzhou port at 1,800 hours, with a second batch of thermal plates weighing approximately 80,000 tons. Just as he sent the information, he heard footsteps outside, the arrival of Director Li with evacuation documents. Wang Ke hastily closed the chat window and moved his cursor to the supply report, his knuckles pale from the pressure. "Wang Ke, why do you look so pale?" Director Li inquired, setting down the documents and offering a cup of hot ginger tea. "Are you cold? If you're unwell, take a rest. We'll manage the supply dispatch." Wang Ku accepted the cup, his fingertips brushing against the warm surface. Feeling a wave of anxiety, his daughter was studying abroad in the M-Nation, but in truth, she had been taken hostage by Chelsea. If he failed to relay information, she would soon be sent to the ARC base's experimental chamber next month. "I'm fine, Director Li, just a bit fatigued." He forced a smile and watched as Director Li departed, quickly clicking on the reply from the M-Nation. "Maintain surveillance. The ARC team has reached the vicinity of Zhoushan, waiting for the mysterious individual to be isolated." Wang Ku's gaze fixated on the ARC team on the screen, his hands trembling uncontrollably. He was unaware of their numbers, but knew that with each message he transmitted, he edged closer to the abyss. Beside an abandoned fishing vessel at Zhoushan port, Kane's ARC team was gnawing on frozen, hard biscuits. Miller removed his black headscarf, revealing his deep brown hair, cautiously scanning the surroundings. Moments ago, he had seen the patrol team taking away a European man. The Summer Nation's grip was indeed stringent, and their presence was too conspicuous, necessitating a detour. Parker's foot remained swollen, the tactical boot pressing painfully against him. His sister's pulmonary fibrosis had worsened recently, and the base doctor warned that without effective medication soon, she would last no more than 2 weeks. "Captain, there's a camp of displaced people ahead. Should we not steal some warm clothing?" he suggested, pointing towards a distant, dilapidated house with smoke rising from its chimney. Kane shook his head. "The displaced have sharp eyes. If we are recognized, it would be a loss outweighing the gain. Let us endure until we reach Wui Mountain." No sooner had he spoken than shouts erupted from the direction of the broken house. "Catch the foreign devil. There's one more here." Kane quickly directed his team to take cover in the ice cave beneath the fishing boat. Through a gap, they witnessed 2 displaced individuals pursuing a blond man, who stumbled in the snow, soon apprehended by the approaching patrol team and loaded onto a truck. "Thank heavens we didn't T-go." Miller wiped the frost from his face, his voice trembling. In the snowy forest of the northeastern border, Sato's shadow team was maneuvering around a camp of displaced people. Yamada clutched a fake identification card bearing the name Wang Chong, hailing from Jilin, yet his accent always betrayed him. Just moments ago, at a temporary checkpoint, A sentry had asked him which excavator school was the best, and he had hesitated for half a second before responding. In China, Shandong, look for Lan Xiang, nearly revealing his ruse. Focus. Sato kicked him, pointing toward a nearby village. Go over there to find some water, but be cautious with your words. Communicate through gestures. As they approached the village entrance, they saw an elderly woman brandishing a hoe, chasing a burly man. Outsider, dare to steal my potatoes. I'll kill you, thief. The man stumbled, potatoes scattering from his arms, soon surrounded by villagers who beat him mercilessly. The people of the Summer Nation are truly ruthless towards foreigners, Suzuki remarked quietly. Sato remained silent, quickening his pace. He recalled his sister Yuriko's letter, stating she was doing well in the Summer Nation, yet every line dripped with fear. He had to capture the mysterious individual to bring his sister back. On the northwestern prairie, Ivan's mercenary team was hidden within the frozen riverbed. Nikolai had lost his sniper rifle. Earlier, they had encountered a group of herders who, recognizing their bear-like features, pursued them for 3 miles with hunting rifles, even seizing 2 bags of compressed biscuits. If only I'd sought a guide with a huaxia appearance. Ivan kicked a nearby ice block, his teeth chattering. His mother's respirator was running low on fuel. Chelsea had said capturing the mysterious individual was the only way to secure a refill. Suddenly, distant barking echoed. Ivan swiftly urged his team to lie low, watching as a squad of Summer Nation soldiers passed by, leading sled dogs, the dogs' noses sniffing the snow, mere meters from the riverbed. Hold your breath, Ivan whispered, as his team stifled their breaths. Observing the dogs' paw prints marking the snow until the soldiers moved out of sight, allowing them to exhale. At the supply station in Wenzhou port, Zhu Jue was assisting soldiers in unloading thermal plates. A young soldier rushed over, clutching a frozen bun. Mysterious sir, please have some food. This is today's ration. Zhu Jue accepted the bun, biting into it, the icy crust causing his teeth to ache. Yet he longed for the beef bone soup that Zhou Qi had prepared. If only he could return to the fortress now, the soup would likely still be warm. Have you heard? They just apprehended our nation spy at the port, a huaxia face, but his accent gave him away. Another soldier's words tightened Zhu Jue's chest. He pulled out his phone to inquire with Phantom. Is there a chance that a huaxia face spy exists? Phantom replied swiftly. It cannot be ruled out. The M Nation would certainly seek familiar faces to infiltrate, so remain vigilant about those around you, especially within the Coordination Bureau. Zhu Jue nodded. Just as he intended to store the bun in his space, he noticed a black sedan approaching on the distant road. It was the Coordination Bureau's vehicle, and the individual disembarking was none other than Wang Ke. Mysterious sir, Director Li sent me to coordinate the supply list. Wang Ke handed over a piece of paper, his hands trembling. Zhu Jue took the list, inadvertently catching sight of the bruises on his wrist, resembling marks from tight grip. Thank you for your hard work. It's quite cold today for you to come out, Zhu Jue observed calmly. Wang Ke's eyes darted, muttering, just doing my duty, before hastily entering the car and driving away. Watching the sedan vanish into the snowstorm, Zhu Jue touched the white jade pendant in his palm. The space provided no irregular alerts, yet he sensed something was amiss. At the foot of Wui Mountain, Mark's European Union team had dwindled to 5 members. After Thomas fell into a crevice, 2 more team members were captured by the displaced and sent to the military. Mark pulled out a letter from his pocket, the name Lily smudged by tears. He tucked the letter into the inner pocket of his cold weather gear and addressed his team. We need to walk another 20 kilometers to reach the ambush point. No matter what we encounter, we must not stop. The team nodded, trudging through the knee-deep snow, the sled dogs' paws wrapped in rags, slipping with every step. On the distant mountain peak, the Summer Nation's watchtower illuminated, searchlights sweeping across the snow. Mark quickly instructed his team to lie flat in the snow, praying they would not be discovered as the light passed overhead. Back at the Jiangshan Coordination Bureau, Wang Ke returned to his office, just about to sip hot ginger tea when he received a message from the M Nation, sent over the next batch of supply transport routes, where your daughter will not see the sun next week. He stared at the threatening screen, tears dripping onto the keyboard, crystallizing into tiny ice pellets. He understood the gravity of his actions, yet for the sake of his daughter, he felt compelled to walk this dark path. Zhu Jue's helicopter arrived at Wenzhou port at dusk, successfully storing the second batch of thermal plates in the space. Pilot Lao Wang rubbed his frostbitten face and remarked, Mysterious sir, we can transport the final batch tomorrow. Once that's done, we can finally catch our breath. Zhu Jue nodded, gazing out the window at the swirling snow. In the distance, a stealthy vessel sailed towards Wui Mountain. He could not discern its form, but he felt that within the darkness, countless eyes were watching him. Chapter 52, Nuclear Box Deterrence, Shadows of Fear. The twilight at Wenzhou port enveloped the cold air, pressing down on the icy surface of the sea, which shimmered with a cold light. Upon Zhu Jue's successful retrieval of the second batch of 80,000 tons of thermal insulation boards into the spatial realm, he witnessed a sudden commotion among the crowd of refugees in the distance. Several men had apprehended an individual clad in a tattered jacket, brandishing a steel pipe and demanding, "Speak. What do you drink to avoid getting overheated? Failure to answer makes you a spy." The man, visibly flustered and with a distinct accent indicative of our country, stammered, "I came to seek refuge with my relatives. I know nothing about such drinks." Barely had his words left his lips when the gunfire from the patrol squad echoed. A soldier pulled the trigger, and a bullet pierced the man's knee, dragging him across the snow and leaving a trail of dark crimson blood. Unable to respond to even the secret codes of Huaxia, he dared to masquerade as a refugee. He was to be taken back for interrogation. Furrowing his brows, Zhu Jue averted his gaze as his satellite phone vibrated with an urgent message from Phantom. The Tiansu space station has captured a light beam connecting Area 51 to a nuclear power plant. The jammer is powered by nuclear energy. The central government of Xia has already contacted the bear, and the EU is set to convene a global satellite meeting to pressure M country into shutting down its equipment. His fingertips glided across the spatial interface. Within a region of 100,000 square meters, the thermal insulation boards occupied the majority of space, leaving just enough room for the third batch of supplies and some residents' winter bedding. It was imperative to finalize the last transportation route promptly. At the same time, in the basement of the Jiangxin Coordination Office, Wang Ku, M country's spy number 8, trembled before his phone screen. In the video, his daughter Xiaoya was bound to a frigid iron chair, her face bearing the marks of a slap. Chelsea's voice crackled through the receiver. "Zhu Jue, if the transport route is delayed by half an hour, you'll only be left with your daughter's experiment records." Wang Ku's nails dug into his palm, blood droplets staining the keyboard. He had just extracted news from Director Li, 1000 to Fuzhou Port to pick up 300 coastal residents. Direct delivery to the Himalayan Morningstar Center. Each word cut like a knife, dragging him deeper into despair. He opened the chat window, his fingers trembling to the point of mistyping Fuzhou Port twice. He knew that sending this message could very well seal Zhu Jue's fate. But Xiaoya was still awaiting him in M country's experimental chamber. "Dad, save me." Xiaoya's intermittent cries echoed from the video. Wang Ku abruptly shut his eyes and pressed the send button. The screen immediately displayed Chelsea's reply. "Excellent. Once we capture the mysterious individual, you shall be reunited with your daughter." He slumped back into his chair. No amount of warmth could dispel the chill that gripped his back. He was torn between saving his daughter and endangering countless others. In the snowy woods at the foot of Wui Mountain, Mark's European Union squad was dragging an injured comrade towards their ambush point. Earlier, when the refugees had been spotted, team member George had sustained a blow to his ribs from a steel pipe while covering their retreat. And now every step he took was accompanied by a cough of blood. Mark retrieved a farewell letter from his pocket, the name Lily softened by his body heat. He touched the piece of chocolate his wife had tucked away for him, originally intended for their daughter. He now questioned whether he would survive to see her again. "Captain, there are patrol tracks ahead." Team member Pierre suddenly halted, pointing at the boot prints in the snow, belonging to Xia's border guards, marked with the August 1st insignia. Not a kilometer away, Mark hurriedly signaled his team to hide in the frozen cave. George leaned against the stone wall, coughing, "Don't worry about me. You all go. Catch the mysterious individual, and tell me how Lily is." Mark remained silent, merely placing the chocolate into George's hand. He understood that no one could afford to give up. Surrender meant absolute despair for their families. Inside an abandoned warehouse at Zhoushan Port, Kane's ARC squad was gnawing on frozen venison. Miller's cold weather suit had a tear, allowing icy wind to seep in, making him shiver uncontrollably. "I just saw Xia's snowplow transporting supplies with the Morningstar Center emblem on it. Zhu Jue is definitely heading that way." Parker's foot had swollen to the point he could no longer fit into his tactical boots. His medical record was frayed from constant handling. His sister had messaged him the day before, saying her breathing was becoming increasingly labored, and the base doctor had halted her temporary medication, waiting for him to capture the mysterious individual to exchange for the special medicine. "Captain, our small jammer is running low on power. We need to find an opportunity to steal Xia's diesel." He gestured towards the fuel truck outside the warehouse, his eyes gleaming with determination. Kane shook his head, pointing towards a distant watchtower. "Xia's sentries are watching. Any movement will give us away. Just hold on a bit longer. When Zhu Jue passes through Wui Mountain, we will strike at the ambush point, and by then, the stealth aircraft will be in position." He pulled out a photo of Lucy, his fingers brushing against his daughter's smiling face. No matter how difficult it became, he was determined to return home. In the conference room of Xia's central government, The atmosphere was as frigid as ice. On the large screen, the left displayed a diagram connecting the nuclear power plant of Area 51 with the light beam, while the right showed the vague trajectories of 5 suspicious squads. Director Lee stood before the screen, his voice resonating. Country is using nuclear power to operate the jammer, intending to trap the mysterious individual and cut off our supply lines. We must force them to shut it down. The highest authority, Old Chun, rapped the table and pressed the satellite meeting connection button. Instantly, a multitude of windows popped up on the screen, with the visage of the Bear Emperor appearing first. Gesturing towards the diagram of Area 51, Country is orchestrating this to monopolize survival resources after extreme heat. If they do not shut down their equipment, our strategic missiles will aim at that nuclear power plant. Country's representative, Johnson, turned pale, scrambling to explain that is merely a cold resistance device, not a jammer. We will shut it down immediately. Barely had he finished speaking when EU Representative Macron scoffed. Cold resistance devices require nuclear power? Does Country think we're fools? If you dare to lie again, the EU will unite with Xia to cut off your energy supplies. Old Chun watched the disputes unfold on the screen and pressed the communicator. Target the power transmission lines of Area 51 with space-based weapons. Should they dare to play tricks, we will cut off their electricity. Outside, the night enveloped the scene. The lights of the Tianxiu space station shimmering coldly in space. This was Xia's confidence and a shield protecting millions of refugees. When Zhu Jue received the message in the temporary tent at Fuzhou port, he was assisting soldiers in distributing blankets to the refugees. An elderly woman grasped his hand, her frostbitten fingers trembling as she said, "Sir, thank you. With this blanket, my grandson will be able to survive the winter." He nodded with a smile, though his heart felt heavy. Phantom had just sent him a lead on Wang Ku's message. Someone within the coordination office had leaked the Fuzhou port route to Country. Suspected to be an internal spy, he touched the white jade pendant in his palm. The spatial interface displayed an alert. Jammer power diminished. Effective range reduced to 15 kilometers. But not entirely shut down. It seemed the global conference had made an impact, yet Country would surely not act in good faith. He pulled out his phone to message MOU. "Once the last batch is transported, I will return. I have reviewed the list for Yazi's cold resistance equipment. Everything seems in order." MOU quickly replied. "Uncle Zhou has made mutton soup. Wait for your return to warm up. Stay safe." Zhu Jue glanced at the message, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. No matter how frigid it was outside, the warmth within the fortress could always sustain him. In the Jiangcheng coordination office, Wonka sat staring blankly at his computer. The screen displayed a response from Country. "The ambush point is set. We're just waiting for Zhu Jue to take the bait." Suddenly, he grabbed a water cup from the table and smashed it against the wall. The cup shattered, hot water splattering onto the ground, quickly freezing into ice. He realized he could not turn back. But watching the refugees trudging inland with their belongings outside the window filled his heart with a wrenching pain. At the ambush point in Wui Mountain, Mark and Kane's squads finally regrouped. Originally a team of 60, only 28 remained, each member's cold weather suits riddled with holes, their faces a bluish hue from the frost. Kane drew his laser gun, checking the ammunition. "Zhu Jue will pass through here tomorrow. We will use tranquilizer darts. We must capture him alive. Only alive can we board the Arkansas." Mark tightened his grip on the farewell letter, nodding in agreement. In the snowy expanse, the team members began setting traps. The shells of the tranquilizer darts encrusted with ice, requiring their body heat to thaw them for use. The watchtower in the distance glowed with light. Xiao's patrol team still scouring the mountains, resembling wolves hidden in icy crevices, waiting for their prey to appear. As Zhu Jue boarded the helicopter at 5 in the morning, the dawnlight was just beginning to break over Fuzhou port. Pilot Old Wang rubbed his frostbitten face and remarked, "Mysterious individual, once we complete this last batch, we can finally rest for a couple of days." Zhu Jue nodded, gazing out at the icy surface of the sea that shimmered with a cold luminescence. In the distance, a faint blue light flickered atop the mountain peaks, causing a sudden tightening in his chest. It was the light from a small interference device from Country M. He retrieved his satellite phone and messaged Phantom. "There are interference signals in the direction of Wui Mountain. Instruct the artillery unit of Xia Country to move in that direction. I suspect an ambush." As the confirmation of sent message appeared, the helicopter ascended, heading towards Wui Mountain. On the spatial panel, amidst the 100,000 square meters, supplies were stacked high, representing the hopes of 3 million coastal residents. He could not allow the team from Country M to destroy all of this. Meanwhile, in the underground base of Area 51, Chelsea was watching the surveillance screen with a cold smile. On the screen, Zhu Jue's helicopter trajectory was clearly visible, and the ambush team was poised and ready. Capturing the mysterious figure would ensure the ARC plan belonged to Country M. He pressed the communicator, instructing his team to avoid harming Zhu Jue. A living target would fetch a higher value. In the snowy expanse, Kane received the message and gripped his laser gun tightly. The roar of the helicopter grew increasingly closer. He signaled to his team to prepare. Their success hinged on this moment. If they captured Zhu Jue, they could reunite with their families. If they failed, they would perish in the snow. As Zhu Jue's helicopter entered the airspace over Wui Mountain, a red alert suddenly popped up on the spatial panel. High-intensity interference detected, teleportation function disabled, ambush point locked, distance 5 kilometers. He sat up abruptly, shouting to Old Wong, "Lower the altitude. There's an ambush." No sooner had the words left his mouth than a laser missile shot from the forest, piercing through the air with a cold light, aimed directly at the helicopter's engine. Chapter 53, Rotor Panic, Blood on the Snow. The moment the laser missile struck the helicopter's engine, a deafening explosion reverberated, shaking the very ground beneath the snow. Zhu Jue was engulfed in a blinding white light. A wave of heat mixed with ice particles slamming against his face, akin to a searing blade, scraping across him. The right engine belched thick black smoke. The rotor's speed plummeted, and the aircraft tilted sharply to the right at a 45-degree angle. The dashboard lights blared ominously, their shrill alarms drowning out the howling wind. "Steady. I need to make an emergency landing." Old Wong's voice trembled as he gripped the controls tightly, but the helicopter spiraled downward like a kite with severed strings. Plummeting through the snowy sky, Zhu Jue's body was thrown toward the cabin door, where he caught sight of blood trickling down Old Wong's temple. Freezing into icicles on his chin, with no time to hesitate, he focused intently on Old Wong's silhouette. Suddenly, the spatial panel flickered with a soft light, and Old Wong's figure vanished from his seat, leaving only the swaying safety belt behind. "Sir," a voice called from outside the cabin. It was Captain Zhang Yong of Xia Country's army. He had just arrived at the foot of the mountain with a dozen soldiers and witnessed the helicopter under attack, rushing forward with rifles raised. Yet before they could approach, a second laser missile soared toward them, this time targeting the cockpit. Zhu Jue lunged for the controls, exerting all his strength to turn left. The aircraft barely tilted another 10 degrees as the missile narrowly missed the cabin door, detonating in the frozen woods nearby, sending snow and splintered wood raining down like a tempest. "The rotor is about to stop. Eject!" Zhu Jue yelled, grasping the edge of the cabin door and pushing off the tilted fuselage to jump. He landed heavily in the snow, the hardened crust stabbing painfully at his knees. As he attempted to rise, he heard the whistling sound of tranquilizer darts whizzing overhead, embedding themselves into the tree trunk behind him. The pale green liquid in the needles glimmering in the snowy light. Mysterious figure. "Over here." Zhang Yong waved from the snowy slope, his soldiers firing into the woods. Bullets impacting against the frozen tree trunks and sending shards of ice flying. Just as Zhu Jue aimed to run toward them, a shadow darted out from behind a tree. Laser gun's muzzle trained on his chest. It was Kane's teammate, Miller. In a split second, Soldier Li Bing lunged forward, pinning Zhu Jue in the snow. Bang! The laser beam grazed Li Bing's helmet, scorching a black crater into the snow. "Run," Li Bing urged, dragging Zhu Jue down the slope. But his left arm was struck by a stray bullet, blood instantly soaking through his winter gear, leaving a dark red trail in the snow. "Li Bing!" Zhang Yong roared, firing his gun. The bullet struck Miller in the shoulder, causing him to scream and tumble back behind a tree. Zhu Jue glanced at Li Bing's wound, ice shards mingling with blood clinging to his clothing, and his fists clenched tightly. He had been so focused on protecting Old Wong that he had forgotten these soldiers were risking their lives for him. With a sudden surge of intent, a thick steel plate materialized before them in the spatial realm. Clang! A series of tranquilizer darts ricocheted off the steel plate, fragments scattering onto the snow. The snowy fields of Wui Mountain erupted into chaos. Kane crouched behind a frozen rock, his eyes fixed on Zhu Jue below, filled with malice. "Tranquilizer darts are ineffective. Use live ammunition. Don't kill him." Mark, clutching his injured ribs, swept his laser gun across the snowy slope, the beams igniting the snow and sending plumes of white smoke into the air as frozen grass was charred to ash. Zhu Jue sheltered Li Bing behind the steel plate, retrieving an M249 machine gun from the spatial realm, previously acquired supplies from Country M that he had yet to utilize. "Apply pressure to the wound. Don't move." He handed the machine gun to Li Bing and pulled out several blocks of frozen rations, tossing them into the woods. The rations thudded against the tree trunks, creating a series of booming sounds, and Kane's team mistook them for grenades, diving for cover. Seizing the opportunity, Zhu Jue grabbed a rifle from the ground and fired at the near shadow. Bang! The bullet struck Parker's tactical boot, causing him to scream as he fell. A medical dossier tumbling from his boot and fluttering in the snowstorm. Zhu Jue caught sight of the words pulmonary fibrosis, momentarily stunned, but the next moment, another volley of bullets flew past, whizzing perilously close to his ear. He snapped back to reality. Now was not the time for compassion. These individuals sought his capture and aimed to destroy the supplies meant for 3 million residents. Captain Zhang, reinforcements have arrived. A shout echoed from the distance. It was Phantom notifying the artillery unit that had come, armored vehicles crunching through the snow, their mounted machine guns spraying fire into the woods. Kane gritted his teeth as he observed the approaching armored vehicles. Retreat. Leave 2 behind to cover our escape. Mark attempted to resist, but was pulled deeper into the woods by Kane. The 2 team members left behind barely had time to stand before the machine gun fire from the armored vehicles struck them down, their bodies collapsing into the snow, blood quickly freezing into dark red ice. Zhu Jue helped Li Bing to his feet, the ground littered with shell casings and tranquilizer dart needles, while the frozen trees still emitted wisps of smoke from the laser gun S-burn. Zhang Yong rushed over to examine Li Bing's wound. Fortunately, it didn't hit the bone. Let us get him to the medical station. Li Bing shook his head, pointing at Zhu Jue. First protect the mysterious figure, the supplies. The supplies are unharmed. Zhu Jue reassured him, patting his shoulder. With a thought, he sensed the thermal panels and blankets in the spatial realm remained intact. I will deliver the supplies to the Morningstar Nexus. Your injuries will not be in vain. He lifted his gaze toward the depths of the forest, where Kane's team had retreated, leaving a chaotic trail of boot prints that quickly faded in the snow under the wind. He knew this was just the beginning. Country M would not relent. In the distance, the wreckage of the helicopter continued to emit smoke, its rotor lying askew in the snow like a broken wing. Zhu Jue pulled out his satellite phone, messaging MOU. Encountered some trouble. It's resolved now. I'm fine, don't worry. He quickly received a reply. The lamb soup is still hot, waiting for your return. He stared at the message, pausing for a moment on the screen before sending another to Phantom. Check the retreat route of Country M's team. And please thank Captain Zhang Yong and Li Bing for me. The snowstorm began to howl again, icy particles stinging his face. Zhu Jue looked at the soldiers in front of him, some collecting shell casings, others assisting the injured, and still others inspecting the helicopter wreckage. Their winter gear was smeared with snow and blood, yet none of them uttered a word of complaint. Chapter 54. Laser Pursuit, Spatial Fortification. The instant the armored vehicle's steel plating was pierced, a sharp clang mingled with the acrid scent of melting metal, exploding across the snowy field. Zhu Jue had just assisted Li Bing onto the medical transport when he spotted Kane in the distant frozen woods, brandishing a silver-gray rifle inscribed with the emblem of the ARC base. The rifle's muzzle exhaled a faint blue mist, the very source of the laser that had pierced through the armored vehicle moments before. It was a specially designed laser gun, capable of penetrating tank armor. Just as Zhang Yong's shout echoed, another beam of laser shot forth, this time aimed at the medical vehicle's tire. Zhu Jue lunged forward, his mind instantly summoning a thick steel plate from the spatial realm. A 2-meter-wide slab crashed down beside the medical vehicle. The laser struck the steel, instantly searing a fist-sized hole, molten iron trickling down the plate, emitting wisps of white smoke into the snowy landscape. Retreat. Move towards the frozen valley. Zhu Jue urged Zhang Yong as they withdrew into the woods, with the medical vehicle hastily revving its engine. The sound of its tires crunching through the snow mingling with the sizzling of the laser gun. He fumbled for his satellite phone, his fingers numb with cold. Ghost. Investigate the origins of that gun and the movements of Kane's squad. 3 minutes later, Ghost's message crackled through, accompanied by electrical static. We only managed to capture the injured Miller, an ARC team member. We learned that the gun is specially made by ARC, with enough energy to last a day, and it has auto-targeting capabilities. Moreover, Miller only knows about his own team. He said only Captain Kane is aware of the other international teams. The Mark and Sato we encountered earlier were all under Kane's unified command. Zhu Jue's heart sank. It turned out they were not dealing with a single team, but a coalition of commanders from multiple nations, and he had only just realized it. The spatial panel emitted a red alert. Interference range still 15 kilometers. Teleportation functionality supports only 500 meters with a 2-second delay, making escape via teleportation utterly impossible. They would have to endure the confrontation. The sizzling sound of a third laser shot whizzed by, striking the tree Zhu Jue had just sheltered behind. The frozen trunk was severed cleanly, splitting in two with a puff of charred smoke. Kane's voice echoed through the trees, laced with mockery. Mysterious one, stop hiding. It's only a matter of time before my gun penetrates your iron shell. Gritting his teeth, Zhu Jue summoned a military dagger from the spatial realm. Recalling the close-quarters combat techniques he had honed in his past life during the apocalypse, techniques he had yet to employ in this one. Pressing against the tree trunk. He listened as footsteps drew nearer, suddenly lunging forth, aiming the dagger at Kane's wrist. Kane reacted swiftly, sidestepping to evade, directing his laser gun at Zhu Jue's chest and firing. Zhu Jue hastily fell back, the laser barely grazing his shoulder, searing through his tactical jacket, the heat biting into his skin. Impressive firepower, but ultimately futile. Kane laughed as he squeezed the trigger again, the laser gun auto-targeting Zhu Jue's vital points. This time, however, Zhu Jue's mind activated, causing a sack of cement to plummet from the spatial realm, perfectly positioned between them. The laser struck the cement, exploding into a cloud of dust mixed with snowflakes that obscured Kane's vision. Seizing the moment, Zhu Jue charged forward, landing a punch squarely on Kane's jaw, sending him staggering backward, the laser gun tumbling into the snow. Yet before Zhu Jue could retrieve the weapon, he heard a whoosh as Sato's katana sliced towards him from the side. Zhu Jue quickly sidestepped, the blade narrowly missing his waist and crashing into the frozen ground, sending shards of ice flying. The Shadow Team? Zhu Jue frowned, finally understanding who Kane's other teams were. Sato, gripping his sword with fierce determination, declared, "Last time you stole our gold and abducted Princess Yako. This time, you shall pay with your life." Behind Sato, Suzuki raised his rifle and fired. Zhu Jue, swiftly manipulating the spatial realm, conjured several sheets of scrap metal that instantly shielded him. The bullets ricocheted off the metal, producing a series of sharp clangs. Just as he contemplated counterattacking, he noticed Kane had retrieved the laser gun, aiming it once more at him. "Don't be distracted. Your opponent is me." The laser gun buzzed ominously, and Zhu Jue could only continuously summon steel, cement blocks, and even the scrap car shells he had previously collected to shield himself. Yet, each material struck by the laser was left with a gaping hole, some even melting in a molten iron. He sensed the temporary barriers in the spatial realm becoming increasingly difficult to maintain, while Kane's laser gun continued its relentless assault, showing no signs of diminishing energy. This stalemate couldn't continue. The enemy's energy could last for a day, but their supplies would inevitably be depleted. Zhang Yong and his soldiers provided cover with their rifles. Yet ordinary bullets were ineffective against Kane's specially designed cold-resistant suit, which belonged to the Arc base. It could withstand bullets and the cold alike. Mysterious One, we must devise a strategy to exhaust his energy. Zhu Jue fixated on Kane's laser gun, an idea suddenly striking him. He deliberately sprinted towards the frozen valley, where numerous previously frozen boulders lay. As anticipated, Kane pursued him, the laser gun targeting Zhu Jue's back. Zhu Jue abruptly pivoted, summoning a massive stone to shield himself. The boulder was pierced by the laser, yet the resulting debris flew towards Kane, who hastily dodged, momentarily disrupting his shooting rhythm. Now was the moment. Zhu Jue charged in, aiming his combat dagger at the barrel of the laser gun. Kane instinctively recoiled, but the dagger still grazed the gun's body, leaving a scratch. Sato attacked from the side, his katana aimed at Zhu Jue's neck. Zhu Jue bent low to evade, simultaneously retrieving a steel pipe from the spatial realm, striking it against Sato's wrist. Sato let out a pained cry, dropping the katana into the snow. At that moment, Kane's laser gun emitted two faint crackles, the blue mist at the muzzle waning. Running out of energy? Zhu Jue's eyes brightened. He had intentionally lured Kane into firing at the boulders to deplete his energy. The density of the stone required significantly more power to penetrate than steel. Kane also recognized the predicament, his laser gun's targeting system flashing red. Damn it. Only 10 energy left. He attempted to retreat, but Zhu Jue had already closed in, surrounding Kane with several steel sheets from the spatial realm, forming a makeshift iron cage. Want to escape? Too late. Zhu Jue delivered a powerful punch to Kane's chest, causing him to grunt and collapse into the snow, the laser gun falling outside the iron cage. Seeing Kane captured, Sato attempted to slip away, but Zhang Yong's soldiers had already encircled him. Rifles aimed at his back. "Don't move. Move again, and we will shoot." Sato grit his teeth, yet dared not resist. Without his katana and with his rifle devoid of ammunition, he was no match for them. Zhu Jue approached Kane, picking up the now cool laser gun, its targeting scope dark and completely depleted of energy. He looked down at Kane, mocking him. "Your advanced weaponry is not so formidable after all." Kane glared at him, his eyes filled with defiance. "Don't gloat. There are other teams. They also possess laser guns. You will inevitably fall." Zhu Jue's heart tightened. He had nearly forgotten about Mark's European squad and Ivan's Russian mercenary team, who surely also had specialized laser guns. The spatial panel flashed another alert. Detected 3 new interference sources located to the northwest, northeast, and southwest, each 10 kilometers away. indicating that other teams were indeed closing in. Take Kane and Sato back for interrogation. Zhu Jue instructed Zhang Yong, while he pulled out his satellite phone to message Ghost. Other teams are converging. They all possess specialized laser guns with enough energy to last a day. Prepare for the new ambush. Ghost responded swiftly, received. I will monitor the satellite map and inform you immediately of any developments. The snowstorm intensified, flurries swirling through the frozen valley. Zhu Jue gazed towards the dark silhouettes in the distance, aware that the danger was far from over. The ensuing pursuit would be even more ferocious than before. He tightened his grip on the laser gun. Chapter 55, Barrage seals the boundaries, town tracking. Commander, another helicopter has crashed in the southeast. Soldier, shout, Chen shout echoed. Cutting through the snowflakes as Zhu Jue had just ushered Kane and Sato into the temporary interrogation tent. Outside the tent, the horizon flickered with an orange-red glow. The bombardment from the Summer Nation's artillery. The brilliant minds were calculating suspicious coordinates on the satellite map, indiscriminately covering all uninhabited zones. Zhu Jue lifted the tent flap, the biting cold rushing in, carrying the acrid scent of gunpowder. On the snowy ground, a communications soldier shouted into the radio. Artillery Brigade. Coordinates 372 N 118 5. Confirming no residents of the Summer Nation. Requesting coverage. Soon, the radio crackled to life, acknowledged. Bombardment in 3 minutes. Take cover. Kane, how long can your portable jammer hold out? Zhu Jue turned and entered the tent, gripping the special laser gun that had run out of power, its residual warmth still lingering. Kane leaned against the tent pole, blood trickling from his lips, a cold smirk dancing at the corners of his mouth. Until I take you back. Don't think you can extract information from me. Nearby, Sato twitched at the mention of the jammer, his fingers unconsciously tightening. Zhu Jue noticed this detail, crouched down, and locked eyes with Sato. Your sister, Yuriko, is still waiting for your return, isn't she? If you don't disclose the positions of the other squads, her life in the royal family of her nation may become unbearable. Sato's shoulders trembled slightly, yet he gritted his teeth. I don't know. Only Kane knows where Mark and Ivan are. Zhu Jue ceased his pressing inquiries, instead pulling out the spatial panel, which flickered with 2 new interference sources, one located in the northeast at Lee Village, the other in the southwest at Shattered Stone Town, both under 8 kilometers apart. It seemed they would reveal themselves without your prompting. No sooner had he spoken than a thunderous roar erupted from outside the tent. The first round of artillery bombardment had begun, shaking the very poles of the tent. Xiao Chun burst in. Commander, there's movement from the direction of Shattered Stone Town. It seems they are retreating towards Lee Village, fearing the bombardment. Zhu Jue rose to exit, mentally maneuvering several steel bars from the construction materials that had yet to be transported, perfect for erecting a temporary barrier. Zhang Yong, take a team to guard the interrogation point. The rest follow me to Lee Village. He sprinted through the snow toward the village, the zipper of his cold weather gear rattling in the wind. The spatial panel suddenly chimed, detected a decrease in energy fluctuations from the interference source. Suspected rapid depletion of portable device power. It's the portable jammer. Its energy consumption is nearly equivalent to a month's worth of usage in the town. A one-time use. Kane's voice echoed from the tent, laced with bitterness. You can't win. Ivan's laser gun still has half a bar of energy. Zhu Jue didn't look back. He already discerned their weakness. Lee Village lay ahead. The old locust tree at the entrance still hung with frozen corn. Yet the village was eerily silent, save for the echoes of the bombardment reverberating through the alleyways. Be cautious. There's movement on the rooftops. Xiao Chun suddenly shouted. Just as he finished speaking, a laser beam shot down from the roof, searing a black crater into the snow at Zhu Jue's feet. It was Ivan's Bear mercenary squad. Nikolai, clutching a specialized laser gun, lay concealed in a snowdrift on the roof. A faint blue mist emanating from the gun's muzzle. Capture him alive. Don't kill the mysterious man. Ivan's voice rang out from within the building. As several squad members charged out with rifles, bullets ricocheting off the barrier Zhu Jue had constructed with steel bars, ringing like chimes. Zhu Jue sidestepped behind the barrier, mentally maneuvering a concrete slab from the spatial realm, hurling it violently towards the rooftop. Nikolai quickly rolled to evade, his laser gun misfiring and instead piercing a hole in the adjacent earthen wall. We're running low on energy. Don't waste it. Ivan's voice carried urgency. And Zhu Jue glanced up to see Nikolai's laser gun scope beginning to flash red. Artillery Company. Coordinates 373N 1186E, requesting a second round of coverage. The communications officer shouted into the radio. Seizing the opportunity, Zhu Jue dashed out, military dagger in hand, lunging toward the doorway. Just as Ivan raised his gun, Zhu Jue blocked with scrap metal from the spatial realm, the dagger slicing toward Ivan's wrist, eliciting a pained scream as the laser gun clattered to the ground. Retreat. Run towards Shattered Stone Town. Ivan yanked Nikolai back into the alley, but after just 2 steps, the second wave of bombardment struck, shells landing at the village entrance. Snow and debris falling like a torrential downpour. One squad member, lagging behind, was buried under the rubble, only a frozen hand protruding. Zhu Jue did not pursue. He knew Mark's European squad remained in Shattered Stone Town, and the artillery bombardment continued. Blindly chasing them would only lead to a disadvantage. He picked up the laser gun Ivan had dropped, its body already cold, the scope utterly black. Indeed, the energy had been expended. Commander. News from the interrogation point. In the chaos, Kane attempted to escape, but was subdued by Team Zhang. They also found the switch for the portable jammer on him. Xiao Chun rushed over. Holding a palm-sized black device, its indicator light already extinguished. The technician reported that this contraption was out of power, just as Kane had described a one-time use. Zhu Jue took the jammer, squeezing it in his hand. This was the culprit behind the crash of 3 helicopters, now reduced to scrap. He gazed toward Shattered Stone Town, where the interference source on the spatial panel continued to shift. Mark's squad was still evading the bombardment, seeking opportunities to launch a surprise attack. Notify the artillery company to suspend bombardment on Shattered Stone Town. There may be refugees there. Zhu Jue instructed the communications officer, then turned back toward the village. The earlier gunfire had startled the refugees hiding in the basement. An elderly woman was peering through the door crack, her eyes filled with terror. Elderly lady, do not be afraid. We are the army of the Summer Nation, clearing out the enemies. Zhu Jue softened his tone, producing a bag of compressed biscuits from the spatial realm and handing it to her. The old woman accepted the biscuits, her hands trembling. Thank you, Commander. Those on the roof with guns capable of piercing walls terrified me. Zhu Jue nodded, fully aware that Mark's squad lurked in the shadows. After the bombardment was paused, they would certainly become more cautious. The next round of conflict would unfold in the narrower alleys of the town. He touched the white jade pendant in his palm. There remained ample construction materials and supplies in the spatial realm, enough to sustain them until Mark's squad exhausted their energy. Commander, Team Zhang inquired whether we should relocate Kane and Sato inland. It's too dangerous here, Xiao Chen asked. Zhu Jue shook his head. No need, they still have value. Mark and Ivan will undoubtedly come to rescue or silence them. We can send ambush. Snow began to fall again, blanketing the traces of the earlier skirmish. Yet the acrid scent of gunpowder and the charred odor of laser guns lingered in the air. Zhu Jue gazed intently toward Shattered Stone Town, a cold light flickering in his eyes. He could hardly wait to launch a counterattack. Once Mark's squad's laser guns ran out of energy, it would be their demise. Chapter 56, The Warehouse Hunt, Trapped Remnants. In the abandoned warehouse at the western edge of Lee Village, Mark was wrapping George's wounds with frozen strips of cloth. George had 2 broken ribs, coughing up phlegm mixed with blood, his lips turning purple. Captain, don't worry about me. We can't escape. Mark remained silent, merely stuffing the chocolate, a keepsake from his wife for their daughter Lily, into George's hands. Outside the warehouse, the aftershocks of the bombardment continued to make the snow on the roof tumble down. Pierre, holding binoculars, spoke with a tremor in his voice. The Summer Nation army has fortified positions to the east of the village. The mysterious people have surrounded the warehouse. We have no way out. The laser gun scope had long since gone dark, the energy completely depleted, leaving only a few rifles and 2 grenades. Mark pulled out a photo of his daughter, the image depicting Lily holding a paintbrush, her drawing of her father crooked and endearing. We still have a chance. He tucked the photo back in his coat, a fierce glimmer in his eyes. The mysterious people want captives, so we can use George as bait, get close to them, and then fight. Just as George opened his mouth to speak, the warehouse door was suddenly blown ajar by the wind, icy gusts spilling in alongside distant footsteps. Pierre hastily raised his rifle, aiming at the entrance, only to see an elderly man bundled in a thick cotton coat peering in. It was old Wong from Lee Village, clutching half a bag of frozen potatoes. Young men, don't hide. Commander, Zhu Jue, as people are outside, you should surrender. He doesn't kill captives. Mark's eyes brightened as he lunged forward, gripping old Wong's arm. Where is the commander? Take us to him, or I will kill you. Old Wong trembled in fear, the potatoes slipping from his grasp and rolling to Pierre's feet. Don't harm him. Zhu Jue's voice resonated from outside the warehouse, accompanied by the clattering sound of steel bars being moved as he constructed a barrier around the warehouse with his mind. Mark, your laser gun has no energy left. Resistance is futile. Where is Ivan? Mark dragged old Wong deeper into the warehouse, the rifle pressed against the old man's temple. Make your people pull back. Otherwise, I will kill him. He believed that Zhu Jue would eventually relent, yet he witnessed Zhu Jue raise his hand to signal Zhang Yang's men to halt. While he himself pressed forward through the snow, gripping the powerless custom laser gun. Your daughter Lily is still waiting for you at the Arc-Base nursery, isn't she? If you were to kill him, you would never see Lily again for the rest of your life. Mark's hand trembled. He had never disclosed his daughter's name to anyone. How could Zhu Jue possibly know? Did you investigate me? His voice quivered with panic as the barrel of his rifle wavered. Seizing the opportunity, Grandpa Wang pushed Mark's hand aside and dashed toward the warehouse exit. Zhu Jue swiftly reached out to steady him, mentally conjuring a cement slab to shield the elder from behind. Hurry back to the village. It's dangerous here. Kill him, Mark cried, his eyes ablaze with anger as the bait fled. Pierre, wielding his rifle, fired a shot that whizzed past Zhu Jue's ear, striking the steel barrier behind him and sending shards of ice flying. Zhu Jue sidestepped into the cover of the barrier, and with a mental command, several discarded car steel plates, previously collected as scrap, suddenly rose from the snow at the warehouse entrance, effectively blocking their exit and severing Mark's team's retreat. Zhang Yong, flank from the side. Be wary of their grenades. Zhu Jue shouted into the communicator as he drew out a military dagger and circled to the dilapidated window of the warehouse. The window was frozen over with a thick layer of ice, and he shattered the icy surface with his dagger, peering inside to find George slumped against the wall, unable to stand due to coughing, while Pierre was busy wrapping cloth around a grenade in a makeshift attempt to create a Molotov cocktail, and Mark was watching the entrance intently with his rifle raised. Bang! Zhang Yang's men fired from the warehouse's back door, bullets striking the doorframe. Pierre, startled, lost his grip, causing the incendiary grenade to tumble into the snow without detonating. Mark quickly pivoted to return fire, providing Zhu Jue with a chance to leap through the window, aiming his dagger at Mark's wrist. Mark reacted swiftly, raising his rifle to block the attack. The dagger grazed the stock, leaving a deep gash. For Lily, Mark howled, swinging his rifle toward Zhu Jue. Zhu Jue ducked to evade, delivering a powerful punch to Mark's abdomen, causing him to grunt and collapse into the snow, his rifle slipping from his grasp. Just as Pierre attempted to rush over to assist, he was met with the barrel of a gun pressed against his back by Zhang Yang's men. Don't move. George, observing the unfolding scene, coughed and said, Stop, we surrender. He reached into his pocket and produced a crumpled letter written by Thomas to his daughter. Still flecked with snow. Please give this to Lily and tell her father sorry. Zhu Jue accepted the letter, clenching it in his hand, a weight settling in his heart. He glanced at the subdued Mark, whose face was pressed into the snow, tears frozen on his cheek. I just want to see Lily again. She's only 5. She can't be without her father. Where's Ivan? Zhu Jue crouched down, locking eyes with Mark. Where did you last contact him? Mark hesitated, then offered a bitter smile. He ran toward the Black Wind Pass in the northwest, saying he needed to find the remaining disruptors to try capturing you again. Zhu Jue felt a tightening in his chest as he retrieved the spatial panel, which indeed flickered with a faint disruptor signal, located in the direction of the Black Wind Pass, less than 10 kilometers away. Disruptor energy extremely low, expected to deplete within 1 hour. Zhang Yong, take Mark and George back for interrogation. Keep a close watch on Kane and Sato, and ensure they don't escape. He rose, moving toward the exit, clutching Thomas's letter in his hand. Xiao Chun, come with me to the Black Wind Pass. We must pursue Ivan. Outside the warehouse, the snow continued to fall, reaching calf-deep. Zhu Jue pressed onward through the snow toward the Black Wind Pass, the collar of his cold weather gear coated in ice shards. He touched the jade pendant in his palm, and the spatial panel indicated that short-distance teleportation was still operational, within 500 meters, with a 2-second delay. But the terrain of the Black Wind Pass was treacherous, littered with frozen rocks that could obstruct any teleportation. Commander, Ivan's laser gun is out of energy. He only has conventional weapons left. Can we catch up? Xiao Chun panted behind him. Zhu Jue nodded, a cold gleam in his eyes. He won't escape. The portable disruptor is nearly depleted, and there are no places to hide in the Black Wind Pass. This time, we will eliminate every last remnant. In the distance, the artillery bombardment from the Summer Nation had ceased, leaving only a few drones circling low, searching for any remaining squads. Zhu Jue gazed toward the Black Wind Pass, fully aware that Ivan was the last one remaining. Capturing him would signal the end of this round of hunting. Yet, he did not forget that the spatial panel still displayed a vague energy response, possibly indicating the presence of other hidden squads. He pulled out his phone and sent a brief message to MOU. It's almost over. Wait for me to return for lamb soup. Without waiting for a reply, he quickened his pace. The wind at the Black Wind Pass grew fiercer, stinging his face as the snow whipped against him. Ivan's footprints lay ahead, like a trail of dark marks leading him toward the final confrontation. Chapter 57. The Perilous Black Wind Pass. A cornered beast's death struggle. The frigid winds of the Black Wind Pass struck like countless ice spikes, painfully battering his face. Zhu Jue followed Ivan's footprints forward. The snow barely reached his calves. And with each step, he had to clear the frozen rocks that were sharp enough to slice through his cold weather gear. In the distance, a few corpses of refugees lay frozen in the ice crevices, their arms dangling limply like withered branches. "Commander!" Ivan's footprints head toward that pile of rocks. Xiao Chun pointed ahead, his voice barely audible over the howling wind. The sleeves of his cold weather gear had been torn by the rocks, revealing his frostbitten wrist. His grip on the rifle was tight, knuckles turning white. Just moments ago, while traversing an ice crevice, he had nearly tripped over a snare left by Ivan. Narrowly avoided thanks to Zhu Jue's timely intervention with a steel bar from his spatial storage. Zhu Jue raised a hand to signal Xiao Chun a halt, pulling out the spatial panel, which indicated that the disruptor signal was growing weaker, remaining energy below 10, expected to fail completely in 20 minutes. He focused on the rocky pile, anxiety creeping in. Ivan was out of a laser gun and only had a rifle and 2 grenades left. He would certainly use the terrain to set traps. Sure enough, as they approached the rock pile, a cracking sound echoed, the sound of ice breaking. Zhu Jue swiftly grasped Xiao Chen's arm, pulling him back just in time. A massive stone near Xiao Chen's feet suddenly tilted, revealing an unfathomably deep ice crevice below. Had they been a second late, one of them would have fallen in. Thinking of hiding? It won't be that easy. Ivan's voice boomed from behind the rock pile, followed by a grenade thrown in their direction, rolling several times in the snow before the fuse began to spark. Zhu Jue instantly summoned a cement block from his spatial storage. A half-meter thick slab crashed down beside the grenade, producing a deafening explosion. The shrapnel was deflected by the cement slab, leaving only a few fragments to lightly scratch Zhu Jue's cold weather gear. Xiao Chun flanked to the left of the rock pile. "Watch for the ice crevice," Zhu Jue whispered urgently, then picked up a frozen stone and hurled it toward Ivan's direction. The stone struck the rocks, creating a loud clamor. And as expected, Ivan fired in response, the bullet striking the spot where Zhu Jue had just stood, sending icy debris flying. Seizing the moment, Zhu Jue dashed to the right, his military dagger reversed in his grip. He spotted Ivan crouched behind a large boulder, his rifle trained to the left, his back exposed. But after only 2 steps, the spatial panel abruptly displayed a warning. Close-range trap detected, triggered ice spike array. He quickly halted, glancing down to see several steel bars wrapped in ice peeking through the snow, their tips sharpened. Stepping on them would puncture the soles of his boots. "Mustaios, man, aren't you quite the fighter? Why don't you come out here?" Ivan shouted from behind the rock, his face twisted with madness. "My mother is still waiting for me to return. If you want to let me live, I want to let you live either." He abruptly raised his rifle, aiming at 3 refugees hiding in a nearby rock crevice, those he had seen earlier while passing by. "Tell your people to back off, otherwise I will kill them." Among the refugees was a little girl, terrified, clinging to her mother's leg and crying, while the mother desperately covered her child's mouth, tears frozen on her face. Zhu Jue's fists clenched. He had not anticipated Ivan would resort to using refugees as hostages. Previously, in the Northwest Plains, Ivan had killed herders for supplies. Now, in a desperate bid for survival, he had sunk to an all-time low. "Let them go, and I'll let you leave." Zhu Jue lowered his voice, advancing slowly while concealing the dagger behind him. "You cannot capture me, and the Ark base will not provide your mother with fuel. However, the Xian Nation can supply her with a respirator, provided you release them." Ivan's hand trembled, a flicker of hesitation crossing his eyes. He recognized the truth in Zhu Jue's words. Yet, Chelsea's threat echoed in his ears. If the mysterious individual eluded capture, his mother's respirator would cease to function. Gritting his teeth, he suddenly fired, the bullet narrowly missing the little girl and striking the frozen ground. "Don't deceive me. If I let them go, you will surely apprehend me." At that moment, Xiao Chun emerged from the left side of the rocky outcrop, rifle raised, aiming at Ivan's back. "Drop your weapon. Otherwise, I will shoot." As Ivan turned, Zhu Jue seized the opportunity to manipulate a steel rod in the space around him, striking forcefully at Ivan's wrist. With a loud clang, Ivan's rifle fell into the snow, and he let out a cry of agony as his wrist twisted at an unnatural angle. "Run!" Zhu Jue shouted to the refugees, while the mother quickly sheltered the little girl in the crevice of a rock. Seeing the hostages flee, Ivan, eyes reddened, retrieved the last grenade, pulled the pin, and hurled it towards Zhu Jue. "We'll die together." Zhu Jue's heart raced. The distance was too close to evade. Suddenly, he recalled the short-range teleportation ability. His mind locking onto the rocks behind Ivan, teleportation initiated 2-second delay. Those 2 seconds felt like an eternity as the grenade fizzed ominously at his feet, allowing him to discern the sparks on the fuse. With a hum, Zhu Jue's figure vanished from the spot, reappearing beside the rocks behind Ivan. The grenade exploded, sending snow and debris crashing against the rocks, and Ivan was thrown back by the shockwave, landing heavily on the ice, blood spilling from his mouth. Zhu Jue rushed forward. Stepping on Ivan's chest, the dagger pressed against his throat. "Ivan, you have lost." Ivan coughed up blood, his eyes filled with reluctance, his hand reaching into his clothes. Zhu Jue bent down to retrieve a crumpled photograph, depicting an elderly woman wearing a respirator, her face radiating warmth and kindness. "I will never see her again." Zhu Jue's hand paused, then shoved the photograph back into Ivan's embrace. "The Xian Nation will find a respirator for your mother, provided you cooperate with the interrogation regarding the Ark base." He called out to Xiao Chun, "Come help, tie him up." Xiao Chun rushed over, pulling out rope from his backpack, but just as he was about to bind Ivan, a red alert suddenly popped up on the space panel. "Weak, unknown, energy source detected. Located 15 kilometers northwest of the Black Wind Pass. Specific location cannot be pinpointed." Zhu Jue's heart sank. This was not Ivan's disruptor, but a new energy response, indicating that the previous vague signal was not an illusion. "Commander, what is wrong?" Xiao Chun noticed Zhu Jue's grim expression. Zhu Jue shook his head and pointed at Ivan. "First, let's take him back. Zhang Yang's team should be arriving soon." He gazed northwest, with a cold wind whipped snowflakes, obscuring his vision. Yet he understood that a new threat lurked there, and the Ark base likely had more than just these 5 squads deployed. At that moment, the distant roar of vehicles approached. Reinforcements led by Zhang Yong had arrived, the truck's headlights piercing the darkness, casting a beam of light across the snowy expanse. Zhu Jue helped Ivan to his feet. Blood continued to flow from Ivan's wrist, yet he no longer struggled, his gaze fixated on the photograph. Silent tears falling into the snow, quickly freezing into tiny ice pellets. "Commander, we have results. Kane has the encrypted chip from the Ark base. The technicians are cracking it." Zhang Yong approached, a black chip in hand. Furthermore, the Central Command reported that the energy beam from Area 51 in M country had weakened again, suggesting a failure in nuclear supply. Zhu Jue took the chip, feeling its weight in his palm, the Ark emblem engraved upon it, identical to that on the laser gun. He turned his attention to the northwest, where the energy indicators on the space panel continued to flicker. "Let's return to the interrogation point, decode the chip, and uncover the true intentions of the Ark base." The snow continued to fall, and the biting winds of the Black Wind Pass subsided. Zhu Jue trudged back through the snow, followed by Xiao Chun and the bound Ivan, the distant truck headlights resembling warm beacons. He pulled out his phone. "Messaging MOU. We VE captured the last one. Soon we can return and enjoy lamb soup." MOU's reply came swiftly. "I'll be waiting. The soup is still hot, and Yazzie has also prepared some ribs." Zhu Jue smiled at the message, feeling the earlier battle's exhaustion fade. As long as he could return to see them, he would traverse any perilous path. Little did he know, behind the rocky pile northwest of the Black Wind Pass, a figure clad in black winter gear was observing their departure through binoculars, the voice of Chelsea crackling through the communicator. The mysterious individual's strength exceeds expectations. Initiate the contingency plan and prepare the Shadow team. Chapter 58. Secrets of the Chip, Shadow Blade Assault. Inside the temporary tent at the interrogation point, the scent of coal, smoke mingled with gunpowder in the warm air, swirling about. Technician Xiao Li's fingers danced rapidly across the laptop keyboard. The progress bar for decrypting the encrypted chip stuck at 98. Beside him lay Kane's specialized laser gun, its Ark emblem glinting coldly under the light. "Commander, it's almost complete. The chip conceals the core data of the Ark base." Xiao Li's voice brimmed with excitement, beads of sweat trickling down his cheeks. Just as they reached a crucial point in the decryption, a sudden gust of wind whipped through the tent, nearly tearing the generator's wires apart. Fortunately, Zhu Jue had secured them with iron wire from the space. Zhu Jue stood at the center of the tent, clutching Ivan's photograph, while Zhang Yong reported. Kane confessed. He said the Shadow team is the Ark base S elite, equipped 10 times better than them, utilizing silent weapons specifically for extermination. The previous 5 squads were merely decoys. He summoned the space panel, the unknown energy source still flickering in the northwest. Energy intensity moderate, suspected new portable disruptor, unable to penetrate shield. Suddenly, the laptop emitted a soft beep. The decryption progress bar jumped to 100. Xiao Li stared at the screen, his face paling. "Commander, there are predictions of extreme heat data ahead of our estimates by 10 days. Moreover, the Ark base is researching the replication of spatial abilities. They intend to extract your spatial genes." Zhu Jue's heart sank. No wonder Chelsea was willing to deploy nuclear power disruptors and even send the Shadow team. This was not merely an attempt to capture him, but to seize his spatial abilities. just as he was about to instruct Xiao Li to transmit the data to the central command. A soft pop resonated from outside the tent, the sound of a silenced bullet piercing the fabric, followed by a muffled grunt from a soldier guarding the entrance. Collapsing in the snow, a bloody hole in his forehead, still emitting steam. It's the shadow team. Zhang Yong swiftly drew his sidearm, shouting at the tent flap, "Everyone, be on alert. Protect the technicians." Zhu Jue immediately summoned thick steel plates from the space, 3 plates clanging into place around the tent, forming a protective barrier. Just as they shielded against a second silenced bullet, a rustling sound came from above, the sound of someone climbing the tent, using specialized ice claws, without making sound. Xiao Li, transmit the data to the central command, quickly. Zhu Jue thrust the laptop into Xiao Li's hands, grabbing a military dagger, aiming for the tent's weak point. At the moment the dagger pierced the canvas, a shadow leapt down from above, a silent submachine gun aimed at Zhu Jue's chest, the muzzle equipped with a suppressor. Zhu Jue sidestepped, the dagger slashing towards the shadow's wrist, but the specially designed cold-weather suit deflected it, the material akin to metal, leaving only a shallow mark. The shadow did not linger, pivoting to lunge toward Xiao Li, intent on destroying the computer. Zhang Yong hastily fired, the bullet striking the shadow's back but ricocheting off, leaving only a white mark. It's bulletproof, cold-weather gear. Aim for the helmet. Zhu Jue shouted, simultaneously directing a steel rod from the space to fly toward the shadow's head. The shadow reacted swiftly, ducking just in time as the steel rod zipped past, striking the tent pole and causing snow to tumble down from the tent's roof. Xiao Li huddled beside the heater, clutching the computer, fingers still typing. Data transmitted. The central command responded swiftly. Let us safeguard the data. The drones and artillery will arrive within 5 minutes. No sooner had the words left his mouth than something suddenly latched onto the steel plate of the tent. Zhu Jue looked up to see a silver device on the wrist of a shadowy figure, emitting a faint blue light. Space panel alert. Magnetic adhesion device detected. The steel plate is about to be lifted. Xiao Chun, use a grenade to destroy their adhesion device. Zhu Jue shouted as he lunged toward the shadow, gripping his dagger with the blade reversed, aiming for the gap in the opponent's helmet. The shadow attempted to retreat, yet was held at bay by Zhang Yong's pistol, forced to raise their submachine gun and sweep it across, bullets ricocheting off the steel plate, leaving a myriad of pockmarks. Boom! Xiao Chen's grenade detonated outside the tent, and the blue glow of the magnetic adhesion device vanished in an instant, causing the steel plate to clatter to the snowy ground. Seizing the opportunity, Zhu Jue pounced, driving his dagger through the gap beneath the shadow's helmet. The shadow let out a muffled groan, collapsing to the ground, convulsing a few times before lying still. There are 2 more shadows outside the tent. A soldier shouted from the side. Almost at once, a laser beam shot through a hole in the tent fabric. Not from the specialized laser gun they had encountered before, but a finer laser beam that pierced through the metal of the heater, causing coal to tumble onto the snow. Zhu Jue quickly retrieved the shell of a scrap car from his spatial storage, holding it in the direction of the laser fire. The beam struck the shell, instantly burning a small hole, but failing to penetrate through. A new type of laser dagger. Its energy is weaker than the previous weapon, yet more agile. He exclaimed into his communicator, Artillery Company. Coordinates 371 in 1183 E. Request covering fire. The drones have arrived. They are currently scanning for the shadow's positions. Came the response from the radio. Almost immediately, the distant hum of drones filled the air, their searchlights sweeping across the snow to reveal 2 retreating shadows, clad in the same black winter gear. Their laser daggers emitting a faint blue mist. Think you can escape? Zhu Jue lifted the steel plate, stepping onto the snow to chase after them. He summoned several iron wires from his spatial storage, casting them like a net toward the shadows. One wire ensnared the ankle of a shadow, causing it to stumble. Xiao Chun seized the moment to fire, the bullet striking the shadow's helmet. Although it did not penetrate, it disoriented the foe. The other shadow, seeing its companion ensnared, turned and severed the wire with its laser dagger, pulling its ally to flee northwest. Just as Zhu Jue was about to pursue, the spatial panel suddenly notified him. The light beam of Area 51 has completely disappeared. Global interference has failed. Short-range teleportation has resumed normal operations, with no delays. Elated, he locked onto the fleeing shadow. Teleportation activated. In the next moment, he found himself behind the shadow, his dagger pressed against its throat. Don't move. The shadow suddenly produced a grenade from its pocket, pulling the pin and tossing it onto the snow. Yet it was not a lethal grenade, but a smoke bomb, releasing a thick cloud of white smoke. By the time the smoke cleared, both shadows had vanished into the frozen woods, leaving behind a silver badge inscribed with the word shadow. Stop pursuing them. They have an alternate evacuation route. Zhang Yong rushed over, clutching the badge. The Central Command just informed us that Area 51's nuclear power has been completely cut off and the interference device has failed. Your spatial teleportation has returned to normal. Zhu Jue pulled out his spatial panel, noting the alert had changed to spatial functions fully restored. Normal teleportation available. No interference. He sighed in relief. Glancing back at the interrogation tent, where Xiao Li was packing up the computer, soldiers were carrying away their injured comrades. And the bloodstains in the snow were gradually covered by fresh flakes. What about Cain and Ivan? Zhu Jue suddenly recalled the two captives. Zhang Yong quickly replied. They are in the inner tent. The shadow team attempted to blow it up to eliminate them, but we blocked it with steel plates. They were terrified, and Cain even expressed a desire to provide more intelligence about the Ark base, pleading for our protection. Entering the inner tent, Zhu Jue found Cain huddled in a corner, his face pale. Upon seeing Zhu Jue, he hurriedly crawled over. Sir, I know the location of the Ark base. It is deep within the Sierra Nevada mountains of M country. I also know the time of the next attack from the shadow team. They will strike when you are transporting the last batch of supplies. Ivan sat nearby, clutching a photo of his mother, looking up at Zhu Jue. I can help you too. I know the weaknesses of the Ark base's energy system. If we cut off their backup power, all their equipment will be paralyzed. Zhu Jue regarded the two men, understanding that they were merely seeking to save their own lives. Yet their information could potentially assist the Xia country in its preparations. He took out his phone and messaged MOU. The interference device is gone. Space has returned to normal. The last batch of supplies will be transported tomorrow. We will definitely be able to return for mutton soup. MOU replied swiftly, including a photo. Yako was simmering ribs, with Zhou Qi assisting beside her. Steam rising from the pot. Zhu Jue gazed at the photo, a slight smile creeping onto his lips. Although the threat from the shadow team lingered, space had been restored. And with the support of the Xia country's army and the Central Command, he was confident in securing the supplies and returning alive. Outside the tent, the drones continued to hover, and the distant sound of artillery bombardment echoed, clearing the remnants left by the shadow team. Zhu Jue examined the silver badge, inscribed with the word shadow under the light, noting a series of numbers etched on the back. 0715. Resembling the date of the next attack. He handed the badge to Zhang Yong. Investigate the significance of these numbers. Additionally, for tomorrow's supply transport, double the troop strength. The shadow team will surely come. As the snow continued to fall, the heater in the tent roared back to life, the acrid smell of coal smoke gradually dissipating. Zhu Jue stared at the data on the Ark base displayed on the screen, his fingers gently tapping on the table. The shadow team was poised to strike, and the final transport would undoubtedly be a fierce battle, but he was ready. Chapter 59. The Power Struggle in Shadows over Port City. In the virtual hall of the Global Satellite Conference, the holographic projections of national leaders floated under the cold light. Director Li of the Xia country pointed at the screen, where the extreme heat forecast extracted from the chip magnified, the red wave of heat covering half of Asia. The words indicating a 10-day advance before eruption glaring painfully to the eye. Adjacent to it was a scanned report of the Ark base's spatial gene extraction experiments. M country representative, is this what you call cold-resistant equipment? Director Li's voice dripped with coldness, accusing M country of using nuclear-powered interference devices to hunt down their mysterious figure, Zhu Jue, while attempting to replicate spatial abilities. Now, with the extreme heat arriving early, do you intend for the world to pay for the ambitions of the Ark base? Johnson, the representative from M country, broke into a cold sweat, his fingers gripping the table edge until they turned white. This is fabricated. The Ark base is merely a regular research project, he stammered, but before he could finish, the holographic projection of the Bear Emperor leaned forward, his knuckles drumming on the virtual table with a resounding thud. Fabricated? Our reconnaissance aircraft has just captured images of the underground entrance in the Sierra Nevada mountains, where the laser defense systems are more advanced than your aircraft carriers. If you dare to lie again, our strategic missiles will target that location. The EU representative, Macron, cleared his throat lightly, appearing neutral, yet discreetly sent a coded message to Director Li of the Xia country, revealing the concealed coordinates of M country's nuclear submarines in the East China Sea. M country needed to provide an explanation to the world. He glanced at Johnson, emphasizing that the early onset of extreme heat concerned everyone's survival. The Ark base must disclose its data and accept international supervision. On the opposite side of the conference table, the representative from Vietnam shrank back, not daring to raise his head. Half an hour prior, the Secretary of State from M country had threatened that if they did not cooperate to restrain the Xia country's border, their cold resistance material aid would be cut off. Yet now, witnessing the Bear's nuclear button box and the Xia nation's space weapon deployment diagram, He lacked even the courage to defend M country. In the dark web of the virtual hall, nations were in constant motion. The Bear's reconnaissance aircraft had arrived over M country's Area 51, transmitting images showing the base dismantling the remnants of the interference device. The EU discreetly sent the energy distribution map of the ARC base to the Xia country's central command, while Kangaroo country quietly withdrew its joint military exercise troops from the Xia country as border. None wished to confront the Xia country, which possessed spatial abilities. Before the extreme heat arrived, in the Xia country central command S operations room, a large screen was simultaneously displaying the satellite conference footage. Commander Zhang pointed to the three-dimensional map of Fuzhou port, his voice resonating with authority. 3 artillery battalions have been deployed, along with 20 drones, to safeguard the transport routes. Space-based weaponry is targeted at the coordinates of the M nation's nuclear submarines. Should the Shadow Squad dare to make a move, we shall unleash a saturation bombardment. At that moment, the technician Xiao Li raised his hand, and the screen displayed the decryption results for 0715. Commander, the transport date is tomorrow. The Shadow Squad intends to strike at Fuzhou port. On the dock of Fuzhou port, Zhu Jue was meticulously cataloging the final batch of supplies. 80,000 heat-resistant panels, 500,000 winter coats, and urgently needed compressed biscuits for the displaced. A small boy, dressed in a torn cotton coat, tugged at his tactical jacket, holding out a half-frozen bun. "Uncle, can you spare a coat for my mother?" she asked, freezing. Zhu Jue bent down, producing a new winter coat and 2 bags of biscuits from his spatial storage. "Give these to your mother. Tomorrow, come with us to the Morning Star Central. There will be hot porridge." The boy's mother approached, leaning on a wooden stick, her frozen hands clutching a cloth bag containing the child's textbooks. "Thank you, Commander. We've been fleeing with the displaced. Many have succumbed to the cold along the way. Without your help, we wouldn't have survived to this day." Zhu Jue gazed at the line of displaced individuals in the distance, his heart heavy, with the extreme heat arriving 10 days early. These people must be relocated to the safe zone within 5 days. The final transport could not afford any mishaps. With a thought, he made the supplies vanish into the spatial realm, leaving only traces of ice on the ground. The teleportation function was fully restored, capable of accurately locating even the Morning Star Central 10 kilometers away. Zhang Yong rushed over, clutching the latest intelligence on the Shadow Squad. Kane has revealed that the Shadow Squad consists of 5 members, armed with silent sniper rifles and ice claws, capable of lying in wait for 12 hours in sub-zero conditions. Their objective is to destroy the supplies and capture you. At the ARC base in the Huada Mountains of M country, Chelsea was shouting at the holographic map. On the screen, the artillery battalions of Xia country had already fortified Fuzhou port, and the light beams from space-based weaponry enveloped Area 51. The previously threatening Vietnam had only dared to send a few patrols to the border, not willing to truly engage Xia's military. Useless. He shattered his coffee cup in frustration, shouting into the communicator, "Shadow Squad, change plans. First, blow up Xia's drone base, then capture the mysterious individual." The voice of the Shadow Squad leader, Phantom, came through the communicator, cold and mechanical. "Understood. We are lying in wait in the abandoned warehouse at Fuzhou port. The weapons are calibrated, ready for tomorrow as transport." Chelsea ended the communication and moved to the window, watching the snow continue to fall. Yet he knew that when the extreme heat arrived, this snow would turn into a deluge. Only by mastering spatial capabilities could one survive in this apocalyptic world. As night deepened at Fuzhou port, Zhu Jue stood under the lighthouse, gazing at the distant sea. Suddenly, a prompt appeared on his spatial panel. "Weak thermal signal detected. Located in the direction of the abandoned warehouse. Suspected human body temperature. Strong shielding and camouflage." He gripped his military dagger tightly and said to Zhang Yong, "The Shadow Squad has arrived. During the transport tomorrow, have the drones sweep the warehouse first. We must not give them the chance to ambush." Zhang Yong nodded and turned to arrange the defenses. Zhu Jue pulled out his phone and sent a message to MOU. "I'll be back tomorrow. Please leave me a bowl of lamb soup, and check the heat resistance equipment list for Yako." Montaki replied swiftly, sending a short video of Zhou Qi adding coal to the heater, while Yako reviewed the list. In the corner of the screen, a bowl of steaming lamb soup sat invitingly. Zhu Jue watched the video, a smile creeping onto his lips. The sea breeze, carrying snowflakes, swept past him as he felt the warmth of the jade pendant in his palm, the spatial capabilities restored. The armies of Xia were prepared. Even if the Shadow Squad proved cunning, he would protect the supplies, safeguard the displaced waiting to be relocated, and return to the fortress to savor that bowl of hot soup. In the distant abandoned warehouse, the leader of the Shadow Squad, Phantom, was adjusting his silent sniper rifle. The number 0715 glimmered faintly on his helmet under the night vision scope, and the arc emblem on the stock reflected the determination in his eyes. Tomorrow marked the day he would acquire the spatial gene and enter the main chamber of the Arkansas. Chapter 60. The sudden onslaught of extreme heat and the pandemic of corpses. As the morning light of Fuzhou port pierced through the clouds, Zhu Jue's hand just grazed the icy shell of the final batch of supplies when he heard a whizzing sound. A silenced bullet whizzed past his ear, embedding itself in a nearby shipping container, leaving a deep hole. Shadow Squad. On the warehouse rooftop, Zhang Yong's shout had barely faded when 20 drones simultaneously ascended, their searchlights locking onto the high ground of the abandoned warehouse. Zhu Jue concentrated, sending 3 steel bars soaring towards the rooftop, and with a clang, a shadow fell from the roof, dropping his silent sniper rifle into the snow. Before he could rise, Xiao Qin's rifle pressed against his temple. There are 4 more. Behind the containers on the east side of the dock, Xiao Li's voice crackled through the radio as he tracked the thermal signals of the Shadow Squad via satellite. Zhu Jue pivoted and dashed eastward. The spatial panel flickered with light as he teleported to the top of a container. Looking down, he saw 4 shadows cutting the locks of the supply boxes with laser daggers. Inside were the urgently needed compressed biscuits for the displaced. Planning to destroy the supplies? Have you consulted me first? Zhu Jue's dagger sliced through the wrist of the foremost shadow, causing the laser dagger to clatter to the ground. Without waiting for a reaction, he kicked the shadow into the container, causing the boxes of biscuits to topple and bury half of him. The remaining 3 shadows attempted to flee, but were quickly surrounded by arriving soldiers. The leader, Phantom, was about to pull out a grenade when Zhu Jue exerted his spatial control, pinning his arm with a steel plate, rendering him immobile. Press down and thoroughly interrogate the backup plans of the Ark base. Zhu Jue brushed the snow from his hands, just as he intended to notify Xiao Li to initiate transport. Suddenly, he felt a surge of heat on his face. Not the warmth from his cold weather gear, but a tangible wave of heat rushing in from the sea, enveloped in damp winds, starkly contrasting with the previous chill. Commander, the temperature is rising. From 30 to 0, the thermometer in Xiao Qin's hand beeped incessantly, the numbers climbing higher. It had only been 5 minutes, an increase of 30 degrees. Zhu Jue's heart sank. The extreme heat had arrived ahead of schedule, and with ferocity, he raised his gaze to the sea, where the ice was visibly melting at an alarming rate, the cracking sounds echoing with the waves. The frozen corpses along the shore began to thaw, some floating to the surface, while others were trapped in cracks of ice, their swollen limbs bobbing with the tide, sending shivers down the spine. The flood is coming. Quickly organize the displaced to move to higher ground. Zhu Jue shouted into the radio, simultaneously activating his spatial abilities to store the 50,000 winter coats and 80,000 heat-resistant panels that had yet to be transported. The flood could not wash away the supplies. Zhang Yong was already rushing towards the displaced crowd, his voice urgent through the loudspeaker. Everyone, run to the small hill behind. Leave your belongings. Your lives are the priority. Panic ensued among the displaced. Some clutched their children as they surged toward higher ground, while others attempted to return for their belongings, only to be firmly restrained by soldiers. The small boy who had asked for a winter coat was tightly held by his mother, their cloth bag dropping into the snow, quickly soaking in the melting snowmelt. Zhu Jue rushed over, picked up the textbook, stowed it in his spatial storage, then lifted the small boy. I'll carry you. The temperature continued to rise, now reaching 10 degrees, as the accumulated snow along the shore began to melt in large swathes. The floods surged down the slope of the dock, submerging their ankles, while the frozen corpses were pushed ever closer, some even colliding with the soldiers' legs. Pandemic prevention team, hurry and come to disinfect. Zhang Yong shouted into the radio. Soon, personnel clad in protective gear arrived, carrying disinfectant sprays, dousing the water and frozen corpses with disinfectant. The acrid scent overwhelmed the stench of decay. Commander, the Central Command reports that the extreme heat will rise to 30 degrees within 24 hours, and coastal cities will be submerged by floods. We must expedite the evacuation while simultaneously preparing for the pandemic caused by the corpses. Xiao Li's voice trembled with urgency. His protective suit was already soaked with sweat. Also, there's movement at the Ark base. Chelsea seems to be relocating towards the South Pole, claiming it's to avoid the flood. Zhu Jue stood atop a high ground, observing as the flood gradually engulfed the dock. The epidemic control personnel toiled in the water, dealing with frozen corpses, some of which had begun to decompose, necessitating prompt cremation to prevent the proliferation of bacteria. With a mere thought, he summoned gasoline from the spatial realm, pouring it over the gathered frozen bodies before igniting a lighter. The flames erupted instantly, casting a crimson glow across the sky and alleviating the panic among the displaced populace. Xiao Chun, maintain your vigil here. Continue with disinfection and the incineration of the remains. Zhu Jue handed a small boy to his mother, then addressed Zhang Yong. We must transport the refugees to the Morning Star Hub via spatial transfer. Quickly, he closed his eyes, mentally locking onto the coordinates of the Morning Star Hub. A brilliant flash emanated from the spatial panel, and the first batch of 500 refugees vanished in an instant. Once the spatial transfer function was restored, mass relocation became remarkably effortless. The shadows of the Spectre squad were confined within a makeshift tent on the high ground, their pallid faces reflecting the chaos outside, with floodwaters and flames surrounding them. The intense heat has truly arrived. Chelsea deceived us, claiming the Ark base could withstand the flood. Yet he had long intended to abandon us. Zhu Jue entered the tent. Clutching the Ark base map he had confiscated from one of them. Is the coordinate for Antarctica genuine? It is, came the reply, the Spectre's shoulders slumping. I must go to Antarctica to activate the Ark's main chamber. Only by obtaining your spatial genes can I unlock it. Zhu Jue refrained from further inquiry and exited the tent. Antarctica might indeed hold the key to finding his parents, but for now, he had to ensure the safety of these refugees and address the chaos wrought by the flood and epidemic. The temperature had risen to 15 degrees, and the floodwaters had submerged a significant portion of the dock. The epidemic control personnel continued their arduous tasks, flames consuming the frozen cadavers while refugees were transported in batches to the Morning Star Hub, their expressions gradually shifting from terror to relief. Zhu Jue watched the last group of refugees dissolve into the brilliance of the spatial light, exhaling a sigh of relief. He extracted his phone to message MOU. The final batch of supplies and refugees has been transferred. The intense heat has arrived, and the flood has inundated Fuzhou port. I must attend to epidemic control and may return later. MOU's response was swift, accompanied by a photograph. Yazzie was organizing heat-resistant equipment in the spatial realm, while Zhou Qi was nearby preparing mung bean soup. The caption read, "We await your return. The mung bean soup is cooling, and the heat-resistant equipment is all set. Please take care." A smile tugged at the corners of Zhu Jue's mouth as he gazed at the photo. The flood continued to rise, the flames still crackling, and the epidemic control efforts persisted. Yet, he knew that as long as he safeguarded these people and their supplies, no matter how fierce the heat or how overwhelming the flood, they could endure. In the distance, the silhouette of an American nuclear submarine gradually faded from view. Chelsea had fled southward, but Zhu Jue was acutely aware that once he addressed the situation here, he too would venture to Antarctica in search of his parents and the Ark base to definitively resolve this apocalyptic crisis. Chapter 61. The flood devours the city. Multitudes of dust float. The streets of Wenzhou port had transformed into a murky torrent, the 30-degree heat wave enveloping him with humidity akin to a layer of oil. Zhu Jue stood atop the roof of the temporary transfer point, observing the energy bar on the spatial panel. Having just transported 5 agricultural experts to the Morning Star Hub, it had consumed energy equivalent to 100 pounds of gold. The panel indicated, batch personnel energy consumption geometrically doubles. Current reserves only support the transfer of 12 core talents. He clenched his fists, the grim scene below piercing his vision like needles, yet he could only bear witness. "Daddy, help me." A boy's cries echoed from the floodwaters. Zhu Jue looked down to see a man in work attire tearing his jacket into strips, tightly binding his wife and son to a floating door panel. "Hold on, don't let go." The man's voice rasped as the waters rose to his chest, pushing the door panel toward the transfer point. Suddenly, a wave surged forth, capsizing the panel. The man pressed his son down onto it, yet he was swept away by the torrent, leaving only a final plea to care for his child before vanishing in the murky depths. The wife clung to the door panel, weeping until she lost consciousness, while the boy's small hand reached desperately toward the direction of his father's disappearance. Zhu Jue's eyes tightened. Just as he prepared to summon a life preserver from the spatial realm, he witnessed a man in a suit on the opposite rooftop abruptly push his daughter into the flood. "Get down! You're taking up space." The man's shout was jarring. The little girl floundered in the water, crying out for her father, while he turned to seize an elderly person's life raft, rowing away alone. The elderly individual trembled with rage, cursing the man's retreating figure while glancing at the medicine bottle in his arms, meant for his bedridden spouse, who had now been swept away by the flood. After a moment of silence, the elderly man suddenly smiled, climbed to the edge of the rooftop, spread his arms, and jumped, the splash quickly consumed by the relentless waters. "Commander, refugees are raiding the supply trucks to the west." Xiao Chen's shout jolted Zhu Jue from his thoughts. He turned to the west, where 3 trucks laden with compressed biscuits were surrounded by a throng of refugees. Some hurled stones at the windows, while others climbed aboard to seize food. The soldiers guarding the truck shouted, "Don't steal. Everyone will have their share." But their cries fell on deaf ears. Suddenly, a refugee brandished a kitchen knife at a soldier, forcing the soldier to fire, and the refugee collapsed into the flood, blood quickly diluted. The remaining refugees panicked, scattering. Some fell into the water, while others were apprehended by the arriving soldiers. Zhu Jue descended from the rooftop and joined the migrating crowd. There were no shortcuts through spatial transfer. Ordinary people could only rely on their feet to walk toward the Morningstar hub. The line stretched like a dragon, moving through ankle-deep water. At the forefront was an elderly woman with a wooden cane, cradling a cloth bag containing her grandson's ashes. Each few steps she coughed, her complexion ghostly pale. Suddenly, the woman swayed and collapsed into the water. Nearby, someone attempted to assist her, but was pulled back by a companion. "Don't touch. Be careful of the plague." Soon, the recovery team arrived, using hooks to drag the woman to the roadside makeshift cremation pile, stacking her with others who had fallen, dousing them in gasoline before igniting the flames. Black smoke billowed as the migrating crowd continued onward, no one glancing back. Only the sound of silent footsteps and the crackle of burning fabric resonating in the air. "Hurry! A child has been swept away." A soldier's shout pierced the air nearby. Zhu Jue rushed over to see 5 soldiers charging into the flood, where a little girl was trapped between a broken wall, the water nearly reaching her neck. The soldiers formed a human chain, inching toward the wall. Just as they grasped the girl's hand, a larger wave crashed down, severing the chain, and the 5 soldiers were instantly swept away, leaving only the girl to be pulled back by a nearby soldier. The girl cried out, "Thank you, uncle," while the 5 soldiers' figures faded from view. Zhu Jue paused, gazing at the floating furniture, corpses, and the distant refugees scrambling for food, the silent procession, and the burning pyre. Memories of a past life flooded back, a time before the spatial realm, when he could only run alongside the refugees. Witnessing those around him perish from hunger, cold, or drowning, powerless to intervene. In this life, with the spatial realm at his disposal, enabling the transport of supplies and core talents, he still could not save everyone, still had to watch as the duality of human nature unraveled amidst the floodwaters. "Commander, it's time to transfer the last batch of researchers." Shally approached, holding a list detailing experts researching heat-resistant crops, the future hope for rebuilding Xia country. Zhu Jue nodded, following Xiao to the temporary transfer point. As they passed the little girl who had just been rescued, she was being cradled by a soldier, clutching the compressed biscuits he had given her. Upon seeing Zhu Jue, the girl raised the biscuit. "Uncle, have some." Zhu Jue knelt down, gently ruffling her hair. "You eat." "Uncle isn't hungry." As he stood, he noticed in the distance that the life raft of the man who had pushed his daughter into the water had capsized. He was struggling in the flood, yet no one came to his aid, slowly sinking beneath the surface. The spatial panel illuminated once more. And Zhu Jue gazed at the message, his throat tightening. He understood that this was not a time for sorrow. The flood continued to rise. The oppressive heat persisted, and the Ark Base in Antarctica awaited his return. He needed to hasten back to the Morningstar Central to organize supplies and prepare for the next course of action. The migration was still silently progressing. The flames of the pyres still blazed, and the tragic scenes in the floodwaters continued unabated. Zhu Jue turned and walked heavily toward the Morningstar Central, each step laden with gravity. The same narrative unfolded everywhere. Lu Chang hoisted his daughter, Lun Yin, onto his shoulder. The floodwater, seeping in through the window cracks of the 5th floor, had already risen to their ankles. The icy water wrapped around shards of ice, sending tremors through his calf muscles. A thunderous crash echoed from below as the iron door of the building was contorted by the flood, resembling a mangled piece of metal adrift on the surface. While the once cowering yellow dog that had been curled up downstairs was now frantically barking from the 2nd-floor balcony, its cries laced with terror. "Daddy, the yellow dog is going to be swept away." Lun Yin's small hand clutched at his hair, her voice trembling, just as Lu Chang opened his mouth to respond. A colossal wave crashed forth, snapping the balcony railing with a crack. The dog's barking abruptly ceased, as if it had been swallowed by the flood, leaving only a tuft of brown fur swirling on the water surface. He turned to look out the window. The once neatly trimmed greenery had been utterly transformed. The sycamore trees were uprooted, their stout trunks floating atop the water, branches tangled with torn curtains and plastic barrels. The bushes had been reduced to clumps of mud, intermixed with remnants of unmelted snow from the extreme cold, rolling aimlessly in the water. In the distance, a thunderous collapse echoed from the Jinyuan shopping center, its glass curtain wall shattering in a cascade, sending splashes of water soaring higher than the rooftops. A few individuals clinging to the shopping center's advertisements for survival were instantly struck down by falling concrete blocks, their heads barely bobbing above the surface before vanishing entirely. "Hold on tight, Daddy." Lu Chong embraced Lun Yin, carefully navigating the swaying staircase downward, each step avoiding the concrete chunks plummeting from the ceiling. By the time they reached the first floor, the water had risen to his chest. He spotted his neighbor, Elder Zhang, floating in the water, clutching a wooden basin. Half a bag of rice, safe from the extreme cold resting inside. Upon seeing him, Elder Zhang reached out in a desperate attempt to grasp his arm, only to be swept back by a sudden current, crying out, "Save my rice," as she slowly drifted toward a distant broken tree. When Lu Chong finally reached the high ground with Lun Yin in his arms, he was numb with cold. Not far away, amidst the ruins, someone was prying at the debris of the shopping center with a steel bar, searching for cans that had not been ruined. Emergency supplies stockpiled during the extreme cold, now rendered the most precious of commodities. Lu Chong set Lun Yin down and, picking up a stone, approached. As his fingertips brushed against the cold steel, he was suddenly reminded of the scene when he had brought hot water to Elder Zhang during the extreme cold, his heart feeling as if submerged in floodwaters. Cold and heavy like the multitude of lives. Chapter 62. Night Lights and Bicycles. The Customs of Zhu Jue. The iron gate of Jiangcheng Fortress creaked open. A hot wind, carrying the scent of scorched earth, surged in. Zhu Jue raised his hand to shield his brow. Tactical boots thudded against the cement floor at the threshold. The sole sticking to the surface that had been sunbaked all day, the evening warmth still capable of softening the rubber until it became tacky, leaving a faint white mark upon lifting his foot. "Brother Zhu is back." Yuzuko scampered over, clutching a blue and white checkered towel wrapped around an ice pack. She first pressed it against the nape of his neck, exclaiming, "Wow, it's burning hot back here. Is it still 38 degrees outside?" Zhao Gang's soldiers had just shouted from the lane's entrance, reporting that the bicycle tires had softened in the sun, having been patched 3 times, with a faint burnt rubber smell lingering. Zhu Jue accepted the towel and wrapped it around his neck, the coolness seeping down his collar. As he walked into the living room, his footsteps brushed against the doormat, where the night dew dripped onto the tiles with a soft plop, disappearing without a trace. During the day, the pavement was hot enough to fry an egg. Cars parked along the roadside had become scrap metal, their hoods yellowed from the sun. The glass cracked with fissures, and the seat covers glued to the seats. Only your modified share bicycles can endure. The thickened tires can still be ridden after a day in the sun. The cold white light from the ceiling illuminated the ledger clearly. Mou sat on the L-shaped leather sofa, flipping through the accounts, with a radio crackling beside her, interspersed with official broadcasts. High prices for gold and jade recovery. Unified exchange for transport resources from 8 p.m. tonight until 4 a.m. tomorrow, with the Western City serving as the evacuation window. She raised her head, flicking her wrist to toss a white porcelain bowl adorned with blue floral patterns toward him, the rim smeared with green bean paste. Ice mint porridge. Just warmed by Zhou Qi in the constant temperature cabinet. 55 degrees is just right for consumption, paired with pickled cucumbers for a refreshing contrast. Zhu Jue caught the bowl, his fingertips grazing its cool surface. He scooped a spoonful of porridge into his mouth, the refreshing mint blended with the soft texture of the green beans, soothing his throat as he swallowed. Did Zhang Hai send over more gold? This morning, the Phantom had relayed news about a batch of vaccines to be transported. He had just received his encrypted message, 3 gene of pure gold in exchange for Lu Chang's vaccine transport quota. Mou tapped her pen against the ledger where gold was inscribed, her tone crisp and tinged with sarcasm. The Central relies on this as hard currency now. The populace is trading gold for goods. A nugget the size of a fingernail can be exchanged for a new kitchen knife, far more convenient than trading food. At least it doesn't take up space and won't spoil. Zhou Qi emerged from the kitchen, wielding a silver-gray wrench, his pant legs smeared with a bit of oil, clattering as he walked. "You see that cooling fan at the lane entrance? I adjusted the speed 3 times. Now, the breeze is just right, not scorching the face. The nuclear power generator hums steadily, and the air it blows out is cool, more reliable than air conditioning at home." Zhu Fuguwei just brought a steel bar, weighing a gene, in exchange for 2 biscuits. I've tossed it in the corner. The steel in our warehouse has started to mold. Zhu Jue sipped his porridge. His ears perked up at the sound of gentle knocking at the courtyard door, a light and slow rhythm, as if hesitant to knock too heavily. "Gumin." The door creaked open a crack, and Zhu Fuguwei squeezed in, carrying a steel bar as thick as his arm, his back bent like a drawn bow. His blue cloth jacket soaked through, clinging to his body, revealing the outline of his bones. The cuffs of his pants were torn, with a few clumps of mud dropping onto the threshold. "Zhu Jue, this steel bar weighs 2 gene. Can it be exchanged for a liter of water? My little grandson is crying from thirst at home. The half-liter I exchanged earlier isn't enough for him to take 2 sips. He glanced into the living room, his gaze lingering on the bowl of porridge in Zhu Jue's hand before quickly dropping his eyes, fingers picking at the rust on the steel bar. Zhao Gang soldiers were repairing bicycles at the lane's entrance, stating that anyone hoarding bicycles would have their supply quotas revoked. 3 were apprehended in the western city last night, and now the refugees dared not touch them. Zhou Qi set down the wrench and grabbed the scale from the corner, its tin plate clanging as it hit the ground. Place the steel bar on it. According to the rules, 2 jin equals 1 liter of water. How many heat-resistant panels did you help move last night? Yizuko had counted alongside Zhao Gang soldiers. Don't hide it. Zhu Fugue hurriedly lifted the steel bar onto the scale. The tin plate sank slightly under the weight, the needle wavering before settling on the 2 jin mark. 5 pieces. I really moved 5. Zhao Gang's soldiers are watching. I didn't slack off. The heat-resistant panels are heavy. I barely took a break. His hands no longer trembled, but he bent lower, his thoughts lingering on the cooling fan at the lane's entrance, which seemed to have slowed down a bit. The breeze wasn't as cool as yesterday's. If Zhou Qi has time, I just changed the filter. Yizuko dashed down from the second floor, clutching a cylindrical white filter, its plastic packaging still intact. Zhao Gang soldiers said this fan is powered by the nuclear generator. If the speed is reduced by 1 notch, the temperature in the lane rises by 2 degrees. I specifically felt the exhaust vent. The air is still cool. Maybe you're just standing too far away. Zhu Jue scooped another spoonful of porridge, raising his eyes to inquire, on your way over, did you see anyone looting? Zhu Fugue's face turned pale, his lips moving twice before he managed to speak. I did. At the northern city intersection, there was a refugee in a torn cotton coat, snatching a biscuit from an elderly lady. The lady clung to the biscuit box and wouldn't let go, and he pushed her down. Bystanders couldn't stand by, rushing in to subdue him with fists flying. Shanghai's patrol team arrived on bicycles, taking both parties away. The broadcast announced that anyone reporting theft would receive half a bottle of medicine. But that was Saline's solution for treating heat stroke. Who would be willing to give that away? At the end of the alley resides an elderly lady who succumbed to heat stroke yesterday afternoon, her face flushed with fever. Her son gathered 20 pounds of rebar today, intending to barter for some biscuits, and set off with her ashes to join the evacuation team heading inland. Dr. Lu Chong, unable to save her, merely covered her with a cloth. Mou set down his pen and tapped the ledger. Dr. Lu's medical tent relies solely on the equipment we provided to maintain a stable temperature of 25 degrees. Yesterday, he relayed a message, warning that if the vaccines were not placed into the incubator soon, they would become ineffective. Even the alcohol swabs were torn into small pieces, using only a fragment for each hand. Each day, 4 or 5 victims of heat stroke were carried away, with stretchers lining the street outside the tent. Zhu Jue pulled a jade pendant from his pocket, a deep green hue so translucent it reflected a silhouette. He turned it twice in his hand before tossing it to Mou with a sharp motion. It had been a gift from a merchant at Fuzhou port in exchange for 10 pounds of fresh tuna, which they would enjoy as sashimi that evening, accompanied by chilled soy sauce and wasabi. He carefully stored it away. The energy in the space was already maxed out, but accumulating more gold and jade could never be a misstep. In case heavier items needed to be transported one day, insufficient energy would pose a dilemma. Mou caught the jade pendant and tucked it into a drawer, locking it with a decisive click. He was aware that the ghost had mentioned country was also hoarding gold, and the nuclear submarines in Antarctica still lingered in the Ross Sea, showing no signs of movement. To seek clues about his uncle and aunt, he would have to wait for developments from Antarctica. Yazzie approached Zhu Jue and tugged at the sleeve of his tactical jacket. Shouldn't we apply some ointment to your back injury? I've prepared warm water in the bathroom. The nuclear generator maintains a temperature of 38 degrees, just enough not to scorch the bathroom tiles. I've already wiped them down and laid out the non-slip mats. Take your time in the shower. Be careful not to bump it again. There's no rush. Let us first assess the situation of the evacuation team. Zhu Jue set down his bowl and accepted the glass of ice mint water Yazzie offered. The condensation on the bottle felt cool in his hand. What route would the evacuation team take tonight? Would there be sufficient bicycles? They planned to take the old road west of the city, passing 5 resettlement points, each guarded by Zhao Gang's soldiers with bicycles. Zhou Qi picked up a slightly crumpled note filled with numbers written in pencil, detailing the shared bicycles stockpiled before the bitter cold, all retrofitted with thicker tires. Zhao Gang's men had conducted repairs that afternoon, fixing any that were damaged. They were adequate for the evacuation team. The refugees in the alleys now huddled against the walls, their eyes lighting up at the sight of bicycles. Yet none dared to touch them for fear of losing their entitlements. Zhu Fugue carried a plastic jug filled with water, the handle nearly deformed from his grip. Just as he was about to leave, he turned back, speaking in a hushed tone. Zhu Jue, Some of Shanghai's people mentioned at the alley entrance that the Jingsuan community in the south collapsed last night, half of a building swallowed by floodwaters, burying over 10 refugees who missed the evacuation. Zhaogang soldiers were clearing the debris, claiming the salvaged steel could be exchanged for food, though the heat was stifling, causing the cement on the bricks to flake off with the slightest touch. Zhu Jue remained silent as he walked toward the window, pushing open the aluminum alloy frame. A rush of hot air swept in, mingling with the voices from the alley. The streetlight in Zhu Family Alley illuminated the surroundings, powered by the nuclear generator, casting a dim yellow beam that whitened the pavement. Refugees lined the walls, their shoe soles brushing against the scorching green bricks, inching along step by step. Some carried burdens while others pushed bicycles laden with plastic bottles and rags. Children perched on the back seats, clutching half a biscuit, nibbling slowly, crumbs falling onto their laps, hastily caught and stuffed into their mouths. Zhaogang soldiers, clad in light blue insulated suits, squatted beneath the streetlight, mending bicycle tires, the clinking of wrenches against the rims echoing. Occasionally, they called out, "Stay close to the walls. Don't obstruct the repairs." A refugee rode by on a bicycle, the bell ringing softly, pedaling slowly, fearful of fall. The bicycle was their sole means of transport, and if it broke, they would have to rely on their legs. Unable to venture out during the day, and thus unable to catch the evacuation team. The temporary toilet at the alley's entrance had a line that stretched to the base of the streetlight. Zhou Qi approached, glancing out the window, his tone laced with sarcasm. The tiles are cracked from the heat, and the flush tank has long been drained. We can only use buckets to fetch water for flushing. The refugees are holding it in until nightfall. Who would dare to run to the toilet during the day? The pavement could melt a person. Yazi leaned closer, pointing to the end of the alley. Look at Zhang Ani's boy, riding a bicycle to exchange for biscuits. He stowed away collected plastic bottles in his basket, counting them several times, worried he might not have enough for a single biscuit. Zhu Jue took a sip of the ice mint water, the coolness sliding down his throat. Did Zhu Chong come by earlier? He did. Zhou Qi slapped his thigh, excited. He secretly asked me if he could trade his wife's silver bracelet for medicine, saying his grandson had a fever and was flushed, fearing heat stroke. I told him silver bracelets aren't valid. We must adhere to the rules. Half a bottle of cool boiled water and a biscuit. He didn't dare to ask for more and left with his head down. Let us stick to the rules. No exceptions. Zhu Jue turned, his tone firm. If we make an exception once, everyone will come asking, and that would be troublesome. We have enough supplies, but the rules must remain intact. Let them gather steel in exchange. It's not a matter of needing steel, but rather to keep them engaged and prevent unrest. I understand, Zhou Qi replied, turning toward the kitchen. I'll go fetch the wasabi and soy sauce for tonight's tuna sashimi. The soy sauce is chilling in the incubator. It'll taste much better. Mo, you closed the ledger and placed it in the drawer. I'll send the ghost to collect the 3 pounds of gold from Shanghai tomorrow. The vaccines will arrive the day after. Lu Chong mentioned that if we could transport more saline, he would set aside 2 boxes of antipyretics for us, claiming they're quite effective, just newly adjusted from the central supply. Sounds good. It's a fair exchange, no loss. Zhu Jue headed toward the bathroom, with Yazi trailing behind, carrying the ointment. Just place the ointment on the sink. I can apply it myself. You go check the cooling fan-s wiring at the alley entrance. If it trips at night, the refugees rely on that fan for airflow, and if it fails, chaos will ensue. Yazi called out as she dashed toward the door, then turned back to shout, I put the tuna in the fridge. It's frozen solid. Zhou Qi will slice it up later. You can eat right after your shower. Zhu Jue stepped into the bathroom, turning on the hot water tap. As the warm water cascaded over his ankles, he could hear the low humming of the nuclear generator within the walls, a steady sound, akin to a heartbeat, sustaining the temperature within the fortress, along with the night lights and cooling fan at the alley entrance. He splashed water on his face and gazed at his reflection in the mirror. The injury on his back had scabbed over, a remnant from when he was grazed by a laser during his trip to Fuzhou port, and it no longer pained him. The supplies in the space were piled high, energy levels ample, with a considerable collection of gold and jade. Life was leisurely, yet the quest to find his parents loomed like a thread suspended in his heart. The energy in the space had reached capacity several times, yet no upgrade notifications had emerged. Perhaps only by finding his parents would he uncover the secrets of this space. Outside, Zhao Gang's voice rang out. Brother Zhu, all the bicycles at the alley entrance have been repaired. The evacuation team can depart on time tomorrow. Zhu Jue acknowledged, feeling the warm water cascading over his back, warmth spreading across his skin. In this apocalyptic world, the fortress stood firm, resources were abundant, and he, along with Yazi, Mou, and Zhou Qi, busied themselves with maintaining the nuclear generator, managing accounts, and changing filters, merely passing the time. The refugees scoured for steel to exchange for supplies to survive, while the officials collected gold in exchange for transport, facilitating the delivery of vaccines and seeds. Each person had their own way of surviving, each engaged in their own tasks, as life drifted by slowly, waiting for news from Antarctica and the day they would find their parents. In the living room, Zhu Jue was slicing the tuna in the kitchen, the knife gliding through the fish with a soft sound. Mo Yu was organizing the list of gold, the pen scratching across the paper. Yazzie carried tools to the alley entrance to check the cooling fan's wiring, her footsteps echoing on the stairs. The radio crackled with official announcements, repeating, "Please evacuate in an orderly manner, collect supplies with identification, and do not occupy shared bicycles." Chapter 63. The Seed of Potatoes, Whispers of the Heart. By the windowsill of the Jiangchang fortress, Mo Yu was pouring the heat-resistant potato seeds distributed by the authorities into a bamboo basket. The light brown seeds, imbued with the scent of moist earth, shimmered faintly in the 35-degree heat wave. The authorities stated that each person was limited to 3 seeds per day, to be planted on balconies or rooftops, and after 40 days, they would yield enough for a family to eat for half a month. She picked up a seed potato and held it against the light, observing how the eyes on its skin had swollen. Uncle Zhou mentioned that our fortress's rooftop could support cultivation, and they would begin tilling the soil this afternoon. Zhu Jue leaned against the doorframe, clutching the white jade pendant around his neck, a gift from his parents before their departure, said to be a souvenir from the Antarctic research team. The pendant still retained warmth, as if his parents' hands were gently cradling his palm. He had just sent a message to Ghost, instructing the official to pile the collected supplies at the old steel factory in the east of the city, stating he would come to collect them each evening, prioritizing heat-resistant materials and seed grains. As the success notification popped up, he was suddenly reminded of a past life when extreme heat had erupted, and he had hidden in an abandoned supermarket, watching as refugees fought over a moldy piece of bread while he coldly observed from behind the shelves, that icy hardness still lurking in his bones. "What are you daydreaming about?" Yazzie approached with a bowl of chilled mung bean soup, her fingertips brushing against his arm. "You're sweating. Drink something cool." She handed the bowl to Zhu Jue, her gaze falling on his hand that clutched the jade pendant. "Missing your uncle and aunt again?" Zhu Jue nodded, taking a sip of the mung bean soup, the coolness settling down his throat, calming the heat rising within. His parents often said, "In poverty, cultivate oneself. In prosperity, benefit the world." He gazed out the window, noticing soldiers pushing carts, distributing seed potatoes door to door, while refugees lined up patiently, no one cutting in line. Even the children obediently holding their guardian's hand. In his previous life, he had only thought of surviving. In this life, he felt a compulsion to contribute more. Zhu Jue descended from the rooftop, wielding a rusty hoe, dirt smeared on his pant legs. "If you want to do it, just do it. Our fortress rooftop can plant 200 seed potatoes, enough for us to eat for half a year, and we can share some with Zhu Fugawei." The lad had just carried half a bag of plastic bottles to trade for seed potatoes, claiming he wanted to plant them for his grandson, showing a newfound honesty. Zhu Jue followed Zhu Jue up to the rooftop, the cement ground scorched under the sun, feeling as if he were stepping on a heated stove. Zhu Jue pointed to a stack of wooden boards in the corner. "These are scrap wood we collected yesterday. We can use them to build a frame for the potato vines." Yazzie said she would weave bamboo baskets, so once we harvest the potatoes, we can store them to prevent moisture. Zhu Jue watched as Mo Yu and Yazzie tilled the soil in the corner of the rooftop, sweat glistening on their foreheads. Yet they were sincere smiles. Suddenly, the dark thoughts in his heart felt like ice melting under the sun, gradually dissipating. At 3 in the afternoon, Zhu Jue made his way to the old steel factory in the east of the city. The puddles on the streets had long dried up, revealing cracked pavement. Soldiers had set up temporary shelters along the roadside, where refugees were delivering supplies, some carrying scrap metal, others cradling old iron pots, and elderly individuals trembling as they handed over their hidden copper kettles, claiming they could be melted down for heat-resistant parts. Soldiers collecting the supplies held registration forms, marking a check for each item received, and the piled supplies resembled small mountains, stretching from the shelter all the way to the factory entrance. "Commander Zhu." A man in a tattered shirt rushed over, clutching a bundle of dried straw. "This could be used for fuel, for cooking and warmth. Please take it." Zhu Jue recognized him. He had almost been swept away during the flood and was saved by soldiers. "Thank you." Zhu Jue accepted the straw, mentally storing it away. Fertilizer was needed for planting potatoes, and straw could be used for compost. The man's eyes lit up. "Can it really be used? Then I'll go collect more tomorrow. My son is an apprentice at the Morningstar Hub. He said the heat-resistant plates you transport are already in use. And we want to help out too." Zhu Jue patted his shoulder, remaining silent, recalling how this man had starved to death on the streets in his previous life. Clutching half a photograph of his son, now, giving him hope seemed more important than anything else. As he ventured deeper into the factory, Zhu Jue spotted a familiar figure, Zhu Jue, struggling to carry a thick steel pipe towards the supply pile, his shirt soaked with sweat, clinging to his back. "Uncle, that steel pipe looks heavy," Zhu Jue called out. Zhu Jue turned, hastily placing the pipe on the ground and wiping his brow. "I salvaged this from the old factory. It could be used to make a frame for heat-resistant equipment. I traded 3 seed potatoes for it, enough for my grandson to plant." He paused, adding, "I used to be foolish, always trying to take advantage. Now I understand that one must earn their living. Accepting my things is really a favor to me." Zhu Jue watched as he awkwardly positioned the steel pipe, feeling a sudden softness in his heart. The apocalypse is the most grueling yet revealing of one's true self. He summoned his mental energy to gradually store the supplies from the factory, watching the energy bar of the space panel deplete, current energy 40. After collecting the last steel pipe, he touched the jade pendant around his neck, recalling the news from his parents in Antarctica. Chelsea had gone to Antarctica, and the main cabin of the Ark base was there as well. He needed to quickly gather the supplies from Jiangsheng, rendezvous at the Morningstar hub, and then head to Antarctica to find his parents. Returning to the fortress in the evening, the seed potatoes had already been planted on the rooftop. Mou was watering the potato seedlings, Yazi was weaving bamboo baskets, and Zhu Qi was modifying a heat-resistant fan. "You're back. Montak Uvafit." Droplets of water from her jug splashing onto the scorching ground, evaporating instantly. "For dinner, we made potato soup with the dried vegetables you collected. It smells wonderful." Zhu Jue sat beneath the cool shade on the rooftop, watching the bubbling potato soup in the pot, the aroma mingling with the evening breeze. He pulled out his phone. Messaging Ghost, "The supplies in Jiangsheng are nearly collected. I'll head to the Morningstar hub tomorrow and bring the heat-resistant seed potatoes to see if the agricultural experts can improve them." Then he opened the album of photos of his parents, who stood in front of the Antarctic research station, beaming brightly. He gently tapped the screen and whispered, "Mom and Dad, I'll be there soon to find you and help more people survive." Adjusting his clothes, he gazed at the scorching sky over Jiangsheng and stepped out of the fortress. At that moment, the wind in Jiangsheng wrapped around him, thick with humid warmth, like a damp cloth clinging to his skin. The temporary settlement was set up on the open ground outside the Longshan base. A dense cluster of blue tents packed tightly like sardines in a can. The canvas was scorched under the blazing sun, becoming hot enough to stick to the sweat. The air was filled with the scent of sweat, the oily aroma of compressed biscuits, and the distant stench of floodwaters, mingling together and invading his nostrils, making it hard to breathe. Zhu Jue was helping Mou pass bottled water, his palms slick with sweat from the condensation on the bottles. Just as he handed water to a woman holding a child, he heard muffled cries behind him. A young couple crouched in a corner of the tent, the mother tightly holding her child, whose face was flushed and lips cracked, clearly suffering from a fever due to the heat. Tears fell from the mother's eyes onto the child's sweat-soaked hair, only to be quickly evaporated by the sweltering air, leaving behind faint traces. The father clenched his fists, knuckles whitening as he stared at the submerged urban area in the distance, his throat moving but no words escaping, only his shoulders trembling slightly. Unable to bear it, Mou quietly pulled out a small packet of fever-reducing medicine from her space, wrapped it in a tissue, and handed it over. When the woman accepted it, her trembling fingertips brushed against Zhu Jue's hand, cold like shards of ice from the floodwaters. "Have you seen my old lady?" A frail voice suddenly interrupted. Zhu Jue turned to see an elderly man with graying hair, clutching a set of rusty house keys. A faded little doll hanging from the keychain, a promotional gift from supermarket before the extreme cold. The wrinkles on the old man's face were embedded with dirt and sweat, tears glistening in the corners of his eyes, yet he did not cry out loud. Merely staring at the half-submerged apartment building in the distance, his voice trembling. "My home is on the 3rd floor of that building. I saw the flower pots on the balcony floating in the water this morning. If she comes out, she will definitely look for these keys." Zhu Jue followed the old man's gaze. The building's walls were cracked, exposing twisted rebar inside, and the floodwaters continued to batter the foundation, as if it might collapse entirely at any moment. He offered a bottle of water, but the old man did not accept it, tightening his grip on the keys. Tears finally streaming down his wrinkles, dripping onto the scorching concrete ground, vanishing instantly. "Have you seen them? Have you seen them?" A sudden, frantic shout shattered the oppressive atmosphere. A man rushed towards them, seemingly in a frenzy, clutching a sweat-drenched photograph in his hand. The edges of the picture were curled, revealing an image of a woman and a young girl, both clad in durable jackets typically worn in the sweltering heat, with the corners still smeared with remnants of ash from the bitter cold. The man seized Zhu Jue's arm with a grip so fierce it felt as though he might crush the bones. His voice suffused with desperation. "This is my wife and daughter. When the flood came, they went to that intact office building in the west of the city to gather supplies. The one where they hoarded canned goods during the extreme cold. Did you see them while distributing supplies? They were carrying a blue canvas bag." Zhu Jue examined the photograph. Noticing the sweat-stained smudges and recalling the fragments of a blue bag he had observed floating in the floodwaters earlier that morning when he scouted the building. A heaviness settled in his heart. Zhou Mou quickly handed him a tissue, softly saying, "Wipe your sweat first. We will keep an eye out. If we hear any news about them, we will inform you immediately." The man paused for a moment, then suddenly sank to the ground, pressing the photograph tightly against his chest. His cries were akin to a beast in agony, mingling with the surrounding shouts of those searching for their loved ones, blurring the lines between their sorrows. At that moment, a piercing engine roar echoed from a distance. Zhu Jue looked up to see a military supply truck approaching the settlement, its cargo filled with compressed biscuits and bottled water. However, before it could reach the distribution point, several men suddenly charged out from behind tent, brandishing crowbars and shouting as they climbed onto the truck, "Leave the supplies. My son is starving." The driver of the supply truck honked desperately, but the men had already scrambled onto the cargo area, starting to toss down boxes of biscuits. "Don't move." The sharp crack of gunfire split the air. Two soldiers emerged from a nearby guard post, their weapons aimed at the men clambering on the truck. One man attempted to resist, raising his crowbar to strike the soldier, but was precisely shot in the thigh by another soldier, collapsing to the ground and rolling in agony. The remaining men, terrified, hesitated and obediently climbed down from the truck, escorted away by the soldiers to a temporary detention point. A few boxes of biscuits lay scattered on the ground, yet no one dared to approach and collect them. Only a small child timidly reached out a hand, only to be swiftly pulled back by their mother. Zhu Jue watched as the bloodstains on the ground quickly darkened under the sun, feeling as though a heavy stone weighed down his heart. He turned his gaze towards the distant floodwaters, where shards of ice from the bitter cold still floated, an eerie chill permeating the sweltering heat. Suddenly, the jade pendant in his possession began to emit a faint warmth, as if rebelling against something. He had already noticed that since the extreme heat had arrived early, the range of his spatial perception had evidently diminished, causing the collection of supplies to lag behind the previous pace. "The Ark," he whispered, the word from his parents' journals flashing through his mind, realizing that they might influence the progression of natural disasters. Zhou Mou, noticing his pallor, gently touched his arm. "What's wrong? Are you too tired?" Zhu Jue shook his head, looking at the densely packed people in the settlement, surrounded by cries, shouts, the wails of children, and the distant sound of floodwaters crashing against the ruins. He took a deep breath, feeling the jade pendant grow warm again, as if urging him onward. "We must expedite the evacuation," he told himself, directing his gaze towards the South Pole, where the secrets of the Ark lay hidden, along with the hope of finding his parents. Regardless of what lay ahead, he had to press on, for himself and for those still struggling here. The wind blew in again, still humid and warm, yet tinged with an unmistakable chill of resolve. Zhu Jue tightened his grip on the bottled water and turned back to continue assisting Zhou Mou in distributing supplies. With each bottle he handed out, his determination to reach the South Pole grew stronger. He must uncover the truth behind the disturbances in his space and ensure that those battling the flood had a greater chance of survival. Chapter 64. Strengthening the Core. Transmitting the flame of the hot earth. The crackling sound of the radio mixed with the heat wave, swirling through the living room of the Jiangxing fortress. This was the central broadcast of the Summer Nation, announcing that the global extreme heat had persisted for 72 hours, with temperatures in high-altitude regions of Asia reaching 42 degrees, and low-altitude cities exceeding 50. Mou turned up the volume, her fingertips tracing circles on the cool wall of her cup. The Morningstar Central had completed the first phase of its expansion, with 60 branch bases simultaneously receiving refugees, implementing a supply registration system, where violators would lose their eligibility to receive supplies and be permanently blacklisted. Zhu Jue leaned against the sofa, his fingertips unconsciously stroking the white jade pendant around his neck. The Antarctic Research Station's design on the pendant shimmered with a soft glow. Since the space had fully integrated with him, this design had become the portal to the space, allowing him to extract supplies with a mere thought, no longer needing to focus on the control panel. He had just received the encrypted coordinates from the Ghost Morningstar Central West warehouse, supplies to be transported, 100 tons of heat-resistant potato seeds, 500,000 boxes of compressed biscuits, target branch base, Himalaya Station number 3. "I'll head to the Central and return before dinner," Zhu Jue announced. rising from his seat just as Yazzie was placing a newly woven bamboo basket into the space. The basket contained the first batch of small potatoes harvested from the fortress rooftop, meant for the agricultural experts at the Central to assess the viability of their cultivated varieties. Zhu Jue brought over a metal bucket containing a modified heat-resistant fan. This is for Commander Zhang. He mentioned last time that the fans at the Central were insufficient, and this could extend their usage by 2 hours. Zhu Jue smiled as he stored the bamboo basket and the metal bucket into the space. Now that the space had no capacity limits, it could easily accommodate not just these items, but even half a city's worth of supplies. The only cost incurred was the energy used during transportation. He had just checked that 100 pounds of gold corresponded to enough energy for 3 round trips to the Central. He locked onto the coordinates of a Morningstar Central. The jade pendant glimmered, and in an instant, his figure vanished from the living room. When he reappeared, he stood before the west warehouse of the Morningstar Central. The roar of construction machinery shook the ground. Dozens of heavy trucks queued outside the warehouse, while soldiers clad in silver heat-resistant suits labored to load potato seeds onto the vehicles, sweat dripping from their foreheads and evaporating upon hitting the scorching ground. "Commander, you're here," a soldier exclaimed upon spotting Zhu Jue, immediately setting down the box he was carrying. Just as he reached for his phone to document the moment, the screen abruptly went black. All devices aimed at Zhu Jue would malfunction instantaneously. This was the inherent forgetting barrier of the space. Those who had seen him would forget his appearance half an hour later, retaining only the memory of a commander capable of transporting supplies. Zhu Jue nodded, with a mere thought. The mountain of potato seeds and boxes of compressed biscuits in the warehouse vanished, leaving only shallow imprints on the ground. Major Li, in charge of the warehouse, momentarily stunned, quickly regained his composure and shouted into the intercom. "Supplies for station number 3 have been transported. Please prepare for receipt." He turned to express his gratitude to Zhu Jue, yet could not recall the appearance of the man before him, only feeling an inexplicable sense of reassurance. This was the effect of the forgetting barrier, preserving only the memory of the supplies being transported, while erasing the specific impression of Zhu Jue. Exiting the warehouse, Zhu Jue made his way towards the core area of the Central. The sights along the way struck him with a sense of shock. The Himalayan mountains had been hollowed out, exposing the steel framework within, while construction machinery scuttled between the mountains like a swarm of metallic beetles. The silhouettes of the branch bases unfurled across the distant ridges, each base encircled by a translucent heat-resistant barrier, within which the refugees busily constructed temporary shelters, tilled the soil to plant potatoes, and assembled heat-resistant devices. Despite their busyness, there was no frantic chaos as during the floods. The scorched earth beneath the extreme heat had long lost its vitality. Once turbulent rivers had dried into cracked riverbeds, revealing the pebbles below. The previously lush forests now stood as charred black trunks, some still smoldering as if scorched by the sun. A few heat-stricken stray dogs lay by the roadside, tongues lolling out, while soldiers passing by tossed them half a bottle of cool water. Some dogs managed to rise to drink, while others lay still, never to move again. "Commander, please wear a mask." A soldier from the patrol team offered a non-woven mask, as the health regulations of the Central mandated that anyone over 40 must wear one to prevent heat stroke and the spread of germs. Failure to comply would result in a violation record, affecting their eligibility to receive supplies. Zhu Jue donned the mask and observed the soldiers from the patrol team taking the temperatures of the refugees. An elderly man registered a fever exceeding 39 degrees Celsius and was swiftly lifted onto a medical vehicle en route to the Central Hospital. The threat of heat stroke proved to be more lethal than the plagues that accompanied the floods. The official health regulations had become the rules for survival. Upon entering the Central Command Room, Commander Zhang was lost in thought, gazing at a three-dimensional map that marked the locations of 60 branch bases, each illuminated by a green light indicating ample supplies. "Commander, you have arrived just in time," Zhang exclaimed, turning around. Although he could not recall Zhu Jue's appearance, he recognized him as a logistics officer. "We just received news from Station 3 that the potato seeds you sent have been planted. Agricultural experts claim that this new variety is more heat-resistant and will be ready for harvest in just 40 days. He pointed towards the southern direction on the map. Additionally, the Tinsu space station has captured images of a fleet from M country heading towards Antarctica. We cannot ascertain their intentions, but it is certainly not a promising development." Zhu Jue nodded, aware that this was Chelsea's ARC-based team. Yet he refrained from revealing this information, as Xia country remained oblivious to the specifics of the ARC project, and there was no need to incite unnecessary panic. "I will deliver several more batches of supplies and aim to complete the distribution of potato seeds to all branch bases by tomorrow." He mentally locked onto the coordinates of the next target base, the jade pendant shimmering faintly once more. Before departing, He left behind a bamboo basket crafted by Yazzie and Zhou Jue's heat-resistant fan for Commander Zhang, for the agricultural experts and soldiers to use. When he teleported back to the vicinity of Jiang City Fortress, dusk had settled. The radio continued to broadcast from the Central Command. 3 new branch bases have successfully completed the construction of heat barriers today, accommodating 200,000 refugees. Residents in various regions are urged to actively cooperate in the collection of supplies to collectively withstand the extreme heat. As Zhu Jue entered the fortress, Mou was serving freshly prepared mung bean soup at the table, while Yazzie organized the heat-resistant components recently retrieved from space. Zhou Qi was watering the potato seedlings on the rooftop. Zhu Jue's fingertips unconsciously tapped against the railing. The metallic chill did little to quell the inexplicable agitation simmering within him, instead sharpening the sense of disconnection he often felt in fleeting moments. The mountain breeze carried the stench of sweat from the refugee tents below, momentarily transporting him back to the days prior to his first crossing. Before his initial journey, he had been an ordinary citizen of Jiang City on Earth, squeezed into the morning rush-hour subway, where his canvas shoes could be trampled, eating a 15-yuan box lunch at noon, and spending evenings in a 10-square-meter rented room as an online Water Army member, typing away at a computer screen, able to elevate the stars his clients wished to promote as saviors of the entertainment industry, or tear apart rival products until they seemed utterly worthless. As his fingers danced across the keyboard, he believed he wielded some control over public opinion. During idle moments, he would read apocalyptic literature, pondering while slurping instant noodles on his foldable bed, should a natural disaster arise. He would undoubtedly stockpile supplies far better than the foolishly naive protagonists in those tales. But upon awakening, he found himself in a tumultuous world. He had crossed into a parallel universe, 8 years after the apocalypse. In this world, Zhu Jue inherited a complete set of permissions for the Antarctic base and the industries of Jiang City from his parents. Before the apocalypse fully unraveled, he was a well-known second-generation wealthy individual in Jiang City, where a bottle of champagne at the Twilight Bar could equate to 3 months of wages back on Earth. The people surrounding him sought either to exploit his resources or to idolize him. Even a simple request for water was met with a bottle opened and handed to him. At that time, he felt this was the essence of crossing over, compensating for his frustrations from Earth. The lavishness of reality far surpassed the fantasies depicted in literature. However, after just 1 day of indulgence, he found himself jolted back 3 months before the outbreak of the extreme cold. The inheritance remained, and the jade pendant containing the Antarctic Research Station's insignia still hung around his neck, yet the luxury of enjoyment had vanished. Utilizing the knowledge gleaned from apocalyptic literature and fragmented memories of the parallel world, such as the duration of the extreme cold and the flood's reach, he hurriedly liquidated the industries of Jiang City, converting them into supplies to stockpile in a newly rented warehouse. With Zhou Qi's assistance, he commenced the construction of a fortress on the suburban mountains before the extreme cold sealed the mountains. At that moment, he resolved that survival took precedence, whether he was a common citizen or a wealthy heir. Now, the fortress had been erected, surrounded by a 10-kilometer wall, and he had become known as Zhu Jue among others. Yet, the weight of his anxiety grew heavier. The rhythm of his fingertip drumming against the railing faltered as he looked down the mountain. Bare-chested men were still arguing with soldiers. A woman cradled her feverish child on the roadside, and refugees scurried like ants between the tents. This scene was neither the bustling traffic outside his window on Earth, nor the vibrant nightlife of bars in the parallel world 8 years hence. It was a realm of survival he had never experienced. Zhu Jue, I've repaired one of the motors. The other is missing a capacitor. Is there any in the space? Yazzie's voice called from the rooftop entrance, her hands stained with grease as she fiddled with a disassembled component, her gaze fixated on her work. Zhu Jue retracted his eyes, his fingertips withdrawing from the railing, the warmth of the contact lingering. He did not respond to Yazzie, but instead inquired, "How long has that child down there been burning with fever?" Yazzie hesitated, glancing down before quickly averting her gaze. "He has been there since this morning." The soldiers provided him with half a bottle of water, but there are no medications. Her tone was devoid of inflection, as if she were commenting on the weather. Zhu Jue refrained from asking further questions. He recalled a time on Earth when a neighbor's child had a fever, and he had rushed downstairs to buy antipyretics. In a parallel world 8 years later, if someone fell ill, a personal doctor would arrive immediately. And now, he had antipyretics in his space. Yet he hesitated to dispense even one, knowing that doing so would invite more requests. More refugees would emerge, insatiable as a bottomless pit. "There are capacitors in that shipment from our country. You can fetch them yourself." He turned and walked towards the stairwell, his voice as cold as the mountain rock. "Tomorrow, We will fly to Jiangxia base. Take the repaired fan with you. It may be needed there. Yazzie nodded, saying no more, and squatted down to continue her work on the motor. The potato seedlings on the rooftop swayed in the wind, while Zhou Qi continued to water them. The droplets from the holes in the iron bucket fell to the soil, leaving no trace. Descending the stairs, the damp, earthy scent of the stairwell mingled with the heat rising up. He touched the jade pendant around his neck, its Antarctic Research Station emblem still glowing faintly. This pendant was the sole remnant left by his parents in the parallel world and served as a connection point for his two crossings. When he first arrived, it had merely been an ornament. Now, it had become the gateway to his space, his lifeline. Upon reaching the living room, he found Mo.U had organized a list and placed it on the table, alongside 3 bowls of mung bean soup, each containing only a small portion, with a few beans settled at the bottom. The Central Command had just announced that the Jiangxia base was nearing capacity with refugees, and the water supply would last only 3 more days, with even less food available. She glanced up at him before quickly lowering her gaze. If you're going tomorrow, it would be best to take 2 barrels of water. Otherwise, there may not even be a place to land. Zhu Jue picked up a bowl of mung bean soup and took a sip. The coolness vanished in his mouth within a second. He recalled sipping chilled cola on summer days back on Earth, the effervescence bursting in his mouth, and the imported ice wine he had enjoyed 8 years later in the parallel world, complete with ice cubes floating in the glass. Now, a simple bowl of mung bean soup, merely diluted with cool water, had become a luxury. Will 2 barrels suffice? He set down the bowl, his fingertips tracing the surface of the table. How many barrels of bottled water do we have left in the space? Approximately 50 barrels. If we reserve 30 for the fortress, we can spare 20. Mo.U marked a line across the list. Starting tomorrow, the public water taps for the refugees will be limited to 1 liter per person per day. Exceeding, they will forfeit the next day's allocation. Zhu Jue nodded, recognizing the truth in Mo.U.'s words. In the extreme heat, water was more precious than food, if not controlled in less than 5 days. The inhabitants of the fortress would face a water shortage. Yet, the image of the feverish child below haunted him, reminding him of the cold-heartedness he had exhibited as an online troll on Earth. Had he not now become one of those indifferent individuals? What about Uncle Zhou? He shifted the topic, not wishing to dwell on such thoughts. Checking the helicopter on the 2nd basement level. I hear the fuel tank has a slight leak that needs addressing. Mo.U folded the list and placed it in the drawer. If we are flying tomorrow, it will be best to rise early. The temperatures will be too high at noon, risking helicopter malfunctions. Zhu Jue let out a soft hum as he approached the window. Outside, the sky gradually darkened, and faint flickers of light emerged from the makeshift shelters of the refugees below, scattered like dim streetlights outside a rental apartment on Earth. Though far less luminous, he reminisced about his first crossing 8 years later in the parallel world of Jiangxia, where the bar lights shone much brighter at night, neon illuminating buildings across the street. Now, these flickering flames swayed with the wind, as if they might extinguish at any moment. His fingertips began to caress the jade pendant, the Antarctic design pressing against his palm. He found it amusing how, during his time on Earth, he fantasized about a post-apocalyptic world, imagining himself as a hero. When he became a wealthy heir, he thought only of indulgence, and now, his only concern was how to safeguard the supplies and prolong his survival. Even the notions of heroism and enjoyment had turned into extravagant dreams. Tomorrow, don't bring too many people, he suddenly spoke, and Mo.U looked up at him. Just Uncle Zhou and me. Yazzie will stay behind to guard the fortress. You keep an eye on the refugees. Don't let them near the barbed wire of the walls. Mo.U nodded. Understood. I will instruct the soldiers to increase patrols. The living room fell silent once more, interrupted only by the intermittent voice of the central broadcast from the radio. No loitering in low-altitude areas. Violators will bear the consequences. All outposts must strictly enforce the supply registration system. Zhu Jue leaned back on the sofa, closing his eyes as 3 images flashed through his mind. The folding bed in his Earth rental, the champagne glasses in the parallel world bar, and the refugee tents below the mountain. These 3 images intertwined chaotically like a tangled ball of yarn, leaving him perplexed. Who was he truly? Was he the ordinary citizen Zhu Jue, typing away at a keyboard, or the extravagant heir Zhu Jue, or merely this brother Zhu, guarding a fortress in the apocalypse? Outside, several lights extinguished, and a faint sound of weeping drifted in the wind, quickly fading away. Zhu Jue kept his eyes closed, remaining still in the sweltering heat. Both tears and sympathy were futile. He only knew that tomorrow he would head to the Jiangxia outpost in search of water, ensuring the survival of those in the fortress, striving to extend the life of whichever Zhu Jue he was, if only for one more day. As the night deepened, Gunfire echoed from the mountain below, louder than before. Zhu Jue opened his eyes as MOU returned from outside, reporting, "The refugees stole water from the soldiers and were warned with gunfire. No casualties." "Understood," he replied, closing his eyes again, planning to rise early tomorrow. MOU said nothing more and turned to the lower level. The living room was left with only the static of the radio and the occasional sound of the wind outside. Zhu Jue's fingertips continued to caress the jade pendant. The Antarctic design growing ever colder. Chapter 65. The Pricey Commission, the Moon Soil Gamble. The rooftop of the Jiangshan fortress was infused with the subtle fragrance of potato blossoms. Zhou Qi was using a modified heat-resistant fan to cool the potato seedlings when he saw Zhu Jue returning from the teleportation point. Straightening up, he called out, "Xiao Ju, just received a message from Phantom. The Russians sent a coded letter, saying they've sent you something. Be sure to check it." Zhu Jue had just taken off his tactical cap, which was warm from the heat, and was momentarily taken aback by the news. He pulled out his satellite phone and opened the message. The wording from the Russian representative was embarrassingly straightforward. "Dear Sir, in gratitude for your previous assistance in transporting heat-resistant materials, we have selected 2 ballet dancers to be sent to the central of Xia country, and we hope you will accept them." Attached were 2 photographs of the girls in practice attire, with a temporary base in the Caucasus Mountains in the background. Zhu Jue shoved his phone back into his pocket, feeling a slight flush creeping to his ears. Just then, MOU arrived with a chilled mung bean soup, teasingly exposing the situation. "The Russians are trying to build a rapport, knowing your taste. Last time they even asked me what you like to eat." Zhu Jue cleared his throat twice, attempting to shift the topic. "Have Phantom post a price list for mysterious jobs on the dark web, stating that for every 5,000 tons of supplies transported, I require 5 tons of gold. The Americans should know that my transport capacity is not to be taken lightly." Within half an hour of sending the message, his satellite phone exploded with calls. First, the Australian representative called, urgency evident in his voice. "Sir, we are short 2,000 tons of compressed grain at the Great Divide Base and are willing to offer 500 pounds of Australian lobster and 300 pounds of king crab for 1 ton of gold, along with 100,000 tons of iron ore for the remainder. What do you think?" In this apocalyptic world, fresh seafood was a top-tier delicacy. Zhu Jue did not hesitate. Lobsters must be alive. The iron ore should be delivered to the Kunyang base in Xia country, and the grain will be sent tomorrow. Next, the Indonesian representative called, desperation seeping through his tone. "Sir, our Bali base is about to be submerged by the heat wave. We need to relocate 500 tech talents and 100 heat-resistant devices to the New Guinea Highlands, but we lack transport ships. We are willing to provide you with deep-sea exploration data and an additional 2 tons of gold." Zhu Jue recalled the devastation of the tsunami in Indonesia from his previous life and nodded. "Send the coordinates. Transporting people will be my priority tomorrow." The least willing of all was the U.S. Secretary of State, who stalled on the phone for quite some time. "Sir, we need to transport 3,000 tons of heat-resistant panels to the Rocky Mountain base. Can we do it at the normal price?" Zhu Jue reclined on the sofa, playing with the spatial panel. "The price list is clear. For the Americans, it's double. Either pay 6 tons of gold or provide your telescope lenses. No negotiations." There was silence on the other end for a few seconds before he gritted his teeth and agreed. "The gold will be transferred to the central bank of Xia country tomorrow. You may check." Just as he hung up, the encrypted line from the central of Xia country buzzed, and Commander Zhang's excited voice came through. "Chief, the Tianxiu space station has reported that their lunar probe discovered high-purity helium-3 in the Sea of Rain. They would like you to bring back 500 tons of lunar soil for energy research post-heatwave." Zhu Jue's heart raced. After inputting the coordinates of the probe into the spatial panel, a red alert popped up. Transplanetary transport requires an energy expenditure of 500 tons of gold. Maximum single-load capacity, 500 tons, including personnel and equipment. 500 tons of gold? Zhu Jue nearly spilled the mung bean soup in his hand. "Commander Zhang, are you certain? That's enough to transport 5 million tons of supplies." Zhang Commander laughed on the other end. "The Central has calculated that helium-3 can solve energy issues for the next decade. It's worth it. Furthermore, we would like you to bring back the unlaunched Tianxiu-3 satellite and 2 sets of backup space-based weapon modules. The special space suits and supplies are ready. You can dock at any time." Zhu Jue's mind raced, calculating rapidly. 500 tons is too much. Xia country alone can't handle it. I'll pull in other nations to share the load. If I can gather together 1,000 tons of gold, the Americans will want lunar soil for research. The Australians will want helium-3 technology, and the Russians will need space equipment. They will certainly be willing to pay. Zhang Commander paused for a moment before bursting into laughter. "The chief knows how to do math. No problem. We will lead discussions with the other countries. After hanging up, Zhu Jue sought out Yazzie on the rooftop, where she was helping MOU organize the special compressed biscuits destined for the space station, each wrapped in radiation-proof packaging, specially made by the Xia Country Aerospace Administration. Xiao Ju, the space station personnel, said the space suits need to be tailored closely. I've noted your measurements. Yazzie handed over a slip of paper listing shoulder width, waist circumference, and also mentioned that Uncle Zhou wanted to send the blueprints for the heat-resistant fan to the space station for modifications for use in space. Zhu Jue took the paper, feeling warmth in his heart. At that moment, the satellite phone rang again. It was the Russian representative, this time with a much more serious tone. Sir, regarding the moon, we are willing to offer 150 tons of gold for 20 samples of lunar soil. Following that, calls from Australia and Indonesia came in succession, with Australia offering 50,000 tons of iron, or for 100 tons of gold, and Indonesia offering 3 deep-sea mining devices for 50 tons. The U.S. was the most reluctant, grinding his teeth as he offered 300 tons of gold. With that, the 1,000 tons were secured. Zhu Jue calculated on the spatial panel, and couldn't he help but smile. This lunar expedition would not only break even, but also yield considerable profit. He turned to MOU. Tomorrow, let's head to the space station for docking, and make sure to store the Australian lobsters in the space beforehand to keep them alive. MOU smiled back. Don't worry, I got a thermal box that can keep them for 3 days. The evening breeze carried a hint of coolness, sweeping away the day's heat. Zhu Jue stood atop the fortress, gazing at the distant lights of Jiangxing, where the refugees had all relocated to higher altitude bases, leaving only a few soldiers to clear the rubble. He pulled out the spatial panel, inputting the coordinates of the Tianxiu space station, the panel flashing the prompt, transport ready, space suits required. Tomorrow, they would depart. Zhu Jue spoke softly, a sentiment directed both at himself and those around him. In this apocalyptic world, from transporting supplies to venturing to the moon, he never anticipated he would reach such heights. However, as long as he could safeguard the fortress and help the Xia nation secure a glimmer of hope, making a few more trips or negotiating for a handful of gold from various countries seemed far from undesirable. Yako approached with the repaired spacesuit, handing it to him, tried on to see if it fits. The people at the space station mentioned that the temperature fluctuations in space are significant. This suit can withstand temperatures from 180 to 150 degrees. Zhu Jue accepted the garment, feeling the warmth layer within. Suddenly, he recalled that if his parents were still in Antarctica, they might also don such attire. Upon returning from the moon, he would journey to Antarctica to find them. As night deepened, the lights in the fortress remained aglow. MOU was in the kitchen preparing a midnight snack. Zhou was modifying the components of the spacesuit, and Yako was organizing supplies for their journey. Leaning against the doorframe, Zhu Jue observed this scene and felt that no matter how arduous the apocalypse might be, with these individuals by his side, he possessed the courage to conquer the moon, to face the impending earthquakes and tsunamis, to amass more gold, and to protect more lives. Suddenly, his phone vibrated with an encrypted message from the Phantom. The bear from the north wishes to meet with you, claiming to have a special gift. The coordinates have been sent to your space panel. Zhu Jue furrowed his brow and opened the panel. The coordinates provided by the bear were for a temporary base in the Caucasus Mountains, one of their high-altitude outposts established after extreme heat. Xiao Ju, why are you in a daze? MOU approached, carrying a plate of freshly baked potato pancakes, sprinkled with a few grains of salt, a rare delicacy in these dire times. Uncle Zhou said their news from Australia. They want to exchange 500 pounds of live lobsters for 200 tons of heat-resistant materials. Shall I respond? Zhu Jue accepted the potato pancake, taking a bite. The crispy exterior enveloped a soft filling, instantly dispelling his doubts. Let us not rush. I need to check on the bear situation first. With that, he focused his mind, and the space panel shimmered briefly before his figure vanished from the fortress. When he reappeared, Zhu Jue stood on the helipad of the Caucasus base. The head of the bear's base, a robust middle-aged man, strode over with a welcoming smile. Honored sir, welcome. We have prepared a small gift for you, and we hope you will find it to your liking. As soon as he finished speaking, 2 young women clad in traditional attire from the bear emerged from a nearby tent, their graceful forms cradling silver cups filled with vodka. Zhu Jue immediately understood. His face flushed as he waved his hands. There is no need for that. I am here to discuss cooperation, not to receive gifts. The middle-aged man paused momentarily before bursting into hearty laughter. Indeed, you are a man of integrity. Since you're not interested in gifts, let us discuss business. We would like to request your assistance in transporting 3,000 tons of heat-resistant steel to the high-altitude base in Siberia, offering 3 tons of gold in return, along with an additional 100 boxes of top-grade caviar. Zhu Jue nodded. Agreed. I will come to collect the goods tomorrow. He turned to leave, but the middle-aged man called out to him. Sir, wait. We have one more request. We hope you can assist in transporting 50 scientists to the European Union base in the Alps, where they will participate in heat-resistant technology research. Zhu Jue pondered briefly before replying, "No problem, but it will require an additional ton of gold." The middle-aged man readily agreed. Done. After departing from the bear's base, Zhu Jue returned to the fortress and immediately messaged the Phantom. Post the price list for the mysterious person's transportation services on the dark web as follows. For transporting 5,000 tons of supplies, charge 5 tons of gold. For transporting personnel or precision equipment, charge per weight. 1 ton of gold for every 100 individuals or 100 tons of equipment. For M country, the transportation fees are doubled. For inquiries, please contact the Phantom for coordination. Once the message was published, within the hour, Zhu Jue's phone was inundated with collaboration requests from various nations. The representative from Australia was the first to call, urgency evident in his voice. "Honored sir, we wish to request your assistance in transporting 2,000 tons of iron ore to the Xia Nation steel base in exchange for 1,000 tons of compressed biscuits and 500 pounds of live lobsters. Additionally, we need 500 tons of heat-resistant materials at our high-altitude base in the Great Dividing Range. Willing to pay 2 tons of gold." Zhu Jue smiled. "The lobsters must remain fresh. Please send the coordinates for the iron ore and heat-resistant materials. I will arrange transportation tomorrow." Next, he received a call from the representative of Indonesia, his voice filled with anxiety. "Sir, our Bali base is on the verge of being submerged by the heat wave. We urgently need to transfer 300 technological talents and 200 precision devices to the base in the New Guinea Highlands. We are willing to pay 2 tons of gold, plus an additional 5 sets of deep-sea exploration data." Zhu Jue sighed. "I will prioritize your transportation tomorrow and ensure the safety of the personnel." Then came a reluctant call from the Secretary of State of M country. "Sir, we need to transport 500 tons of heat-resistant materials to the high-altitude base in the Rocky Mountains. According to the price list, that should amount to 15 tons of gold. But your request to double the fees is quite unreasonable." Zhu Jue remained calm. "The price list is quite clear. M country's transportation fees are doubled. You can either pay 3 tons of gold or use your space telescope lenses as compensation. There is no room for negotiation." After a long silence, the Secretary of State finally gritted his teeth and agreed. "Fine, we will pay 3 tons of gold." Just as Zhu Jue was busy coordinating the collaboration requests from various countries, a secure phone call from the Xia Nation's Central Command came through. Commander Zhang's voice held a hint of excitement. "Commander, we have received news from the Tiansu space station. Their lunar probe has discovered high-purity helium, 3 resources in the Sea of Rains. We hope you can assist in retrieving 500 tons of lunar soil for energy research post-extreme heat." Zhu Jue was taken aback. "To the moon? How much energy will that require?" Commander Zhang replied, "The space station has already sent the probe's coordinates to your space panel. Preliminary calculations indicate that a round trip to the moon will consume 500 tons of gold, and you will need to wear a specially designed spacesuit, with all supplies being space-specific." Zhu Jue accessed the space panel and input the lunar probe's coordinates. A prompt appeared. Inter-body transmission, energy consumption, 500 tons of gold. Maximum single load, 500 tons, including personnel and equipment. If additional supplies are needed, each ton over will double the energy consumption. 500 tons of gold? That is excessive. Zhu Jue frowned. Moreover, he could only carry 500 tons of supplies. If he wanted to bring back more lunar soil or equipment, the cost would be prohibitive. Commander Zhang chuckled. "Commander, we have anticipated this issue. The Central Command has decided to collaborate with other nations to co-fund this endeavor. The Bear is willing to contribute 150 tons of gold. Australia will exchange 100 tons of gold for 500 tons of iron ore. Indonesia will offer 50 tons of gold in exchange for 3 sets of deep-sea mining equipment. And M country will contribute 300 tons of gold. This way, our Xia Nation only needs to provide 100 tons of gold." Zhu Jue's eyes lit up. "That is an excellent idea. However, I have another proposition. Could we not take our unlaunched Tian-Shu 3 satellite and 2 sets of backup space-based weapon modules to the moon to test their performance in a space environment?" Commander Zhang immediately agreed. "No problem. We will arrange for personnel to prepare the satellite and weapon modules. And the spacesuits and space-specific supplies will be delivered to your fortress as soon as possible." After hanging up, Zhu Jue walked to the rooftop, gazing at the high-altitude base under construction in the distance, filled with anticipation. He knew that this journey to the moon would not only secure vital energy resources for the Xia Nation, but also enhance its space capabilities, positioning it more favorably in this apocalyptic era. Returning to the fortress, Yako was organizing Zhu Jue's spacesuit, while Mo was preparing space-specific compressed biscuits. Zhou Qi remarked with a smile, "Xiao Ju, who would have thought you would be going to the moon?" That's truly remarkable. When you return, I will prepare potato soup to celebrate. Zhu Jue smiled and nodded. Rest assured, I will return safely. Early the next morning, Zhu Jue donned his spacesuit, packed the necessary space-specific supplies, and made his way to the Xia Nation's space launch base. The personnel at the Tianxiu space station have completed their preparations for docking. With a mere thought, Zhu Jue activated the spatial panel, and his figure vanished in a fleeting shimmer from the launch base, propelling towards the lunar surface. Upon arrival, Zhu Jue meticulously navigated to the coordinates of the helium-3 resources, gently collecting lunar soil and storing it within his spatial domain. As he amassed 500 tons of lunar regolith, a notification emerged on the spatial panel. Maximum carrying capacity reached. To continue collecting, energy consumption will double for each additional ton. After a moment of contemplation, Zhu Jue decided to cease further collection and instead deployed the Tianxiu-3 satellite along with 2 sets of space-based weapon modules into lunar orbit before initiating the teleportation to return to Earth. Upon his return, Zhu Jue entrusted the lunar soil to the researchers of the Summer Nation and reported the deployment status of the satellites and weapon modules to Commander Zhang. The commander, beaming with delight, exclaimed, "Commander, you have achieved a significant victory this time. With these lunar soils and space equipment, our Summer Nation's strength in the impending apocalypse has been greatly enhanced." Zhu Jue smiled and replied, "This is merely my duty. By the way, when will the Australian lobsters and the Bear Nation's caviar arrive? I am eager to taste them." Commander Zhang laughed heartily. "Rest assured, they are en route and will soon arrive at your fortress." In the following days, Zhu Jue tirelessly coordinated the transportation of supplies and personnel across various nations. He transported iron ore from Australia to the steel base of the Summer Nation in exchange for compressed biscuits and lobsters, transferred technological talents and equipment from Indonesia to the base in the New Guinea Highlands, and delivered heat-resistant steel and scientists from the Bear Nation to designated locations. Chapter 66. Morning Urgency, Antarctic Schemes. Chapter 67. Coordinates and Gold. The transport manifest on the eve of Antarctica. The early morning light in the uppermost chamber of Jiang City Fortress was dim and yellow, filtering through the floor-to-ceiling windows and losing much of its warmth. Outside, a half-submerged advertisement floated on the river, the word disperse blurred on the rusted metal. Mou's hair fell over Zhu Jue's arm as Yako carefully folded heat-resistant cold-weather suits. The bedside satellite phone buzzed for the 3rd time, the screen flashing with a prompt for the ghost coordinates of Indonesia. "Answer it," the ghost urged. "Indonesia has been pressing all morning." Mou sat up and handed him a silk shirt embroidered with dark patterns, saying, "Yesterday, Zhaogang soldiers encountered refugees who were scrambling for bicycles in the New Guinea Highlands. You should take a detour when you teleport." Yako draped the cold-weather suit over his legs, her fingers pointing to the emergency pocket. "I modified it all night, packed with compressed biscuits. You want to go hungry in an Antarctic storm?" Zhu Jue pressed the answer button, and the ghost's voice crackled with static. "I have sent you the coordinates for the Jakarta equipment warehouse." The Indonesian representative states that the sea level has risen another 30 centimeters. They require 200 heat-resistant devices and 3 testing instruments to be delivered to New Guinea by this afternoon. Have him pay 7 tons of gold. The testing instruments are considered premium goods, so add 2 tons. Leaning against the headboard, he glanced out the window at the transport ships crowded on the river, with refugees clinging to the railings, cradling bundled children. "Make the transfer now. It must arrive at the warehouse within half an hour. I will send it directly afterward." Received. The Indonesian finance just completed the transfer. The ghost paused. Additionally, 5 tons of gold from the M Nation's New York Treasury has arrived, and 3 suspicious signals were detected, but have since been withdrawn. I will send you the coordinates. You can collect them safely in the evening. After hanging up, Zhu Jue descended the stairs to find breakfast laid out on the long table in the dining room. Australian lobster sashimi resting on crushed ice. A 5 Wagyu beef seared to perfection, steaming crab meat soup dumplings, and a bowl of Buddha jumps over the wall soup floating with golden chicken oil. Zhou sat at the table, a tablet displaying the scan of the Antarctic Research Station, pointing at the raw sea area with his finger. "Clever boy." The ghost updated yesterday. The research station lies beneath the ice cap, right next to the energy source of the Ark base. Be sure to steer clear of the ice crack zones tomorrow. "What about the ice collapse?" Zhu Jue inquired, picking up a piece of lobster sashimi and dipping it in caviar. "Commander Zhang sent a message this morning indicating a level 12 storm." The ghost checked. "The storm will arrive at midnight, conveniently masking your teleportation activity." Zhou Qi pushed the tablet towards him. "Australia owes us 300 pounds of king crab. They sent word yesterday that it is being loaded onto the ship. It will cost 10 tons of gold, plus the 7 tons from Indonesia and the 5 tons from M Nation, making a total of 22 tons, enough for a round trip to Antarctica." MOU brought over a plate of shrimp dumplings and sat beside him. The Bear Nation contacted us yesterday, offering 2,000 tons of heat-resistant steel in exchange for freshwater fish from Lake Baikal. I indicated that it would equate to 1 ton of gold, and they agreed. Save the freshwater fish for sashimi upon our return from Antarctica. Zhu Jue set down his chopsticks and picked up the tablet to review the New York Treasury scan. Yako, is there any issue with the mini air conditioning in the cold weather suits? When I tested it yesterday, it maintained a steady 38 degrees at level 10. Rest assured, I fine-tuned it until midnight. The heat-resistant layer has been replenished with crystal stones. Even if the ice cap melts to 15 degrees during the day, we need not fear. Yako approached him and adjusted the collar of his tactical suit. I packed 2 bottles of 82 Lafite from the spatial domain to share with your uncle and aunt. We will enjoy a glass together. At 2 p.m., outside the Jakarta equipment warehouse, the ground shimmered with heat, the iron doors of the warehouse too hot to touch. In the distance, refugees huddled against the wall, their eyes fixed on Zhu Jue. He pressed the satellite phone, and the ghost's voice came through. The warehouse door is unlocked. The equipment is located at the very back, and the scan shows no abnormalities. Zhu Jue entered the warehouse, where 200 heat-resistant devices were piled like a small mountain, with 3 testing instruments safely packed in shockproof boxes. With a mere thought, the equipment vanished, and as he turned, the warehouse manager rushed in, cradling a thermal container. Sir, tuna and bird's nest soup. The president sends his gratitude. Place it here. Zhu Jue glanced at the thermal container and stored it in his spatial domain. The coordinates for the New Guinea Highlands have been sent by the ghost. I will arrive in half an hour. As he spoke, his figure vanished from the warehouse, leaving the manager stunned, staring blankly at the empty space. At 6 p.m., outside the New York Treasury, the wind carried the scent of scorched earth. The shells of cars rusting into scrap metal by the roadside, and the streetlights drooping. Only the emergency lights of the Treasury remained illuminated. Zhu Jue took out the satellite phone, and a message from the ghost appeared. Suspicious signals have retreated to 5 kilometers. You can proceed safely. The Treasury door creaked open, revealing a mound of 5 tons of gold, dazzling in its brilliance. Zhu Jue willed the gold into his spatial domain, and as he exited the Treasury, the evening glow painted half the sky crimson, reminiscent of the color of the ice collapse from his previous life in Antarctica. He felt the jade pendant in his pocket and softly spoke into the satellite phone. Ghost, please send me the coordinates for Antarctica by dawn tomorrow. Received. Zhochi advises you not to take unnecessary risks. The space-based weapon modules in your domain can be activated with a simple press of the power button 3 times. The ghost's tone softened. MOU and Yako are preparing Buddha jumps over the wall in the fortress, waiting for your return to enjoy it. Zhu Jue gazed up at the darkening sky, observing the distant refugees riding shared bicycles, their bells ringing as they gradually ascended towards higher altitudes. He smiled, pressed the teleportation button, and the fortress lights illuminated. MOU was adding goji berries to the Buddha jumps over the wall. Yako was organizing the Antarctic maps, and Zhochi was fine-tuning the alarm for spatial scans. Have we finished collecting the gold? MOU inquired, offering him a bowl of soup. Yes, 22 tons is sufficient. Zhu Jue sipped the soup, glancing at the clock on the wall. Tomorrow morning at 8, the ghost will send the coordinates. We will head directly to the research station. Yako unfurled the map on the table, pointing at the ice crack zone in the Ross Sea. We should navigate around here. Zhao Gang soldier reported that there are undercurrents beneath the cracks. Best not to approach. Zhochi patted his shoulder reassuringly. Rest easy. The spatial scan updates in real time. If there is any movement at the Ark base, I will alert you immediately. After finishing the last sip of soup, Zhu Jue rose and walked towards the cloakroom, where the heat-resistant cold weather suit hung on a rack, glimmering softly in the moonlight that streamed through the window. He felt the emergency pocket of the suit. The compressed biscuits within still held warmth, freshly baked by MOU and Yako using the finest flour from the spatial domain. See you tomorrow. He turned back to smile at the 3, silently murmuring, Mom and Dad, I will come to find you tomorrow. Chapter 67. Cold armor prepared for voyage. Escaping the Earth's core. Zhu Jue had just teleported back from the M Nation's New York Treasury to Jiang City Fortress when a satellite phone vibrated with a ghost's encrypted message appearing on the screen. The central coordinates of the Summer Nation have been updated. The Cold Front team is awaiting you in the underground command room. Please bring the spatial scanning equipment. He casually placed 5 tons of gold into the space as precious metal zone and secured the tuna and bird's nest sent from Indonesia in the luxury goods area before turning to MOU and saying, I am heading to the Central Command to meet the Special Operations team. I shall return before dinner. With his mind locked onto the coordinates provided by Phantom, a flash of white light enveloped him, and Zhu Jue found himself standing on the metallic floor of the underground command center of the Xia Nation. clad in deep gray special forces attire. Lung Feng approached briskly, the lightning insignia on his shoulder epaulette gleaming coldly, followed by 5 team members, each carrying a black equipment case. Commander, I am Lung Feng, tasked with ground support in Antarctica. This is the Han Jia specialized protective suit. Crafted from ultra-low temperature fibers and volcanic ceramic particles, combined with aerospace sealing technology, capable of withstanding temperatures from -200 to 800 degrees. It contains a built-in oxygen supply for 72 hours and a life monitoring device. He opened the equipment case to reveal a silver-gray protective suit adorned with intricate dark patterns. The collar embedded with a miniature screen. Additionally, we have the arc signal detector, which can penetrate 50 meters of ice. The space-based weapon terminal has been linked to your wristband, allowing you to call upon laser strike for the Tianshu 3 at any time while in Antarctica. A technician interjected, "We have intercepted communications from the Ark base. Chelsea is currently apprehending a group of escaped researchers, totaling 15 individuals, possibly led by my father." Zhu Jue took the protective suit, his fingertips brushing against the cold ceramic particles, and he was suddenly reminded of a morning 6 months ago when his father, Zhu Jue, left home with a research bag, smiling as he promised to return and cook braised pork once they found the Ark components. Tragically, he was lost in an accident en route to Antarctica, along with Zhou Qi's wife, Zhang Lan, and 6 other researchers, with no trace of their remains ever found. The Central Command had agreed to dispatch the Snow Dragon 3 icebreaker, setting sail from Zhoushan port tomorrow morning, with the Bears Polaris awaiting in the Drake Passage. Lung Feng pulled up the navigation chart, indicating that the use Nimitz was patrolling in the South Atlantic, and Phantom would assist in circumventing the patrol zones. The 10 free supply transports you promised have been registered with the Central Command, prioritizing the delivery of heat-resistant potato seeds to the Himalaya base. Zhu Jue nodded, stowing the protective suit in the space's polar equipment zone. I will rendezvous with the icebreaker tomorrow morning. I shall transport your equipment through spatial transfer to save time. After speaking, he input the new coordinates given by Phantom and teleported back to the fortress's underground supply depot, where lights flickered. Zhou Qi was crouched before a pile of medical kits, holding a yellowed photograph. A group photo featuring Zhu Jue, Zhang Lan, and the researchers. Xiao Ju. The compass old Zhu used back then is still here. Zhou Qi handed him a brass compass, its surface engraved with the emblem of the Antarctic research team. I also packed the knee pads that Zhang Lan sewed for you into the hidden pocket of the protective suit. She often said the Antarctic winds were fierce and worried about old Zhu's knees. Mo brought over hot ginger tea, holding a thermos box. Inside is the beef jerky that old Zhu loved, and Yazzie has also packed your favorite crab roast soup dumplings. They're in the emergency food compartment of the protective suit. Just heat them up to eat. Yazzie was calibrating the spatial scanning terminal when she looked up and said, "Phantom informed me that the Bears icebreaker is ready. Be cautious of Chelsea's spatial interference tests, as they may disrupt communications in Antarctica." Zhu Jue accepted the ginger tea. Noticing Zhou Qi's red-rimmed eyes, Mo's fingers gripping the thermos tightly, and Yazzie's screen still displaying the Antarctic weather map, a warmth surged within him. Rest assured, I will bring both Dad and Anilan back. Meanwhile, deep within the Ark base in the raw sea of Antarctica, Chelsea stood before a surveillance screen, her fingers furiously tapping on the keyboard. Dr. White, clad in a white lab coat, timidly presented a report. "Sir, the second spatial interference test is ready, capable of covering a 200-kilometer radius in the Ross Sea, but we still have not located those 15 researchers. Captain Miller suspects they may have fled to the volcanic zone beneath the ice cap." "Fled?" Chelsea scoffed coldly, snatching up the intercom. Her voice was harsh. "Miller, take 2 teams to the entrance of the volcanic zone. Dig 3 feet if you must, but find them. Especially Zhu Jue and Zhang Lan. They know the whereabouts of the Ark's core star nucleus. Bring them back alive. If they escape to the volcanic zone, don't you dare return." Miller's response crackled through the intercom, and Chelsea turned to Dr. White, commanding, "Activate the backup disruptor. If Zhu Jue dares to come to Antarctica, I will delay his spatial transfer by at least 10 seconds with no star nucleus. No one will thwart the ARC project." Beneath 300 meters of ice in the volcanic zone, Zhu Jue held a mining lamp as he advanced, the light illuminating the glowing moss on the rock walls, casting an eerie green glow around him. Zhang Lan, carrying a medical bag, supported the exhausted Professor Li, her voice low. "Old Zhu, do you hear that sound of water? Is it the magma river you mentioned?" Zhu Jue halted, the star nucleus in his hand suddenly radiating warmth as the walnut-sized metallic piece glowed with a faint blue light, pointing toward the sound of flowing water. "This is it. 3 days ago, when I discovered this volcanic zone, the star nucleus indicated this direction." He crouched down, touching the peculiar plant at his feet, its leaves resembling jade, with transparent sap flowing through its stems. Professor Li remarked that this plant could purify the air, and the river ahead was said to contain fish, drinkable once boiled. Lin Hui, Zhu Jue's mother, pulled compressed biscuits from her bag and distributed them among the other researchers. Everyone, hold on a little longer. The star nucleus's guidance is infallible. Once we escape this volcanic zone, we will be able to contact the outside world. She gazed at Zhu Jiangwo's silhouette, suddenly recalling the promise made before their departure to bring Zhu Jue to Antarctica to witness the aurora once this mission concluded. Little did she know they would be forced into this hellish volcanic zone, severing all communications for 3 days. When Zhu Jue returned to the Central Command, Lung Feng had already organized the operation plan. At 3 o'clock tomorrow morning, you will use spatial transfer to send our equipment to the Snow Dragon 3. The icebreaker will rendezvous with the Bears Polaris in the South Indian Ocean, avoiding the U.S. fleet. At the same time, news from Phantom arrived. The U.S. Nimitz has moved toward the Drake Passage, and I've instructed the Bears icebreaker to equip counter-radar devices. Zhu Jue nodded, saving the plan in the spatial panel. The 10 free transport missions I promised will commence once I return from Antarctica, starting with the potato seeds for the Himalaya 3 base. Upon arriving back at the fortress, night had fallen, and Mo Yu had arranged dinner in the dining room. Zhou Qi was still counting medical kits in the supply depot, and Yazi was charging the energy packs of the protective suits. Xiao Ju, be careful tomorrow, Zhou Qi said, handing him Zhu Jiangwo's old compass, which old Zhu had relied upon to locate research stations in Antarctica back in the day. It might prove useful. And Mo Yu helped him tuck the beef jerky into the hidden pocket of the protective suit, while Yazi handed him the instruction manual for the space-based weapon terminal. If you encounter danger, don't fight it out. Teleport back. We will be waiting for you. At 3 o'clock the next morning, Zhu Jue stood at the top of the fortress, focusing his mind on the coordinates of the Snow Dragon 3. The specialized protective suit, arc detector, and medical kits were sequentially transferred into space. He cast a final glance at the fortress's lights, where MOU and Yazi waved from the window, and Zhou Qi held up the group photo. A flash of white light enveloped him, and Zhu Jue's figure vanished into the morning mist. While deep within the Antarctic volcanic zone, the star nucleus in Zhu Jiangwo's hand suddenly shone brighter, pointing deeper into the Earth's core. Chapter 68. Silent Standoff at the Ross Sea Ice Cap. On the satellite phone screen, the coordinates lay quietly at the edge of the Ross Sea Ice Cap. 77N. 168E. Zhu Jue's fingertip hovered over the teleportation button as the last message from the Xi'an Nation's Central Command arrived. The U.S. patrol boat is 8 nautical miles from your coordinates. We will negotiate under the pretense of polar exploration, and do not fail to uphold your promise of 10 domestic transports. With a flash of white light, he found himself on the ice. The Antarctic winds whipped against his face, and the daylight melted thin sheets of water from the ice cap. The crunch of his footsteps on the shattered ice mingled with the distant roar of the patrol boat's engine. Zhu Jue pressed at the collar of his tactical suit, the cold breeze seeping in, suppressing the blinding glare reflecting off the ice surface as the U.S. patrol boat's searchlight swept across the ice hills. Personnel ahead. Immediately identify yourselves. The patrol boat's announcement pierced through the howling wind. Zhu Jue crouched behind an ice hill, his hand instinctively reaching to his waist to press the button on a black box. The surrounding static abruptly ceased, and, as the searchlight swept over his hiding spot, it did not linger. The signal had been severed, rendering the patrol boat's radar blind. The silver-gray patrol boat cleaved through the melting ice, its machine guns slowly elevating at the bow. Zhu Jue remained motionless, his mind sweeping across the space, and with a swift flick, a half-frozen ice brick hurtled forth, striking the patrol boat's communication antenna with precision, severing it and sending it plummeting into the icy waters. Communication was severed. Flank it from the side. The soldiers aboard shouted in exasperation. Utilizing the cover of the ice fissure, Zhu Jue retreated, his satellite phone vibrating urgently. The Summer State had issued a notice to the M State, informing them that he was part of the international exploration team and instructing them to withdraw their vessel to avoid hindering the exploration's progress. The engine sound of the patrol boat gradually receded. Zhu Jue stood at the edge of the ice crack, peering down, the echoes of falling ice muffled like a drum. A message from the Ghost emerged. An energy signal was detected 3 kilometers to the southeast, and the Nimitz aircraft carrier was maneuvering in that direction, presumably to seize the ice cap first. Instead of heading southeast, he pivoted and circled northwest. The ice surface grew increasingly slippery, meltwater trickling along the fissures. As the voice of the M State's Roosevelt broadcast wafted through the air, exploration personnel proceed immediately to the destroyer for identity verification or be treated as illegal intruders. Zhu Jue scoffed coldly, summoning a 200-kilogram steel beam with his mind and hurling it toward the direction of the broadcast. The steel struck the ice surface with a resounding clang, causing the thin ice to crack further, silencing the broadcast abruptly. He retrieved his satellite phone and sent a message. The patrol boat has been driven away, interfering with the exploration. I have not forgotten the 10 successful transports you facilitated. Suddenly, the wind picked up and the clouds began to converge ominously. A storm was approaching. With 4 hours until darkness fell, the ice cap would plummet to 10, making movement more challenging once the meltwater refroze. Zhu Jue quickened his pace, evading the patrol perimeter of the M-State fleet as he moved toward the energy signal in the southeast. A faint tremor resonated beneath the ice, akin to some machinery in operation, and the object he sought lay at the end of that vibration. The blue light within the ice fissure grew ever brighter, and Zhu Jue pressed against the ice wall, feeling the vibrations beneath his fingertips, confirming they aligned with the energy signal marked by the ghost. The target was situated a mere 100 meters beneath the ice cap. His satellite phone vibrated urgently. The message from the Summer State S Command Center laden with haste. 2 F-35s from the Nimitz have taken off, heading toward the energy signal. They claim it is for patrol. Exercise caution. We are negotiating with the M-State. The sound of engines approached from beyond the ice fissure, casting F-35 shadows upon the ice surface, the wind from their wings scattering shards of ice against the ice wall. Zhu Jue's mind swept across the space, illuminating the targeting line of the space-based weaponry on the panel, firmly locking onto the aircraft. He could not allow them to approach that blue light. Do not fire. Conserve your resources. A message from the ghost appeared. The Summer State warns that the exploration equipment you carry is sensitive, and low-flying aircraft will interfere with data collection. They request a withdrawal. The F-35s circled above the ice cap twice, dropping 2 orange smoke grenades, which billowed out, effectively obscuring the direction of the blue light. Zhu Jue furrowed his brow, conjuring 10 steel pipes with his mind, which he plunged into the ice surface to form a barrier, shielding the smoke from view. He could not allow the M-State personnel to discern that metallic door. Exploration personnel, cease all illegal operations immediately. The Roosevelt's broadcast echoed again, laced with threats. Zhu Jue paid it no heed, continuing toward the blue light. The ice fissure suddenly convulsed violently. The ice surface beneath him began to tilt, and a thunderous roar echoed from afar. The ice was collapsing. A gale swept down, hurling ice blocks from the summit of the ice cap, while fragments of ice cascaded from the top of the fissure. His satellite phone vibrated more urgently. The M-State patrol boat detonated explosives at the top of the ice cap, attempting to force you out. The Summer State fleet has arrived from Australia, closing in within 10 nautical miles of the M-State destroyers. Hold on a little longer. Zhu Jue darted aside, narrowly avoiding a half-human-sized ice cone, which crashed down precisely where he had stood, causing the ice surface to crack wider. He locked onto the patrol boat at the ice cap's summit, summoning a 50-kilogram steel ball, which he hurled with force. It struck the patrol boat's deck, causing it to tilt precariously, nearly toppling into the ice fissure. Retreat! Retreat! The patrol boat's engine noise turned frantic. Seizing the opportunity, Zhu Jue surged forward. The metallic door at the end of the ice fissure became distinctly visible. The blue light emanated from the energy lock on the door. The F-35s returned, armed with live munitions. A message from the ghost arrived. The target is the metallic door. They intend to blow it up. Zhu Jue raised his gaze to see 2 F-35s diving toward the metallic door, missiles glinting ominously beneath their wings. Without hesitation, he summoned 20 heat-resistant devices, instantaneously erecting a barrier before the door. The missiles detonated against the devices, flames soaring into the sky, yet the metallic door remained unscathed. Realizing the door had not been breached, the F-35s turned to make another dive, but Zhu Jue pressed the launch button for the space-based weaponry. A laser streaked across the sky, narrowly grazing the aircraft's wing, severing the missiles, which plummeted onto the ice surface, erupting in a cloud of icy mist. Warning: encountering unknown attacks. Requesting return. The F-35's communication was intercepted by the ghost. The 2 aircraft fled in disarray, and Zhu Jue approached the metallic door, his fingertips brushing against the keypad. As he pressed down, the door emitted a low hum and began to open slowly. The ice collapse continued unabated as he slipped into the passage, a thunderous roar echoing behind him as the fissure filled with ice blocks. The passage was shrouded in darkness, illuminated only by flickering emergency lights, and he knew the target lay at the end of this abyss. The emergency lights within the research station's passage flickered erratically as Zhu Jue followed the wall map, the metallic floor beneath his feet coated with a thin layer of frost. Creaking with each step, in the distance, the The low hum of machinery resonated. It was the energy source that both the M state and the summer state were fixated upon, yet they were unaware that what Zhu Jue sought lay deep within the passage. His satellite phone beeped, and the ghost scanning image displayed. Within the low-temperature chamber at the end, 2 stable life signals were detected. However, 3 M-state destroyers were advancing toward the entrance, and 4 carrier-based aircraft were taking off in a diamond formation, encircling the ice cap. The M-state has reached an agreement. They intend to collaborate to capture you. The message from the Summer State's command center was frantic. Our fleet has closed in and issued a final ultimatum. If you bombard the research station again, we will open fire. Complete your task swiftly. Do not let it escalate into conflict. Zhu Jue quickened his pace. Behind the glass door, 3 transparent low-temperature chambers stood in a row. Inside the 2 central chambers lay the individuals he had searched for so long. Beneath the thin ice, the life sign indicators flickered with green light. They were alive. The sound of cannon fire erupted from outside, shaking the passage as ice shards fell from the ceiling. Zhu Jue paid no heed, sweeping his mind over the control system and pressing the defrost button. The chambers began to warm, the thin ice gradually melting, and his father's fingers twitched. The bombardment ceased. A message from the ghost arrived. The M state, fearing retaliation from the Summer State, has temporarily halted their fire. But the carrier-based aircraft continue to circle. Zhu Jue crouched before the chamber, observing the half-torn note clutched in his father's hand. As the defrost progress bar reached halfway, his satellite phone rang. The voice of the M-State fleet commander dripped with menace. Leave the low-temperature chamber immediately, or we will detonate that ice cap. No one will obtain the energy data. Zhu Jue pressed the speakerphone button. His voice is frigid as ice. Go ahead. If the energy source is destroyed, the data you seek will be lost forever. I can summon 5 tons of gold and stack it at the passage entrance. The exploration funds provided by the Summer State are sufficient to purchase this entire ice cap. Would you care to test that? The commander fell silent for a few seconds. His teeth clenched. We will allow you to take your equipment, but you must provide us with the preliminary data. The data was in the hands of the Summer State, and Zhu Jue intended to negotiate independently. He glanced at the progress bar, still showing 5 minutes remaining, and informed the individuals on the other end. I will remember this place. Next time I come, I will dismantle it. The satellite phone on the other end clicked off abruptly, and a message from the ghost arrived. The M-State fleet has retreated, and the Summer State fleet is following suit, standing by for counterattack. Do you need a medical team? No need. Zhu Jue touched his mother's hand, which had already begun to warm. He rose, pausing momentarily before the surveillance camera at the passage entrance. The indicator light flickered, and the image suddenly blurred into a flurry of snowflakes. As the defrost progress bar reached 100, the door to the low-temperature chamber hummed open. His father was the first to awaken, his eyes finding Zhu Jue. Lips moving, little Zhu. His mother awoke as well, tears falling onto his hand. Zhu Jue helped his parents to their feet as they made their way out of the passage. Sunlight streamed through the cracks in the ice, casting a warm glow upon the gold. Upon reaching the edge of the ice cap, he pressed the transmission button. A flash of white light enveloped him, and he took one last glance at the secrets of Ross Sea, destined to dissipate along with the memories of the soldiers from M Nation in half an hour. Every image of his parents would turn into a blank canvas. The voice from the satellite phone echoed with urgency from the Central Command of Xia Country. Congratulations on the successful exploration. The Australian base has prepared warm soup, awaiting your arrival to fulfill the transport promise. Zhu Jue remained silent, merely clutching his parents tightly. In that moment, enveloped by white light, he understood that this game was far from over. As long as his loved ones were safe and the secrets intact, he would possess the courage to strike next time, choosing to confront rather than cower beneath the ice cap. Chapter 69. The trace vanishes, the crisis emerges. As the white light receded, he found himself standing on the helipad of Xia Country's high-altitude base in Australia. A warm breeze, fragrant with grass, greeted him, in stark contrast to the biting wind of Antarctica. Zhu Jiangwo leaned against Zhu Jue's shoulder, his complexion still pale, clutching a half-torn letter that had become wrinkled from perspiration. Is Xiao Ju returning to Xia Country? It's the Xia Country's base in Australia. Safe. Zhu Jue guided his parents toward the temporary lounge, his fingertips brushing against the spatial panel that had just interacted with the medical team, the Cold Front Squad. The memories of his parents within the low-temperature chamber had already been erased to mere shadows. They would only remember a mysterious figure bringing back 2 unknown researchers. And even Zhu Jue's visage would fade into a blurred silhouette after half an hour. As they passed the edge of the helipad, he caught a glimpse of the ground under the harsh Australian sun. The cement surface bleached white, the air thick with an acrid, hot scent of soil. The moment the lounge door closed, Lin Hui reached out to touch Zhu Jue's face, tears falling onto the back of his hand. You've lost weight. Your chin has become so sharp. She pointed at the mushroom soup prepared by the base, yet did not touch it, only gripping Zhu Jue's wrist tightly. Her knuckles turning pale. Promise me you won't go to places like Antarctica again. Every time I close my eyes, I see the crevasses. I won't go again. Zhu Jue ladled soup for his parents, his thoughts sweeping through the surveillance data from Antarctica, the photographs taken by M Nation. The medical team's records, every trace that could expose his parents' identities was obliterated by the erasure barrier. Even the recent conversation with the Central Command of Xia Country was reduced to a memory of the mysterious figure fulfilling the transport promise. With no one inquiring who the researchers were. This was the tranquility he sought, a family safeguarding their fortress, untouched by conspiracy and conflict. Just then, a piercing scream erupted from outside. Zhu Jue sprang to his feet, rushing to the window and pulling back a corner of the curtain. On the grass at the edge of the helipad, several Australian soldiers were gathered around something. One of them crouched on the ground, frantically administering chest compressions to a comrade. The soldier being treated had a pale complexion, white foam dribbling from his mouth, a small blackish-red hole in his neck, blood seeping down his collar. Nearby, in the soil, several small, dark brown beetles with shiny, oily shells and thin legs resembling iron wire were leisurely crawling toward the adjacent thicket. What is that? La ligne creuseur. Her voice trembling. Zhu Jiangwo furrowed his brow, pressing his hand against the window. It resembles a mutated gill beetle, but far more lethal. The insects in the permafrost have mutated since the Antarctic ice cap began to melt. No sooner had he spoken than a shrill alarm pierced the air above the base. An urgent female voice crackled over the intercom. Emergency alert. Unknown poisonous insects have been discovered in the helipad area, resulting in one death. All personnel must return indoors immediately and avoid contact with the creatures emerging from ground. Repeat, avoid contact. Zhu Jue retrieved his satellite phone, unlocking the screen just as encrypted messages from the ghost appeared, accompanied by a surveillance video. Urgent message from the Central Command of Xia Country. Similar poisonous insects have been found on multiple farms in Australia. Those bitten die within 2 minutes. The skin of the corpses turns black and oozes pus. Insect holes have also been discovered in the potato fields of Base 3 in the Himalayas, with seedlings reduced to mere stalks. The command requests that you immediately arrange transportation to harvest the wheat in eastern Australia, followed by sending insect repellent to each base. Food supplies are dwindling. In the video, the wheat fields of Australian farms were a scene of devastation. The ears of wheat gnawed at, the ground crawling with those dark brown insects, resembling a writhing black membrane. Zhu Jue's fingertips turned icy. In his previous life, devoid of spatial abilities, when the insect plague erupted, the global food supply plummeted and the population decreased by 30%. He had witnessed the starving dead in the ruins of Jiang City, their bellies swollen like balloons, still clutching half a moldy piece of bread. In this life, he had hoped to save more people with the spatial abilities, yet the insect plague had arrived with alarming speed. Xiaoju, what's wrong? Zhu Jiangwo noticed the change in his son's demeanor and approached, patting his shoulder. Is there another natural disaster? It's the insects. Zhu Jue handed his phone to his father, explaining, mutated poisonous insects are killing people and devouring food. All the farms at various bases are suffering. He dialed the ghost's number. The frantic tapping of keys audible on the line. The Central Command of Xia Country says there are still 100,000 acres of wheat in eastern Australia yet to be harvested. If we wait 3 more days, it will all be consumed by insects. They want you to transport the wheat first, followed by sending insect repellent. The transport fee will be doubled, and gold will be directly transferred to your spatial account. No need for double. Zhu Jue kept his gaze fixed outside, the alarms still blaring, while soldiers at the Australian base sprayed insecticide. The insects curling up after being doused, but not dying immediately. Give me the coordinates of the Australian wheat fields. Begin transport in half an hour. Also, have the command send me the formula for the insect repellent. I have the equipment in my space to produce it in bulk. After hanging up, Lin Hui approached with the soup, her eyes filled with concern. Are you going out again? Yes, but I will return soon. Zhu Jue took a sip of the soup, warmth sliding down his throat. Dad, Mom, wait for me here. Once I finish transporting the wheat, I will take you back to Jiang City Fortress. It's safe there. And Uncle Zhou and MOU are both present. He pulled out a heat-resistant protective suit from his space and handed it to his father. This suit can protect against insect bites. Don't go outside. Wait for my return. Zhu Jiangwo accepted the protective suit, nodding earnestly. Stay safe. Don't take unnecessary risks. Food can be replenished, but you cannot afford to be harmed. Zhu Jue nodded and turned to leave. As he walked through the corridor, he encountered members of the Cold Front Squad. They paused, saluting respectfully. Mysterious sir, do you require an escort? The insects in Australia are quite fierce. He no longer remembered who Zhu Jue had saved the previous day, only that this was the mysterious figure capable of transporting supplies. No need. Zhu Jue waved his hand, his thoughts locking onto the wheat field coordinates provided by the ghost. You all stay vigilant at the base. Ensure the insects do not enter the lounge. In the blink of an eye, Zhu Jue found himself standing amidst the wheat fields of eastern Australia. The sun blazed mercilessly, wilting the wheat, while the ground teemed with countless black insects, some crawling up the wheat stalks and causing the grains to fall. In the distance, farmers donned masks and wielded sickles, desperately trying to harvest, yet they could not keep pace with the insects' relentless consumption. Some sat weeping on the field ridges, clutching half-eaten stalks of wheat. Without hesitation, Zhu Jue summoned the spatial storage area for crops, instantly absorbing swathes of wheat along with their stalks into the space. The insects on the wheat stalks were pulverized upon contact with the spatial barrier. He moved along the edge of the wheat field, the golden waves flattening as if caressed by an invisible hand. In less than half an hour, 100,000 acres of wheat were entirely collected into the space, and the insect holes in the soil were scorched shut by spatial energy. The satellite phone rang. It was an urgent communication from the Central Command of Xia Country. Sir, an insect plague has spread at Base 6 in the Himalayas, destroying the potato fields, and refugees have begun to raid food supplies. Could you send a batch of wheat there first? Send me the coordinates. Zhu Jue replied, while mentally commanding the equipment in his space to automatically mix the ingredients for the insect repellent. Boxes of the solution rolling down the conveyor belt into the waiting area. He glanced at the spatial panel displaying enough wheat to sustain 1 million people for half a year, feeling a slight sense of relief. But then he recalled the horrors of his previous life. In the later stages of the insect plague, the creatures mutated larger, capable of devouring even steel, rendering hiding underground futile. Sir, the Prime Minister of Australia requests an audience. Their Sydney base is also facing insect issues and seeks your assistance in transporting food. Willing to exchange iron ore. The ghost message cut in. Have him negotiate with the Central Command of Xia Country. Zhu Jue had no desire to engage in negotiations with the Australians. His thoughts were firmly anchored on the coordinates of base number 6 in the Himalayas. I am solely responsible for the transportation of goods to Xia Country. Let the other nations adhere to the price list, with a doubling of costs for premium resources. A flash of white light enveloped him, and he found himself standing before the granary of base number 6. The destitute gathered around the granary, crying out, while soldiers brandished their rifles to maintain order. Upon witnessing the sudden arrival of wheat, the crowd fell silent, only to erupt in jubilant cheers moments later. The base commander rushed over, shaking Zhu Jue's hand with fervor. Mr. Mysterious. Thank you. With this grain, we can hold on until the pest control agents arrive. Zhu Jue withdrew his hand, his fingers gliding across the spatial panel as the memories of his appearance began to blur. The pest control agents will arrive in half an hour. Keep an eye on the grain and prevent the destitute from looting. With that, he turned and teleported away. Upon returning to the Xia Country's base in Australia, his parents were seated in the lounge. Zhu Jiangwo was engrossed in studying the pest control formula, while Lin Hui organized the freshly received wheat samples. Seeing him return, Lin Hui rushed forward. Are you all right? Did you get bitten by any pests? Yen me fine. Zhu Jue replied with a smile. The wheat has all been transported, and the pest control agents are on their way. Let us head back to Jiang City. His thoughts locked onto the temporary safe point provided by the Phantom, and a white light enveloped the three of them as they vanished from the lounge. When they reappeared, they found themselves in the underground corridor of Jiang City Fortress. Zhou Qi was shouting into a walkie-talkie, MOU, prepare the pest spray. Xiao Zhu and the others are coming back soon. Upon spotting Zhu Jiangwo and his wife, the walkie-talkie slipped from his grasp, clattering to the ground as he hurried over. His voice thick with emotion. Old Zhu, Lin Hui, you're finally back. Old Zhou, sorry to have worried you. Zhu Jiangwo patted his shoulder, his eyes glistening with tears. MOU and Yazzie approached, carrying a pot of freshly stewed braised pork. MOU handed the bowl to Lin Hui. Annie, please have a taste. Xiao Zhu insisted I prepare this, saying Uncle loves it. Zhu Jue surveyed the room, filled with warmth and life, yet a heaviness settled in his heart. He understood that the pestilence was merely the beginning. The 30 casualties from his previous life pierced his heart like a thorn. Yet in this life he possessed a space, a family, and people to protect. He retrieved his satellite phone and sent a message to the Phantom. Inform the Central Command that the upcoming transport will prioritize seeds and pest control agents. I have enough grain in my space to last for a while. As dusk fell outside, the fortress's searchlights illuminated the potato seedlings on the rooftop. Zhu Jue stood on the balcony, watching his parents converse with Zhou Qi, while MOU and Yazzie organized the pest control supplies. Silently, he vowed, in this life, with my presence, The tragedies of pestilence shall be mitigated, even if just a little. The spatial panel flickered. The amnesic barrier had enveloped all those who had come into contact with the wheat and pest control agents. No one would know who had transported these supplies, nor would they realize that the mysterious figure was Zhu Jue, who merely wished to safeguard his family. This was enough to protect in peace, to guard with all his might. Even in the face of impending doom, as long as his loved ones remained, hope would endure. Chapter 70, Baiting the Pests. Iron wall against tears. In Jiang City at 3 in the morning, the sky had yet to brighten, but the air was already laden with scorching heat. A brief respite before the day's sweltering temperatures soared to 50 degrees. Zhu Jue followed the coordinates given by the Phantom, arriving outside the dilapidated machine tool factory. The rusted tin roof glimmered coldly in the dim light, while in the distance, the rustling of a swarm of insects sounded like countless needles scraping against metal. The coordinates of the machine tool factory read, latitude 30, 12, longitude 114.08. The equipment lay in an underground warehouse, with a caution to avoid the wormholes. The Phantom's message was brief and ended abruptly. Zhu Jue took out the spatial scanner. The screen flickered with red dots indicating 10 precision machine tools buried 3 meters underground. Nearby, a wormhole teemed with black insects the size of fingernails, viciously tearing at one another. The smaller ones reduced to mere stumps as the larger ones gleamed with fresh oil. He crouched low and circled to the factory's back door. As he cracked it open, a chilling scream pierced the air. A woman's voice, sharp as a heated wire, mingled with a man's maniacal laughter, shattering the stillness of the early morning. Zhu Jue peered through the door, his gaze landing on an open area outside the factory. Zhang Tubo stood with his foot planted on the woman's hand, who cradled a half-grown child. The child's face was pallid, lips cracked and bleeding, clutching a half-bag of moldy compressed biscuits. Zhang Tubo's bald head glinted in the moonlight. The scar over his left eye contorted with mirth as he raised his foot to kick the child's abdomen. The bag of biscuits burst, sending powder and dirt splattering across the child's face. Just hand it over, and it'll all be over. Do you really want to get beaten? Zhang Tubo spat out the cigarette, but in his mouth, which hit the ground with a sizzle, instantly turning to ash. One of his scrawny accomplices suddenly pointed at the woman's neck, cackling, "Tubo, this woman has a silver necklace. It could trade for half a bag of rice." Zhang Tubo's eyes lit up, and he reached for the woman's necklace. She desperately clutched it, but he yanked her hair, violently slamming her forehead against the ground covered in sharp stones, blood streaming down and staining her tattered garment. The child lunged to bite Zhang Tubo's leg, but was kicked away, crashing against a broken wall, falling silent. Zhu Jue's hand moved toward the spatial panel. 200 kilograms of steel floated at his fingertips. In his previous life, he had hidden among the ruins, watching as Zhang Tubo killed this family of 3 for half a biscuit, powerless to intervene due to the lack of space, only able to clench his fists in trembling rage. In this life, he had the means to crush Zhang Tubo, but refrained from acting immediately. The Phantom was right. Killing Zhang Tubo would incite his accomplices to frenzy, attracting even more destitute individuals, encircling the fortress until it was besieged. "Tubo, the bait over by the wormhole is running low." The scrawny accomplice gestured toward a nearby pit, crawling with black insects. The edges of the pit held 2 corpses, each bearing black-red bite marks on their necks. "We need to grab a couple more alive, or the insects 1T gather, and we 1T be able to collect the goods." Zhang Tubo nodded, kicking the woman aside as he shouted to his men, "Head over to that group of destitute people and grab 2 live ones. Remember, they must be young and have something valuable on them." The 3 accomplices dashed deeper into the ruins, soon dragging back an old man and a young girl. The old man's leg was broken, and the girl's hair was disheveled. Both were crying but dared not raise their voices. In the stillness of the dawn, crying would surely attract more insects. Zhang Tubo bound the old man to a wooden post at the entrance of the wormhole, slashing open the old man's arm with a knife, blood dripping onto the ground. The black insects instantly stirred, swarming like a dark, brownish blanket toward the old man's leg, quickly engulfing him. The old man screamed in agony. But Zhang Tubo only laughed heartily, turning to the scrawny accomplice. "Look, this old fellow has a piece of jade. Once the insects are done, we can go collect it." The young girl, petrified, crumpled to the ground, wetting her pants in fear. Zhu Jue's fingers finally took action. He could choose not to save the destitute, but he could not bear to witness such a perverse game. The steel flew like a shadow, silently striking the back of the scrawny accomplice's head with precision. He fell to the ground without a sound. "Who?" Zhang Tubo whirled around, his grip on the knife tightening. Zhu Jue emerged from the shadows, the light from the spatial scanner illuminating his face devoid of expression. Your game ends here. Zhang Tubo's accomplices scrambled to draw their knives, only to be repelled by Zhu Jue's spatial barrier. Their blades clattered to the ground with a sharp sound. Zhang Tubo, driven mad, charged at Zhu Jue, but Zhu Jue delivered a powerful kick to his abdomen, sending him tumbling into the wormhole. The black insects, sensing the scent of blood, swarmed toward him, quickly crawling into his collar. "Help me!" Zhang Tubo screamed, his body beginning to darken. Within 2 minutes, he fell silent. The remaining accomplices, terrified, scattered in all directions. Zhu Jue did not pursue. He merely summoned the pest control agent, dispersing it like mist toward the swarm, not to save anyone, but to delay the insects from converging too quickly, hindering the transportation of equipment. After dealing with Zhang Tubo, Zhu Jue slipped into the underground warehouse, securing 10 machine tools, 5 boxes of chips, and 2 tons of heat-resistant alloys, all safely stored in the industrial area of his space. As he turned to leave, he heard the soft sound of footsteps outside the warehouse. The woman he had kicked down, cradling the lifeless body of her child, was crawling toward him, her eyes fixated on the spatial scanner in his hand. The voice of the woman begging for food was as hoarse as sandpaper, mingled with blood and tears cascading down her face. "The child is starving, and I'm not far from it myself." Zhu Jue did not pause, walking straight past her. He was acutely aware that by merely offering half a bag of biscuits, hundreds of refugees would gather at the fortress gates the following day, brandishing knives and demanding sustenance. The woman gazed at his retreating figure, suddenly seizing a stone from the ground and hurling it at the back of his head. Zhu Jue sidestepped, and the stone shattered against the wall into dust. "Why won't you help?" she howled, frantically lunging towards him. "You have food. You can save us. Why do you turn a blind eye to our plight?" Zhu Jue remained silent, merely producing a small stone and striking her knee. She screamed in agony and sank to the ground, watching Zhu Jue fade into the morning mist, her cries dwindling. In the distance, the sound of swarming insects approached, soon to engulf her. As they teleported back to Jiang's city fortress, it was 4:30 in the morning, the dawn just beginning to break and the temperature rising, the heat in the air becoming increasingly oppressive. Zhou Qi, holding a pair of binoculars, stood at the edge of the drawbridge, his expression grave. "Xiaoju, you're back. The refugees have taken advantage of the early morning to head this way. Look." On the dirt road outside the drawbridge, a mass of refugees was crawling towards them. At the forefront was an elderly woman, cradling a lifeless child whose face was frozen and purple. The dew of the early hour had crystallized, unable to withstand the impending heat. With each step she took, she bowed her head to the ground, blood seeping from her forehead into the cracked earth. "Please, have mercy on us. Give us some food. The child is starving. I bow before you." The others followed suit, kneeling in unison, their heads striking the ground like raindrops. Mou emerged from the fortress, clutching 2 bags of compressed biscuits, tears welling in her eyes. "Xiaoju, let them in. Just give this old woman a morsel." "They cannot enter." Zhu Jue grasped her wrist, pointing to 2 men in the crowd. One, clad in a tattered cotton coat, was stealthily reaching for his waist, where a knife was concealed. The other, wearing a hat, was fiddling in his pocket, the glimmer of a lighter visible at his fingertips. "If you open the door, they will seize all the food, set fire to the fortress, and slaughter us all." Mou followed his gaze, her face draining of color as the biscuits slipped from her grasp. Yazi approached, picking up the fallen biscuits and returning them to her space, gently patting Mou's back. "Don't be soft-hearted. Have you forgotten what happened last time with Zhang Tuzi?" "Zhao Gang, proceed according to protocol." Zhu Jue spoke into the intercom. 5 meters from the drawbridge, fire a warning shot. If they advance further, shoot to maim. On the other end of the intercom, Zhao Gang paused momentarily before acknowledging. The old woman continued to bow. Her child dropped to the ground, and as she attempted to retrieve him, she was shoved by other refugees and fell. The throng behind surged madly towards the drawbridge. The man in the tattered coat drew his knife, aiming to sever the bridge's ropes, while the woman with the hat produced her lighter, intent on igniting the fortress's wooden door. "Fire!" Zhu Jue's voice remained devoid of emotion. Gunfire erupted, the man in the tattered coat collapsing into the trench, his knife clattering against the steel pipe. The woman in the hat was shot in the calf, the lighter falling to the ground and igniting the nearby hay. The refugees recoiled in terror or were driven forward by the oppressive heat behind them. The sun had risen, the temperature surpassing 50 degrees, and skin exposed to the sunlight would soon be scorched. "The insects are coming," a voice shouted. From the distant ruins, black swarms surged like a tide, drawn by the gunfire and flames. The refugees screamed and scattered, some rushing towards the fortress, others fleeing deeper into the ruins, soon to be engulfed by the swarm, their cries echoing through the dawn. Mou covered her ears, crouching on the ground in tears. Yazzie stood beside her, clutching a pistol, the barrel directed at the incoming refugees, yet she refrained from firing. She had not yet reached Zhu Jue's level of decisiveness, but understood the necessity of hardening her heart. Zhu Jue stood on the drawbridge, watching as the refugees fled from the pursuing insects, observing the increasing number of corpses outside the fortress. His hand again grazed the spatial panel. This time, he summoned not steel or medicine, but a piece of tarpaulin to cover the bodies outside the drawbridge, not for mourning, but to prevent the scent of blood from attracting more insects, buying the fortress a little more time. The satellite phone rang. It was a message from Ghost, consisting of a single line. Coordinates for the central machine tool of Xia country received, 29. 35 91. 10 E. Must be delivered before 5 o'clock. Zhu Jue pocketed the phone and turned back towards the fortress. The wails outside continued, the rustling of insects growing nearer. He knew this was merely one dawn in the oppressive heat of the 4th month, with countless more such dawns to come. All he could do was defend the fortress, eradicate the villains, while for the struggling refugees, he felt both powerless and unwilling to intervene. Chapter 71. Migrations of Blood and Fog, Insect Bait and Shattered Bones. At 1 o'clock in the morning, the migration route in Xia country was engulfed in darkness, illuminated only by soldiers' flashlights casting faint beams across the ruins. In the stifling air, the scent of sweat and blood lingered, as the refugees slithered like a gray-black serpent between the crumbling walls. They had to reach the next settlement before 5 o'clock. Otherwise, the sun would rise, and the temperatures of 55 degrees would turn them into desiccated corpses. Zhu Jue teleported to the coordinates provided by Ghost, landing atop a fractured wall beside the route. The coordinates for the migration team's resource reception were 30. 05 N, 113. 58 E, requiring 10 tons of heat-resistant steel, cautioning to avoid the insect lures set by scorching. Ghost's message remained succinct, without superfluous words. He peered down, following the beam of the flashlight. The migration team numbered over 300, mostly elderly and children, with few young, strong men, likely having perished along the way. The lieutenant leading them, Li Rue, had his face sunburnt and peeling, the collar of his heat-resistant suit soaked with sweat. He raised his gun, his voice hoarse as he shouted, "Hurry! Move faster! 3 kilometers left. We must arrive before 5. A young mother, burdened with a 3-year-old child and clutching an empty water bottle, suddenly collapsed to the ground. The child tumbled from her back, crying out for his mother, his voice piercing the stillness of the early morning. Li Rue rushed over to help her up, only to discover her lips cracked and bleeding, her eyes half open. Breathless, she had succumbed to thirst. "Don't stop." Li Rue gritted his teeth, lift the child, and keep moving. A soldier bent down to pick up the child, only to find him clutching a half-eaten, hard biscuit, his mother's last offering, having not taken a sip of water herself. The child cried out, biting the soldier's hand, pleading for his mother, but was forcibly carried away, his cries growing distant. Zhu Jue's gaze fell upon a faint glimmer of fire at the entrance of a nearby insect hole. It was Scorching's lure. Following Ghost coordinates, he crept closer, lying atop a broken building to observe below. Scorching sat atop a high platform, his scarred face contorted with laughter, brandishing a stick made of bone, still smeared with flesh. His 5 accomplices were binding a refugee to a wooden post at the mouth of the insect hole, a girl of 16 or 17. Dressed in a tattered dress, her leg broken, tears streaming down her face, yet she dared not cry out. "Don't be afraid. It will be over soon." Scorching approached, lifting her chin with the bone stick. "When the insects bite you, we will collect your belongings. Consider it your contribution to the evolution of the apocalypse." The girl's eyes filled with terror as she suddenly bit down on Scorching's hand. He screamed, pushing her to the ground and viciously kicking her in the stomach. "Wretched girl, how dare you bite?" One accomplice produced a torch and hurled it into the insect hole. The black insects were stirred, surging forth like a tide, quickly crawling up the girl's legs. She emitted a heart-wrenching scream, her body convulsing violently. Within mere moments, all motion ceased. Her skin began to darken, while the insects fervently feasted upon her lifeless form. Some of the smaller insects even turned upon one another, with the larger ones consuming the smaller ones, their exoskeletons hardening and gleaming with a metallic sheen. "Excellent, excellent." Scorching clapped his hands in glee, just like that. "Devour, evolve. Once these insects grow sufficiently strong, I shall lead them to plunder all the food from the fortresses." Zhu Jue's fingers pressed against the spatial panel, the crosshairs of his sniper rifle firmly locking onto Scorching's head, while he could disregard the plight of the refugees. This perverted fiend who derived pleasure from feeding insects must be eradicated. Allowing him to live would only hasten the insect's evolution, ultimately becoming a grave nuisance. Bang! The gunshot rang out crisply in the early morning. Before Scorching's companions could react, they were repelled by Zhu Jue's spatial barrier, their knives and torches clattering to the ground. Scorching touched his head, finding no blood, but soon noticed that one of his companions had collapsed beside him, a gaping wound in his forehead. Zhu Jue had intentionally fired wide, curious to observe Chen's reaction. Who? Who is shooting? Scorching shrieked madly, drawing a handgun from his chest and firing wildly in all directions. Come out. Stop hiding. Zhu Jue remained concealed, merely summoning a 200-kilogram steel plate and crashing it down upon the insect nest below. With a thunderous roar, the nest collapsed, unleashing a horde of insects that Zhu Jue quickly forced back with an insect repellent. He had no desire to let the insects spread and disrupt the migration team. Scorching's companions, terrified, fled in all directions, only to be struck down one by Zhu Jue's steel plate. Observing the tide turning against him, Scorching attempted to leap from the platform to escape, but was blocked by Zhu Jue's spatial barrier. He spun around, aiming his handgun at his own temple, laughing maniacally. You cannot kill me. I become one with the insects. If I die, they will avenge me. Zhu Jue said nothing, summoning a slender steel rod that struck his wrist with precision. The handgun fell to the ground, and Scorching cried out in agony, only to realize that his hand was beginning to darken. When he was bitten by the young girl earlier, he had come into contact with the insect's saliva and was now poisoned. You see, you too will become food for the insects. Zhu Jue's voice emerged from the shadows. Did you not enjoy feeding them? Now it is your turn. Scorching's body stiffened increasingly as the insects, drawn by the scent of his poisoning, swarmed towards him. He attempted to flee, but was tripped by the steel rod, tumbling into the mass of insects. His screams soon faded, leaving only a pile of white bones and a few plump insects gnawing upon them. After dealing with Scorching, Zhu Jue returned to the migration route. Li Rue was carefully guiding the refugees around the insect lure point. The cries of children had ceased, likely exhausted from weeping. With a flick of his mind, 10 tons of heat-resistant steel plummeted to the ground. This steel will suffice to reinforce your next settlement's walls. I have cleared the insects. Proceed swiftly, he instructed Li Rue. Gratefully, Li Rue grasped his hand. Thank you, Commander. You are truly our savior. Without you, our group would likely not reach the settlement. Zhu Jue withdrew his hand, saying nothing. He was no savior. He was merely removing obstacles. The migration team must not perish. They were the foundation of the Xian nation, and their demise would complicate future reconstruction. He observed the refugees moving slowly, noting the child cradled in someone's arms, wide-eyed and gazing at the stars above, devoid of fear. Only confusion. The satellite phone rang. It was a message from Ghost. Next transport coordinates: southern granary of Jiangcheng, latitude 30.02, longitude 114.01. The food must be delivered to the settlement before 4 in the morning. The refugees are on the verge of starvation. Zhu Jue pocketed the phone and vanished into the morning mist, leaving behind the footsteps of the migration team, the breathing of children, and the shouts of soldiers gradually trailing behind him. In the early morning wind lingered the scent of Scorching's blood and the rustling of insects. He understood this was merely a minor interlude on the path of migration, with many more Scorchings and swarms of insects awaiting his cleansing. And he could only forge ahead, resolute and decisive. At 4 in the morning at the Jiangcheng fortress, the temperature in the air had already approached 52 degrees. The distant skyline glowed pale, and in another hour, the oppressive heat of 55 degrees would envelop the land. Zhu Jue had just returned from the Xian nation's central command with insect repellent when he noticed a group of special refugees kneeling outside the drawbridge. Coordinates of the gathering of refugees outside the fortress, latitude 30.10, longitude 114.05. Among them, 3 individuals bore weapons suspected of being a ruse. Ghost's message flickered on the satellite phone, offering no additional warnings. Zhu Jue stood atop the watchtower, raising his binoculars. The foremost figure was a pregnant woman, her belly pronounced. Kneeling on the ground, her forehead bloodied from striking it repeatedly. Please, those inside, have mercy and give us some food. My child is starving. Behind her stood an elderly man, holding the hand of a 5 or 6-year-old girl, whose pallid face and cracked lips leaned against the grandfather's chest, utterly drained of strength. The old man trembled as he bowed down. I beg you, grant the child a bowl of porridge. My wife has already starved to death. I cannot let this child perish too. Dozens of other refugees knelt behind them, old and young, all weeping and pleading for food, looking exceedingly pitiful. Mou stood below the tower, clutching several bags of compressed biscuits, tears welling in her eyes. Xiao Ju, let them in. They are all pregnant women and children. They do not seem to be deceitful. Seam? Zhu Jue activated the spatial scanner, the red dots clearly indicating that the pregnant woman concealed a spring knife within her belly. Pressed against her skin, nearly undetectable, the old man had a lighter tucked in his sleeve, alongside a small packet of gunpowder meant to blow the door open. And several refugees behind them hid short clubs and stones. Zhao Gang used the loudspeaker to command them to leave. Zhu Jue instructed through the intercom. If they approach within 5 meters of the drawbridge, shoot a warning. Zhao Gang acknowledged, and the loudspeaker echoed in the early morning. Everyone depart. The fortress has no surplus food. Approach any closer, and we will fire. Seeing that their ruse was failing, the pregnant woman suddenly cried as she crawled towards the drawbridge. I don't want food anymore. I'm about to give birth. Please let me in to deliver my child. The baby cannot die outside. The old man also dragged the little girl and crawled towards the drawbridge. We don't want food. We just want to escape the heat. The child is about to die from the sun. The refugees followed suit, crawling ever closer to the drawbridge, now within 10 meters. Zhu Jue's hand pressed against the spatial panel. The steel was ready, but he hesitated, wanting to see just how far these people would go. Bang! Shou Gong Fed. The bullet striking the ground before the pregnant woman, sending sparks flying. The woman froze in fear, but suddenly pulled out the spring knife from her belly and charged towards the drawbridge. Brothers, rush in and seize the food. Kill the ones inside. The old man also produced the packet of gunpowder, igniting it with the lighter, intending to throw it against the fortress's wooden door. Blow the door open. There is food inside. The refugees all brandished their weapons, surging towards the drawbridge, their pitiful expressions vanishing, replaced by greed and ferocity. The little girl was pushed to the front by the old man, used as a human shield, crying out in terror. Fire! Zhu Jue's voice was devoid of warmth. Gunfire erupted in a rapid succession. The woman at the forefront was shot in the calf, collapsing to the ground, the knife falling into the trench. The old man's packet of gunpowder was struck and sent flying into the crowd of refugees, detonating with a thunderous blast, scattering flesh and blood. The remaining refugees, terrified, began to retreat, only to be driven back by the oppressive heat. The sun had risen, and their exposed skin quickly reddened and swelled. The insects are coming, someone shouted. From the distant ruins, the black insects, drawn by the sound of the explosion, surged like a tide, swiftly catching up to the slower refugees. One refugee was seized by the insects, screaming as he fell to the ground, instantly engulfed by the swarm, leaving only a single hand still twitching outside. Mou stood beneath the tower, her countenance ashen, her biscuit having fallen to the ground. Yako approached, retrieved the biscuit, and placed it back in her space, gently patting her back. Do not gaze any longer. Look, that pregnant woman just now. The knife in her hand was meant to slay us. Zhu Jue descended from the lookout tower, making his way to the edge of the suspension bridge, where he surveyed the corpses and swarms of insects outside. He activated the flamethrower, spraying the corpses not in mourning, but to incinerate them, preventing the scent of blood from attracting more vermin. Flames erupted, the corpses emitted a hissing sound, and the acrid scent of charred flesh permeated the air. Little Jew, are we being too ruthless? Zhou approached, his voice tinged with hesitation. That little girl is innocent. Innocent? Zhu Jue pointed at the girl surrounded by the swarm of insects. Her cries had ceased. She may seem innocent now, but as she grows, she too could wield a knife to kill us for a mere half a biscuit. In the apocalypse, there is no everlasting innocence. Zhou fell silent, acutely aware that Zhu Jue spoke the truth, yet he could not suppress his sympathy for the child. The satellite phone rang, revealing a message from Phantom. The insect repellent has been delivered to the Jiangxing resettlement point. Coordinates 30. 01 114 03. 3 perverts are attempting to seize the repellent. Coordinates have been sent to you. Zhu Jue stowed the phone and addressed Zhou. I shall investigate the resettlement point. The fortress is in your hands. Keep a close watch on Mou and Yako. Allow no one entry. Zhou nodded, handing him a piece of heat-resistant protective clothing. Exercise caution. The resettlement point is rife with refugees and thus perilous. Zhu Jue accepted the gear and, turning, teleported away. The resettlement point was situated within a dilapidated supermarket in southern Jiangxing. At 4:30 in the morning, refugees were seizing the last moments of coolness to collect the insect repellent, only to be obstructed by 3 perverts. Want the repellent? Certainly. The leader, clad in a tattered cotton coat and wielding a steel pipe, declared, either trade us food or let these women entertain us. His accomplices were already tugging at 2 young women, their cries mingling with the perverts' laughter. The refugees dared not voice their anger. Their empty bowls clenched so tightly their knuckles turned white. They had no food and dared not resist, forced to watch helplessly. Zhu Jue landed at the supermarket entrance, uttering no words as he summoned steel materials and struck the pervert in the tattered coat. He fell to the ground, screaming, the steel pipe clattering beside him. The other two accomplices, seeing this, attempted to flee, only to be halted by Zhu Jue's spatial barrier, swiftly apprehended by the arriving soldiers. Throw them to the insects, Zhu Jue commanded the soldiers. Distribute the repellent per capita. Anyone who attempts to steal will be executed on the spot. The soldiers acknowledged and dragged away the three perverts. The refugees gazed at Zhu Jue with eyes full of reverence. None dared to steal again, obediently lining up to receive their repellent. Zhu Jue regarded them, his heart devoid of any tumult. He was not their savior, but merely restoring order. Should chaos ensue, the resettlement point would collapse, the migration team would face starvation, and the foundation of the Xia kingdom would crumble. At 5 o'clock in the morning, the temperature soared past 55 degrees Celsius, the sun blazing down like fire upon the ground. Zhu Jue teleported back to the fortress using the coordinates provided by Phantom. The swarms of insects outside the suspension bridge had dispersed, leaving only charred corpses and dark brown insect droppings. Mou and Yako sat at the fortress entrance, guns in hand, diligently cleaning them, their expressions now devoid of the previous softness, replaced by a newfound resolve. Little Jew, you have returned. Mou lifted her gaze, her voice calm. From now on, we shall no longer show mercy. Zhu Jue nodded as he entered the fortress. He understood that they had matured, finally grasping that in the apocalypse, decisive action is not ruthlessness, but the sole means of survival. And he would lead them, along with the inhabitants of the fortress, to eliminate the wicked and safeguard their peace amidst the sweltering end of days.